A moronic attempt at playing God just fried another idiot. Karma doesn't forgive those who seek hacked power without reading the rules of physics first. Two brothers spawn in a godforsaken middle of nowhere. The chance of finding decent loot is a joke, but these stubborn guys won't give up. The city breathes pure misery, turning a simple moldy piece of bread into a gourmet feast that's absolutely impossible to afford. A monstrous drought ruined everything. With no raw materials, the survival of these poor bastards went down the drain in a domino effect. And to make matters worse, the half-assed dictator used the general fragility to confiscate the remaining crumbs from the broke population. This paranoia makes the brothers spawn super weird. Doing voluntary tourism in a radioactive dump makes the duo look suspicious. At the tavern, a pathetic stumble breaks the furniture. This triggers hysterical panic in a place where buying a new cup costs a kidney. Giving zero fucks about the crowd's glare, Alphonse activates his alchemy, crushing the limitations of that dead server. The furniture magically fixed rubs it in the villagers' faces that OP witchcraft is real. The showcase confirms and reignites the legends about the badass Fullmetal Alchemist, which were already blowing up among the locals. But the empty minds of the NPC's associate, the monstrous title with the walking wardrobe, handing the credit on a silver platter to the giant brother. To completely sink the boat, the idiots step on the worst landmine possible, cracking a joke about the protagonist's pitiful height. His sanity evaporates and he freaks out to kill the gossip, screaming in everyone's face that he's the genius of the team and demanding his crown. With the drama settled, the beggars kneel, pleading with him to use his magic to spawn water and save their sewer of a town. The letdown is colossal. He takes the job but crushes the crowd's hearts by charging an obscene 10 million for the trick. The protagonist spits the rule of equivalent exchange in everyone's face, proving he doesn't do charity for other people's misery. Since the poor bastards are flat broke, the negotiation dies on the spot, and the shorty turns his back on the collective whining. But a pissed-off extra refuses to swallow this mockery. She chases after the brothers to spit some harsh truths out on the street. The blondie completely ignores the drama. The kid's hostility makes her lose her shit entirely, cursing him out with everything she's got. The yelling attracts the attention of the wrong crowd, forcing the city's uniformed guards to intervene in the scene. In a bizarre plot twist, the guards aren't going to arrest anyone. They have explicit orders to kiss the ground this VIP walks on. The VIP invite to meet the big boss is extended to the group. The girl tags along, dying to gossip about everything up close. Right in the luxury lobby, the party is split up. The shorty goes to a private chat, and the other two are forcefully locked in another room. At the meeting, the midget genius throws respect in the trash. He cuts the friendly bullshit and demands to know straight up what the dark intention behind this military theater is. The suited villain's bizarre kink is to farm the protagonist's cheats to reset his age and unlock immortality. The shorty instantly blocks this request, gets out of his chair, and ignores the generic villain plan with pure arrogance. Seeing that the bribe failed, the villain activates his plan B and triggers a disgusting blackmail with the hero's friends' lives. Down in the dark basement, the peasant girl and the walking wardrobe swallow the harsh reality that they've become premium hostages of the militia. Ignoring the extras' drama, the armor draws the escape code right on the dirty floor to secure a breakout by force. The giant fridge takes the chance to explain equivalent exchange. Nobody spawns items out of nowhere without paying the exact price required. Back at the banquet, the shorty rubs these same rules in the military guy's face, warning him that farming eternal youth spits on the laws of physics. But the suited guy ignores the lecture and pulls out a broken trump card that throws the whole physics manual straight into the trash, the Philosopher's Stone. This magic flash drive knocks the midget's argument to the ground, offering an ultimate cheat for any miracle. The villain's plan is to use the kid's brain along with the artifact to bypass the system's ban punishments. The temptation makes the shorty short-circuit. Touching the thing violates the rules, but it's the only DLC capable of fixing his wardrobe brother. He bangs the gavel and agrees to the macabre crime, warning that the execution of this workaround will strictly follow his terms. The first non-negotiable goal demanded by the kid is that they release the extra and the useless fridge as a free pass out of the beef. The second is that he won't do it for pocket change. The fee for the service will be official ownership of the Philosopher's Stone itself. Blinded by his own greed, the old man takes the bait laughing, swearing that trading the item for eternity is pure profit for him. Deal made. The midget collects the old man's disgusting spit to connect the target to the magic and sets up the pieces of this absurd spell. He hits play all at once. Using his body as a server, pulls a massive electric tsunami that rubs reality in their corrupt faces. The billion-dollar prize materializes on the table. The invincibility hack packed to go emerges from the middle of the Ki cauldron. The hit comes dry. The potion is shoved down his throat, forcing the target's hardware to try and process the obscure update. The boomer brain can't tank it, and the madman passes out instantly, doing a forced reboot to avoid kicking the bucket in the middle of the room. The corpse wakes up hyped and tries to cut off his own arm to test whether his HP really became infinite after the update. The sword snapped in half without leaving a single scratch. Not giving a shit about the dictator's outburst of joy, the midget kills the mood with the shovel of boredom, demanding the agreed payment to get out of there. As expected, the promise of freedom was a weak lie. The false prophet refuses to keep competing witnesses breathing. The cowardly gank emerges from the shadows with the uniforms attacking the party's backs to annihilate any escape. The henchman's ego screams loud, certain they farmed a headshot by driving their blades deep into the giant's chassis. Tired of the stupidity, the wardrobe takes off his head, naturally revealing the empty, hollow abomination of his own carcass. The organless tin can is the macabre invoice and the ban applied to those who once tried playing the role of creator on the server. On the other side, the stealthy sword strike that had sliced across the shorty's shoulder also failed miserably, hitting solid steel instead of flesh. Pissed off, the short guy holds his blade aloft, making it crystal clear that his patience has run out and control of the PvP has shifted. He shreds the enemy ranks without breaking a sweat, treating these buffed-up uniforms like useless trash on a sidewalk. The chill skin rots away. The blondie throws his state alchemist title in their faces like a funeral badge for the executions. Hacking the floorboards, the midget lays down the walls to hunt them all, turning the luxury lobby into a massive tactical slaughterhouse. The magic avalanche crushes the false immortal god with absurd violence, grinding up the unshakable pose he was holding. Denying defeat, the boomer throws a stealthy strike, only to collide face first against the surgical steel extensions of the kid's leg. The brutal prosthetics exposed the tears of the past. Losing the queen of the family made these brilliant kids dive into a pit of madness. The loan shark's bill is never late. Trying to pull corpses back charged the tax in literal chunks of the ignorant kid's arms and legs. The hollow armor became a rented trailer paid in body parts just so the brother wouldn't evaporate entirely from this earthly plane. The real nightmare wasn't losing their limbs, but spawning a disgusting abomination that spat on the sanity of those seeking comfort. Bathed in the hatred of his own memories, the brat wipes out the tin defenses, wielding the wrath of a brutalized veteran. Dodging the fury, the dictator activates his OP hack so he doesn't melt alive under the rabid midget's assault. The barrage of OP spells makes the boy genius fall back, and pray he doesn't get turned into a sieve by the divine hits on the carpet. Exactly at this terrible moment, the hostage friends jump into the busted room, reuniting the weird family in the middle of the crossfire. Milking the cute commotion of the suckers, the old man cowardly advances while the midget gestures to warn about the rat. The giant magic steps hard on exposed human flesh, forging the horror of a lethal hit marker right in front of the audience. When the smoke clears, the midget smiles unhurt, letting them know that the cowardly screams of taking damage were pure bait for the old man to bite. The brat snuck a rotten virus into the original Miracle's biological code to slowly infect the boss's crown. The bug chews up his organs from the inside, and the old man's chassis starts failing as he falls apart on the edges of the clean rug. The grandiose ambitions dried up in an ugly game over. The ex-god is now nothing more than a deformed object incapable of growling orders. With the hierarchy of fear destroyed, the safe unlocks, and the rain of confiscated donations finally kills the hunger of the slum NPCs. Although the food plugs the hole, the cruel climate clock still threatens to kill the crops and sink that dead region forever. The brutal drought keeps cornering their survival in a locked alley with no extra tickets for anyone there to escape alive. With generous hype, the alchemist shoves his hand into the sacred stone, bypassing any ethics and paying out of his own pocket for the redneck land. The yellow dust explodes into chlorophyll, fertility returns, spawning infinite crops where there was only crushed gravel. The kid pants, holding the colossal jewel that forced the sterile earth to miraculously rejuvenate by brute force. Realizing that the fables of the Crimson Cheat aren't bullshit raises the brothers' hype of maybe pulling their own bodies out of the banned archive. And then reality kills their buzz, laughing in their faces. The worn-out relic disintegrates into ground ramen before the next strike. The giant tin can throws shit at the fan, accusing his exhibitionist diva behavior of wasting all the salvation juice on the peasants. Realizing he'd burned their passport back home just to play charity for the people rubs a bitter blow into the cocky leader's stomach. But seeing the crowd cheering for the orchard miracle calms the monstrous loss in the hearts of the vagabond kids. Swallowing their tears over the crushed loot, the mad lads grab their bags, kicking down the door to the next map trap on their way to fix their brass sins. In a flashback, we see that trying to cheat the absolute laws of the universe backfires immediately. Reality simply melts around them, turning that childish dream of bringing someone back to life into an absurdly traumatic sleep paralysis. The realization hits them like a runaway train. Instead of a magical miracle, the bizarre science fails miserably, making it clear that cosmic truth charges a ridiculously high rent. The otherworldly debt collector delivers the bill without mercy. They hold back tears, realizing that parts of their own bodies were ripped away as a bonus to pay for this ridiculous arrogance. Carrying the trauma of this colossal screw-up, the search for a fix throws the boys into a town sunk in a crazy cult, a bizarre hellhole where people threw their brains in the trash in exchange for blind worship. Tired of dealing with the brainwashed locals, the two decide to poke the big boss. They want to find out if this idolized leader is hiding any real secrets about the magic stone they need. Except ignoring the cult's customs causes an astronomical mess in a local bar. Their mockery draws unwarranted hatred from everyone, sparking a ridiculous brawl. To avoid a total bloodbath, Ed's nerdy brain steps in. He prepares to hack the laws of physics and fix the mess by molding matter. The cosmic rule strikes ruthlessly as the biology of the thing turns to dust. Matter is remixed at the speed of light, shattering the primitive minds of this bunch of useless fools. Too lazy to deal with all this madness, the boys finally flash their badges. Flexing their own titles out loud, they give an ultimatum for any hidden villain to come out of the woodwork. But the citizens' flawed logic creates a cosmic glitch, linking the word metal to the giant armor. The crowd throws all their adoration at the completely wrong brother. The shorty complex buries any diplomacy on the spot. Wounded pride makes the pipsqueak freak out pathetically, trashing the place and turning the room into a raging madhouse. While the circus takes a break, a random local named Rose shows up. She's so deep into this crazy cult that she's basically become brainwashed furniture. The sickly devotion has a reason. The corrupt pastor promises to hack the graveyard. The moron is literally promising to bring the dead back in a premium package straight from heaven. Brainwashing runs wild through the town under the orders of the leader Cornello. The false pastor expands his influence, leaving the faithful completely high on false hope. But the con artist knows that digging up the dead breaks his business model. He keeps Rose on the back burner, dangling the carrot just out of reach to guarantee the girl's eternal loyalty. The follower tries to shove the cult down the brothers' throats but is brutally cut off. For someone who idolizes the periodic table, fairy godmother talk is pure garbage. Pulling no punches, Ed rubs salt in the wound. The blonde shoves the rotten core of blind devotion right in her face, exposing the pathetic illusion that a strong prayer will cure someone's death. To crush this fairy tale, the pipsqueak brings out the chemistry. He boils the miracle of life down to a cake recipe, spitting the exact list of water, carbon, and ammonia right in her face. The message is clear and sharp. There's a violent paywall that no nerd has bypassed, proving that playing Frankenstein's god comes with an absurd fee that no one can afford. The girl's broken heart goes into panic mode upon discovering that a human being costs less than a snack. All the magical aura evaporates in front of this nerd's cold calculator. The cosmic joke of the day is delicious. Not giving a damn about prayers and hacking the universe, it's exactly the atheist duo who gets the key to playing creator using pure science. The heavy talk is interrupted by the cult's Papa Smurf. Cornello shows up in the plaza to throw some crumbs to his docile flock and keep everyone's leash nice and tight. Without blinking, the old man hits the showman button. What the flock celebrates as a miracle is just a heavy chemical hack covered up by cheap makeup. The duo doesn't fall for this circus act and figures out the trick on the spot. They downgrade the fake divine miracle to a mere lab recipe. Coldly, the brothers dissect the trick, noting the bastard's bizarre audacity. He's jumping the fence of universal mathematics, committing fraud on divine accounting without taking any damage. The conclusion rubs the law of equivalent exchange in his face. Want to create something? Pay with something of equal value. Physics charges for every atom with perfectly cruel interest. And suddenly, the lone neuron screams eureka. The duo scans the shiny ring on the scumbag's finger, realizing that right there is the ultimate hack they've been hunting for to fix their bodies. To get close to the charlatan, the pipsqueak acts perfectly. His skepticism turns into an Oscar-level fanatic believer, taking advantage of the fans' stupidity just to sneak into the VIP area. The invasion triggers the pastor's alarm. Thinking they're just annoying beggars, the scumbag orders his goons to eliminate the intruders without mercy. But the big shots shake in their boots when they realize who broke in. They know perfectly well that the swagger of a state alchemist is impossible to sweep under the rug. Cornered, the old geezer hits the screw it button. Using celestial will as an excuse, his inner circle launches a silent attack to erase the nerds once and for all. Without warning, the game turns into a summary execution. The cult fires heavy lead straight at what looks like the duo's jacked bodyguard. To keep Rose's leash tight, the gang plays the sacred mission card. They make her applaud the bloodbath with a smile of panic and delusion. But the heavy lead gets a ridiculous block. The metal fridge swallows the lethal threat, proving that blank bullets don't even scratch a heavily armored tank. The clown show is over. Not giving a damn about the disadvantages, the brothers activate bulldozer mode and start crushing the holy gang like headless chickens. In the blink of an eye, the supposed holy elite turns to trash. The cruel ambush is downgraded to a brutal disgrace with the goons flying through the air. Out of patience for the gospel theatricals, the nerds decide to rub the cosmic bill in the poor girl's face. They show her the interest rate for playing physics hacker. The plot twist sweeps Rose off her feet. Her eyes widen as she notices that the giant armor is completely hollow inside, an empty shell. The pipsqueak goes for shock therapy, embracing the guilt. He spits out that his own pride caused this, reminding her that the duo carries the burdens of a bizarre failure. After clearing the area, the duo kicks down the VIP room door. The cosmic showdown is fully set for the clash with the leader. The sugar daddy of chaos comes out of the woodwork, flaunting his holy prophet's skin. His inflated ego acts as if the brats were just cattle begging for affection. The arrogant nerd spits on the holy bait and demands the universe's receipt. His acidic sarcasm is his whip to humiliate the dirty old man and extract answers. Crushed by the brat's brain, the charlatan throws the costume in the trash. He openly confesses that the engine of his magic is 100% illegal and fake. Ed's obsession locks onto the radioactive ring. Knowing the ultimate hack is real gives the brothers the energy injection they needed to justify this wretched marathon. The pastor confesses his megalomania, planning to build an army of kamikaze NPCs. He wants to throw his flock into the meat grinder to play supreme dictator. The movie villain script bores the pipsqueak to tears. He's sick of the grandpa's megalomania, not giving a damn about who's going to rule the world. He lays his cards on the table. The pipsqueak's demand is to get his dirty hands on the stone, literally the only toy that matters right now. Surfing on his impunity, the old man spews a vile disgust for his own fans. He co-signs the fact that his miracle is just a sadistic stand-up routine focused on robbing the imbecilic plebs. The pipsqueak cracks a cynical smile. The kid aced the test, dragging out this rotten confession in a perfectly staged little theater. The mousetrap snaps on the villain's neck, revealing that Rose was hiding and listening to everything. The fans swallowed every sadistic word from her master as he exposed the truth. The sledgehammer blow hits her right in the teeth. She swallows the apocalypse of her own little world, seeing the fake messiah without his holy makeup. Choking on his own poison, the crook realizes that his mental slave figured it all out. The stage of lies has turned to ashes right in front of him. With no escape button, the old man goes into full psycho mode. The loan shark monster takes the wheel, drooling to erase the brat's existence using brute magic. The old geezer scans Rose's Achilles heel and throws the dirty bait. He swears that his radioactive little stone can perform the ultimate miracle of reviving her dead loved one. Despair crushes the girl's common sense. She takes the worst path imaginable, spitting on the truth to swallow that extremely comfortable little lie all over again. The false pastor throws the sadistic hack on the table. He violates the universal rules by summoning a bizarre beast purely focused on grinding teenage meat. The clash shifts into apocalyptic mode. The game turns into a pure slaughterhouse, throwing the brats face to face with an armored biological cancer. But the blonde pipsqueak doesn't back down. Since Grandpa wants to play dirty, the shorty triggers his nerdy fury and prepares to return the favor in kind. The kid simply skips the tutorial. He squeezes out the magic without drawing any crap on the floor, flaunting an overpowered gift that gives the villain a blue screen of death. The entire floor turns into Play-Doh in his hands. Ed hacks the scenery into sharp blades, proving that brutal talent crushes any dirty trick. The pipsqueak's initial defense goes down the drain. The pirate monster breaks the shield, rubbing in his face that crafting little knives can't tank radioactive steroids. The nerd brain fries at the speed of light. The slip-up is the perfect fertilizer for the pipsqueak to replant his tactics and set up a calculated counter-offensive. The scoreboard flips to a humiliating wipeout. The dwarf uses an alien physics that the cult's trashy crash course never taught, destroying the bestial threat. Ed unleashes a heavy package of surgical violence, destroying the mutant dog with ease before the beast even understands its own defeat. With the beast on the ground, the dwarf shakes Rose out of her evangelical trip. He forces the deluded girl to face the cult's devastated scenery. The laboratory's supreme taboo drops like a piano. Cornello sweats cold bullets while the fan's mind shatters upon seeing the monstrosity her savior created. The cosmic bill from the past is fully exposed. Ed shows off the filthy prosthetics he soldered onto his own body, the sadistic prize for trying to hack death. The pipsqueak embraces the screw-up without crying. The chipped hardware becomes the proof rubbed in the believer's face, killing the theory that resurrection doesn't charge a toll in flesh. Pulling a metal goth move, the dwarf flaunts his hyped nickname. Showing the prosthetics proves that the gospel leader messed with the wrong guy. The death sentence is on the table. The Fullmetal Alchemist is ready to grind the charlatan and bury this mafia's lies once and for all. The pirate priest pulls out a giant gun while the delusional Rose realizes the military myth was right in front of her all along. The crowd's brains finally kick into gear. The master of the celestial flock puts 2 and 2 together. The title of Fullmetal Alchemist is the raw, unvarnished, and armored reality of this short-tempered pipsqueak. The walking tin can spills the beans and drops the truth. Alphonse confesses to Rose that they committed the ultimate taboo of this magical little world. The revelation crushes the illusion of anyone playing creator. Rose freezes as she absorbs how juvenile arrogance exacted an infernal toll on the kids. The whole shitshow started with a spark of childhood genius, a promise of a miraculous cheat code to heal the family abandonment they suffered. The wretched grief made the brats ignore the warning signs. They had only one goal, to force the universe to spit their mother back out, but cosmic karma doesn't make deals. The alchemical voodoo turned into an absolute nuclear wasteland, shattering the useless fantasy that they controlled life. The bill came at a high price. The shorty pays by having his own body torn away, but the real nightmare is seeing his little brother getting deleted from existence as punishment. Freaking out in sheer panic of being left alone, the sliced-up protagonist makes a kamikaze move. He rips off another chunk of himself to fish his brother's soul back from the beyond. Back to the present, the pipsqueak drops this bomb on Rose's lap. He uses his own mutilated body to shred the girl's illusion, proving that there's no such thing as a free miracle. But the phony pastor finds it all absolutely hilarious. He shamelessly spits on the kids' pain, laughing at the wretched life they were forced to swallow. Keeping up their bad boy facade, the brothers issue an ultimatum. They just want to plug the holes in their own bodies and demand the fake saint's magic little stone. The cosmic savior fantasy melts away. The old man resorts to a cowardly and lethal attack, sending any guilty conscience straight down the drain. Tanking the damage head-on becomes suicide against his active hack mode. Facing the bombardment forces the dynamic duo to scrap Plan A and run. Chaos takes over. The girl who used to be pampered by the cult now has to swallow the terror of being hunted like an animal by her own idol. An escape hole is torn open through sheer brute force. The pipsqueak mercilessly obliterates the containment coffin from the inside out. Spitting with rage, the old geezer outsources the beatdown. He uses the blind flock of his bizarre cult as cannon fodder against the duo. The brawl turns into a humiliating one-sided beatdown. The power gap disintegrates the idiot extras who swore they could tank the brothers. The maze dumps the trio right into the temple's radio studio. It's from this hole that the big bad pastor vomits his brainwashing into the city's ears. The walking tin can begins his frantic sabotage. Alphonse hijacks the temple's giant mascot to craft some heavy artillery and set up the counterattack. The fool's brain finally reboots. Rose processes the radioactive disaster that went down when the brats tried to face the Grim Reaper by playing Monopoly with God. The pipsqueak swallows all the guilt for his past screw-up. He turns his therapy into a kamikaze mission to give his canned little brother his flesh back, whatever it takes. The evil Papa Smurf bursts into the room puffing with anger. Convinced he's cornered the brats in an alley, he still swears up and down that he's the top dog. The slimy bald guy bites the hand that feeds him without an ounce of shame. Thinking he's in private, he laughingly admits that the suckers in his cult are nothing but disposable trash. The pipsqueak's tough guy mask melts into a diabolical laugh. He cracks up and destroys the criminal Mastermind cosplay the priest swore he was pulling off. The microphone was live to the whole city. The charlatan sandcastle evaporates as the celestial flock swallows his disgusting exposed truth live over the loudspeakers. Without his horde of brainwashed followers, the little pastor completely loses his mind. Backed into a corner, his rotting brain can only think of deleting the brats who ruined everything. The half-pint spits out his alpha-level dominance. He crushes the bald guy's phony magic and classily stamps who really runs this playground of violence. In a fit of pure desperation, the old man bets all his chips on the little stone. He wrings out the relic's battery to suck out any crumb of saving power. But the little ring of supreme power turns into a death sentence. the radioactive charge goes haywire and fries the old geezer's flesh, deforming him from the inside out of pure stupidity. The kid couldn't care less about the pain show and pushes forward. With zero empathy, the shorty moves in to beat the mutant villain's brains out and extract the truth about the gem. The highly anticipated unboxing time has come. The magic little stone responsible for this colossal headache finally lands in the palm of the pipsqueak's hand. But the joy lasts a millisecond. The legendary little toy crumbles in his hand like stale dust, and the mission's hype turns to powder right in their faces. The cornered rat tries to bite. Seeing the midget blue screening with frustration, the cowardly old geezer uses the opening to attempt a backstab. The scuffle turns into a clean and dry steamrolling. All the nerdy venom explodes in a devastating hook right in the middle of the false god's mug. The metallic skin drags heavily on the ground with the mission reset. Physical exhaustion and the frustration of the fake stone take a toll on the duo's sanity. The pipsqueak vomits the cold brutality of the real world onto Rose. It's an educational reality check to stop the delusional girl from clicking the same cursed resurrection link that destroyed them both. The nerd's final strike has an epic flavor. He rubs it in the crying fool's face that, unlike him, she has both her legs completely intact to stand up from the gutter and fight for her life. Outside, the satanic podcast sent the crowd over the edge. The tame flock turned into a horde of furious zombies, marching with fire to tear down the pastor's fake little turf once and for all. The shadow sugar daddies spawn out of nowhere in front of the pastor. The bootleg pope learns the hard way that he was just a cannon fodder pawn while chaos burns around him. They spit in his face that the ring was just cheap costume jewelry. The alpha villains would never give a real infinite cheat to a mediocre intern like him. The verbal backstab twists deep as the suits call the old man a cockroach. They use the little pastor's cult as lab rats and are now tossing him out like trash. The delete button is pressed in a split second with massive disgust from the assassin. The sucker who swore he was king gets erased by the goth chick, proving he was just an inflatable tube man in the infernal chess game. The sinister duo couldn't care less about the funeral, showing off the bizarre tattoo stamped on their chest. Hacking biology, they turn on their radar hunting for the next city to spread absolute chaos. To clean up the messy crime scene, the monstrous Glutton swallows the deceased in one brutal bite. All the conspiratorial trash is chewed up, leaving the local flock fighting a pointless war over a false god who literally became dinner. Our useless protagonists are back on the road. They set off on a completely empty train, heading straight to yet another depressing, boring shithole. The dump of the day is Usewell, a mining town dumped in the Far East, a backwater so forgotten it makes the middle of nowhere look like the center of the universe. Looking at that giant infrastructure monstrosity, any idiot would expect a booming commercial hub swimming in hot cash, but the vibe here is pure chronic depression. Zero money circulates, leaving only that sweet scent of misery and absolute failure. A brat bumps into the duo and instantly sniffs out that they're outsiders. In this dump, fresh meat means a walking ATM. Trying to rent a room, the kid's dad rips them off with pleasure. The old man spits out a price so insane it's basically armed robbery. Local bankruptcy forced the Hicks to set up a silent mafia. They make sure no outside moron leaves without being financially violated. Needing to flex so he isn't played for a fool, our hero gets down to business. He claps his hands and ignores all the basic rules of physics. The magic flashes in the blink of an eye and the scrap metal is fixed. The display crushes the robbery attempt with pure, unadulterated raw talent. Shit hits the fan, demanding an official flex. Trying to put his dick on the table once and for all, our wannabe hero shouts his fancy title, banking on intimidation. But the truth blows up for everyone to hear. Ed is a government military dog. In this godforsaken shithole screwed over by the system, wearing the state uniform is the peak of disgrace. The gavel drops instantly. No ifs, ands, or buts. This nasty dump yanks the roof from over the duo's heads and spits them right back out into the streets. The law of the jungle rules. The walking tin can makes up a lame excuse to clear his name and hits the hay, leaving the asshole pipsqueak alone outside. Playing dumb at the pub, the tin can finally understands the root of this hatred. The dump lives under the boot of a lieutenant who gets off on extorting the locals. The dump was swallowed by the bizarre greed of this ex-miner. He uses his little military uniform to turn the town into his private slave plantation. Meanwhile, the short stack suffers the weight of this isolation. Dumped out in the freezing street, he accepts being the official punching bag just to keep his pride intact. The penny finally drops. They weren't cancelled for who they are, but because that military flex is the absolute essence of the oppression the working class suffers. The apocalypse sugar daddy finally shows up. Yoki invades the pub, spewing that arrogance of someone who thinks his own ass shit's gold. The parasite's lame excuse is to collect more taxes. He drops this insane fee to squeeze out the worker's very last drop of will to live. To avenge his fragile ego hurt by complaints, the suit goes nuclear. He promises to fuck over the few pennies that barely paid for anything as it was. The weakest brat there can't take the pressure and snaps in a fury. He swallows his fear and charges at the uniform trash, crushing these people's future. Retaliation comes down lethal, with no moral breaks. The military coward's fetish is to slit throats in cold blood and drop a dirty corpse to shut the whole crowd up, until the fatal blow is stopped in a millisecond. The dirty beheading is intercepted by Edward with enough hacks to completely flip that tyranny. Staring at the pipsqueak's cursed silver pocket watch, Yoki realizes in pure shock the size of his fuck-up. Terror soils the suit's pants in a split second. The uniformed scum smells the deep grave he just dug. Stepping up to a runt shielded by the state's high command is asking for a one-way ticket to the afterlife. And this is where the hustle shines. The dwarf notices that riding the panic of this uniformed trash might be exactly the leverage the duo needs. The runt laughingly embraces the bribe. He shamelessly sucks up the suit's perks in a luxury hotel, pretending to ignore the raw sewage flowing out on the streets. To soften the suit's guard, the brat spews boring alchemy jargon. He puts on a perfect act of thinking this demented theory of corruption is beautiful. The old man's true fetish comes out of the drawer. The scammer wants to use the kid's bulletproof badge as a VIP elevator straight to the cushioned seats in the Capitol. Ed wraps up his Oscar-worthy performance with flying colors. He leaves the suited chump fully believing he hooked a loyal mascot for his corruption scheme. The dictator's counterattack hits the streets with sheer malice. A criminal arson engulfs that rundown pub and destroys the people's fragile illusion of protection. The mafia signature is sniffed out in the ashes. It becomes clear to the miners that any barking against the dictator's bills buys them this absolute terror in return. Desperate, the brat racks his brain and focuses on the metal-plated half-pint. He begs the dwarf's cosmic hack to print out some cash to save the town, but a bucket of ice is thrown right in his face. The kid bluntly warns him that the military playbook doesn't include charity, not giving a single shit about their broke sob story. The riot spits fire. The outraged herd revolts against the brat, refusing to swallow this cold, psychopathic refusal to help their misery. Laughing at the circus, the pygmy says fuck it and walks away, ghosting the desperate locals. The tin can freaks out at his brother's scummy abandonment, but far from there, the shorty throws the military rulebook in the trash for good. He decides to get his hands dirty in an insane game of Russian roulette with illegal alchemy. The flying shitstorm drops right into the tin can's lap. He has to play dumb and cover for the crazy little dwarf as he tears up every government law. The short stack transmutes tons of raw garbage in a split second. The Golden Mountain appears, tearing apart the sacred rule of equivalent exchange right before the law. The magical scam steps on the gas. The bootleg cash shines luxuriously, perfectly hooking the sick blind greed of the broke officer. The mousetrap snaps. Shaking the fake gold, our short stack suggests putting the little town in his pocket, buying the whole damn circus straight from the lieutenant's hands. The suit loses his mind in a luxury frenzy. Sniffing the briefcase, he swallows the contract, not giving a crap about where the money came from, dreaming of yachts and power. Getting played like a blind moron, Yoki signs over to transfer as charity on paper, deleting any suspicious trace of a sale in the state system. Meanwhile, the working class declares the death of diplomacy. They go berserk to beat down the military goons, accepting a kamikaze death contract, but the matrix glitches hard. The runt kicks down the door, rubbing the bizarre deed of his bureaucratic scam right in the rioters' faces. The blondie embodies the billionaire villain and gets off on a massive ego trip. He warns them that the rules have changed, and the farm whip now cracks in his little hand. Surfing on their misery, the dwarf mind games the peasants at the auction. He throws the locals into an emotional blender before handing the land back. The plot twist becomes a glorious middle finger. He sells the town's deed back to the people for the exact same humiliating price of that hotel room from the start. Endorphins rush through the crowd, realizing the badass poetry of his payback makes the people drown their fear and scream in a collective orgasm of victory. Far from there, the lieutenant discovers the rug pull. The illusion goes down the drain when he sees the gold turn to trash, forcing a pathetic temper tantrum for revenge. Pissing himself, he cries, hugging the rocks, and screams fraud. The scumbag promises to drop the full weight of the police van on the dwarf to void the paperwork, but the legal loophole shines. Ed proves that registering it as a charity donation bulletproofed the deal. Without a record of sale, the fraud accusation beautifully flops. The authoritarian humiliation takes the final nail in the coffin. The wall of Hicks with brutal hose raises a barricade that crushes the strength of the uniformed scumbags. Decades of toxic sludge overflow without breaks. The workers advance, thirsty to beat the living crap out of the machine that ground down their lives for so many years. The social pyramid flips violently. The crowd forcefully tears off the crown, while the runt savors the chaos, making sure the parasite feels rock bottom. Euphoria hits the locals. The dump celebrates with their own money in their pockets, sending the sick extortion tractor straight to the sewer for good. The side quest closes out with a platinum trophy, and the arrogant little dwarf crashes from exhaustion. Leaving a healed town behind, our heroes finally rest in peace. After sorting out their issues in the previous town, Ed and Al catch a train to the capital. The trip had everything to be a rare moment of pure peace for the traumatized duo, but the tranquility in the VIP car is obliterated when armed lunatics invade the cabin, and they know exactly who the uniformed general relaxing there with his family is. With sinister mockery, the extremists take control of the situation. The general's little vacation cruise magically turns into a tactical and brutal terrorist operation. Reality hits the suit, and his survival instinct screams louder. He realizes that playing hero would cost everyone's lives, and accepts that the best thing to do is quietly keep his head down. Far away, the bomb falls right into the military command's lap. Intelligence kicks into gear and tracks the whole mess, identifying the terrorists and triggering a bureaucratic red alert. Colonel Roy Mustang takes charge of crisis management with zero patience. Sick of political speeches, he just wants to fry this threat as fast as the law allows. The maniac's goal leaks over the army's radio waves. Their obsession isn't money, it's forcing the command to release their little club's former boss who's rotting in jail. But the cold sweat at headquarters evaporates when Mustang spots a familiar name on the passenger list. An arrogant smirk reveals that his walking time bomb is already inside to clean up the mess. The problem is that the colonel's prodigy is literally asleep at the wheel. The blonde pipsqueak passed out on the bench, completely oblivious to the tragic end of his rest. In the economy car, the terrorists spread panic by roughing up defenseless civilians. They're certain that acting like violent tough guys is more than enough to keep the herd under control, until one of the armed guys makes the most suicidal mistake of his life by insulting the protagonist's height. That insult completely destroys whatever shred of rationality the brat had left. In an alchemical blink, the massive firearm turns into a shattered little toy. The terrorist's tough guy act is thrown in the trash in a wonderfully comedic moment. Except playing hero takes an immediate toll. The pipsqueak relaxes and makes a stupid rookie mistake, leaving his back wide open to a lethal ambush from behind. Luckily, the giant armor makes up for his brother's stupidity. Alphonse brutally bulldozes the cowardly shooter, deleting the surprise tactic before tragedy strikes. With the dust settled, they squeeze the losers on the floor for fresh intel. The duo maps out the defenses and figures out exactly where the hijacked VIP cabin is isolated. Ignoring the panicked extras around them, the boys piece together a tactical map right then and there. They devise a suicidal strategy and press play on the retaliatory slaughter without a second thought. The shorty finally uses his head and climbs straight to the roof. Surfing the structure turns the train into his own private murder playground, setting up shop right above the suckers' heads. Inside, one of the henchmen runs head-on into Alphonse's armored behemoth, blocking everything. The tight hallway magically turns into death row for those playing tough. Meanwhile, an absolute freakout takes over the VIP cabin. The hijackers cry in despair as they realize their security wall has been breached, and they are now the prey. The crazy little boss with a rope around his neck proves that a trigger finger is still the law. He sends a violent little message, throwing any hope for diplomatic chit-chat straight to hell. When he hears a noise on the roof, he instantly goes full psychopath. The imbecile blindly tries to vaporize the intruder, firing heavy bullets that tear straight through the structure's metal casing. Being only half human saves the blonde kid's life. The lethal blast is stopped as it chews through his metal leg, but the damage only further triggers the pipsqueak's furious psycho mode. the tactic changes drastically, and the focus shifts to decapitating the operation. The goal simply becomes hijacking the engine cabin, pulling this massive locomotive. Up in the locomotive, the dumb guards fall for cheap bait. The shiny object on the floor fries their tiny attention spans, leaving the door completely unguarded. Ed's response flashes quick and dirty. A surprise leap takes out the security before their useless minds can even process that their territory has been invaded. The courage of the attack is contagious, and the hostage clique revolts. The brave mob of suits chews up the last cowardly oppressor, effortlessly clearing out the gang for the hero. But the journey back is rough, as the thick-headed extremists set up a deadly trap. A shower of heavy lead awaits any sucker who dares invade through the ceiling. Having no patience for stealth, the pipsqueak switches to brute force mode. Colossal alchemy forcefully deletes the heavy defenses and clears the trash from the ceiling in a stupidly easy way. In this chaos, a brilliantly sadistic idea sprouts in the blonde kid's mind. A tactical hack infinitely more lethal than exchanging pathetic gunshots in hand-to-hand combat. On the other end, the cabin boss calls for help on the radio, but the reply slaughters his hope. A symphony of beatdowns lets him know his backup has turned to dust at the hands of the armor. To seal the coffin, Ed takes over the speakers and engages in some heavy psychological terrorism. He fries the hijackers' minds with sadistic threats without even showing his face. With his ego in flames, the little boss embraces maximum cowardice when backed against the wall. He kicks Honor aside and uses the desperate hostages as meat shields to try and protect himself. But the shorty gives zero craps about the blackmail and plays with the train car's physics like Play-Doh. He twists the train's metal casing to simply dump the entire gang outside all at once, and the ejected ones crash straight into the worst wall possible. Alphonse parked his metallic rear right at the exit to gleefully ensure no little rat would escape the locomotive alive. The boss ignores the imminent beatdown and tries to resort to a hidden weapon, but his heavy equipment humiliatingly shrinks in size before Ed's surgical magic. Still blue screening, the idiot swallows the perfectly synchronized punishment. The two brothers double-team the terrorist, finishing the spectacle with extreme finesse and pain. With the trash emptied and the suckers tied up, the cruise continues its journey. The frantic and loud chaos finally gives way to pure and absolute boredom, but the disembarkment is drowned in pure annoyance. A military committee is already waiting on the station platform, brutally killing any heroic buzz the two had. Their little break barely lasted and is already trashed. The mission accomplished vibe is obliterated when a bizarre blackout pops out of nowhere and plunges the lobby into darkness. Capitalizing on the useless guard's dark slip-up, the terrorist boss breaks free. Completely unhinged, he swears to himself that he won't go down to the slammer empty-handed. The desperate animal launches a crazed, suicidal attack right in the middle of the room. He charges, tearing forward with his blade raised directly at the highest-ranking uniform he can see. His amateurish audacity is mercilessly chewed up in a single second. The terrorist's outburst is humiliatingly shut down by a magical blast from Mustang with a lethal snap. The little tantrum ends in screams of agony. The criminal boils, falling stiff from the instant barbecue that serves as a brand warning that no one messes with the command's boss. Riding the smoke of victory, the colonel brands his swagger into the sucker's fried brain. He reveals the immense weight of his name, rubbing in the fact that the scumbag tried to slice pure fire. His pull of rank shines with splendor. The fake revolution turns to dust, crushed by sadistic magic, and the supreme hierarchy of military bureaucracy takes its unquestionable throne. The military impact kicks the door wide open. The crushing elite shuts everyone up about who really runs the show, with an absurd amount of firepower. No witchcraft here, just pure lethal tactical engineering. The fabric of the guy's glove sparks flames, the first step to torching and frying enemies alive on the battlefield. The panic escalates beautifully when the truth about the mission leaks. The crazy invasion was handled by bizarre punk kids who are part of that exact same elite with a license to kill. Finding out that bratty teenagers carry weapons of mass destruction in their own scrawny arms totally shifts the vibe. Respect turns into pure dread in the face of this ridiculous gap in power. With zero patience for red tape, the brothers play the military card. The blackmail is surgical, demanding VIP access to government files on bioengineered Frankensteins. The trail leads to a researcher who pushed nature to its limits and made an artificial beast spit out human words. a cosmic freak show that lined his pockets with cash and state protection. But the paperwork hides some sick, twisted shit. The academic success masked the grim reality that the supposed miracle was just a depressed monster begging to die. The uniformed suit drags the kids over to the specialist's mansion. Their naive hope is that this nerd holds the magic answer to fix their mutilated bodies. But the biology legend looks more like a broke single dad drowning in bills. The ringmaster shows up with his daughter in tow, instantly shattering any aura of a sociopathic genius locked in a basement. The shiny badges are slammed on the table. This goofy-looking dude is literally the lord of organic flesh fusions, the holy grail they need to fix their own stupidity. Except the goofy dude is no fool. He flushes the diplomatic act down the toilet and demands the kids confess the real reason for their visit without any sob stories before he hands over the files. The kid realizes that lying to a veteran is gonna backfire hard. He swallows his pride, goes all in, and finally spits out the biggest, stupidest cardinal sin he's ever committed. The cosmic receipt for their stupidity is slammed on the table. Flashing his own bloody stump serves as a VIP pass, proving his absolute desperation to fix an absurdly irreversible failure. The reality check works beautifully. The bespectacled dude throws the doors to his nerd cave wide open, giving them a free pass to dig through all of his notes. Without blinking, the two turn into reading machines. They share the academic nightmare, devouring mountains of trash and tearing through decades of confidential notes in search of a cure. The deep dive into genetic freaks is absolute. A sick hyperfocus takes over the room, where the only goal of the day is to hack the damn code of life at any cost. But the intellectual focus doesn't last for everyone. The crime of the century turns into a circus when the useless tin can partner drops everything to play court jester and glorified babysitter for the house brat. Too proud to lose, the shorty turns even a game of tag into a deadly war. His book-focused psychopathy is fully channeled into beating a kid in a pathetic goof-off. The depressing trauma of their amputations evaporates into thin air. This burst of brainless joy acts like a blast of bleach, scrubbing away all the psychological grime they've sweated through all day. But some uniformed errand boy shows up to vomit a nasty little message. The letter is a grim reminder about the scientist's annual assessment, proving his time to deliver miracles has officially run out. It's a scheduled apocalypse in the old man's planner. The guy knows that if he flops again, the military will give him the boot, and his family's cushy life will spiral straight down the drain of miserable unemployment. Oblivious to her dad's panic, the little girl regurgitates the little lie about her mother. A perfect piece of fiction claiming the woman got sick of her life, packed her bags, and dropped off the map, leaving them in a permanent void. The military's suffocating guillotine crushes the household. The sheer terror of ending up on the streets turns the dad into a zombie, leaving the poor kid shoved in a corner begging for a single crumb of affection. Knowing the little girl is rotting away in isolation, the pipsqueak sees an opening. To exorcise the funeral vibe, he drags everyone outside to forcefully burn off some calories in the yard. A bizarre bond is forged in the dirt. For a kid suffering from abandonment, this goofy clowning becomes the only ray of human warmth her depressing home has left to offer. While they play, the scientist's burnout hits the ceiling down in his dungeon. The dread of having his government gravy train cut off fries whatever crumbs of sanity are left in his hollow skull. Playtime is over, but the house echoes with a graveyard silence. That sweaty, wholesome family vibe the kids had forged hours ago has simply evaporated from the top floor. A massive red flag starts screaming in the duo's heads. Completely clueless, the brothers suspiciously make their way down straight into the mansion's forbidden dungeon. The hide-and-seek grand prize waits in the most bizarre hole of the cave. The old man is holed up down there, making it glaringly obvious that his newest science project is pure, disgusting nightmare fuel. The madman shows off his sick trophy, an inexplicable genetic freak of nature. It's his golden ticket to keep funding his privileges, rubbing the absolute peak of his nerdy psychopathy in the world's face. To humiliate any skeptics, the living blob decides to fire up its brain. The beast spits out a single human word, signing the old geezer's genius certificate right to the kids' faces. But the room's temperature plummets when the creature spits out the same cute little nickname that had been echoing through the house all week. The sick math clicks in the pipsqueak's brain in one violent, deadly second. The messed up puzzle pieces snap perfectly into place in his mind. The brutal military deadline and the kid's sudden disappearance reveal a satanic alchemy that crushes any last shred of sanity. The shorty kicks into sadistic detective mode and presses the old man. The interrogation drags out the fact that this scumbag's very first academic miracle magically sprouted exactly 2 years ago. The timeline exposes the whole tragic circus. His little sob story about being an abandoned husband was just a cover. The sixth secret ingredient for his first talking chimera was his own wife the entire time. The most radioactive button of human ethics gets completely smashed. It becomes violently obvious that this basement rat blatantly used his own daughter and the family dog as fresh biological lab rats. The moral sewage hits the fan hard. The pure psychopathy of slicing up his own family like cheap organic trash just to keep his military paycheck is smeared across the wall in the sickest way possible. To settle the score in hell, the scumbag plays dirty right to their faces. The coward equates his surgical family slaughter with the massive amateur fuck-up that fried the teen's useless little limbs in the past. The pipsqueak's rage violently explodes. He tries to absolutely cave the old man's face in with blind punches, desperate to silence the truth that they're both cut from the same sick cloth. The tin babysitter has to fly in and ruin the murder. The robotic brother blocks the shorty from crossing the dangerous line into manslaughter before sheer rage deletes his last drop of humanity. With the scandal fully leaked, the military's mask melts away. To the suits hauling the old man off, up kids isn't some biological sin, it's just a wonderful little production cost on the corporate spreadsheet. With their credentials stained by failure, there's nothing left to do but weep. Their desperate apologies vomit up the pure humiliation of trusting the absolute worst geezer in the world and losing their chance to save the girl. The sadistic cherry on top is seeing that innocent childishness locked inside the aberration. The bizarre beast still begs for hugs, completely crushing the boys' minds with a sledgehammer of pure clinical psychological torture. The head suit pokes the wound just to test his lackey's whining. The warning is grim. In the military boys club, you either swallow the shit with a smile and march on, or you tap out and get lost. Their brains blue screen, utterly crushing their own egos. All their hard-earned genius went straight down the drain when it counted most, bagging them the ultimate failure trophy for not saving someone crying out for help. Far from there, the backyard of horrors gets a surprise visitor. Some mysterious lunatic smashes through the uniformed barricade, violently wiping the soles of his shoes all over the government's crime scene tape. The invader's response to military protocol is pure psychopathy. The small talk dies instantly, replaced by the delicious scent of a chaotic and beautifully bloody massacre. Not giving a single shit about the soldier barbecue happening outside, the scientist watches his creation, completely blind to the atrocities he committed in the name of his goddamn science. The door is kicked open, and the executioner arrives. With zero time for corporate negotiations, the buff brute checks the target's ID and immediately dishes out a bloody sentence, collecting his dues with sheer violence. The divine bill comes due with a brutal blow. The piece of trash who tossed his family into a blender for status gets his life violently deleted, sinking into the most well-deserved pool of blood in the universe. But the bloody cleanup draws in the depressing remnants of his little sob story. It makes you sick to your stomach seeing that last shred of childhood innocence drag the poor creature straight over to her dead relative. Blinded by some stupid sense of love, the aberration mourns his father's death. The poor fool completely ignores the bloody justice, just begging for the attention of the monster who ruined her life. The brute freezes as he swallows down this concentrated dose of pure misery. Even a lethal vigilante has to take a step back in the face of the psychotic loop of sadness torturing that poor chimera's patched-up brain. Realizing there's no control Z for this dumpster fire, the executioner embraces divine euthanasia. Leaving the beast alive would just be handing its poor soul over on a silver platter to be tortured for eternity by the military. The rage-fueled slaughter shifts into an act of lethal empathy. With a quick, clean prayer, the brute extinguishes the aberration's agony, wishing her the eternal peace that her garbage father completely denied her. And as the blood dries on the cleaned-up scene, on the other side of the map, the protagonist is breaking down. Totally blind to the massacre that just went down, the pipsqueak wallows in the humiliating depression of having failed so spectacularly. Edward's fried mind finally collapses. After Nina's tragedy and his sheer uselessness in the face of that bloodbath, the guilt throws the pipsqueak straight into his most traumatizing trauma. His broken subconscious frantically hunts for the only safe haven he ever had, that motherly warmth that triggered the biggest fuck-up of this idiot's life, and which today is nothing but a delusion. It was that pat on the back that punched into the kid's hollow head the absurd arrogance that alchemy could literally fix any damage in the universe, even dead people. But his own brain decides to beat the poor guy up. The recent humiliation does a crossover with his old screw-up, rubbing in his face that all this genius is only good for birthing misery. Waking up doesn't do a damn thing. The body responds to the mental terror by spitting pure adrenaline, and the reminder of his physical punishment runs him over like a freight train. Despair kicks down the door. Fear devours the Fullmetal Alchemist, making it crystal clear that deep down, he's just a brat realizing his total irrelevance to the rules of the universe. Then, the mental depression leaks out and turns into bizarre physical agony. His automail rubs his sins in his face, generating an unbearable phantom pain. The catch is that real life doesn't give a crap about your feelings. Even though he's completely wrecked inside, duty orders him to hand in the damn paperwork for this total fiasco. Their faith in the government went completely down the drain. Stepping in there means looking at the mugs of the suits who swept the Tucker family's absurd filth under the rug. But now he has to swallow the puke of his trauma and put on the state's lapdog mask. The nightmare closed the tab, but real life sent a hefty bill. Hunting for a drop of decency in this madness, Edward wants to find out what fate awaits that lunatic Tucker and Nina. The gossip drops like an anvil on the duo's forehead. The Grim Reaper wiped out the family duo way before the justice system could even pretend to work, but the military system gives him the middle finger. The bigwigs block his access, proving that genius or not, he's just a kid on the state's leash. When the guy's remains show up, the sick violence of the scene borders on sarcastic poetry. Trying to play God by turning a relative into a pet always attracts a much bigger devil. Seeing the organ puree and the surgical art of the massacre, the suits realize perfectly that the shit has finally hit the fan. This signature rules out any theory of a common petty thug. While the military guys tear their hair out, society outside is already melting into pure chaos. The collective stress went through the roof, escalating into widespread brawls on the streets. The total collapse crushes the illusions of the poor bastards living there. Starving and despair simply become the daily bread and butter of the crowd. And from up above, the assholes who set up the circus watch the bloodbath while eating popcorn. To these monsters, human beings are just stupid self-sabotaging machines. The blatant mockery in their conversation rubs in our faces that this priest costume served only as a disposable condom for the mission, and has already outlived its usefulness. The irony kicks the protagonist in the face. The pipsqueak's hunger for justice was the exact perfect lubricant the villains used to screw over the city. The phony priest who threw the city into the gutter melts like cheap plastic, taking off his infiltration mask. His true face is the exact mirror of this psychopathic swagger. Taking on a young skin is pure sadistic mockery to rub in the faces of the useless extras. The surprise cancellation of the mad scientist triggers the beast radar. Killing a pawn really messes up the macabre game of chess they control. And in the middle of the gossip, the freaked-out pipsqueak's life is shielded. The monsters have direct orders from Father not to lay a finger on him. Down at the headquarters, the government's super-smart system has to name death itself, using only a nickname based on the guy's scar. The body count broke records. The elite badge turned into a glowing target screaming "Kill me" on the back of every dog of the military. Knowing that buffed generals turned into dog food rubs and that a little star on the shoulder can't tank this monster, the government's unbreakable armor melts away. But the worst shit beautifully hits the fan, and the boys are already out on the street, spacing out like idiots in the middle of the killer's all-you-can-eat buffet. Far from the real beef, they're frozen in the rain, being ground alive by the depression of not being able to handle the little girl's death. The walking tin can suffers from a chronic existential crisis. Not having a real body works as a daily alarm screaming about the epic stupidity they tried to pull off. The military's crappy GPS finally finds the depressed duo. The Paw Patrol turns on the sirens in an absolute rescue panic. Then military intelligence pulls a dumbass move. Yelling the brat's name on the sidewalk delivered a fresh GPS ping straight into the homicidal maniac's ear. The message that the maniac is on the loose drops in the exact millisecond that the boogeyman himself is already breathing down their necks. The security theater turns into pate in 3 seconds, violently outlining that the pipsqueak is the next dinner. The shorty's brain blue screens. Smelling this monster's neck up close shoots pure terror straight into the kid's bloodstream. Panic grinds up that ridiculous badass alchemist swagger, making the pipsqueak freeze like an idiot in a bizarrely pathetic way. Time freezes and the penny drops hard. His little power won't even scratch this monster's cuticle, and despair devours the poor guy's ego. The urge to play the big hero brother kicks the paralysis away. Playing beat 'em up has become suicide, so the only strategy is to run like a coward. Running like a maniac, the genius tries to read the situation. This sadistic hard-on for murder defies any human logic. The walking scrap metal decides to burn his magic power to raise a giant wall. Pure desperation trying to buy 3 little seconds of extra life. The huge wall melts like wet paper. The psychopath's brute ignorance shreds the concept of a barrier out of sheer hatred. The Terminator proves he doesn't even need to sweat. He punches the local geography to pieces, trapping his victims in a deadly alleyway. The oh shit alarm in the duo's brains goes off for good. The whole scenery turned into a giant meat grinder. The motivation makes their assholes clench instantly. The guy spews his ego, swearing to be heaven's own punishment summoned to beat the crap out of anyone playing God. Since staying on the defensive turns into a guaranteed death certificate, the suicidal Pipsqueak's brilliant bet is to trade punches in the face of danger. The humiliation hits instantly. The XP gap becomes glaringly obvious when the beast reads the brawl in slow motion. The maniac locks onto the brother's bulky tin can and spews all his massive disintegration hack without blinking an eye. The psychopath notices a glitch in the matrix. The sound of crumpled metal doesn't match the blood juice he usually served. Blinded by his little rage, the kid turns on the suicide button to skin the villain's face in a revenge of pure, irrational hatred. The Pipsqueak's blown-out shield pulls the shirt off the kid's bizarre trauma, revealing the automail in place of his arm. The monster punch ripped off the youngest little tin outfit, dumping the brother's darkest little secret right in the villain's lap. The Russian roulette is insane. Turning his own medical automail into a useless shank exposes his final bet for life. The shock stamps the death certificate. The psychopath's hack swallows the Pipsqueak's little sword, shoving the poor guy into a humiliating mousetrap. The coffin sentence comes down. The villain spews the disintegration juice straight into the little piece of metal, disarming the shorty in the most sadistic way possible. The colossal embarrassment kisses the canvas beautifully. The real-life tractor runs him over mercilessly, making it clear that a nerd diploma doesn't pay the bills in front of the devil. It's precisely the weight of that trauma and the desire to wipe their own slate clean that we see in a flashback of the duo hunting through a mansion filled with filthy, rotten rich playboys. The brats walk in scanning the luxury, counting the penny odds of stepping into the slaughterhouse of yet another cultist lunatic. The penny drops hard. The suit shits out enough money to wipe his ass with the military system's laws and absolute secrecy. The grab on the arm leaks the spoiler. Feeling the cold of the automail, the mansion's owner gets the absurd confirmation of who the brats are. The nuclear warhead is dropped. The hangout wasn't a tea party, but a manhunt for the blessed guy who dodged the laws of alchemy. The tin can embraces the bait job outside. The youngest gives the Pipsqueak a free pass to stare down the suit in a straight talk. To shut down the gossip for good, the older lady sneaks out quietly. All that's left is the pissed-off shorty staring down the supposed genius. Then the rich guy drops the honest bomb. The madman signs the receipt, rubbing in the macabre bill the devil charged for trying to ride Jesus Christ's wave. The protagonist's swagger falls flat on its face. The kid spews out the extortionate invoice his useless family paid trying the exact same bullshit. The forbidden blasphemy supposedly hit the mark, and the supposed corpse brought back was literally the brat playing right in front of them. The voodoo supposedly worked, spitting out a perfect little life that defies any of the kid's nerdy logic. While the Pipsqueak begs the bougies, the youngest hangout spectacularly flips upside down with the mansion's spoiled preppy girl. The preppy girl throws the transformer theory in the trash and notices the ghost of a real deadbeat living inside the tin can. The preppy girl grabs the scrap metal by the arm to rub in his face the bizarre menu of atrocities from this cursed mansion's lab. Inside, the disgusting depression-crushing poor Edward beautifully stumbles upon a ray of hope at the end of this sewer of guilt. The badass pose dies. The brat begs on his knees for the cheat code to undo his big brother's carnage, but the door slams in his face. The welcoming little act evaporates, spitting a totally disgusting wall of bourgeois ice at the poor guy. The suit cries over his prison. His loyalty bullshit holds him back from vomiting the radioactive crimes that pay the bills for this bizarre little family. The woman's freakout is pure panic from someone keeping the devil in the basement. She begs the government lapdog to delete this sick obsession. Reading the little genius's suicidal freakout, the madame kicks ethics away and decides to spill her hubby's ultimate dirty secret to crush the little card of hope. The bourgeois voodoo was never a blessing from God, generating the exact same rotten flesh abomination the Elrics birthed way back when. The little girl isn't a legendary skin. She's a pure spare tire, a breathing band-aid ordered on the black market to lull the ego of a crybaby rich guy. The imposter swallowed the pill of deleting her own ID, begging for a luxury sofa in a disgusting pact. The ghost of the real deceased reacts from deep inside the cage, headbutting the bars of this rotting, punitive sardine can. The walking tin can kicks the clowning aside, rubbing the truth in the girl's face the exact millisecond the shit hits the fan with the family's footsteps. The circus flips over mercilessly. The bourgeois radioactive sewer leaked, rubbing in that the perfect family illusion went down the drain. The devil's VIP tab drops on the table, charging a steep price in the flashback. The idiot who played God gets banned and loses his own eyesight. To keep from going fully Joker, the madman slams the gavel, swearing his voodoo was a solid 10, preferring to live in a make-believe metaverse. The plot twist flips beautifully. The blind, kiss-ass butler is the mad scientist himself, who burns his days wiping the ass of his colossal lie. The imbecile embraced the blindness and the private security badge so he wouldn't break the dollhouse of a zoo full of living corpses. The fake rich guy spaces out completely, swearing up and down that the butler's schizophrenic delusion actually respawned his daughter. Keeping up the cute little act until the old man kicks the bucket becomes the only possible voodoo to prevent the bill from crumbling what's left of this family. For the Pipsqueak duo, the freelance gig is over. Kicking this dollhouse won't pull anyone out of the cemetery. It would only crush their pathetic remaining scrap of sanity. Their asylum piece reflects back Edward's exact disgusting thirst, rubbing in without Vaseline the absurd price of trying to cheat death. Shitting on the universe's manual tattoos nasty wounds on the soul, nailing down a one-way ticket to a pit with zero forgiveness. Back to the present, we see that Scar's destructive power is completely overpowered. Our little steel guy's defense turns into cosmic dust instantly, proving Edward's science just got wrecked by sheer brute force. For Alphonse's tin can body, the worst pain isn't getting his armor dented. It's the absolute panic of seeing his little brother almost bite the dust without being able to move a muscle. The villain's disintegration mode goes full throttle. The same voodoo that melted steel now sets its sights on deleting our protagonist off the face of the earth. Looking like a fanatic judge, the executioner pauses the massacre to offer a final prayer. The guy actually thinks spilling guts is some beautiful, holy charity work. Seeing the Grim Reaper at his door, Edward swallows his pride. He spends his last breath trying to bargain just to make sure Alphonse's old tin can make it out of this mess in one piece. The deal plays out silently in his head. Ed accepts crossing over with his head held high, convinced that the bizarre slaughter will end right at his own neck. But brotherly love speaks louder. Sending his survival instincts to hell, Al tears up the peace treaty and goes for a straight-up brawl against the killer. The heavy cavalry arrives, kicking the door down. The full weight of the Amestrian military steps up to the front lines to end the serial killer's playtime. That's when Edward's brain connects the dots. Coming face to face with the same animal who wiped out people he knew makes the kid almost throw up from despair and trauma. The lunatic actually thinks he's God's vigilante. In his sick head, every kill is a holy verdict, shoved down the sinner's throat with his own hands. Colonel Mustang plays Sherlock and questions the bloodbath. He lays it on the table that popping only the top brass reeks of a calculated little revenge. Roy Mustang's colossal ego doesn't fit in the scene. He decides to crush the trash using his own hot little fingers, jumping to the front line like a total show-off. The Peacock makes a point of spitting out his Flame Alchemist title. The goal is to make the opponent shit his pants before he unleashes his OP special move. He lets it rip with everything he's got. He's fully convinced he'll make an instant barbecue out of the assassin without even giving the poor bastard time to blink. But Lieutenant Hawkeye spots the astronomical screw-up. With no time for chit-chat, she acts on reflex and charges in to drag her stupid boss out of the kill zone. One more frame of delay and Mustang would have been smoked meat. The extremist's insane strike tears through the air exactly where he stood, dealing brutal AoE damage. The Colonel's Achilles heel is exposed in the rain. Since he needs a spark to create fire, the water makes the military's top dog more useless than Aquaman in a desert. A new character spawns into the server, wrecking everything. The punch serves as a lethal calling card, forcing the villain to recalculate his route so he doesn't get one-shotted. Making it out of that welcoming beatdown alive sets off the alarm. The buff military guy himself swallows hard, admitting the serial killer's kill count wasn't just rumors. The brute brings out his announcer voice to mark his territory. He pulls rank on the table to deal some psychological damage before the brawl. The meathead magic kicks in, deforming the scenery in practice. The map turns into a bizarre heavy artillery factory, creating insane and lethal chaos against the enemy. The spam of strikes cancels out the villain's oxygen. The pinpoint-focused combo tries to drain the poor bastard's stamina bar to prevent any decent counterplan. But the lunatic strikes back in the blink of an eye. He crumbles the military's attack and makes it clear this is no beginner's tutorial, staying ice cold in the middle of the assault. His faith in his own sledgehammer fists turns into a peacock parade. The Major flexes his biceps, forcing a theatrical swagger to pose as an untouchable Greek god. Overcoming the visual trauma, the fanatic reboots his brain. He realizes the ridiculous theater is hiding a tank capable of doing way worse damage than average. The military's backline figures out the madman's trick. His whole gimmick is spitting on the laws by stopping alchemy midway through the process, just for the pure thrill of destroying matter. The psychopath grits his teeth and aims his disintegrating blast for real. He focuses everything right at the meathead's center, mercilessly stamping a death certificate. A physics-breaking dodge avoids tragedy. The big guy's weird instinctive backstep makes the melting blow bite nothing but oxygen, saving him by pure dumb luck. The lieutenant throws her patience out the window and empties the mag with a vengeance. Covering the gap in the backline, her intention is far from wanting to arrest the bastard. The lead tears through the villain's sunglasses, warning him that death just whistled by. Riza gets her brain gears turning, noticing the beast has a nearly hacked visual lag. With his face finally exposed, the truth spills out. The nightmare changes shape when the cursed marks of this mage hunter step into the light. That skin tone and red eyes resurrect the skeletons of a massacre covered up by the government. The guy's profile goes from lunatic to a veteran thirsty for revenge, and the exile couldn't give two shits about the military's pressure. He weaponizes the grudge of an entire erased people, ready to tear the government a new one to the bitter end. The ground gives out in the blink of an eye, and the trap goes down the drain. The extremist violently shatters the city block, proving that numbers can't tank his explosion. When the dust settles, only the tactical sweep remains. The villain farms his VIP pass by, escaping through the sewers, leaving the squad looking like clowns on the sidewalk. The heavy toll of panic crushes the squad's minds. It becomes impossible to hide how close they came to the grave, absorbing their fragility in the face of that near-realized massacre. Ed's prodigy cockiness melts in a snap. The heavy guilt of almost sending his brother to the coffin alongside him invades his mind like a bulldozer to wreck his sanity. The revolt-fueled dropkick shows that his heroism was useless. The anvil drops, proving that his martyr complex rips apart the hearts of those who would be left behind on the map. Staying alive with his brother's corpse on his resume would never be a victory. It's a bizarre curse that would hurt Alphonse 1,000 times more than just getting beat up in the fight. Their childhood oath is rubbed right in their faces. Swallowing the pain and keep breathing is the only possible hack to wipe clean the dirty slate of the past they carry. It's a bitter pill to swallow that they got their asses kicked and failed, but they're still alive, and farming oxygen means the game hasn't hit game over yet. Far from there, the bureaucracy digs up the survivors' past. It's a cursed origin that makes any retired uniform tremble and remember the ancient horror. The tactical intel speaks of an absurd religious brawl. The friction converted a petty cultural squabble straight into a bloody civil war right in the middle of the country. The suits press the red button to delete the rebels. High command sent state alchemists to rain down destruction based on pure war crimes. The top brass completely understands the sea of blood they helped spill. Deep down, they know the guy's blind hate has plenty of justification after the slaughter, but the pipsqueak crushes that poor executioner excuse. To him, frying civilians and pretending it's divine justice is just clown makeup for brain-rotted hatred. The big boss's patience runs out completely. It's announced that the next round against the psychopath deletes the chit-chat and focuses purely on a lethal takedown. Chewing on the sour taste of defeat, the kid realizes his own uselessness. He's still shivering in the corner for almost leaving his own soul and his brother in the cemetery. But the clipboard says crying doesn't give you a respawn. The duo desperately understands they need to fix up their shells and focus on farming their stats again. Their secret mess prevents them from using the military's support. Fixing that mechanical junk requires a tune-up from their own private mechanic far away from there. Without his hacks, the brat is nothing but a doorstop. The pipsqueak's crumbled ego swallows the humiliation of not being able to do a thing with his magic bar locked. Their final destination is brutally stamped. To be able to trade punches in the future, the only route is a backpacking trip straight back to the hole where he was born, begging for repairs. The urgent trip to fix Ed and Al's busted junk bodies needs an armed babysitter, but useless Hughes bails right off the bat, giving the classic lame excuse of being overworked. Even the failure subordinates admit they'd be punching bags against the serial killer Scar. Absolutely nobody there wants to deal with the absolute nightmare of this escort mission. Cruel reality slaps him in the face when the sulky protagonist finds himself stuck on a train accompanied by the exact person he hates most in the universe. The muscular bald guy knows every dark detail of the Elric family tragedy. He spills everything about their bizarre and forbidden attempt to bring their dead mother back to life. Completely out of options, Ed is forced to quietly swallow the Major's dictatorial decision, who cuts the whining and assumes total command. Seeking moral support from his brother's tin can body, the protagonist discovers he's lost his doormat. Alphonse laughingly confesses he's loving the humiliation of being treated like a normal little baby. And the humiliation session continues when it's time to pack for the trip. The military's garbage system makes a cold decision, downgrading Alphonse to mere cheap cargo hold luggage. Obviously, the sadistic Mustang wouldn't let our shorty bounce without spitting out one final supreme provocation in the form of a note. With this cute little scene, their departure on the train is officially set. End of the pathetic cycle in the capital, starting the long trek to hammer out those broken bodies. The final destination of this dictatorial escort is the damn absolute ground zero. They're fleeing to the abandoned geographical boonies where they destroyed their own family years ago. The hot-headed dwarf hasn't swallowed the military bullshit and spends the whole trip endlessly whining about life. Little does he know that his hysterical yelling is being overheard by spies in the same cabin. The sardine can breaks out of nowhere at a forgotten station and shit completely changes. The muscular bald guy spots out the window the exact creepy ghost he'd never dream of seeing there. The shitty doctor throws his dignity on the asphalt and runs like a headless chicken. To this fleeing rat, it's better to have a heart attack mid-marathon than to return as a slave to the command slaughterhouse. The lone neuron fires up in Ed's head upon discovering the coward's identity. If the speedy hobo is a master of bioalchemy, he's hiding the sacred recipe to fix the duo's bodies. The useless bunch ditch the train in a rush, saying fuck it to the travel schedule. They delay everything to play hunters in the middle of the small town in search of the runaway healer. The artistic trap with the composite sketch hits the bullseye. The locals recognize his face, revealing that the coward wasn't just hiding, but set up a whole little theatrical new life under a fake mask. Disgusting medical tragedies emerge miraculously fixed by his hand. It's pure cheap magic in the naive eyes of the mere mortals who worship the runaway. The drama reeks of heavy treason. The pipsqueak unearths that the scumbag didn't just bail from the base, but vanished after stealing a mountain of secret paperwork from the military dictatorship. The warm reception at the runaway's hideout proves everything with bullets. Scared shitless, the old geezer spits lead in a psychotic episode against anyone who steps up to his door. The old geezer's panic is rooted in his soul. He begs in tears to be deleted from history, screaming that he'd rather be sliced alive than become the military's lapdog again. Tired of playing psychologist, the bald gorilla purposely hurls the giant box with the brother's tin can onto the floor. The racket is a hell of a reality check to reset the old man's freaked out brain. With the tantrums tamed, the dirty tragedy takes the stage. The doctor blurts out that he fled because the garbage-top brass forced him to create a disgusting human slaughtering machine for the war. The bombshell is dropped right in the middle of the room. The sacred little toy the losers dragged their asses to find wasn't good magic. It was a god-awful killing weapon put together by that crybaby over there. The fancy little name of Philosopher's Stone was just cheap makeup. The legend was actually serving to cover up some absurdly more radioactive and dirty shit. If the dictatorship crapped out a bootleg version, the idiot math adds up in the dwarf's head. The recipe is absurdly real. The perfect golden ticket is just sitting there waiting to be fully manufactured. The sledgehammer of remorse breaks the runaway geezer's knees. He suffers seeing that the sick enterprise he fueled is now enslaving naive nerd brains like those little kids. The pipsqueak embraces the disgusting hypocrisy. He knows bootlicking the military is a deal with the devil, but the idiot will accept any cesspool to manage to fix the homemade fuck-ups he made. The old man scans the bizarre armor and the biggest forbidden screw-up in the nerd universe hits the fan. The healer instantly reads the sheer scale of the blood crime the dumbasses committed on their own bodies, but the old-timer backs off with stone-cold pride. He'd rather take this radioactive garbage to hell than watch mere brats smear themselves in the same filth that destroyed his life. The dwarf's counterattack warns that rock bottom is already their permanent residence. confidence. The astronomical screw-up of their original sin isn't a threat for the future. It's already glued to both of their mutilated chassis. The suckers accept the door in their face. No throwing fits. The troop turns their tails and marches away, trashing the only real golden ticket they managed to snag in this useless scavenger hunt. Their half-assed retreat destroys the geezer's armored mind. His heroic pose of hiding the recipe rots on the spot, crushed by the sick cruelty that sadistic fate shoved down the little kids' throats. The pipsqueak's shiny badge allowed him to kick the door down and steal the treasure shamelessly. The absurd temptation of using uniformed brutality to heal his own junk body scratched deep in his brains. But ethical wanking wins the day. The team embraces the masochistic downhill slide and spares the village, proving that, even though they turned it to scrap, they didn't ditch their good manners amidst their bizarre maturation. The elderly man's soft heart falters, and he turns the key. The geezer hits the kamikaze button and spits right to their backs the exact address where he buried the macabre paperwork. The little gift arrives with a giant red alert in the dwarf's hands. The healer warns that opening that closet will vomit a radioactive tsunami bathed in corpses with no point of return. With the little train departing, the sweep-it-under-the-rug scheme seems perfect. False relief sings out, fooling everyone that the geezer's little country life is guaranteed again, far from the government. Cosmic irony beats the crap out of the healer. The shitty squad's tearful scavenger hunt turned into a perfect GPS that towed the monsters of darkness straight to his living room rug. The brick of terror smashes his forehead. The military puppet is controlled by a bizarre satanic faction that orchestrated every drop of dirty alchemy, proving the real plague resides right there. The absurd gap in strength deletes any defensive tantrum. The villainess steps on his trembling face with monstrous humiliation, tattooing the fact that lab coat extras are just squashed cockroaches next to her. The doctor realizes the scummy invader didn't come to debate cheap philosophy. Spitting out cute apologies hits the brick wall of someone obsessed with burning evidence and ruining the pipsqueak's joy. In an animal instinct of pure sheer terror, the geezer exploits the opening. He uses the beating as fuel to cook up and trigger a completely invisible alchemical minefield against her. The electric shock flies with absurd fury. A thorn strikes the intruder, calculated to the millimeter to fry the bitch without leaving a single bone for defense. But the freak laughs her ass off at the useless attack. Her absolute regeneration cheat shines, rubbing the pathetic stupidity of trying to fight back right into the doctor's forehead. Rubbing the cheat in his face, the freak spits the supreme humiliation. The geezer can't even die in peace. He's the cult's VIP sacrificial lamb, forced to keep breathing just to become a sacrifice in the future. The VIP torture vibe flips hard with a surprise invasion. A snot-nosed kid from the village, drooling with gratitude for the free healing, pops up out of nowhere and marches smiling straight into the eye of the bloodthirsty hurricane. The monster grabs the child freebie without thinking twice. The freak uses the brat as a hostage to shred the geezer's last drop of courage, forcing the coward to fold completely. Sick of the weak little show, the bitch puts a knife to the girl's throat. Either the old man spits out the address of the damn paperwork he gave the dwarves, or the brat turns into liver pate. The guilt crushes the poor bastard and he chickens out. To save the crying brat's neck, the old man sells out the useless duo's nerd dream, and the ultimate gossip about the hideout is finally puked out. Meanwhile, far from the carnage, the little group of losers finally hacks the healer's riddle. The GPS marker points the macabre treasure directly at the central hole of the military library. At the slaughterhouse, the runaway hugs the snot-nosed brat. With his soul chewed up and spit in the trash, he feels the heavy burden of having handed the protagonist's cheat code to the darkness on a spoiled silver platter. The macabre blackmail drops 1,000 tons on the back of his neck. The geezer realizes that his dumb empathy locked his life in an invisible cell. The redneck pigsty only breathes if he stays quiet like a cuck. The psychopath's inflated ego shines disgustingly with victory. Her evil kink now is invading the archives before the brats and burning it all down, turning the useless duo's hope into pure crushed shit. And the doom of destiny prepares the ultimate joke. Completely blind to being betrayed by the old-timer, the little dwarf smiles like a winner, believing he finally caught the cheat code, running headfirst, completely exposed, straight into the fatal trap. Life in the countryside of Resembool goes at a slow pace, far away from the chaos of the capital. In this middle of nowhere, people spend their days just trying to live with a shred of peace. Here lies the famous Rockbell Clinic. These guys deliver heavy mechanical goods, bringing back the joy of living to those who had already accepted being useless. Until the piece ends and the house's bomb squad is called in. Old Lady Pinako, the real boss of the shop, knows this visit is going to be a major headache. Inside, the emergency scream shatters the laboratory silence. The sacred schedule of the young workaholic mechanic is thrown in the trash right then and there. In the yard, the boys arrive dragging themselves like zombies. Every step shows they got beat up bad and almost bit the dust in the city battles. To make things worse, they brought the military's lapdog with them. The hulking soldier tries to keep up the fancy capital etiquette in a country setting, creating an absurd contrast. And it doesn't take long for the dwarf of the troop to completely freak out. The angry short guy complex takes control of the kid, blowing up the piece of the house with a deafening and pathetic temper tantrum. But visiting this house acting tough is asking for a death wish. The blonde makes a point of shoving a wrench in his face, paying him back for the stress of the surprise visit with some domestic violence. Even the giant tin brother, wrapped up like a Shopee package, shows up. The tantrum shuts down, forcing everyone to face the hole these idiots dug themselves into. The cute vibe dies the moment she sees her masterpiece turned into trash. Staring at the destroyed mechanical arm summons the pure demon of hatred in the mechanic's heart. The duo's desperation hits hard. They have a tight schedule and beg for a lightning-fast mechanical pit stop so they don't miss their missions in the capital. The old lady decides to take over the damn thing and promises a system hack. Cutting the repair deadline in half is madness, but her mechanic's pride speaks way louder. As a temporary fix, the dwarf accepts a cheap peg leg. It's a pathetic punishment that hammers into his mind just how useless he is without his fancy toy. Meanwhile, the blonde takes on the huge mess. She turns on turbo mode and starts an insane late-night grind just to put this wannabe alchemist back together in one piece. Isolated from the city's deadly cults, boredom takes over the boys. This redneck silence ends up acting as a heavy sedative on their bombarded minds, until the big guy suggests some morbid tourism to their mom's grave. The invitation touches the exact colossal wound that started this whole freak show for them. Alphonse's heavy armor prevents him from going on the morning trip, locking him in the shop. The little stump is forced to swallow his tears and carry the emotional baggage to the cemetery all by himself. While the kid vanishes, the old lady smokes peacefully with the giant meathead. The high military rank obeys meekly in this bizarre porch friendship. The buff bald guy has the official dossier on this duo. He knows that being the government's lapdog attracts psychopaths who would make the boondocks of that village look like a baby's playground. The smoking elderly lady catches the big guy's military swagger and decides to spill the beans. She brings up the tragedy, resurrecting the ultimate nightmare that traumatized these brats' minds forever. The fateful night of the colossal screw-up. The karmic tax for messing with the universe's sacred rule knocked on the door, tearing up their childhood ticket without any ceremony. Missing a leg and gushing blood, the little stump tasted his own medicine. He fought not to pass out while the universe rubbed the extremely expensive bill in his face. The ritual demanded he fry an arm to seal his brother's little ghost into a tin can, a disgusting bargain that proved the boy was already nothing but pure guilt. Pushed by endless remorse, he sold his own soul to the military. It was a mandatory social suicide to steal the government's black badge and fix the crap he pulled. His stubbornness completely flipped the logic of the surgery. He'd punch death in the face if he had to, swallowing the pain just to get metal parts that would let him fulfill his agenda. And the root of the trauma had a name. Getting ghosted by their own father created an absurd mental block, being the first domino to knock down the house in this cascade of crap. To top off the show, the blonde's parents died in the war. The bloodbath created an army of amputees, forcing the shop to fix these Frankensteins just to survive. The exact moment they got their government license, the crazy kid set fire to his own house. The midget burned to the ground the last place that proved they were ever normal. Setting fire to their memories was a blood promise. Burning the furniture ensured that crying and begging to go back to their crib was completely deleted from their system. Back to the current freak show, the cyborg arm is aligned. With the tools clinking, the surgery circus gets ready to make the kid scream like a busted siren. The macabre work demands absolute coldness. Plugging the metal pins into raw nerves is done raw, completely ignoring any luxury of anesthesia in this cybernetic slaughterhouse. The climax of the butchery hits the ceiling. The shock to the nervous system is colossal, forcing the little stump to scream and summon energy to tank the insane fusion between flesh and cold machine. Once the screaming is over, he puts the gears to work. Knowing that any loose screw means certain death out there, he ruthlessly punishes the new joints to see if the chassis can take it. Except the blonde charged a toll on the part. Knowing this idiot is irresponsible, she traded mobility for a heavy battery like a brick Nokia to stop him from dying tomorrow. The tribunal soon focuses on the dented big guy. The damage to his chassis proves his beatdown was legendary, and reviving this walking fridge won't be an easy task. That's when the cosmic hack job is exposed for repairs. The magic superglue that chains the kid's soul is hidden right in the vulnerable part of the tin can. The disgusting ink stamp gives everyone the chills. That red juice is the raw proof of the screw-up, rubbing the eternal guilt in the little stump's face for destroying his brother. The alchemical witchcraft undoes the damage to the old tin can. The magic welding brings the armor back to the big guy and shields the poor kid's spiritual tether perfectly. With everything in place, the dwarf's ego hits the ceiling. The crazy kid freaks out wanting to test the new arm in a brawl and challenges his own giant steel brother to a fight. The friendly match collects its toll real quick. The dwarf's glass ego kisses the canvas, proving that acting tough is useless against a steel mammoth throwing hands at your face. But the violent little theater has pure focus. He needs to punish the prosthesis in his own backyard, because one little metal mistake during a real battle would turn him into dead meat. Macho syndrome runs over everything. A new buff guy in uniform invades the arena out of nowhere, turning a medical test into an absurd sadomasochistic war zone. The prize for so much physical idiocy is a massive blackout. After frying every muscle, their stomachs go into panic mode, demanding an endless buffet right then and there. With full bellies and polished metal, the vacation ends. The heavy notice hits, confirming that the return to the toxic military slaughterhouse is going down at sunrise. Exhaustion finally flips the midget's switch off. He passes out like a rock in the safe bed, sucking up every calorie of sleep to tank tomorrow's insanity. The mechanic watches that little stump drooling peacefully. It's bizarre to say the least, to think that this angel-faced brat is classified as a lethal machine for a genocidal government. Depression invades the living room at dawn. The canned boy admits the screw-up of burning the house down to the blonde, confessing that missing their normal routine still crushes his steel chest. Her mental x-ray does a full scan. She realizes that the little stump's annoying tough guy act is just theater to hide his tears and protect his younger brother from this radioactive guilt trip. The country piece is over. The sun pops up in the sky, blowing the doors wide open for the imminent return of this freak show out into the world. The gnome cuts off any ceremony and tries to sneak out. The coward runs away from saying goodbye just to prevent the nerd from having a panic attack during a tearful farewell. But the smoking dwarf uses the extra time to throw one last bone. Smoothly, she makes it clear that the shop's old couch will always be there to hold these assholes whenever they need it. The shorty's mysterious script tanks at the gate. The exact crazy girl he wanted to spare was already planted right there with her arms crossed, waiting for the clown committee to leave. Not giving a crap about sad sob stories, the mechanic spits the truth right in their faces. She loudly declares the absolute guarantee that these useless ticks will come back to cause trouble there. That free pass deletes the kid's depression. Having permission to freeload off the shop injects him with the necessary courage to punch through the weirdness on his path and never look back. Without the boys blowing everything up, emptiness swallows the house. The lack of adrenaline flips the blonde's breakers off, turning her into a crushed zombie from post-surgery exhaustion. While picking up the trash, sleep dies and gives way to terror. Cleaning up the dirty butchery table, she spots an extra little metal part that triggers the panic sirens in her brain. The disaster is confirmed right to her face. The lightning-fast repair skipped a key part, and realizing that the dwarf's arm is about to explode in the middle of nowhere absolutely annihilates this poor girl's peace. The trip to the capital finally ends, and our protagonist is sweating bullets from pure anxiety. The promise of reading the alchemy archives forces him to march on, desperate for answers. But the military bureaucracy won't give them a break. The higher-ups were already waiting for the kids with a suffocating welcoming committee, proving that the army is watching the duo's every move. And as usual, they assume the giant tin can is the real alchemy genius. Seeing his hard work credited to his younger brother deals a violent blow to the shorty's fragile pride. After clearing up the misunderstanding and throwing a fit, the kid flashes a sinister, excited smile. He finds a fantastic loophole to ditch their old escort and run his own investigative circus. But the army tightens the leash right after. The excuse is that the maniac alchemist Slicer is still out there wreaking havoc, and the military needs to keep an eye on their prize pups. On the way, the moronic curiosity of the new guard strikes. The black hole of secrets nearly explodes when the most radioactive question pops up about what the heavy tin suit is hiding. They dodge the question and focus on the real prize right in front of them. Reaching the confidential archives building is literally the magic key to unraveling the legendary stone. But reality crushes their joy in an instant. A super convenient fire turned the entire library into a barbecue days ago, leaving the two clowns completely empty heavy-handed. Meanwhile, the army bosses are barking orders and pointing fingers at the soldiers. The pressure to catch the mysterious serial killer is reaching heart attack levels. The message from the dinosaurs is pure poison. Either they deliver the killer's head on a silver platter right now, or the utter incompetence of the troops will become the biggest national joke. Some suits only see a brilliant opportunity in the chaos. One of their psychopathic plans is to surf this pool of blood to score a promotion and become the top dog. But the ones really in charge are hiding in the shadows, rubbing their hands together. The evil little club is playing The Sims with the whole country, laughing at the useless stupidity of the military gossip. The whole Blazing Records clown show is officially explained. They were the ones who torched the library in a malicious attack to leave the idiot detectives biting the dust. And now the scum has a new target in their sights. The scarred monster of Ishval. The human battle tank is getting dangerously close to the assassin's core. The kill mission falls right into the lap of the team's sadistic fatty. His drive is far from honorable. He literally wants to chew up and swallow the target in a disgusting feast. Meanwhile, the prey himself is crawling through the mud of the capital. The fugitive outlaw chooses to stroll through the sewer slime to perfectly dodge the state guards. But the morbid piece of the sewer evaporates. The buff hobo's radar goes off desperately, warning him that the stench of death is terrifyingly breathing down his neck. The savagery kicks off without even a hello. The two murderous tanks collide in a brawl where any slip-up earns a one-way ticket straight to hell. Escaping this hidden underground fight club, the pint-sized brothers are still crying over the toasted library. The genius backup plan now is to track down whoever was digging through the papers before the barbecue. A ridiculous miracle saves the day. The archive rats remember an ex-nerd who used to clock in exactly at the carbonized sector. The target's file shows she's a total book freak, devouring words all day long. She's the exact human encyclopedia the kids were begging for. But the zoo they find at her address proves her madness has no limits. The dump is a rat's nest bursting with piled up cellulose everywhere. The disaster is absolute when a groan echoes from the mountain of paper. The weirdo's sick obsession crushed the poor girl under her own pile in a depressing accident. Their grand golden prize has to be dug out like an animal. The loser nerd tearfully admits that her own stupidity almost dug her an early grave. Bawling her eyes out, the universe's ultimate joke hits her hard. The same obsession that saved her from suffocating was what got the useless girl kicked to the curb by the army, just for sniffing old paper. With zero patience for crying, the shorty drops the bomb and asks about Marco's diary, a dead bullseye. Her bizarre brain scanned even the dirtiest secret that was on the wrong shelf. Bitterness destroys the kid all over again. Discovering the book was right under his nose and turned to dust because of a miserable few days delay is an unbearable sanity check. But suddenly the hoarder casually drops a random bombshell. She blurts out that she read and memorized absolutely everything in her head. The penny drops. She's a fireproof flesh flash drive. The sick addiction the world criticized turned the crazy girl into the biggest walking relic in the country. The human machine goes to work immediately. The colossal tsunami of messy papers she transcribes rubs in their faces, the nightmare the mafia tried to incinerate in vain. But the juice of genius tastes like garbage. Instead of dark magic, the diary reeks of cooking, looking more like a hack MasterChef recipe book than the magical stone. A mental heart attack beats everyone up at the barracks. The fools bite their nails, imagining they fell victim to the biggest and most pathetic culinary recipe troll in history, until the blonde's brain clicks, and he deciphers the old man's trick. The cake manual is actually the key to the apocalypse hidden in a brilliantly sick code. The kid whips out his pen without blinking and signs the nerd's paycheck using government money. The official hustle pulls her out of the financial hole right after she saved their asses. The uniformed babysitter nearly has a heart attack over the receipt. The obscene amount of cash he just approved with a scribble is a river of money a broke guy would go a lifetime without seeing. With the codes in hand, the encryption paranoia makes perfect sense. If an atomic recipe like this fell into the lap of any random psycho, the planet's collapse would be brutal. Playing MasterChef is literally a sadistic maze of metaphors. The old man put it together out of pure malice to fry the neurons of any meddler trying to steal power. But the arrogant pipsqueak rolls up his sleeves. He's going head-to-head with the doctor's genius and using all his pent-up rage to pick this psychic lock. Reality, however, is unforgiving. A week sniffing dust and scribbling transmutes the investigative drive into a sewer of depression that mercilessly sucks the duo's souls. Even with their brains melting out of their ears, their fragile egos prevent a cry for help. Kicking the bucket now would be the official certificate that they're losers unworthy of the magical stone. The hellish confinement takes a hit with a visit from the revamped nerd. The mountain of cash paid for a decent lifestyle and pulled her out of the depressive mud for good. But the gossip brings a cold sweat to her forehead. She finally processed that the military would gladly leave bodies on the floor just to wipe out the culinary time bomb she memorized. Before taking off, the weirdo gives her sincere thanks. What saved her wasn't just the money, but finding out that her bizarre addiction to devouring old paper made her truly useful in the world. The sappy mood takes a nosedive when that slacker Hughes busts the door open without a second thought. The suit comes in acting crazy about the lack of gossip from the brothers. The military guy drops the bomb that the barracks sank into chaos with Tucker's criminal case. Spitting the name of that psychopathic trash freezes the room in pure bitterness. But the shorty doesn't fall for the colonel's casual chat. He sniffs out that Hughes is drowning in paranoia, already suspecting the library barbecue was an inside assassination sabotage. The officer's desperation becomes the perfect bridge. The pipsqueak throws the nerd and her bizarre brain hard drive right in his face as the miraculous salvation for the toasted archives. Hughes signs off on the spot. He tosses out an immediate contract to adopt the magic printer and solve the barracks' desperation before his own head rolls. With their friend locked into her dream job, the clowns dive once again into the purely psychotic sewer of deciphering the damn old man's paranoia-drowned brain. Until the stress toll comes due, they hit their breaking point, and the stinking boredom of failure dictates they can't take fighting invisible ghosts anymore. But the emptiness of the room is shattered. A violent scream rips from the shorty's throat, making everyone around him tremble, thinking the brat finally lost his mind. The bomb went off beautifully. A miracle happened. The old geezer's arrogant lock gave way, and the diary's secrets are laid bare and exposed. Except the golden chalice reeks of sewage. The decoded answer is so disgusting and sick that it chills the pipsqueak to the bone, wishing he'd never poked into this damn sewer of the past. The anvil of morality crushes his skull. The disguise and the macabre riddles weren't some poetic metaphor. They hid the most nauseating carnage ever painted on paper. And the trauma hits them in the gut. The recipe for the Philosopher's Stone purely demands the sacrifice of dozens of living humans. The golden shortcut that would heal their bodies drowns brutally in the innocent blood they swore never to spill. The reality finally hits our pipsqueak hard. The truly disgusting recipe for the Philosopher's Stone crushes any hope he had of finding an easy way out. The main ingredient for this dark little project isn't some shiny rock, but human lives brutally sacrificed in the process. And the disillusionment hits him hard when he realizes this psychopath-level project was funded by the very military he serves. Paranoia takes over the room. The fear that the suits will wipe out anyone who knows too much to tie up loose ends goes right through the roof. He swallows his pride and begs his friends to keep quiet, because if the top brass gets suspicious, everyone there is going to bite the dust. Meanwhile, the chaos takes its toll on the streets. A maniacal villain keeps tearing the military apart and spreading absolute terror. But digging through the rubble of the last disaster, the military command finally finds a real clue that changes the course of the hunt. The small piece of evidence quickly confirms that the damn fugitive was at the center of the explosion and got his ass blasted. The deduction brings some comic relief to the suits, proving that the maniac got badly screwed over and was drastically nerfed. Even so, duty turns into madness. The bosses demand an obsessive and sadistic manhunt until they can guarantee the bastard goes up in smoke. Far from there, the real manipulative villains sit back in the VIP seats, watching the military's mess. The Shadow Gang knows damn well that their lackey took a massive hit and is out of the picture for a good while. Back at headquarters, the Tin Brothers set off alarm bells as they lock themselves in their room, ignoring the outside world. The grunts outside realize it's not just a nap. The disgusting weight of the truth they discovered completely crushed their minds. Away from the military, the room reflects absolute misery. The revelation shattered every last drop of the kids' will to live. Depression completely takes over. The sacred goal they were fighting for turned out to be nothing but stinking moral garbage. The conclusion tastes like pure vomit. They feel like this stagnant journey is the universe's sadistic punishment for playing God in the past. Except the military comes knocking and nagging, shoving pressure down their throats while completely not giving a crap about their fragile state. The crying fest is forcibly cut short. Our pipsqueak is dragged back into the real world, which doesn't hit pause for teenage drama. The cherry on top is that the dark secret leaked. The squad decoded the files and shared the bombshell of the conspiracy with the whole room. In the middle of this storm, the kid's rotten past threatens to be dug up and exposed to the folks who don't understand a thing. To escape the humiliation, the pipsqueak goes into Pinocchio mode and pulls a fake tragedy out of his ass to cover up the massive screw-up they made. But as he lies, it hits him like a truck. He realizes that the ground-up people recipe was just a ridiculous smokescreen. The mystery unravels, showing that the government's dirty scheme hides much deeper and deadlier freak shows underground. The depression turns into pure jet fuel. They own up to the mess and decide to poke the bear right in the very hornet's nest of the conspiracy. Filtering through the hideouts, the kid's radar pings a sinister anomaly pretending to be just a forgotten dump. The state's bullshit cover story sells the place as a closed-down institute at risk of a lethal collapse, creating the perfect disguise. And the macabre prison cherry on top gives it all away. The place is right next to death row, guaranteeing an endless conveyor belt of human guinea pigs. The psychopathic tactic of this government slaughterhouse makes the military team almost puke up their lunch in pure shock. The fear factor multiplies by 1,000 when the supreme boss's name is brought up, showing they're stepping on a landmine. And to make matters worse, the loose psychopath put a bullet in the main witness, wiping out the conspiracy's tracks for good. Major Armstrong steps in and puts everyone on a tight leash, banning any suicidal little field trips near this so-called haunted laboratory. To fool the escort, the duo fakes blind obedience and swears to stay home quietly waiting for the bureaucracy. But the very first minute they look away, the act drops, and they sneak out, marching straight into the lion's den in the dead of night. Showing up at the door of Laboratory 5 and seeing a military escort at the dump instantly confirms the place is hiding some serious dirt. With alchemy banned so as not to draw attention, the brutal infiltration is going to be done in the most prehistoric stealth mode possible. In a bizarre ballet, the pipsqueak steps on his brother's tin can body, using him as a trampoline to jump the barricade without tripping the alarms. Irony spits in their faces. The damn suit of armor that ruined their lives becomes the ultimate cheat code for breaking into places. But the break-in hits a roadblock. The front door is crawling with guards, requiring a makeshift hack to avoid calling the cops. Scanning the roof, they find a filthy air duct that paves a slip and slide straight into the building's guts. The toll is a bitter one. The hunk of junk's colossal waste gets stuck at the entrance, forcing the operation to rely entirely on the pipsqueak. While the giant brother is left twiddling his thumbs outside, the suicidal hero slides down the sewer alone toward the psychopaths. The problem is, down in the base's catacombs, the suit and tie security has already caught on to the two intruders' arrival. Taking their time, the guards split the kill, preparing a sadistic fantasy to tear the duo apart in total isolation. At the end of the tunnel, the kid kicks the point of no return grate open and drops straight into the enemy's lethal facilities. The place's facade breaks the lie. The running power proves the suits are committing fresh atrocities in the shadows. Meanwhile, outside, the trap springs. The assassin henchman silently creeps right up the hunk of junk's neck. The deadly surprise flying kick comes in, testing the blind giant's reflexes and forcing him to fend off the brutal assault point blank. The maniac's identity is an open nightmare. He sports a barcode, certifying the state's seal of carnage. Diplomacy goes down the drain. The butcher tells the tin can to say his prayers and mercilessly fires up his chainsaw for the extermination. In the belly of the building, the nerd stares at the facilities and realizes the suits built a bizarre Disneyland for slicing up people. Out of nowhere, the ghost pops out from the shadows of the slaughterhouse, rubbing it in his face that escape was never an option. Following the hellish pattern, this brutal lackey also features the barcode seal right on his forehead. Refusing to run, the kid puts his metal arm in the game, activating his bazooka to pay the blood back in the same coin. The fight breaks out with the pressure that only one of them is walking away from this filthy floor, with no tapping out allowed. But the massive skill gap destroys the hero's ego, while the gorilla's sledgehammer of reality brutally humbles him. The pipsqueak gets pinned against the wall, fighting like a headless chicken just to breathe and avoid becoming instant ground beef. The assassin mocks his flimsy metal arm, raining down blows in a sadistic one-sided beatdown in the arena. In an insane desperation for oxygen, the little guy frantically hunts for a cheap little opening in the sadomasochist's defense. He aims for a lethal blind spot and throws a punch loaded with brute force, going for a quick fatality. But physics fails, and his fist sinks into a hollow void in the middle of the armor, paralyzing the poor kid in pure shock. The screwed-up reality hits him. The hero realizes in a panic that this ridiculous freak has the exact same hollow structure as his brother. The big monster is no fool. He puts two and two together and marvels at the realization that the kid is already intimately familiar with this heresy. With zero shame, the Tin Butcher confesses that he's the soul of a serial killer tied to this rotting fridge by the government. The shorty knows the hack and knows the only way to delete this ghost is to shatter the blood seal stuck to the iron. In a sadistic fit of pure arrogance, the armored villain basically hands over where the magic button is hidden on a silver platter. The mission is crystal clear and suicidal now. To go back home, the brat needs to tank this tin can's extermination attempt and reach that damn seal. Far away, the useless military escort finally realizes they've been played for fools. The Elric brothers simply bailed from secure confinement without leaving absolutely any trace. The night's silence wasn't all peace and love, but the irrefutable proof that the mission to watch the two teenagers turned into a monumental and absolutely pathetic failure. Absolute panic hits with full force. These idiots know that losing two state alchemists guarantees a brutal punishment from the top brass. But whining in the corner solves nothing. The decision is instantaneous. They need to do damage control and intervene before this rebellion escalates into an irreversible disaster. Back in the gloomy hallways of the laboratory, the tactic turns into an all-or-nothing suicide. This idiot's goal is to force a quick solution and dictate the pace of the brutal combat. With his armor severely chipped, despair now runs the show. Prolonging the fistfight is signing his own death certificate, forcing the guy to find a hole to escape urgently. The animal instinct of survival finally screams. This pathetic retreat means handing over control of the space on a silver platter, but running away is literally the only viable alternative to keep breathing. The food chain brutally consolidates itself in this hell. The prey's pathetic exhaustion faces the disgusting dominance of a psychopath who already knows he has absolute control over the situation. The villain's intimidation tactic becomes a ridiculous joke. Far away, Edward laughs in his face, realizing the enemy has no idea of the beating he's in for by challenging his little brother, and the proof comes in the exact same second kissing the wind. Alphonse's swing is surgical, shattering the villain's sloppy offensive and turning the tables with an absurdly humiliating ease. The idiot psychopath swallows his own pride as he kisses the laboratory floor. Hatred rises in his throat when he realizes this prey isn't the defenseless little chicken he thought he was going to pluck. The maniac's goal now is to slice the kid up once and for all. The lethal strike comes down with full force, aiming at a blind spot with no chance of escape to try and shut down the opponent's servers in a single move. But Alphonse makes a crazy suicidal decision. Instead of dodging, he decides to tank the hit straight to the chest, using his own raw hull as an impenetrable shield. In an extremely psychopathic move, Alphonse crushes the villain's weapon with his bare hands. The kid couldn't care less about the giant blade still stuck in his own gut and turns the tables. The villain's brain just shuts down on the spot. He freaks out trying to process how the victim takes a lethal blow to the torso, doesn't bleed a single drop, and still has the audacity to strike back the humiliation. The counterattack is so brutal, it rips a piece off the maniac right then and there. The blow brutally dismembers the guy, sending his pride straight down the laboratory drain. And this is where the script goes completely insane. The dismembered body keeps chatting casually. Neither of these weirdos follows normal biological rules, turning into a bizarre and scary circus. The sliced-up guy starts telling an urban horror story from the capital. It's pure thirst to put an absurd psychological scare into the kid's mind before going back to punching his face in. He recounts how the fake news spread by the government swore that the psychopath paid for his crimes in the grave. A damn convenient little lie shoved down their throats just to calm the cold-sweating population. The truth is the military struck a sinister deal in the shadows. To avoid kicking the bucket, the maniac gave up being human and became an immortal dummy trapped in sweaty armor just to play bodyguard. Offended, the tin tank spits his own truth. Alphonse blurts out that his little metal body is the result of a satanic ritual gone horribly wrong, saved only by his older brother's crazy sacrifice. The shock turns into a sick thrill for the killer. He savors the bizarre irony of bumping into a little kid who committed a sin as disgusting as his own murders. The psychopath aims straight for the naivety and twists the knife. He takes Alphonse's blind faith and warps it all, spewing the poison that this entire fraternal rescue bond is nothing but a filthy lie. The nuclear warhead goes off in the kid's head. The bizarre lore dictates that his existence and memories were 100% fabricated by Edward, turning Al into an inflatable doll created to play house. The toxic paranoia goes straight into the canned guy's vein. The crazy gossip now says his beloved brother is laughing his head off at this tin face, sinking Alphonse into a black hole of psychiatric isolation. But the bizarre therapy session is cut short out of nowhere. The laboratory's idiot henchmen pop into the scene, convinced they're going to manage to control the chaos before the script bursts into flames. The response is an instant little show of sick carnage. The massacre makes it clear that the beast isn't slicing meat to give a little philosophy lesson. He's just a sadistic, drooling monster. Wiping off the blood, the gutter wisdom leaks out shamelessly. He claims that his rotten soul is fueled entirely by the macabre thrill of killing, and that tearing others apart is what justifies this piece of trash continuing to exist. Tired of the verbal cowardice, the shorty pulls his own trickery out of his pocket, playing dirty. He's already calculating malice on an absurdly higher chess dimension. The genius prank kicks in. Alphonse screams for phantom backup. He exploits exactly the villain's daily paranoia of taking a surprise hit from behind. The coward radar screams wildly, forcing the slasher killer to aim at absolute nothingness. The distraction leaves his perfect guard wide open like a dumb amateur begging for a beatdown. The punishment comes down raw, tearing into the villainous armor. The little cable connecting the soul antenna to the beast's runaway engine turns to cosmic dust, neutering the enemy with surgical precision. By disconnecting the junkyard antenna, the nerd math behind the bluff triumphs. The monster faceplants, humiliatingly neutralizing the bizarre threat without staining the floor with another corpse. Meanwhile, in the other brawl, the shit hits the fan. The evil spirit stuffed into the enemy tin can rubs it in Edward's face that the surrender was a prank. The insane beatdown is far from seeing a coffin. The bill for playing the dumb tourist comes flying at the alchemist. Ed takes a brutal slash that turns the tide of the combat on the spot, evaporating all his tactical superiority pose down the drain. The protagonist, nerd brain, simply blue screens. His whole rulebook on souls freaks out, warning that a hull could never go for a spin without its main pilot defying biology. The suit's disgusting gossip leaks out, exposing the trick. The enemy wasn't a lone wolf, but rather a duo of crazy souls in the same jar. The quiet brother took the steering wheel of doom. Slashed, coughing up a lung from exhaustion and pinned against the wall, the kid smells the gutter he got himself into. The panic of facing an intact and immortal tin cheat grips his throat tight. Even backed against the wall, the protagonist chokes back his baby tears. Kicking the victim diploma into the trash, he tries to pull a desperate nitro boost by throwing his chips into his broken power of hacking concrete. The anvil of common sense smashes the wounded kid's face. Absolute terror warns him that his hull is begging for mercy, and that the clock of life is running out fast along with the ketchup leak. With no alley to escape and his magic Wi-Fi cut off, the blondie is forced to play the dumb suicide. He puts the last drop of his health bar on the line to forcefully tank a hit from the sword's hilt. The animal will not to die screams, tearing through the fear. The pipsqueak kicks his grave aside and squeezes every drop of oil from his skeleton in a totally pathetic kamikaze juggling act. The insane alchemy gamble pays off at the worst time. Instead of creating, he deletes. The hardware anchoring the evil spirit to the armor melts bizarrely, collapsing the enemy from the inside out. When the chaos cools down, his mana bar plummets and his fragile body taps out. Ed faceplants beautifully on the floor, crushed by the accumulated beating and the pure blood leak. The cursed DNA and the stubbornness of these ghosts glued to scrap metal induce a disgusting urge to vomit. The blondie blurts out his frustration with the rotten filth governing this Mad Max basement. With the scrap metal begging for euthanasia, the pretty boy refuses and spits that he's not going to stain his record. Pulling the plug on someone, even if it's a macabre Tamagotchi, is absolutely out of the question. The shorty crushes this crazy theory with his teeth. If he co-signed the talk that a ghost in a can isn't a person, he'd literally be tearing up and spitting on his own little brother's life subscription. This kid's brain is a cemented wall. Being human isn't about weighing kilos of meat at the butcher shop, but rather securing the bizarre soul juice piloting inside the metal. The scene's irony is brutal in a sadistic script. The very first time anyone treated these weirdos like real people was exactly after they lost all the meat on their bodies. To repay the miracle of not turning into scrap and acknowledging the respect, the canned villain takes action. He decides to play the snitch and spit out all the secret gossip of that asylum on a silver platter. The snitch clears his throat to leak the gossip of the century. He's fully ready to hand over on a silver platter the dirty name of the military boss who set up this whole incubated circus of horrors. But the True Crime podcast is brutally cancelled before the spoiler leaks. A lethal strike invisibly tears through the can and silences the gossiper for good into the afterlife at terrifying speed. The fatality was purely surgical, hiding tracks without leaving loose ends. The real bosses of this circus show their faces in the dark, rubbing it in that pet henchmen are totally disposable. The cockfight goes completely south for Ed. The kid loses his bad boy pose and turns into a scared chicken while the new villains casually chat about how they're going to slice his hide. The anvil of panic crushes the poor guy. Leaking blood like a sieve and facing a heavyweight mafia, the nerd genius quickly calculates that taking on this crew now is a one-way ticket to the grave. But before the disaster ends, the script throws it in reverse with full force. We go back to a pathetic flashback where the biggest crisis at the headquarters was just useless hallway gossip from bored grown men. The clown show starts inside the military, betting on cockfights. They laughingly debate who would smash who in a brawl between the raging pipsqueak and the suit-wearing war veteran. The cheap gossip crosses the hallways straight to Colonel Mustang. He realizes his gigantic ego is being leveled with a foul-mouthed brat who desperately needs a babysitter. The universe proves to be a massive troll. The brat angrily calls the headquarters lobby, tearing apart the boss's flimsy excuses and forcefully poking his fragile masculinity. And then the blue screen of common sense crashes hard. The dictator president hears the gossip and, just for the laughs of seeing the circus burn, rubber stamps the brawl while laughing his ass off in his office. The scale of the trolling breaks the barrier of absolute ridiculousness. The military locks down a central city square, treating this fight of fragile masculinity like it's the highlight of a carnival. With the paperwork in the trash, the military UFC becomes street law. The skinny nerd's inflamed ego is going head-to-head with the playboy pose of a war suit in the Super Bowl of hate. On the other side of the ring, the brat discovers his IQ can't tank 5th grade jokes. The mockery about his lack of height completely fries his sanity before the first punch is even thrown. The octagon is drawn in the square. On one side, a rabid pincher freaking out with rage, and on the other, the sadistic coldness of someone who's already roasted barbecue with the bad guys in the trenches. The walk in the park turns into a little battalion torture lesson. The suited veteran dances all over the kid's stupidity to teach him that the only real rule is to delete your buddy's life in the most broken way possible. Hearing insults in the middle of a beatdown pierces Ed's crystal ego. Any drop of focus goes down the drain, swallowed by a teen rage fit that kicks tactical sanity into space. The flaming hammer strike comes flying straight into his wide-open mug. The humiliating light show instantly deletes any dream the kid had of beating a veteran's brutality with blind little rage. The anvil of guilt mashes the boomer's brain when he sees the flames. The cook himself trembles, thinking he went too far with the trolling and accidentally fried the government mascot's life subscription. But the Uno reverse card shines bright from the ashes. The shorty used the enemy's show-off madness to set up the perfect stone cosplay, blue screening the veteran who swallowed the cheap illusion. Fooling the boomer, the nerd tactic hits the bullseye. The brat aims surgically and destroys the boss's fancy little glove, castrating 100% of his coward pyrotechnics. The idiot lets out the champion's cry too early, leaving his guard wide open. In his hollow head, stealing the lighter already decrees the suit's automatic game over and the barbecue is over. The board flips because a killer doesn't rely on a single trick. The suited psychopath draws a lethal weapon point blank in the face of the brat who gave up space purely on purpose. The bill for amateurism knocks on the wide open door. The ring shuts down with an ignorant little show of dominance, stapling the brat into the trash and proving the bizarre abyss between him and an experienced soldier. But the cowardly rent for shattering the public square comes collecting. The veteran swallows his untouchable badass pose and is forced to take on the role of the company's trash janitor. The bizarre punishment drags the whole headquarters crew down the pit, totally shredding their superiority. The suits clean the destroyed asphalt like a bunch of sweaty interns on brooms. Back to the present, the supreme troll who spread the initial gossip savors the pure juice of chaos with his feet up. The genius tactic was causing all the destruction, locking the door, and disappearing without sweeping the floor. The bosses of this mess finally show their faces. They came to try and understand how a useless brat got so close to leaking all the government's dirty secrets. Karma hits like a freight train, without a shred of pity. The link that kept one of their henchmen in existence is wiped from the Matrix forever for failing. Edward crashes like an old Windows PC. The shorty learns the hard way about the absurd cruelty and insane monopoly these monsters hold battlefield over who lives and who dies. The sentence is delivered without mercy. The executioner acts like a machine, sending the last useless witness straight to hell in the blink of an eye. Then a bombshell drops on everyone. The shorty is only spared from being erased too because he's the main ingredient in a much bigger, bizarre plan by this gang. Edward flips out in pure rage. The only human flash drive of answers he sweat blood to investigate just turned into cosmic dust right in his dumbfounded face. The bullying goes wild. The suits love stepping on the useless Edward, mercilessly rubbing in the immense power gap between the big shots and him. Things heat up real fast, and the talk about sparing the sacrifice goes up in smoke. The psychopath makes a point of threatening to chop the kid's head off right then and there just to show who's boss. The beatdown kicks off beautifully. Driven by the sheer force of pent-up rage, the shorty lunges like a rabid chihuahua to smash the enemy to a pulp. Spitting the blame for all this crap right in the villain's face, he goes all out and bets his ridiculous little chips on his magic alchemy trick. But then reality hits hard, and his tough guy act flops. The super attack that would save the day fails miserably, throwing a blue screen right at the climax. Karma hugs the brat. His mechanical arm breaks down at the worst possible time from pure exhaustion, serving as a cheap comedy show for these sadists. The final warning hits like a kick to the nuts. The kid is left on the ground holding back tears, knowing that from today on, he only breathes because the villains let him. And to top it off, the whole night's hard work turns to dust. The villains blow up the entire crime scene, rubbing it in that his investigation just went down the drain. Meanwhile, in another corner, the psychological bullying is off the charts. The despair that his very essence and memories might just be fiction starts eating away at the smooth brain of the giant armor. The enemy serial killer plays around with the poor guy's tin body, laughing in his face. Finding out he might just be a counterfeit lab bucket crushes the big guy's emotional barriers. The scrap metal channels his frustration into a brutal kamikaze attack. It's the violent reflex of someone who'd rather take a nasty beating than admit he's just a soulless metallic cosplay. But breaking this scrap metal wasn't in the script. The cavalry kicks the door down at the perfect millisecond, ruining the kill that the butcher had already guaranteed. The armed military troop finally finds the hole and secures the area. Their duty to save the nosy kid speaks much louder than their colossal fear of this house of horrors. Caught red-handed like a clown, the butcher realizes the script went sour. Trading punches with an entire heavily armed battalion is a certificate of chronic stupidity. The sicko realizes right away that the gig is totally up. Without the element of surprise, and with snipers breathing down his neck, the villain accepts his humiliating defeat. But before the lead party can start, the whole hideout violently explodes. Decades of bizarre mutilation and boardroom gossip begin to be buried in a deadly collapse. Amidst the chaos, the old tin can freezes. The psychological paranoia about being a bootleg puppet messed with the big guy's head so much that it stops him from fleeing the murderous rain of rocks. Until he notices the little dwarf is still left behind in the dump. Saying fuck it to his existential depression, his big bro instinct kicks in, making him run into the fire to try and save the kid. Mocking the uniformed crew, the homicidal maniac signs his getaway ticket. The brick apocalypse becomes the perfect smokescreen to guarantee the scumbag's impunity. Suddenly, the evil boss reappears from the rubble dust carrying the knocked out brat. The villain holds the shorty like he's a stinky FedEx package. The rotten truth about the rescue is spat in the police's face. The kid is only breathing because he's the premium battery for their evil plan, too valuable to be swallowed by random debris. Message delivered. The weird freak sneaks away into the shadows, dumping the kid there. The duo escapes the concrete meat grinder, but now they drag some bizarre trauma back home. The sadist took an atomic broom to the whole building. That entire freak fest and government gossip turned into pure gravel, wiping away the traces of the operation. With no leash to hold him back, the runaway butcher is on the loose. This beast is ready to unleash absolute terror and make the normal city NPCs bleed again. The bomb's blast is so colossal that the earthquake shakes the whole neighborhood. The luxury prison next door trips its panic sirens on automatic. While the normal cells turn into a hysterical zoo on fire, the maximum security psycho ward gives off a terrifyingly quiet vibe. Until an imprisoned lunatic proves he has a PhD in destruction. Just from the shake of the wall, he guesses the exact demolition of the neighboring lab, smiling in fascination. With a trippy, sinister smile, he embraces his imprisonment just fine. To this psychopath, the sound of a collapsing roof is pure nostalgia for the bloodthirsty atrocities atrocities he used to spew onto the world. When Edward finally wakes up in the civilian hospital, the joy of breathing evaporates instantly. The kid swallows the bitter taste of a colossal failure, knowing he was played for a fool from start to finish. The physical toll hits with interest. His bruised body is a cruel slap to remind him of his own fleshy fragility, and how ridiculous the midget was in that 1v1 against immortal freaks. But the uniformed babysitter's patience completely evaporates. The useless protagonist's blind, totally suicidal persistence drains whatever empathy the rescue team still had. The surprise slap to the face serves as a brutal reality check. It's an extreme measure to hammer in and finally break that idiotic lone wolf illusion that nearly sent him to the grave. The monumental scolding rubs all the crap right in the midget's face. They force him to swallow that this cheap heroism completely invalidated the sacrifice of those who risked their lives to get him out of there. The kid's emotional firewall blue screens, and he bursts into tears. For the first time, the idiot lowers his guard, swallows his pride, and accepts the painful lesson that he doesn't need to carry the world on his shoulders. Except a millisecond later, fear hits the military folks like a truck. They go into an absurd panic, crying for forgiveness, terrified of having punched a higher up in the face. But the shorty isn't pissed at all, and takes all the blame. The stubborn kid openly confesses he was an irresponsible jackass, and forgives the assault without a second thought. The protagonist makes a point to prove his military title means nothing in practice. He makes it clear that he'd rather have the sincere friendship of a drinking buddy 1,000 times over than be treated like a porcelain god. And in this mood, the true final boss of his logistical problems shows up. He realizes that fixing his robotic arm will mean facing the deadly wrath of his crazy mechanic friend. Dozens of miles away, the phone screams into the quiet peace of the countryside. It's a stark contrast between the bloodthirsty apocalypse of the capital and the peaceful sluggishness of the boondocks. The news of the broken arm leaks in social media filter mode. The rascal omits the gruesome massacre, downplaying the whole near-death trauma to a silly little trip just to try and dodge her fury. But the moral dropkick crosses the phone line without pity. Her deafening tantrum drops because of the chronic stubbornness of this kid, who doesn't give a crap about the physical limits of his insanely expensive gear. With the brat cowering in fear, expecting more of a beating, the vibe suddenly shifts. His friend stops cursing him out and proposes a practical pact to clean up the mess, leaving the sucker relieved. With the mechanic's arrival confirmed, his adrenaline and acting quota to hide the pain hit zero. Exhaustion crushes him mercilessly, and the midget simply powers down, passing out on the stretcher from fatigue. The bonus of pushing his limits is becoming an absurdly fragile and useless patient. Demoted to a little baby, the prodigy is forced to be spoon-fed by the very guards he tried to push away. However, the dread returns heavily on the other side of the room. Seeing the tin can isolate himself in the dark shines a red spotlight on the fact that the villain's psychological torture is still frying the big guy's motherboard. The shorty swallows his physical pain to try and glue his brother's pieces back together. He desperately tries to get close to break this bizarre ice wall that was born after that macabre night. But the poison of doubt has already infected the youngest brother's core. The suspicion that he's just a lie created by his brother screams so loudly that accepting this comforting hug becomes something disgusting and impossible. The tin can's rage quit seals the traumatic breakup. Fully embracing the emo crisis, the big guy runs desperately out of the dwarf's reach, fleeing the guy he now deems the architect of his farce. In absolute isolation, the internal clash is cruel. Diving into his own head, hunting for humanity, and finding only doubtful memories planted in cold armor makes the boy's spirit wither tragically, until the sadness mutates into a primal attack of pure hatred. The big guy goes feral, landing a grotesque punch on the wall to try and vomit out the anger of being labeled a soulless walking cosplay. Except the destructive outburst offers no cure. The freakout only drags him into a deeper hole, drowning him in the pure sewage of a bitter, definitive loneliness, lost in a cursed existential puzzle. Our favorite mechanic finally finishes an exhausting trip from the middle of nowhere. She didn't think twice before dropping absolutely everything when she received Edward's frantic SOS, ignoring the hours spent numbing her ass in the train car. Reality hits her like a ton of bricks. Used to the silence of the countryside, she's brutally swallowed by the hysterical chaos of the big capital, with her only goal being to hunt down the troublesome Elric brothers. The landmark the pipsqueak gave her is way too massive for anyone to miss. It wasn't a statue, but a ridiculous, flashy military escort dispatched exclusively to pamper our mechanic in the middle of the sea of people. Her anger boils over when she asks why the damn little metal gnome didn't drag his ass to the station. The bombshell drops right away. The pipsqueak literally can't walk, tearing apart the whole charade that this was going to be a harmless repair. When the VIP location is finally spat out, her brain melts upon realizing it's literally an ICU situation. She instantly gets that the crushed metal was the trophy of a brutal beatdown that almost canceled the duo's life subscriptions. Far away at headquarters, the paperwork never stops. But amidst such a tense investigation, a certain officer's priority is to tie up the damn official encrypted network just to spew family gossip over the phone. This call hits at the most atrocious timing possible, right when the boss is demanding a report and the guy needs to focus so he doesn't lose his mind. The doting officer gives absolutely zero fucks about the scolding. He comically refuses to separate his uniform from his role as a doting dad, not giving a shit about the chaotic near-death tension of his own corporation. Meanwhile, in a blast crater, government cleaners are trying to piece together the rubble like Legos. The huge problem here is their total incompetence in confirming exactly who got turned into barbecue in that dust apocalypse. Without a single crumb of a useful clue, the old suits make the lazy decision to declare that the psychopath vanished for good. This basically means stripping away the Elric brothers' security detail and throwing them to the lions. For any random extra, this would mean panic, but for the ambitious Blondie, it's the ultimate prize. The assassin's disappearance is the perfect chance to kick off his much more chaotic domination plan at Central Command. Back at the hospital, what was supposed to be a basic pit stop at the mechanic turns into a traumatic nightmare for the blonde girl. The visual gut punch proving that the fight was utterly insane completely disintegrates the illusion of a friendly little visit. The mechanic swallows the elephant in the room, the smokescreen fades, and she grasps the suicidal magnitude of what these idiots went after by invading that laboratory of horrors. Her volcanic hatred explodes with no brakes. She spews her venom at the pipsqueak to make it crystal clear just how deeply their cowardly and reckless omission hurt her soul. But the anger flips into insecurity, and the stab hits a nerve. The girl takes all the blame, hysterically doubting her own mechanical talent and thinking her metal arm caused their near funeral. Watching the girl swallow the guilt for someone else's screw-up kickstarts the duo's brains. Her guilt-ridden despair catches them with their pants down, forcing them to recalculate their route to put out this pathetic fire. The boys admit they wrecked the metal out of sheer stupidity, and the bullshit sticks bizarrely well. The drama goes down the drain in seconds, replaced by a financial shakedown charging them for her train ticket. With the dust settled, physical therapy dictates the rules, but stupidity collides with medicine. The runt's petty disgust at swallowing his magic milk turns into an instant world war in the room. The fight over the milk brutally flips when their radar pings the emptiness in the room. The giant tin cans sneaked out during their little theater, not giving a shit about family time. The real issue isn't being a broken down robot. The hole in the pipsqueak's chest comes from watching his little brother remain cursed in that medieval armor with no ticket back. The freezing emptiness in the room throws the paranoia wide open. The little gnome instantly catches on that there's a colossal doubt eating at the tin can's brain after that bizarre laboratory, a mess he doesn't want to share. The cancelled therapy session gives way to mechanical success. Walking again flips the blondie's instinctive fuck it switch, and the thrill of no longer being useless obliterates the whole funeral vibe. The macho circus pauses when that lunatic Hughes pops out of nowhere and introduces himself to the blonde. This damn collision between the government's guard dog and the little civilian world creates an absurdly awkward atmosphere. The mood turns dead serious when the officer drops the real bombshell on them. The briefcase came full of intel on the scarred psychopath, warning them that the government took the maniac off their official radar. The news drops like acid on the blonde girl's lap. Connecting the dots, she realizes that the uniform glued to them wasn't some VIP status, but the only shield separating these morons from the maniac's bloodbath. The pipsqueak stuttering as he tries to deny the disaster totally gives it away. The mechanic backs off, taking the hit that this duo has armored their relationship with an impenetrable wall of criminal secrets. Breathing this toxic air, the girl cuts the chatter and switches to survival mode. With the repair 100% complete, the problem now is not becoming homeless in the infernal metropolis and finding a hotel to sleep, but the suited vulture pulls a dictatorial plan out of his hat. He mentally kidnaps her to sleep at his own house, while she cries out social excuses to avoid becoming a burden to someone else's family. The end result is a daylight abduction. The blonde is towed into the street against her will by this bureaucratic tornado. while the gnome hero doesn't move a muscle to save his parts maker. Being dragged like a sack of potatoes, the country girl realizes the harsh reality. She swears the big shot from HQ just needed a free pack mule to lug his little girl's junk around. But upon stepping into his armored sanctuary, any crumb of the badass detective evaporates. The guy flips into an unfiltered doting dad, leaving our country girl completely bewildered by this instant schizophrenia. Reality smacks her in the face. He didn't kidnap her to be a beast of burden. Sniffing out the girl's exhaustion, he offered the only damn bunker where she would get safety, contagious joy, and some true comfort. Thanks to the missus, who shares her husband's schizophrenic hospitality, the country girl finally breathes outside the mud. The whole crushing anvil of bloody stretchers is brutally kicked off her back. The blonde dives headfirst into the circus. Tossing the depressed worker pose in the trash, the universe lets her be just a normal teenager soaking up the sugar of a party for a few hours. But disaster is relentless when the piece of junk bought by the government fails right out of the box. The broken toy threatens to completely murder the little girl's mood, right in the middle of the fun. Her mechanic's instinct goes on high beam. The country girl aces the repair in seconds, dropping the audience's jaws to the floor and proving that resurrecting cheap plastic is the perfect payback for the free hotel. The suit's brain violently flips when he sees that. The realization that this country girl and the metal boys share a massive umbilical cord erases the illusion that she was just some random mechanic. Later, the mask of peace shatters. Panic punches the girl's throat as she throws up the infernal vision of fixing smashed metal without knowing what bloody Russian roulette caused that disgusting damage. What corrodes her soul is having the door slammed in her face. The boys' cynical isolation so they can tank their hidden apocalypses alone builds a disgusting wall that separates her from their little trauma club. The suit mercilessly shreds her illusion of rejection. He spits out that the boys' edgy silence isn't repulsion. It's a blind, sick trust to keep their rearguard untouched. That cowardly silence is pure martyr complex. The bastards intentionally take the machine gun of tragedy straight to the chest, just so the tsunami of radioactive garbage never splashes onto the ones they love. He stamps her true role in this madhouse. Going full Rambo is out of the question. Her sacrifice is locking the door to the abyss as a spiritual anchor for when their sanity finally shatters. The sun finally blazes over the capital, slicing through the alcoholic ruckus of the party. It's time to hit the road and face the to-do list left to clean up back at the hospital. But the little girl tramples over adult protocols and raises a deadly barricade against her escape. This parasitic strike bathed in cuteness flips the mechanic's trashy little plans straight into the mud. The country girl's wall crumbles into the abyss and her wounded little pride shatters. The crushing anchor of dirty secrets magically dissolves in this family's irresistible, lethal adoption hug. Far away, the hospital tab demands its toll. Back at the hospital, physical therapy forces the pipsqueak to chug pure milk, the essential magic juice for anyone lugging heavy prosthetics around. In a pathetic juggling act to escape his own cure, he tries to outsource his bottle to the tin can. It's a disgusting slip-up that spits directly on his brother's invisible curse of not being able to eat. The void dominating the room sweats a radioactive hatred. The disgusting discrepancy between the pipsqueak's bratty wastefulness and the cursed giant's impossible dream melts any empathy in the air. The social apocalypse hits hard when the dwarf envies his little brother's metallic curse, an absurd shot in the foot, especially with the explosive country girl popping up at the door with demonic timing just to hear his crap. The gigantic sardine can completely loses control and verbally tears into his brother. Spewing out that living in a gothic refrigerator was never a choice. The beatdown throws the clan's radioactive sewer wide open live for the blonde to watch. The disgusting paranoia swallowed by the giant finally shreds their brotherhood in the blender of doubt. At the epicenter of this funeral vibe, the mechanic freezes, desperately realizing she doesn't know how to fix a psychological tumor of this damn scale. The vibe in the room gets heavier than their own conscience. The mental poison planted by the serial killer is finally brought to light, pushing their solid friendship straight over an existential cliff. In pure desperation, they try to push that old talk of salvation. The useless promise of fixing the mess of the past becomes a pathetic shield to stop them from going full Joker once and for all. But all the resentment bottled up for years finally explodes. The pain of being a hostage to fate turns into a verbal bazooka aimed right at the face of the idiot who just wanted to play the hero. Sanity goes completely down the drain with this insult. Having his greatest act of love called artificial cruelty destroys the last brain cell of the one silently listening to this absurd garbage. Bailing out becomes the only viable option. Trying to use logic against blind paranoia is a massive waste of time, and the urge to run away from this idiotic trial screams way louder. The certificate of failure is swallowed down whole with sadness. This brutal blow decrees that the most vital friendship of their lives is rotting away like meat left out in the sun. Alone in the room, the hole in the floor exposes the astronomical screw-up the giant just made. Without his brother, the monster of abandonment kicks the door down, making him realize this cheap paranoia cost him way too much. The gloomy vibe is shattered by a furious beatdown. Winry absolutely loses it upon hearing this tin boy invalidate his own existence, choosing violence to literally knock some sense into his hollow head. The shield of anger shatters, leaking an overwhelming sadness through her tears. She bears the curse of understanding the shorty's outbursts, and seeing the tin can be so blind to his brother's sacrifice cuts to the bone. The flashback shoves the day of their biggest screw-up right in their faces. It was exactly in this pit of absolute despair and blood that the parasite of guilt started living rent-free in the alchemist's head. Winry mercilessly throws the shorty's truth into the fan. There was never any coldness, only the pure cowardice of shaking in his boots, terrified of being rejected by the only family he has left. The boy's thick skull suffers an attack of undeniable logic. Losing body parts and suffering like a damned soul would be pure idiocy if it were just for a giant, soulless Tamagotchi. The armor's mental Wi-Fi finally reconnects to the real world. The burden of fixing this radioactive relationship is accepted, and the first step crawling toward forgiveness has to happen right now. The tense reunion bursts onto the screen on the open rooftop. The damn time to spit straight facts and try to fix this mess finally kicks down their door. Shocking everyone, the shorty tackles the problem by resorting to the universal language of straightforward violence, a perfect outlet to unleash the mountain of bottled-up garbage with a single, well-aimed punch. Using pure street smarts and dirty improvisation, the ridiculous size disadvantage is thoroughly humiliated with a single, absurdly tactical move. The brutal blow to the metal deletes any chance of a comeback. The physical brawl ends just as quickly as it started. In the midst of this violent brawl, a sweet realization hits. It's rubbed right in their faces that, regardless of their bodies turning into scrap metal, the core of this sick partnership hasn't changed a single millimeter. With the tantrum over, the two lie there and start spilling memories of idiotic arguments from the past. The healthy vibe of normal sibling rivalry starts breathing between them again. With this rejection nonsense behind them, their pact comes back fully on steroids. It's set in stone that there's no room for whining if these crazy bastards want to survive this hellish journey. The suicide mission is successfully rebooted on the horizon. Now the two operate together like an armored tank, completely bulletproof to a serial killer's malicious gossip. The lesson of never biting your tongue is rubbed in their faces. Throwing down verbally and physically was the perfect chemotherapy to melt away this useless barrier of teenage insecurity. With no time to mourn, the squad lays it all on the line. The investigation returns with brute force, aiming squarely at the bizarre threat that blew up this whole circus at the laboratories. A creepy little drawing becomes the star of the paperwork show. This serial killer signature is the superglue tying all the alchemical freaks to the Grand Philosopher's Stone factory, until the door gets kicked wide open and an invasion breaches the perimeter. Apocalypse mode drops right into their laps, gunning down the 5 minutes of peace this bunch of softies had managed to score. Going stealth gets flushed down the toilet when the big suit boss of the country spawns in the room out of nowhere. The dictator wrecks their cute little hideout and totally shatters any illusion of anonymity. In that exact microsecond, the knife is stabbed into the table during the friendly chat. The message is crystal clear. Nothing slips by, and the whole cute fantasy of acting in the shadows gets thrown into a blender. The sadistic little message turns into the perfect psychological armbar. The government's eye of Sauron proves it monitors everything, pointing the finger straight at the useless protagonist's forehead who caused this whole mess. The open grave is revealed to be a twisted-as-hell mind game disguised as sympathy. The old man's power trip proves these kids are just disposable trash on his cynical chessboard. The ultimate fatality slaughters the group's useless protagonist syndrome. The leak chills them to the bone. This amateur investigation had already been swallowed up by ancient government filth. The shit is so radioactive that even the top of the military food chain confesses to a data blackout. Not a single living soul knows the size of this monster, or how deep it's buried its tentacles into the state. The boss's order is to zip their lips and completely ghost the subject. The official inquiry is brutally murdered right then and there to prevent any more innocent people from stumbling into this meat grinder of a spider web. From here on out, the paranoia in the gears reaches apocalyptic levels. Looking at any state uniform as a lethal infiltrated enemy has become the new mandatory rule for survival. But to dodge the bureaucratic scolding, the supreme dictator resorts to a ridiculous sneak escape. He vanishes through the window like a cheap pickpocket running away from a paperwork check. To assassinate whatever military edge is left in the room, civilian life kicks the door in adorably. The mechanic walks in smiling, completely giving zero fucks about the apocalyptic shitstorm that went down in this madhouse 2 seconds ago. The drama ends and the bags are packed. All that ninja juggling to send the rotten capital to hell finally moves from the drawing board into action on the train platform. The crew blindly locks in their next destination by pointing at the map. They aim straight south to keep hunting their missing body parts and totally vanish from the radar of these corrupt suits. For the hyped blonde, the pit stop down south crosses through the Eden of grease monkeys. It's the perfect lottery to tune up her own brain, and the girl would rather eat glass than let go of this golden bone. The argument at the station derails into straight-up financial extortion. The blonde pulls the prosthesis monopoly card right in their faces, crushing the sexist opposition just to tag along for the ride, bag and baggage. But amidst the rocking of the train, the duo's souls leave their bodies just hearing the name of their destination. They know that facing their macabre sensei and confessing their past screw-ups is basically signing their own beatdown warrant. On the other side of the bureaucratic chessboard, the uniformed nerd throws the trail of toxic sludge into the blender. He decides to dig up the civilian dirt of this massive conspiracy on his own. Looking at the bloody spreadsheet blasts his mind. The historical carnage never hit the brakes. Every random conflict is drawing a bizarre satanic smile on the map at max speed. The sheer weight of the discovery demands immediate panic at the desk. The widespread fire across the country isn't an accident. It's pure villain machinery turning under the table with mathematical precision. The guy in glasses pieces the whole satanic Lego set together just staring at the drawing. The entire country is a mega sacrificial slaughterhouse custom built to farm bodies, and absolutely none of it was just blind luck. But the evil scriptwriters show up to collect the toll for his snooping. That bulletproof secret turns the little investigation room into a literal slaughterhouse when the sadistic villainess shows her claws. The monster cosplay goes wide open in a bizarre and violent show. It's signed and sealed that the military top brass is basically a puppet show corrupted by gothic lab freaks. The inner monkey of the big nerd resorts to pure tactical trickery. He ditches fear in a crazy kamikaze move to kick the target and destabilize the freak in the only opening left. But the toll to escape this brawl leaks heavy like a faucet. The chest wound turns his heroic getaway into a humiliating countdown against the drain of his own blood count. The creature's Wolverine mode buries any hope of a fist fight. Striking back against those claws is pure stupidity, and the only viable tactic right now is to haul ass bleeding through the hallways and try to save the intel. Since his fragile body can't survive the enemy meat grinder, he finds an escape route. Using the office phone line feels like the perfect lifeboat against the national apocalypse. But blind patriotism completely evaporates in the hallway. Knowing that the bosses monitor the military network, his only shot is to resort to the dirty public payphone on the street and shake off the sadistic suits. The bomb needs to drop into the fire pretty boy's lap ASAP. With the dictator playing the Antichrist, the Colonel Friend becomes the only armed hope to hold down the fort at HQ. Right when he's dialing for salvation, the little family photo slips from his hand like soap into a puddle of blood. The cliché warning of impending doom screams in the mind of the exhausted poor bastard. The suit rushes at the payphone to spill the apocalyptic tea before blacking out, but the booth turns into a fatal trap. The exact millisecond the gun presses against the back of his neck. The villain's karma kicks the door in wearing the skin of a harmless rookie. He shoves it down his throat that the enemy HR has already infested the streets, and there isn't a single clean corner left in the country. But the detective instinct doesn't flinch at the gun in his face. Connecting the dots, he bluntly spits out that this bootleg rookie skin is a total fake, and fearlessly calls their bluff. The nerd drops a verbal fatality with his obsessive eye for details. He points out the pathetic flaw on the fake puppet's face, the missing mole, completely destroying the rookie disguise right then and there. Humiliating biology. The beast fixes the anatomical flaw live. The download of the real mole happens instantly, rubbing this OP shape-shifting power right in the poor guy's face. The sadistic transformation completes the diabolical puzzle in his head. This state cult isn't just dirty politics, it's pure cosmic alien voodoo impossible to fight off with a BB gun. The final bill for digging into military dirt arrives with a smile. The big brain he flexed has turned into his guillotine, and his cozy family life has mere seconds left before going down the drain forever. It's pure kamikaze instinct hitting the ceiling. The cosmic terror turns into a pathetic knife strike in a suicidal lunge to sweep the villain aside and try to make it back alive to his wife's arms. But the villain's cowardice breaks the ceiling of cruelty. The deepfake uses the skin of the guy's beloved little wife, aiming purely at the softest, most vulnerable part of his brain to disable the attack. The sadistic genjutsu hooks the romantic simp perfectly. Even knowing the crying blonde is a killer puppet, his heart melts. He refuses to stab the fake wife and throws his own defense straight in the trash. The mental blue screen as he lowers the knife exacts its price instantly. The guaranteed death certificate brought by the enemy gunshot is cashed in with zero mercy right in the middle of the dirty street. On the other side of town, the fire pretty boy picks up the ringing phone. For him, answering this dragging office call is just another annoying chore pushed on him by the state's sluggishness. But that bizarre, silent echo in his ear triggers his sixth sense. His immense laziness turns into a shiver down his spine as he realizes his office partner was just silenced by something lethal. The romantic bleeds out with the macabre illusion of his wife looking at him as his fatal prize. His galaxy brain melts like butter, taking all the salvation-saving intel straight to a cold grave. The villain clique takes home the trophy at the bloody payphone, leaving the national slaughterhouse intact. The deaf hello screaming from the phone receiver decrees the hero's absolute blindness to the massacre that carries on. The useless trio bails and heads south, fleeing the capital without a clue about the disaster that just sent Hughes to his grave. Edward swallows his tears and spits straight facts. Their level is pathetic compared to the massive shitstorm they just unearthed. Alphonse keeps it real with the group, warning them that they need insane mental armor to handle the onslaught of this world. This field trip hides a suicidal purpose. They're going to poke the bear, their master, to pry out the forbidden answers about human transmutation. Reality hits hard, and the kid feels the weight of the death warrant he signed by planning something so reckless. To keep the panic from turning into a funeral, the trip's focus is forcefully shifted to a pure, chewable little snack. The macabre irony is licking their lips over the food that came straight out of dead man Hughes' wife's oven. Swallowing that boxed lunch injects a dose of maternal comfort, salvaging a drop of the normal life they threw in the trash. Deep down, the boys recognize the absurd loyalty of the officer who spent his days spoiling them at the hospital. Except, miles away, the very same nation is shoveling dirt over the guy who paid for the party, draining away all that memory. For the family, the center of that remembered love, the knockout blow is paralyzing and the emotional void becomes completely unfixable. The military brass tells everyone to swallow their tears, turning the tragedy into a bleak, robotic funeral show. The little girl's child mind short circuits, thinking it's just a glitch that the adults are going to fix. Hearing the girl use her dad's job as an excuse to dig him up is the final blow that completely shatters the mother's sanity. That baby's crying melts the tough guy cardboard facade of the uniform, proving that no amount of training can armor the brain against this. Roy stares at the tombstone, swallowing his friend's permanent deletion, realizing that his marathon to the throne just got absurdly lonely. The pain crushes his face as he realizes the extreme humiliation that alchemy is completely useless against death. For the first time, the suit deeply understands the desperate stupidity of the brothers sacrificing their limbs to revive their mother. Noticing that her boss is crumbling, the lieutenant realizes she needs to act before he triggers a completely suicidal paranoia. The alpha male facade crumbles, and he embraces the rain to let his grief pour out. Sob fest buried, the bureaucracy turns into a frantic hunt for answers inside the base, sniffing out the dead man's final steps. The pools of blood give away that the guy crawled through an absolute bloodbath trying to leak the intel. Dumb heroism spoke louder. Terrified of dragging the civilian operator into it, he dropped his lifeline and fought alone until the very end. And the tea he tried to spill was no small thing. The report nailed down that the military base was drowning in corruption. Chasing answers, the colonel corners a smug bigwig who is definitely hiding the deleted pieces under his mattress. Out of patience for cheap lies, Roy shoves a knife to the suit's throat, demanding he expose the rot right away, but getting the door slammed in his face confirms the worst. The level of censorship is massive, and the pit of corruption sinks all the way to the top bosses. In a subtle move, the bigwig drops a venomous bait that ties the corpse directly to the alchemist brats. The pieces click together and all hell breaks loose. The final prize of this sadistic scavenger hunt is the damn Philosopher's Stone. The tragic reality hits hard. The execution was the work of a super-coordinated terrorist mafia operating in the shadows of the military. Depression and fury hold hands. Stealing the military crown just became the only acceptable DLC to shove justice down their throats. And the bizarre agreement to tank this sinking ship was already signed off by his loyal partner going full psycho mode. While the capital boils with conspiracy, the other side of the map shows off an apocalyptic stage, dry and freezing. Far from the corrupt inner circle, a survivor wanders like a zombie, heavily dazed by the trauma he just took to the face. The stench of human barbecue proves that his cute childhood neighborhood just turned into a grim war zone. Claustrophobia hits when he notices that relatives and priests vanished, getting permanently deleted from the server, until the silence is broken. A military ghost spawns with the sheer arrogance of someone who came to ruin the party. His coldness makes you want to throw up. The psycho treats the massacre like a black coffee, just dancing on the victim's face. Giving no pause for tears, the maniac rushes in with a killer dash, obliterating the oxygen in the room. The embrace of death grips his carcass tight in a brutal and flawless torture. The blow tears his skin and engraves a tattoo of hate that's going to dictate this poor bastard's entire revenge script. Tossed into the pitch-black darkness like trash, he passes out for good. But the military screw-up just birthed their biggest nightmare boss. Pinned against the wall, he bets everything on a kamikaze explosion that shatters the floor so he can escape to the sewers. Ignoring all logic, he wakes up dazed in a completely sketchy and mysterious respawn. It's glaringly obvious that a crew improvised an insane rescue, putting their own necks on the chopping block to save his skin. The sewer spits the reality. The makeshift free healthcare routine only happened because they saw he shared the same doomed ethnic stamp. The grudge against the uniform speaks louder, and the madman suddenly earns eternal shielding from this anthill of renegades. But his focus ignores the bandages. His real obsession is digging through the sheets to check if the platinum weapon is still on his arm. The green light brings immediate relief. The killer trick is still intact on his skin, securing his ticket to the ring. That piece of junk is the cursed inheritance of a tragedy, the pure fuel for his psychopathy against the state, and his useless life turned into nothing but a backpack to carry this heavy legacy of revenge at any cost. Meanwhile, back at the military base, a completely absurd headache lands right in the investigators' dirty laps. An innocent animal kidnapping turned into a nightmare. The military ban on hoarding pets threw the bomb to the suckers to solve. Panic beats up the squad, who needs to outsource the critter before the big boss goes full dictator mode on the rules. The piece is out the window when a sketchy volunteer confesses his sick urge to throw the adopted meat into the cooking pot. The blow to the ego hammers home the lesson. Playing the national savior without kibble and a steady paycheck is pure toxic child's play. The embarrassment gets worse when the team's giant tin can is caught acting as a smuggled trunk of feline fluff. The spawn of the supreme suit makes the crew think the infinite money guy is going to play the perfect babysitter, but the guy's scummy selfishness only sees the pet as a lowly slave, completely destroying any chance of rescue. In a final act of desperation, one member decides to use the squad's psychological history to bring the system itself to its knees. The manipulative strike kicks over the table, pressing the blonde lieutenant against the wall to decide if the poor thing lives or bites the dust. Her melting down to drool over the furry belly stuns everyone. The cute critter completely shattered her military tough girl shield. Away from the streets, the freeloader checks into the VIP bed, convinced he outsmarted the rules of that oppressive dictatorship. But the unholy pee on the floor totally ruins the strat, triggering the perfect DLC to test the new babysitter's limits. The psycho interprets the piss as pure insubordination and applies an absurdly tactical and corrective massacre. The desperate beating drills the rules deep into the pet's brain so he finally understands how to survive in the capital. The sadistic terror proves to the whole base that making even a single slip-up in there is pure guaranteed suicide. A shock of pure euphoria takes over the trip. It's the hysteria of a sweaty nerd drooling over the wet dream they've begged to see their whole life. Welcome to Rush Valley, the sacred brothel for automail maniacs, where the mob profits by shoving heavy engineering and surgical metal into people. The tour quickly reveals a bizarre show of public humiliation. A local meathead smashes the competition so brutally that the massacre became the town's official circus. The illusion that money buys everything blinds the challengers. There's always some idiot tourist trusting their own junk to try their luck. But reality hits the poor bastard without mercy. No epic little fight happens, just a cold execution calculated to smash the opponent to pieces. And the mechanics act like vultures on fresh roadkill. They milk the loser's despair to shove criminally overpriced repair contracts down their throat. Playing invisible in a den like this is impossible. The absurd size of the walking armor becomes a glowing target for the grease gang thirsty for fresh blood. Except the brute commits an unforgivable sin. He mercilessly rubs salt in the kid's wound by mocking his lack of height, summoning the fury of the blonde shorty. The cyborg cockfight is made official by force. It's go time to prove if brains and talent can crush the roided-up stupidity of this scrap paradise. The mockery dies in milliseconds into an apocalyptic panic. The dictatorship of the big guys is gutted insanely fast in front of the crowd's blank stares, until the truth of the massacre blows up in everyone's face. The little punk resorted to alchemical witchcraft, blatantly cheating just to stroke his own ego. The shower of glory falls from the sky right onto the gadget's owner. She takes the credit, stealing the blind respect of every robotics-addicted incel in the den. The asylum completely loses it with the discovery of the metal leg. The dwarf is demoted to a mannequin, violently groped by the grease-horny pack. Suddenly, the circus plunges into a pit of pure despair. Frantically checking his pockets, the idiot realizes the most critical thing in the universe was stolen from him. The official jewel of the military dogs is gone. Without this state relic, the dwarf loses his throne and his tough guy act in front of the high-ranking psychopaths. Local gossip spreads the tragedy real quick. The little thief used all that disgusting mechanical harassment as a smokescreen to pick the distracted out-of-towners clean. The shorty resorts to pure terror diplomacy. He wrings the crook's address out of them through physical threats without having to bend over for the mechanics. Far from the shack, the brat struts a few steps ahead, drooling over turning the government trinket into a fat stack of cash on the black market. However, the jewel brings a bizarre headache. The armored alchemy chastity belt blocks any access, sabotaging the hustler's ambitious plans. At that exact moment, the outsiders pin the thief against the wall. The game of hide and seek is over right when the loot proved useless, but the dwarf goes into a nervous breakdown. That watch hides an emo little secret, and the panic of having his inside exposed throws the kid off the deep end. The brat plays dirty, smelling the incoming beatdown. She threatens to smash the fancy storefronts to shove a sadistic $1 million bill down their throats. With the dog of the military gagged by the terror of massive debt, the punk surfs on the misery. She quietly slips away, laughing her ass off at the poor guy's dumbfounded face. The crazy girl's demonic parkour humiliates the laws of physics. She glides across the rooftops like butter, turning the chase into an absolute nightmare. Ignoring all limits, the pincer attack shines. The claws almost close around the smartass's throat when she drops her guard, thinking she's already won. Then Isaac Newton cries in the shower. The ridiculous jump spits on human biology, rubbing it in the dwarf's face that this isn't just any kid, but a glitched-out beast. The marathon fries the engines when a barrier appears on the asphalt. The ridiculous break brutally neuters the attack, flipping the heroic sprint into a humiliating pause. The sluggishness punishes the hero with extreme physical pain. The kid is mercilessly obliterated by an animalistic dropkick that turns his tough guy pose into pate. The iron wardrobe shatters the piece and starts swinging, but the thief's impressive brutality crushes even the big guy's defenses without a second thought. Seeing the duo get massacred kicks his moral compass out the window. All that's left is a dark, blind craving to shred whoever dared to offend him like that. Throwing a massive fit, he screams that the inside of the watch is sentimental as fuck, making it clear he doesn't give a shit about the financial value of the golden trash. The little thief ignores the boy's emo graveyard and doubles down. This psychopath treats the hellish slum like a playground, eagerly laughing in the face of danger. The little game turns into an alchemical apocalypse. The dwarf's idea is to seal off the entire block and suffocate the escape routes with pure magical brutality. Karma crushes the military arrogance in the very same second. Physics roll over and the pest slides completely unharmed under the blockade, rubbing it in that his magic has turned to trash. To bury his morale for good, the punk turns the gnome's own head into a stepping stone, blatantly spitting on all his authority. Then his shattered ego incinerates the entire military handbook. The chase sinks into a blind carnage fueled by pure sociopathic hatred against her mockery. Boiling with mortal rage, the hero destroys entire city blocks with his bare hands, in a blind and reckless demolition through the streets. But the colossal destruction only serves as a butt slide for the villain. She surfs on the disaster in a humiliating fashion, escaping untouched like a ghost. The midget vomits his emotional tantrum right onto the asphalt. He uses his state witchcraft once again to flip the geography of the scenery in his favor. Suddenly, the idiot fakes a heart attack. He dives into a pathetic shortness of breath, frying his lungs against his rival's speed. The plot twist tears up the poor guy theater. The gnome throws the mask in the trash and reveals that the weakness was 4D chess, meticulously designed to screw his opponent over. To cement the joke once and for all, the kid sucks up the shack's debris and raises an armored wall, declaring a definitive game over. The engineering perfectly traps the psychopathic rat. The midget's glory shines as the bold pest finally faces a dead end. The strike comes down mercilessly, caging the cheeky little rat in an absolute magical blockade. End of the show for the industrial scam fan. With the circus under control, the gnome savors his juicy victory. He lets his pure narcissistic craving speak louder to rub in his rival's face who the badass is. The The prisoner, however, gives zero shits about panicking. She coldly feels the magic cage, sniffing out the voodoo's blind spot without showing the slightest bit of fear. In a snap of sheer brute force, the glorious cage turns into useless dust. This strike shreds any delusion of superiority the deluded dwarf still dreamed of having. The ninja mystery is rubbed on the screen. The alien mechanical legs shine like gold. They certify the scrapper's survival, proving her souped-up chassis. With the crown intact, the little thief shifts into 5th gear. She successfully pocketed the loot, sending the shattered heroes straight back to square one. Just when the marathon seems totally triumphant, a brutal leg sweep abruptly aborts the ride. The hack is triggered faster than expected. The one who steals the crown is the mechanic fangirl. With surgical timing, her obsession crushes the punk into the asphalt cleanly and undeniably. But justice is nowhere to be found in this scene. The sole objective is to satisfy her crazy nerd craving for engineering, promoting a technological harassment on the thief's leg. The epic rescue dies in a massive buzzkill. The goofy duo watches, sunken in depression, as their friend ignores all the chaos just to grope the damn new scrap. Winry goes into pure ecstasy staring at that metal. The thief even tries to play it cool, but the mechanic couldn't care less about ethics and admires those robotic legs like they're a winning lottery ticket. The pickpocket realizes the real threat is this engineering fanatic's obsession. She ends up cornered right there on the street, humiliatingly reduced to a mere piece of meat for the crazy mechanic to study. While the tin giant accepts being the third wheel in the scene, the shorty protagonist boils with rage in the background. The freak out over being robbed and cast aside takes over the pissed-off alchemist. To save herself from a military beatdown, the scammer proposes a bizarre pact right on the spot. Promising to guide the chumps to the genius artisan who made her legs, she buys her amnesty in the blink of an eye. But the bill for the chase arrives, and the locals demand reparations. Without his little silver watch to pull military rank, the cornered hero has to take the blame for the chaos and damages. He's left with no choice but to become a magic bricklayer fueled by pure spite. What was supposed to be a quick mission turns into a painful session of patching up the potholes they caused on the public street. With the debts settled, the journey finally kicks off by hitting the gas into a cursed desert. The absurd heat makes the gang reconsider if following a random criminal was actually a smart idea. The excuse for the inhospitable location emerges from the dust. It becomes obvious that this so-called master mechanic didn't isolate himself due to a lack of money, but because he's a massive antisocial weirdo. The end of the scorching route reveals the hermit's cave. It's not just some old shack, but a bizarrely self-sustaining complex jammed straight into the raw rock, cut off from the world. Inside, the background extra of an intern almost has a heart attack at the counter when greeting the outsiders. The surreal size of the giant tin can makes the grunt break a cold sweat, scared to death of the bizarre customer. The ridiculous panic is drowned out by the smile of a super cute housewife. Her massive baby bump throws a wholesome TV commercial vibe into a hideout that was supposed to be macabre. And right there near the industrial stove shines the big goal of the day. The crazy old geezer ignores the entire planet, focusing on hammering the boiling metal until he gets the perfect contour for his prosthesis. The hustler tries to toss a wad of cash to pay off the legs, but the artisan repels the money like radioactive waste. Irrefutable proof that his work with the girl didn't involve a single cent of greed. The clash of ideals breaks loose when Winry stumbles upon the old geezer's little warfare secrets. The mechanic flips out over the tactic of putting weapons in the human body, while the stubborn guy swears it's the pinnacle of the craft. However, instead of cursing out the cheeky girl, the old man buys into her stubbornness. Her technical swagger proves the blonde knows her trade, forging an oddly toxic bond of respect right in the middle of the shouting match. Far from the mechanical debate, the brothers are enchanted by an impressive biological event. Seeing a little alien kicking the pregnant woman's belly triggers a heavy reflection on the abyss their magic can never cross. With his guard down from the wholesome charm, the shorty completely loses his bitter edge. Swallowing his morbid curiosity, he steps closer and asks without a filter to touch the swollen belly directly. The seismic shock in the shorty's neurons screams. The vibration of a real life right there, growing on its own inside a meat cocoon, overturns the limited and immature chemical reasoning of this rebellious alchemist. And the mother reassures the marveling boy, laughing at the situation of just being a human 3D printer. Generating a silent and perfect life humiliates the arrogance of someone who considers himself the king of universal control. But the peace fairy gets beaten to death when the blonde demands a human guinea pig for her visual experiments. The yelling over metal swallows up the emo reflections and drags the shorty authority back to the technical coldness of the inspection. The sadistic old man's verdict comes down, mercilessly shredding the quality of the boy's prosthetics. He humiliates the build, diagnosing that Winry's massive metallic payload is ruthlessly crushing his spine. In that same fraction of a second, the penny drops and crumbles the shorty's brain with shame. The cruel epiphany hits, cementing the fact that being the height of an angry Rottweiler is entirely due to the tons of metal he's lugging around. Conceding to the technical beatdown, the proud Winry throws her dignity out the window in pursuit of secret knowledge. She shamelessly begs for an internship, but the sociopath shreds her needy hopes on the spot. The stress sewer finally overflows, and the old man decides to gun down this whole charade. The psychopath's fuse shatters, ruthlessly shooing this noisy horde out of the premises, burying the subject in an angry outburst. Humiliation swallows the expelled troop right at the border of the world, with the sky fiercely tearing open in a downpour. A sudden hellish rain drowns out the useless kid's swagger the moment they step out the door. The sadistic rain exacts a quick and merciless toll on the fugitives' morale. Unable to survive the backyard apocalypse, they beg for shelter from the very same house that just booted them out by the neck. Locked up by the aggressive squall, the mental poison pokes at the dark hornet's nest of the pickpocket, huddled on the couch. She says to hell with it and breaks down for the audience a disgusting childhood where simply breathing made zero vital sense. The ultimate gut punch landed when the universe definitively butchered the young girl's legs. Screwed and abandoned in the gutter of a potholed sidewalk, resigning to death became a routine, waiting for the final scythe amidst the toxic sludge. The spin of the roulette wheel shifted in the insane ignorance of a furious human scavenger. Not giving a crap about mourning, the brute kidnapped the street casualty in the purest display of affectionate brutality that ever smashed through any medical waste statistics. However, the cyborg resurrection taxed the weak flesh with cruel tolls of suffering. The indescribable agony of forcing human stumps to pilot heavy metal beams turned the gain into an obstacle course bathed in the bloody sweat of adaptation. Securing bipedal traction salvaged the plebs' chances of not being tossed into the landfill. The return ticket to society glued a pathetic and eternal gratitude as the fundamental foundations cemented into the thief's twisted skull. The innocent affection plummeted into a black hole as soon as the nominal costs of the hardware invaded her head. Realizing the trillion-dollar jackpot embedded in the pulleys of her thighs fabricated the absolute worst and most indestructible banking monster of her paranoia. The financial torment turns into venomous fuel for the thief. This macabre guilt forged a criminal career dedicated solely to vomiting money at the altar of an artisan who didn't even open the dirty mail the fool sent him. And rightfully so, the moralistic Winry impales the thief's deluded neurons. Spitting on a master's rehabilitating miracle by choosing to play the deranged criminal is the supreme humiliation of the blind investment that rescued her from the gutters. The philosophical deconstruction stuns the shallow criminal senses that guided her. In cynical tears from the shock of hypocrisy, a miraculous oath wipes her entire delinquent portfolio off the map, right on the dirty floor of that cramped anteroom. Unfortunately, the recently deleted criminal liability didn't magically erase itself from the stolen goods resting dangerously in the poor girl's hands. The bombshell known as the State Alchemist pocket watch drops hard, shattering the forced calm of her penal absolution. The armored alert fires up the blonde engineer's sadistic and furious mind into the clouds, kicking aside the taboos of state secrecy. The psychopath rips open the sacred lid using brute force just to stroke her own ego and satisfy this immoral invasion. The cursed vault opens, vomiting pure trauma. The nail-scratched log reveals the exact stinking locked-away grief where the brats incinerated all the past happiness of their home into a macabre and suffocating burden. The unscrupulous intrusion crushes the busybody's fragile judgment instantly. Reading the sign scribbled there, a heavy round of regret impales the mechanic's tears as she discovers the cruel burden hidden beneath the cocky ignorance of the arrogant little boy. Suppressing the guilt-ridden crying, the girl crushes the tin case and puffs her chest with determination, swallowing her tears. Her ultimate try-hard mode screams, demanding she become the absolute goddess of iron in the name of never letting this fucked up carcass down. All of a sudden, the script sets the whole room on fire with the worst tragedy of a cheap sitcom, imploding the fake romantic calm in the exact millisecond the big lady drops to the floor, howling in labor and shattering the whole house. And the entire academic panel collapses pathetically onto the wooden floor. These demigods of metallic beatdowns act like lab hamsters, going into a ridiculous system failure out of utter technical ineptitude when dealing with bellies exploding in their faces. Repulsive at biology, technology and drowned in the outdoor rain, despair kicks the dumb extras straight into the storm outside on a blind hunt for a life hack or a miracle, while the house breathes the essence of imminent prenatal grief. However, the jungle doesn't forgive the advance of the desperate under this radioactive rain. The main stretch that would lead to the miraculous rescue ticket completely dissolved and plunged into pure rubble, turning the scene into completely isolated grounds for all the poor bastards. The magic punk mentally hacks the natural disaster right from the edge of the muddy bank. Scanning the abyss and the laws shattered there, he evaluates the equations to reverse this relentless biological barrier in record time. Puffing his chest out and calling forth the power wide open in the face of danger, he kicks his depression to the curb, blasting light into the storm. His arrogant stubbornness cries out for war, ready to subjugate that whole dirty river and bust open the route to salvation. The mystical lightning whips the massive muddy ground according to his dictatorial command. The shorty subjugates the entire crippled topography and forces the rock to rise, spitting out the ridiculous bridge needed to relieve all the delays of the medical delivery. Except divine hatred punishes the shoddy infrastructure immediately, drowning his ego in a freezing sea of absolute fury. All that asphalt raised by pure screaming turns into brutally dissolved crumbs in a blatant washout, humiliating the dwarf sorcerer in the very same hole. The violent clash with nothingness swallows his sanity, cementing their isolation in this stranded carcass forever. The realization that magic and genius jury rigs could never pull a crying baby out of that belly shatters all of the loser's faith in himself. The very nerd trick of only being able to manipulate pre-existing mass ties their hands against the cruelty of that fissure in the rock. The sadistic straitjacket of these little rules condemns everyone to the dirty pit of not being able to conjure civilization out of thin air. In a maniacal leap, the psychopath old man takes the risk of embracing the funeral, running through the killer fog after some remote help in the dense woods, swallowing the ticking clock's death and blasting through the brush in complete heroic abandonment of his own roof. With the insane patriarch's departure, all that's left is this gang of panicking, useless kids holding the nuclear hot potato of an imminent birth in a domestic slaughterhouse infested with immature despair, locked in by the merciless rain outside the depressing porch. The fetid taste of impotence knocks the duo's teeth out on the floor as they realize they're harmless in the face of the merciless, untamed natural grandeur of that bizarre and unsustainable birth, ruining the martial honor of the special squad before the feminine laws of the uterus. Faced with inertia, the radioactive anvil drops on the sweaty, sensible shoulders of the crew's tin worker. Out of magic options, she quickly processes the spinning roulette, realizing on autopilot that she herself would be the last pillar supporting the racing heart of that abandoned patient. Excising the wimpy panic with an angry injection of improvised, rustic dictatorial leadership, Winry calls this crippled crew to action, tearing up the bullshit diplomas that define them, turning them right then and there into the most dedicated, sadistic midwives this damn situation could ever have. And with madhouse screams, the metal goddess subjugates the whole useless ward for labor, demoting pants-shitting sorcerers to disposable nurses and converting tears into blind focus on this filthy stage, all to prevent the funeral rites of this desperate mother in the prenatal chaos. The urgency tosses any squeamish whims in the trash, forcing raw tactics in a sadistic show of absolute visceral biological despair right in the trenches. The blown-out precision demanded by this gynecological apocalypse grants no forgiveness to those already walking over the stinking grave of the worst possible final script. The group dynamic flips beautifully. The Alchemist brothers become mere doormats following the mechanic's barking orders in a race against time. The gravity of the crisis is crushing. Putting 2 lives in the hands of a teenager is total Russian roulette, and the stench of failure hangs heavy in the air. Their only salvation is her nerdy background. A childhood buried in medical books is all that separates life from death in this exact moment. But her godlike arrogance melts away, her self-confidence evaporates, giving way to frantic panic right before facing the real carnage. She eats her fear for breakfast. The girl embraces the colossal burden and decides the Grim Reaper isn't clocking in on her shift today. Stepping up to the plate, she decrees the start of the chaos. The bloody surgery demands drafting every available extra to the front lines. Outside, uselessness crushes the brothers' minds. Unable to use alchemy to buy a life, the nerds feel the full weight of their own impotence. The level of torture inside breaks the limit. Uncertainty crushes the waiting room with the bizarre threat of a double game over. Until the torture of silence dies. Judgment Day kicks down the door and the final kill count inside is finally decided. The gut punch of reality hits hard. The raw, bloody scene of spawning a human traumatizes and crushes the minds of those who are third-wheeling. A damn peep flips the game. The deafening cry wipes away the funeral vibe and sends death home empty-handed. The glorious loot drops on the screen. The birth wipes away all the cold sweat, shoving a massive bucket of relief down the throats of those who expected the worst. The shock absolutely blows the Elric's minds. They stare at the colossal spectacle of nature farming new life without spending a single drop of magic. But when the dust settles, the protagonist's stamina bar hits zero. Airplane mode is forcibly turned on, requiring a humiliating tow so he doesn't collapse on the floor. During the rescue, his clothes slip, and the joyful mood dies instantly. A terrible trigger is pulled by the grim sight under the coat. Snooping reveals the worst of weaknesses. That metal arm was an armored safe hiding a sadistic truth that should have stayed buried. The blonde lashes out and defends his own horror. He rubs it in their faces that the metal is the heavy leash forbidding him from forgetting his greatest sins and acts of cowardice. His outburst slams the table as a blockade. Trying to protect his friend from the trauma, his dumb strategy is to ghost her and push her away from the misery. But the invisible wall crumbles beautifully. Instead of feeling disgusted, her lioness instinct awakens in a blind fury that refuses to be left out of the ride. The mechanic locks in her new objective. She swears to become the unbreakable concrete foundation that will fix the daily bugs of these jackasses in survival mode. The argument turns to dust. Respect engages again in a silent pact where the nerd squad proves they're locked together in this armored madness. The doctor's stamp comes down, validating the play. The professional report confirms the kid was born healthy, and the improvised operation ran with absolute success. The grumpy old man from the shop swallows his own sea of ego. He puts the spotlight on the kid and drops a heavy thank you for the insane courage she showed. Taking advantage of the miraculous gap, the blonde strikes. He tries to use the boss's gratitude to force the approval of an internship for his little friend right then and there. But the old man severs the cheap blackmail and pulls the terror card. He rubs it in the girl's face that the counter isn't a playground for spoiled brats and refuses her the job. Until her bizarre last name flies into the air. Checking the girl's family tree turns the fierce old man's blood to ice instantly. The PTSD screams at maximum volume. The irrational panic of reliving her family's boogeyman makes him tremble and want to close the shop forever. Cornered by his animalistic phobia, the old man's tough guy act crumbles. He stammers out a badge, hiring the girl out of sheer desperation and swallowing his pride. With the spot secured, the brothers turn their backs on the boonies. They hit the road and leave the NPCs behind, focusing entirely on the hunt for that damn stone. The girl finally lands in the cyborg mecha, an absurd concrete jungle where turning a screwdriver is the only law that dictates the rules. The umbilical cord is cut with laughter. The team splits up, forcing each useless member to farm XP and grow in their own space toward their destiny. Before bouncing, the shorty raises his voice and fuels her ambition. He orders her to create an insanely OP prosthesis to drop in his lap in the near future. The team's Wi-Fi drops for good as their paths split. The brats vanish down the road, activating lone wolf mode and leaving their support salvation behind. Far from the circus, the report updates the base. The old lady swallows the news, chilling with a smoke, demanding focus on the daily grind and ignoring the teens' drama. Maintaining her heartless mobster pose, she refuses to admit she misses them. The dog gets monumentally ignored, while the old bat pretends the emptiness doesn't hurt. On the other end of the misery, the brothers park right in their own graves. They've arrived straight at the VIP turnstile of the asylum that trained them in the past. Animalistic dread crushes their tough guy pose at the door. The escape button is screaming in the heads of these two clowns who are phobic of the psycho witch. The click of the doorknob flays their hearts, but the reception cures the heart attack. Instead of the soul-eating demon, it's the hulking, affectionate husband smiling at the door. But the mood freezes solid in a millisecond. The tin can draws attention, and the giant drops dangerous questions that trigger the bizarre interrogation siren. And then the ultimate catastrophe is triggered. The affectionate friend pulls the pin on the grenade, shouting to summon the boss lady from hell right into the middle of the show. Gravity crushes the duo's spines with that call. The aura of the apocalypse shakes their guts, instilling a sick, absolute panic. The Phantom finally spawns looking pissed. The Queen of Sadism tears through the room and glares at her runaway students with the receipt for revenge in hand. To screw them over completely, the wall of muscle blocks the exit. The ticket to the brothers' funeral is guaranteed now that the husband has plugged the only gap for them to escape alive. Cornered, the idiots vomit a little act and slap a fake smile on their faces. It's pure animal desperation for survival, trying to bury the absurd trauma before their master punches the farce right out of them. Our pipsqueak protagonist tries to play it cool. The idiotic plan is to fake a super casual vacation visit, praying with all his might that their dirty secret doesn't get out, but the charade lasts all of 2 seconds. Sig's radar is insane, the chaotic energy is unmistakable, and the tension in the air hits like a brick to the face. With the lie exposed, Teacher's instinctive reaction is immediate. A brutal dropkick shatters any pathetic attempt at small talk from Edward. The reunion turns into a pit of sadistic irony. The cute affection camouflages the utter disaster that Alphonse's buff metal body is 0% natural. The nail is in the coffin. The tracks now lead them straight to the slaughter and the interrogation they've spent years running from like rats. The real issue finally surfaces. Izumi's deadly rage isn't just about being ghosted, but about them spitting on the sacred philosophy drilled into them through blood and sweat. The panic of getting beaten forces word vomit. Trying to defuse the bomb, they hand over the master key on a silver platter for these idiots' dirtiest little secret to leak. The sentencing is brutal and swift. No matter their street cred, to her, they're still just two pieces of undisciplined trash begging for an educational beatdown. But her health issues catch up with her. Her broken body can't tank the little show, exposing that her gorilla-like strength was masking a massive physical toll. Surviving the madhouse, the conversation finally focuses on the gold. Just spitting out the name of the ultimate alchemical toy makes Teacher's paranoia radar blare at max volume. A deadly silence reigns as she pieces the puzzle together. Figuring out the power of this junk, Izumi calculates the exact size of the cesspool these idiots jumped into. But a name dropped right there violates the brothers' very souls. A forgotten ghost spawns from the trash, sending Edward's mental stability straight to hell. The bitter truth is rubbed in their faces, realizing that the deadbeat with the magic cure is the exact same dad who went out for cigarettes and never came back, rips open an ancient wound. Bringing up the sperm donor activates instant lethal rage. Ed quickly warns that he'd rather eat glass than beg for a handout from the human garbage who walked out on his own family. The topic shifts to avoid a homicide. The agenda jumps straight to the corrupt scum these idiots had to face while playing lapdogs for the military. But fishing for compliments over the uniform is useless here. Izumi goes into full loan shark mode, judging only the absurd chance this animal threw away by selling out to the government. The karma bill comes due, collecting on the trail of filth and destruction. Their absolute lack of self-awareness regarding the military gig finally bites them in the ass with interest. Understanding how the factory of life really works punches them right in the mind. The gossip reignites the massive trauma of the demonic resurrection spell they fucked up trying to pull off. Mentioning the taboo makes Teacher's tough facade crumble inside. The self-destruct button is smashed, ripping open the cursed wound of her own past in a single blow. To nuke the funeral vibe, Sig tosses a filet mignon straight to the fool's inflated egos. He knows their desperate hunger for nerdy shit would hook them instantly. Izumi plays along and embraces the madness. She asks for the receipts of this arrogant talk, turning the conversation into a sadistic pop quiz to test just how cocky they really are. But the egocentric juice rots his brain. The blind thrill of flexing on his little brother makes the pipsqueak act like a total moron, saying fuck it to the rules. The entire holy bible of physics is just kicked to the curb. The kid vomits alchemy into thin air without a transmutation circle, thinking his little show will earn him some clout. Teacher's brain clicks and the casual chat goes down the drain. She pieces the hellish puzzle together on the spot, adding up the weird metal body parts with the damn godlike ability they just showed off. Izumi cracks the case in a mental flash. She realizes perfectly well that using alchemy without drawing a circle on the ground tears right through the rulebook of unbreakable laws. The argument shifts into fifth gear. The monster drops a radioactive bomb in the kid's face, forcing the poor guy to swallow the colossal fuck-up he tried to hide. The pipsqueak's shield crumbles under a truckload of guilt. The ultimate sacred taboo went down the drain, and hiding the radioactive corpse of this mess is now absolutely impossible. His military pedigree posture turns into pure trash. That idolized mental hack was no miracle, but the bloody receipt of an apocalyptic stupidity that cost him his limbs. But before the drama can fry the room, ordinary life rings the doorbell. The radioactive trauma bubble gets a grotesque dropkick from someone slacking off out on the street. The lazy vibe asking for a spell to fix a dead pet collides with the host's brutal ideological wall. She vetoes any divine celestial hack and injects the rulebook of real life. The woman puts her foot down, giving zero fucks about the bizarre crying. The rule that alchemy isn't a miracle shortcut is shoved down the commoners' throats with broken glass. Izumi delivers a dry punch of reality. It's the kind of philosophical blow that tears the soul, making it crystal clear that no no magic cheat code can sweep death under the rug. The instant blow of grief crushes without mercy. This bad trip of losing someone out of nowhere and embracing the void pushes the exact button of Edward's worst nightmare. The coffin lid is shut the right way. No crying, swallowing the unforgiving order of nature, and kicking the idea of reviving those who are already gone straight to the curb. With the show over, the oxygen turns to lead again. Teacher's brain gathers the courage to spit out the cursed little question about the sickest crime they committed. The chat pulls a knife out of its pocket. The humiliation of becoming a uniformed lapdog for the military lays bare the bizarre toll they paid to try and clean up their own mess. The kid doubles down on his madness and determination. It doesn't matter what scum the military demands. The ultimate prize of getting their bodies back justifies throwing every shred of his soul in the trash. But Izumi's patience evaporates in milliseconds. The bill for spitting on the untouchable rules of alchemy and trying to pirate divine power is collected with a grotesque beating. The brick of reality crushes their skulls for good. The pipsqueak's mutilated carcass takes the spotlight, blowing up any schizophrenic fantasy that his body was still intact. Then her alpha monster diploma shines bright. She figured out the metal leg purely from the brute weight of it in hand-to-hand combat, not through any mystical witchcraft. The patience quota goes out the window and the terror turns psychological. Her dictatorship goes into effect, demanding the whole story on the table, forcing the trash to confess everything. Pinned against the wall, the idiots finally gather the courage to spill the dead weight. The mission now is to sketch out in painstaking detail the bizarre circus of when they tried to play God. Izumi swallows her tears at the boy's pathetic confession. Her mind drifts back to her own traumatic past, remembering when she flirted heavily with the Grim Reaper. Preparing for the worst is basically this woman's favorite sport. The camera focuses on the true root of these idiots' trauma: paternal abandonment. Daddy going out for a pack of cigarettes and never coming back shattered the family and shaped the doomed destiny of these two kids forever. But Izumi wants the whole tea. She needs to figure out exactly what psychotic break pushed them to cross the forbidden line and commit the ultimate taboo of this alchemy. The flashback throws us into their childhood. The war was already obliterating everything and traumatizing everyone long before the boys' own personal tragedy even clocked in. Until their little pink bubble bursts spectacularly. That dirty little secret the kids were hiding in their absentee dad's man cave is finally discovered at the worst possible time. Her mom radar goes off like crazy, and she steps in to lay down the law. The panic of seeing two kids manipulating the fabric of reality makes her try to shut down the magic show instantly. But things get crazy right there on the dirty floor. Without watching a YouTube tutorial or asking for help, these two illiterate kids simply hacked the absolute system. And here, disaster is guaranteed. Instead of banning the witchcraft, their mom gives them a thumbs up and validates the duo's absurd talent. This damned needy quest for her smile dug the grave for the tragedy. The sickness takes hold. The two start devouring every magic book in sight, saying screw it to everything else just to make sure their mom keeps stroking their egos. But then the script delivers a gut punch. A cursed illness appears out of absolutely nowhere, kicking family peace to the curb and throwing the two kids into a nightmare. Reality kicks the door down mercilessly with her death. Their runaway dad keeps ignoring their existence. And now these fools are dumped and officially orphans in the universe. Going back to that house reeking of grief shatters their sanity. The older brat steps on the gas pedal of madness and starts cooking up an absolutely idiotic and lethal idea. This is when having a high IQ screws everything up. The nerd brain decides to treat human life like cheap chemistry Legos waiting to be put back together. A ridiculous horror movie pact is made. Not giving a crap about the universe's physics, they dive into the teenage fantasy that true love can resurrect the dead. School just becomes useless torture getting in the way of their evil plans. The duo's neurons can only focus on pure, juicy garage necromancy. But little Alphonse realizes the black hole they're stepping into. He notices that playing Jesus Christ requires a degree in quantum physics that these brats are far from having. The duo hits the ceiling of their self-taught crash course. It becomes glaringly obvious that they need to scramble for some foreign master to finally buff the physical stats of this clown show, until an environmental apocalypse scares these brats out of their little magical world of theory. They're thrown face first into the real disaster unfolding in the village, far away from their little books. While the useless adults try to flee, a weird woman marches against the tide. A crazy lady who doesn't break a single terrified sweat in the face of the tragedy tearing up the scene. Without even stretching, the woman beats the apocalyptic threat to a pulp in the blink of an eye. She flexes an OP combo that crushes the mental limits of anyone in the audience. Beautifully ignoring the hero clout, she acts as if bending reality were just sweeping up dog poop in the living room. Her absurd nonchalance collides with the villagers' panic, except her Avenger pose drops in the blink of an eye. Her own body leaks a dark health debuff that obliterates all that Unbreakable supreme goddess swagger. For the crazy brothers, admiration turns into a sick obsession. Their last two brain cells clap simultaneously as they realize they've found the ultimate cheat code to revive mommy. The thirst to hack the system zeroes out any etiquette, begging for little lessons. Desperation makes the idiots crap all over the rules of respect their new master demanded. The punishment comes down hard on the fools' backs. She beats the crap out of the duo to make it clear that the hierarchy is now based purely on submission and psychological terror. The boss lady hands them a concrete block as an answer. She spits out an absolute no and packs her bags, forcing these losers to break the lock on their own. Before bouncing, she pushes the duo's sanity against the wall. The woman demands, loud and clear, what the real deal is behind this psychopathic thirst for unlimited power. Here, their audacity shines. Aware that reviving their mom is a crime, the two phonies camouflage their amateur necromancy in a disgusting little play of national heroes. The cute little story doesn't stick. Smelling the garbage in their plans, the boss asks where the hell these little pests' negligent parents are. Their old friend pops up desperately to cover for the boys. She puts on her babysitter badge, sweating to keep up the ridiculous fantasy of a structured family and fool the outsider. But exposing this disgusting combo of orphanhood and grief resets the scoreboard. The woman's ice shield cracks instantly, justifying the needy and sick psychopathy of these crying brats. The charity ends at the door. She drops a hellish entrance exam on their chests, imposing an insane trial to check if these brats really deserve the magical world. Blinded by their teenage delusion, the kids sign the suicide contract smiling. They are inflated by a sick arrogance, firmly believing they are untouchable gods of chemistry. The scene change has no breathing room. Waving goodbye to the village becomes just some idiotic bureaucracy in the middle of their cheerful walk to hell. While they rehearse setting up a cute little camp, the boss lady already puts a knife to their joy. She instantly deletes any ounce of VIP luxury or useless comfort. The truth punches them in the back of the head with grim isolation. The starting point was calculated out of pure malice, blocking any escape button, or crying for rescue. It's right now that the umbilical cord connecting these snot-nosed kids to Wi-Fi and indoor plumbing is completely severed. The theater collapses without mercy. The real school shows its teeth in a brutal geographical hellhole, where the only guaranteed law is seeing who bites the hardest. The realization knocks their teeth out. Tossed into Mother Nature's trash can, the idiots swallow hard as the macabre tutorial presses play. Izumi drops their only survival handout on the ground, a pathetic freebie for nerds used to hacking the universe's physics just by pressing a magic button. The official ban comes tearing through the duo's ego. The chemical voodoo is permanently cancelled, forcing the gods to lick the dirt like useless peasants. Before taking off, the boss spits out a disgusting philosophical Sudoku for them to solve, a riddle that camouflages the entire sadistic intent behind this torture. The blow of abandonment resets the duo's little heads. The grown-up protective shield went down the drain, and keeping their own hearts beating has become their only priority. On the exact first night, their fragile human shells beg for a fireplace and some Uber Eats that these losers have no idea how to summon. They sweat trying to decipher the mysterious message, but their childish minds convert the text into a completely impenetrable alien puzzle. The jungle swallows this pathetic vulnerability. The evil ecosystem has already scanned the fragile presence of these crying brats stepping on the wrong grass. The piece of this trash camp is pure bait. A sinister threat sniffs the terrain, demanding attention from those who don't have the luxury of sleeping. The demon intercepts the targets. A furry tank crushes the scenery, demanding a heavy toll and rubbing it in their faces that Russian roulette in the wild is lethal. The jungle's final exam has mutated into an outright slaughter. The attacker batters the poor kids, forcing the duo to shift into desperation gear and act on pure reflex. With their nerd witchcraft banned from the server, the pests run vulnerable, at the mercy of brute ignorance, swallowing hard the humiliating disadvantage of being just two wimps. The judge bangs the gavel, calling for their heads. Staring right at the execution screen, the boys finally realize they've been thrown into an open-air slaughterhouse. Paranoia hits hard back in town. The guilt of dumping two useless brats on a deserted island to starve to death starts haunting the butcher shop. But Izumi knows exactly what she's doing. She's sadistic and firmly believes that real magic doesn't come from books, but from sheer psychological trauma. Her excuse to clear her conscience is that the wild won't kill them for nothing. Survival on the island is free. The idiots just need to stop whining and look for it. Except that safety theory goes out the window the second a huge monster comes trampling through. An absurd force turns their useless little camp into a horror movie. Widespread panic hits hard. All that try-hard nerd posing goes down the drain when their brains melt and lock into primitive terror mode. With his little brother about to get mashed into puree, the hero complex kicks in. Edward makes the kamikaze decision to jump in front of the danger, fully aware his survival odds are zero. But reality hits the kid like a truck. The power gap is ridiculous, and trying to play hero only exposes that they're utter trash getting wrecked on this server. Back against the wall, it's all or nothing. Edward turns trash into an improvised weapon, giving death the middle finger. With no attack button, the only strat is the most depressing escape in the world. He leaps into a blind pit, embracing the danger down below to avoid getting his brains splattered up top. He nearly catches a heart attack from a surprise grab. Relief washes over him when he realizes he just ran into his little brother, the one guy on the island not trying to kill him. The terror of the chase gives way to punishing biology. Their useless bodies aggressively beg for food, threatening to blue screen before the weekend even starts. The mental block completely wipes out their determination. Feeling sorry for a defenseless animal proves way stronger than the hunger tearing a hole in these wimps' stomachs. And the bloodthirsty laws of the jungle spit right in their faces. While the wimps debate vegan ethics, a sly critter shamelessly steals their meat without shedding a single tear. The server starts living rent-free in the duo's heads. Filling their bellies means stabbing baby birds, and the moral drama boils up against their hunger once again. The food chain shows them how the game is played. An alpha predator swallows the baby birds whole, sending a clear message that acting soft in the wild equals a straight-up game over. Their cowardly strat shifts to betting on some useless fishing. Requiring zero mental trauma, they pathetically hope a suicidal fish will save the day. The relief is ridiculously massive as they scarf down a fish. This first trophy brings a hard-earned victory that sparks hope in the starving duo. But the hard-earned prize is snatched right from their hands by the psychopath. The attack crushes them psychologically, stealing their dinner in the most sadistic and humiliating way possible. Their terror shifts into teenage murderous rage. Alphonse throws caution out the window in a dumb, impulsive attempt to stop being the island's punching bag. The punishment for his attack is aggressive and brutal. The retaliation completely crushes his little tantrum, making him pay dearly just to remind him who runs this hellhole. The brute stomps on both of them with zero respect for tutorial rules. The intimidation sets the tone. Either these scrubs quit the match right now, or they get wiped out for good. Even busted up, the kid puts his foot down. He deletes any cowardly thoughts of running away, and focuses purely on not letting his mind melt under the pressure of staying. The idiots switch from crying to a heavy grind. They establish a bizarre routine of foraging for berries in the wild just so they don't lose their minds over the next few weeks. The big monster proves he isn't just there to throw hands. The beast infinitely responds just to sadistically smash any safe house they try to build. The duo embraces the mud at rock bottom. The reason they're getting beat up for free in this hellhole starts to feel like nothing but a bad joke. The masked guy returns to reset the beatdowns in the middle of the jungle. The cursed island makes a point of reminding them that there is no pause button and HP doesn't regen for free. Primal Monkey Rage takes the wheel for good. On a totally suicidal mission, he decides he's gonna draw some serious blood from the big guy before he blacks out. Their role as the clowns in this fight is confirmed. Every punch thrown and drop of sweat burned only buys them a premium package of humiliation and blunt force trauma. The terror and hunger drain every last drop of their HP. Their batteries finally die out, and the idiots just lie there, slowly bleeding out their vitality. Until he comes face to face with the golden rule of the jungle. Life crushes death right in front of him, showing that something has to get chewed up for something else to keep breathing. For the first time, they hit the forfeit button. Becoming dead meat and accepting a game over starts looking cozy compared to being a daily punching bag. But the tutorial takes a bizarre turn. The same brute who's been beating them to a pulp shows up to drop off food, proving that whoever holds the lunchbox runs the server. The short stack throws civility right down the drain. His Neanderthal brain activates, and he realizes that avoiding the coffin means eating the charity meal without any complaints. Crying with their mouths full proves their egos are shattered. The truth hits hard. They're just two whiny parasites who miserably depend on the wilderness to keep from dying. The sledgehammer of nihilism smashes into the shorty's hollow head. He gets it now. If they bite the dust, the universe keeps spinning just fine, proving their deaths are worth absolutely 0 cents. The delirium helps them finally hack the island. The game over loses its terror and just becomes standard bureaucracy, teaching the two of them how to float down this bizarre river. The carnivorous maniac contract is officially signed. No more more vegan whining. They climb the food chain, fully understanding that something has to bleed for them to survive. The party's over in 3 seconds flat. The final boss kicks down the door to check if these scrubs actually grew some brain cells, or if their aggro buff was just pure luck. The fight shifts away from a dumb button-mashing brawl. Now their playstyle is utilizing the whole map and the stealth parkour that weeks of brutal beatdowns drilled into them. The continuous beatings finally unlock the puzzle in their heads. The killer wilderness had no personal beef with them. It was just the cosmic 3D printer doing its job without an ounce of remorse. The logic transcends the zoo and reaches a stellar scale. Everything in this cosmic dumpster follows the exact same crazy rule, breaking down little pieces just to build it all back up again. With their 30 days up, the terror is finally over. Facing the giant beast is on autopilot now, without a single ounce of disgust or paralyzing fear. Their psycho teacher returns from the great beyond. It's time to check their hellish report cards and see if the jungle claimed the brats, or if they actually tanked the entrance exam. The boys spit out the exact answer key. They vomit up the existential shock that they're nothing but pieces of trash perfectly spinning inside the cosmic blender. The master gives a thumbs up, approving their descent into madness. The sadistic torture bootcamp was a resounding success, and her terror-based teaching methods got a platinum trophy. Back in town, the promise of a warm bed hypes the kids up. Escaping the jungle's grim reaper makes the luxury of a day off smell absolutely amazing. But the sheer panic comes ripping right back through the ceiling. Their brains completely bug out when they see the island's abusive final boss casually having coffee with the server admin. The trauma melts into a ridiculous joke when the beast takes off his mask. Their near-death panic was just cheap theater directed by a duo of sadists. The truth is, they were just getting beat up by a buff babysitter. The near-fatal beatdowns were delivered with the handbrake fully pulled, just to crush their mental state as fast as possible. With their minds softened up, the pure hacks can finally be injected. The wilderness survival phase is over, making room for some actual structured training. Except their prodigy complex tries to make a comeback. To shatter the boys' cockiness, the sadistic punishments return in full force, rubbing it in their faces that a swollen ego just gets punched. The server wonderfully resets. If the jungle was hell, their teacher's fury at the controller is going to be 1,000 times worse. The true purgatory has only just begun. After months of getting beat down in a sadistic training arc that nearly deleted them from existence, the brothers finally get home smelling like the wild. Any idiot can tell the brat's vibe got a massive upgrade. That arrogant, childish front was crushed, making way for a dark, veteran presence. Even in the comfort of their home, survival mode is still cranked to the max. The pathetic desperation to cram every single calorie down their throats proves the island trauma was real. In the end, a little family affection was all these needy kids wanted. That warm embrace vaporizes the mental baggage of that hellish island right off their backs. But the peace is short-lived when a disaster completely wrecks a poor dude's farm nearby, leaving brutal collateral damage. The kids turn on cheat mode. With magic that puts any engineer to shame, the farm's entire wreckage regenerates in the snap of a finger. To the local kids, these show-offs instantly become immortal gods. They flaunt an ego bigger than the moon after soaking up every drop of that praise. But the party dies the second someone suggests they've already surpassed their own master. Just imagining that heresy melts their spines with absolute panic. Ed confesses that next to that woman, they're straight up trash. Their psycho teacher plays on a hacked server, pulling off alchemy without even needing to draw on the ground. This vomits up a painful flashback of when they tried to stealthily ambush the beast. Humanity's most pathetic mistake, thinking her silence meant weakness. The educational beatdown doesn't even stutter. She uses their suicidal stupidity for her own lecture, parrying their pathetic aggression while casually chatting. While they cry in pain with cracked bones on the ground, the nerd epiphany clicks. The real hack was never brute force, but a sharp brain to predict the strikes. And the bipolarity strikes at the speed of light. After pulverizing the teens, Mama Bear gently resurfaces, proving that beating the crap out of kids builds character. The little lesson moves on, hammering in the world's untouchable rule. Playing necromancer to revive corpses is spitting on the code of existence and begging for a lethal reality check. The secret to skipping the ground doodles enters their hollow skulls. Using your own body to suck up the energy sounds cute on paper, but deciphering the manual is absurd. They realize her silence is a trap to force the duo's final thesis. The brats swallow their tears, figuring out they'll have to dig up the truth themselves. But their moronic optimism mixed with depression veers right off a cliff. Emotional starvation crushes their judgment, sugarcoating the apocalyptic suicide of trying to resurrect their mom. Late nights turn into the official special satanic Lego cave. Locked up like bats in the dark, they wallow in macabre nerd shit, digging their own graves. When they lock the door, the child mask melts away. All that nerd diploma stuff turns into ammo to slice up human biology on their mental operating table, until God's blueprint is finally hacked. The hardcore tutorial on how to build a fresh corpse takes shape, and the hype of humiliating death blows the roof off. The organic shopping cart is checked out with psychopathic accuracy. Phosphorus, saltpeter, and sulfur are mathematically weighed out to mimic an adult human carcass. To guide this monster shock, the circle's macabre calligraphy needs to border on the divine. A single millimeter mistake in this doodle sends them straight to the grave. And to drag the stiff by the legs, the universe demands a living genetic flash drive. The brat's spilled blood drips there like an HDMI cable to the dead. The doom button is pressed. Brutal radiation kicks the air out of the room, funneling into the belly button of the satanic drawing to force the pile of trash to imitate life. The Play-Doh swells and bubbles in the center of the light, but the trophy collapses. The intergalactic loan shark just kicked the door down to punish them for breaking the divine rule. Equivalent Exchange's mafia breaches their account in a flash. The little fine for purposely spitting on the live stream extracts a colossal biological chunk right off the bat. The mental cancer hits hard amid the panic upon realizing this diabolical shock fried and swallowed his little brother's entire body out of existence. The divine wire snaps, shattering teeth. The crazy midget plummets straight into Omniscience's central server, the little back room holding the cheat sheet for this universal mess. Inside, the boss's little ghost crushes the physical ant under its clean soul. The owner of the cosmic ball rules this damn dungeon ruthlessly. That smiling blob is the devil's own control panel. It turns back the clock and rubs its divine ID in the kid's face, burning away his entire arrogance. The cosmic loan shark's bank has zero empathy. The idiot wanted to play around groping the divine, so now he swallows the exact aggression he asked for, groaning under his own ego. The womb of all creation bursts wide open in the boy's face. It's the grotesque router connecting life, death, and the sadistic bureaucracy running all this matter. A tsunami of data breaches everything. Millions of years of cosmic gossip and evolution are shoved all at once into his cranial hard drive, flipping his perception of reality. But Equivalent Exchange kicks down the door demanding the toll to suck up divine wisdom. Literal pieces of this idiot's little body become the mandatory transaction fee. The space loan shark ignores the crying. Even his desperate attempt to cling to a pathetic lifeboat gets violently confiscated as a toll maintenance fee. The macabre receipt is printed successfully. The internet of the impossible drops, and the lab rat gets violently ejected straight out of this VIP dimension. While his body is dismembered, the intellectual climax beats him senseless. The kid aces the source code and understands that from now on, his own body is the portal. The Divine Tribunal closes the tab with a punch. Spat right back onto his Darkholme rug, he survives but drags a bloody stump across the floor where his amputated leg used to be. The heart attack hits harder than the pain. Passed out in the puddle, the jackass realizes in funeral panic that his own brother's physical carcass evaporated during their satanic trip. The basement has turned into a disgusting doomsday casino. Bleeding on the floor, the short stack feels the gross weight of the radioactive monster they just vomited into the world. The expiration date on this slop runs out instantly. The creature's fake life dissolves like vomit, rubbing in his dumb face that their bootleg necromancy failed miserably. His desperation radar blinds out the crying from his bleeding stump. He squeezes out his remaining consciousness, aiming for a suicide mission to patch up this stupid slaughter in the basement. That hunk of junk tossed in the corner becomes the doomsday life jacket. The cosplay armor is gonna serve as mystic glue to nail his brother's ghost back on the map. Puking out his life battery on the dirty floor, the rat tries to counterfeit God's code. His animalistic desperation tries to tether his little brother's spiritual hard drive before it gets formatted. Tearing his own flesh for good, the rabid dog throws his bloody arm on the Divine Mafia's counter, a disgusting bounce check to cover the shipping for this spiritual piracy. The radioactive gossip hacked from the beyond kicks into turbo, trashing centuries of little rules. He claps his bare hands and turns his own body into the magic flash drive. The bouncer skins his hide to settle the stupid tantrum. The gross miracle of zipping the ghost into the armor works perfectly, locking this nasty radioactive account forever. Far from the capital, the army drags its boots on a tedious and slow journey to the countryside. Roy Mustang and his armed squad are on a talent-hunting mission to feed the state's damn war machine, but the paperwork rubs the truth in their faces. The legendary mages they came to recruit are just two brats. The bizarre silence in the house triggers a red alert, and the military kicks the door down to initiate a sweep. The mess inside screams that routine life was thrown out the window, with mountains of books hastily abandoned. And that's exactly where the freak show appears. The forbidden alchemy ritual took place right there in the middle of the floor. The bloodbath strips away any doubt. Equivalent exchange came to collect rent, tearing flesh in the most brutal way. Leaving that slaughterhouse behind, the dogs of the military rushed to raid the neighbor's little house, desperately hunting for any survivors. It's in this second that reality hits the officer right in the face upon finding the owner of that macabre disaster. The kid turned into a mutilated shell, a traumatized piece of trash who tried to play with God's rules and got his own ass burned. Without an ounce of pity, Mustang drops the verbal hammer and shoves reality back down this corrupted idiot's throat. Out of nowhere, the tin can jumps in. The brother becomes a protective shield, trying to split the heavy bill for this tragedy they spawned together. To avoid throwing the brats in a cage for their macabre crimes, the flame alchemist spits out the bait, offering the military's infinite resources. Except this brilliant contract requires the kid to sign away his freedom and become the government's official submissive lapdog. Guilt crushes the shorty's mind. In tears, he confesses that he faced that flesh disaster alone to save his brother. But instead of disgust, Mustang's eyes light up. These snot-nosed brats displayed a brilliant and dangerous freakishness too good for the military to pass up. While the circus is on fire inside, the blonde sniper lounges on the couch, looking like an armed alien completely out of place in the country yard. The girl of the house shoots straight for the heart, asking if this polished lieutenant also loves bathing in blood like the uniformed scum. The trauma finally overflows. The state has already sent her parents to the grave, and now it threatens to drag her only friends into the same killing machine. But the soldier unmasks the situation. No one is kidnapping anyone. Signing the contract is an optional piece of stupidity to clean up their own mess. Inside, the colonel warns the shorty. Either he puts on the government's collar to use their cash, or he cries in the shower while his brother chokes on the trauma. Crawling to the military trash is an absolute disgrace, but the guilt of slicing up his own brother crushes any teenage tantrum. The soldier drops the recruitment letter in his lap, blowing the door to hell wide open if they want to fix themselves tomorrow. The whining ends. The runt dries his ridiculous tears and seals the macabre deal to become a cyborg, not giving a shit about the pain of the process. Going against everyone, the kid throws logic in the trash and puts a suicidal deadline on his own head, driven by lunatic despair. Physical therapy becomes a dungeon of pain. The granny warns that violating his own limits is pure insanity, but the shorty's rush crushes any warning. The clock turns, and the painful months of absolutely sadistic physical torture finally come to an end. The moronic rush paid dividends. The runt now dances around the scenery with a demonic fluidity, proving the scrap metal stuck perfectly. With his shell fixed, the brat breaks into a cold sweat to face his alchemical voodoo for the first time since their monstrous screw-up happened. The miracle doesn't give a crap about basic physics. Alchemy pours from his hands and brutally deforms the scrap metal, without needing to scribble a single circle on the floor. The tin can short circuits, realizing instantly that the shorty unlocked a cheat code level exclusive to bearded legends. The goodbye to the countryside begins under the hysterical screams of the blonde mechanic who worked her ass off to polish this new shell. Bailing on the countryside marks the point of no return. The losers now march straight into the crushing avalanche of shit they chose to embrace. The final destination is the capital, the military snake pit that locks up the vaults and the cheats these idiots need to access. The admission exam turns into a circus with the presence of the supreme dictator himself watching from the VIP seats, putting an obnoxious pressure in the air. The one-eyed boss stares down the kid's cockiness, weighing whether this mini-thug's psychopathy brings enough firepower to be recruited. The uniformed dinosaurs demand blind respect and order the brat to use chalk on the floor exactly as their dusty little book dictates. Spitting in the face of tame science, he pulls off the voodoo barehanded by clapping in an explicit parade of his forbidden freakishness. The show-off melts the office floor to spawn a giant spear, humiliating classical physics in front of everyone. The office theatricals turn into a sick panic for the meathead security guards when the deadly weapon leaps into the air. The lunatic midget shifts into fifth gear straight to hell, throwing away the cockiness to commit a suicidal attack and scare the boss. Chaos takes over the room. One more millimeter and the tip of the spear would have sent the big guy in the suit straight to the morgue. But the psycho old man doesn't move a muscle. This monster's ice-cold smile crushes unleashes the chaotic vibe that fried the rest of the extras. The silent cockfight proves who's boss. The shorty thinks it's cute to bring the blade close, but his own metal ass was already owned by the old man's sword. Despite the kamikaze little show, the boss lets it slide and holds up the pardon sign for the idiot, shutting up the suited security guards. The flaunted scrap metal leg becomes a VIP pass, vouching for the violent psychopathy of this steel brat to the thrill of the military jury. The slap of humility comes flying. The big mustache guy warns that this tough guy cockiness is pure blindness, ignoring the sadistic machine he just stepped into. The military bullying crushes the midget's glass ego, making it crystal clear that hacking magic tricks doesn't save your skin from swords in real life. Later, the government's blackmail bites them in the shins. The system demands their submissive lapdog obedience so their bloody past isn't thrown into the fire. The midget hates becoming a political puppet, but swallows the disgusting humiliation because it's the only viable ride to fix the bodies they shattered. The bureaucracy brings down the hammer. Getting the silver trinket, the pocket watch, decrees the end of freedom for this half-pint. That sadist Roy pulls a grotesque Easter egg out of the paperwork, revealing the ironic little nickname the elite chose for this new weapon. The nickname is a kick in the balls, a reminder of the scrap metal jury rigging holding him up. The Fullmetal Alchemist. The shorty activates kamikaze mode, swallowing the bureaucratic mockery and licking his lips to leech off the exact same government that tied him down. To sign off on the ultimate certificate of insanity, the duo intentionally sets their own house on fire, torching their peaceful haven in the countryside. Innocence dies in a sea of embers. This barbecue cuts the anchors of sorrow, forcing these useless kids to never look back. The emo scene hits right in the face of their country friends, who stare in shock at the trail of flames these freaks chose to walk. But knowing that family's love didn't melt in the bonfire unleashes the shorty's collar as he stomps his boots toward the capital, never to return. The journey forces these cowards to clash head-on with the one fate they've spent years running from. It's time to finally face the bizarre trauma of their past. They spill their absurd sin to the woman they fear the most. They confess their dirty little secret of human transmutation and their own mutilations. Her frustration explodes in a split second. The disappointment of seeing the sweat she poured into training these kids thrown in the trash turns into pure fury, and the promise of a beatdown hits hard. It's crystal clear that breaking the ultimate rule means there'll be zero mercy in this game. The biggest trauma hiding in the closet finally tumbles out. The toll demanded by truth ripped an absurdly devouring sacrifice from both brothers. But her judge-like tone turns into the tears of a broken woman facing her copies. The brothers' colossal screw-up is the exact same stupidity that melted her own internal organs. Her wall of harshness crumbles, giving way to a brutal empathy. Only those who tried to play God understand the magnitude of the burns from this hell. It's a bizarre miracle of motherly love. The murderous attitude evaporates, leaving only a woman trying to hug two shattered brats who walk the exact same dark path she did. But the peace is short-lived, and the hammer comes down, smashing everything. The master-student contract that glued these three together is ruthlessly torn apart. Her argument is a bulldozer. The school's reputation has been sullied. She'd rather expel them than sign off on it and keep being the teacher of such a moronic legacy. With the kick in the ass officially stamped, the two are left to swallow their humiliation. They pack up to get the hell out of her territory. Until Sig translates the bug in Izumi's system, the hierarchy just went down the drain. Without the student title, they're now just old acquaintances shooting the breeze as equals. Their retreat is deleted on the spot. With their nerve fully restored, they march right back to the place that just kicked them out. The elephant in the room crashes onto Izumi's table. It's no longer students begging. It's a maniacal demand from equals to rip out the answers about that bizarre taboo. The hierarchy goes down the drain, and she finally caves. Seeing the boy's demented obsession, the lady is going to have to spill everything she knows about truth. Edward's brain reboots fast. If the toll paid matches the tutorial scene, Alphonse's trash can body carries the passwords to the universe in his own head. But cracking open a rotten memory that big isn't just playing with fire, it's mind-raping. Frying the poor kid's sanity by forcing him to re-watch the nightmare is a lethal risk. Even so, the crazy kid hugs the bomb. The dread of turning schizophrenic is run over by the sadistic desperation to have skin again. The game turns brutally. The executioner grabs her ally badge and decides to find someone who can hack the kid's brain without melting the motherboard. Meanwhile, the army's top brass cleans house. The flame emo gets kicked out of the East and summoned to a fancy office in the capital. Before bailing, Mustang agrees to one last battle of wits, a mental slugfest over a game of chess with Grandpa Grumman. With a dirty genius trick, the Colonel bulldozes the board. He proves the tutorial is over, and he's ready to take a beating from the giant bosses in the next stage. The match ends, and the human lighter swallows his promotion. The East is left behind, and the real carnage of his career hits play. But he doesn't give a shit about becoming the king of the office alone. The Colonel decides to force his entire clique of trusty lackeys to pack their bags and tag along. Far from there, Gene Havoc sweats like a pig pulling suicidal shifts. He's digging for crumbs in the rubble, hoping to find any useful evidence. The battery radio goes off, pouring cold water on his time-off plans. Havoc figures out in a millisecond that he's been drafted for his boss's colossal shitshow. In a bulletproof corner, the blood-sweating shooting practice routine remains intact. Hawkeye squeezes every drop of talent, holding down the squad's violence quota. The summons reaches her, sharpening the blonde's killer instinct. The move to a new zip code seals the deal that she's gonna eat the suits alive alongside Roy. With everyone notified, the Colonel's VIP squad finally sits at the table. He grabs the mic to lock down the loyalty collar on these poor bastards. Roy checks the teeth of every pawn on the board. He's securing his team's lethal IQ so they don't get eaten alive in the capital's Shark Tank. With the squad locked in, the ultimatum hits the table. It's the official contract to throw their piece in the trash and dive headfirst into a family-sized radioactive sewer of conspiracy. The suicide pact is signed with smiles. The crew embraces the radioactive waste, gluing their fates to their own boss's crosshairs. Back to the kids. Their focused, book-snorting binge took its toll. The setting sun warns them they've lost track of time, and Izumi's patience just snapped. To escape their teacher's wrath, their brains hit the gas. They decide to take a shortcut, diving face-first into a sketchy alley. Some random scrub sprouts from the ground and blocks their escape. The human wall looks like a harmless hobo trying to leech some change off tourists, but the little act dies right there. The hobo spews out the kid's military resume, making it painfully obvious this ambush was surgically tailored for them. The verbal stab twists on its way in. The dirtiest skeleton in their closet, the biological taboo that screwed them both, is spat into the air. The brothers' mental wall crumbles to dust. The fake hobo throws the blasphemy right into the open. He disintegrates the little boy's illusion of anonymity in 5 seconds flat. Edward's killer mode turns on automatically. With a bruised ego, he'd rather eat glass than let this chump breathe freely after spitting on their secret. The tin can steps in front to hold off the brawl. He throws the armor's weight around to break the midget and pin down the stalker. The bum pulls an Oscar-winning performance of a crying, remorseful victim, just enough for Alphonse to turn off his antivirus and drop his guard. And the mousetrap snaps in a bizarre strike, a dirty surgical stab that would send any normal human to the morgue on the spot. But the gaping hole throws the weirdness right into the fan. The dark void under the tin shines in the spotlight, proving the kid's body is a hollow sham. The sadist celebrates his backstabbing. He literally gets his hands on the juicy proof that the conspiracy theory about their biological crime actually happened. Letting this walking flash drive slip away is pure madness. The midget goes full berserk, ready to lock down the asphalt and drag the bastard down. But the parasite gives zero shits about the laws of physics, tearing through the midget's firewall like toilet paper. Reality knocks the shorty's teeth out. The freak in front of him sheds his disguise. He's a full-blown chimera, a biological error explaining that absurd escape. The kids turn into statues, swallowing the hard pill that their vault was cracked wide open. Their ultimate dirty secret just fell into the lap of some random alien. Meanwhile, the gossip flies down into the sewers. The stalker arrives at a fake shop buried in the slums, the perfect mob HQ. The dossier is dumped on the boss's lap. Kneeling, he testifies that the kid's giant cosplay is just an empty jar of air, flipping the gang's chessboard entirely. The suited boss drools over the prize. Having the alchemist's weakness delivered to his door for free is a winning lottery ticket. The squad gets the green light to dish out some drop kicks. The duct tape is ready to drag the pipsqueak into captivity in pure chaos. The crime lord's rule is crystal clear. Bring him in with a pulse. The brother duo just became the main course for a cartel from hell. Izumi gets a medical checkup to try and deal with her battered body, courtesy of her past. The doctor suggests that Alphonse's amnesia could be cured with extreme shock therapy, a violent trigger to tear out the boy's blocked memories. Izumi agrees on the spot. She decides the best psychiatric medicine will be to beat the crap out of her apprentice as soon as she steps foot in the house. Meanwhile, Edward suddenly realizes he completely forgot about his military deadline. If he loses his state alchemist license, his useless dream of getting their bodies back will go right down the drain then and there. Left with no alternative, he decides to bolt out of there to try and fix his screw-up before getting fired. Edward rushes off to play bureaucrat, ditching his little brother at the worst possible time. With the shorty out of the picture, Alphonse is left completely alone in the cage with Master Izumi. The witch corners him right then and there, ready to apply the brutal shock treatment she planned at the clinic. Far from this madhouse, a random stubborn guy refuses to rest. Even all sliced up, he keeps pushing his own body through an insane training session. Suddenly, a commotion shakes the refugee camp where he's staying. An old boss finally finds the hideout, demanding the exiled man's presence. The big boss pins him against the wall, refusing to turn a blind eye to the trail of corpses the musclehead left across the map. But the moral lecture doesn't even make a dent. The grudge screams louder, and he refuses to let go of his thirst for bloody justice. The chat is cut short when a bunch of mercenaries spawn out of nowhere to invade the peaceful camp and cash in on the fugitive's head. The bitter surprise is finding out that a former officer the scavengers took in from the trash was actually a snitch. The goons get to work and bag the big guy, who doesn't fight back to prevent the whole village from getting chewed up in the brawl. But by touching the target to make the arrest, the mercenary makes his fatal mistake, giving the brute the opening he needed. The little act of submission evaporates instantly, and his lethal alchemy turns the tables in the blink of an eye. Without giving the scumbags time to breathe, the prisoner tears through his binds and charges like an apex predator. The carnage is absolute. The lethal attack wipes out the entire mercenary scum, leaving no extras alive on the turf. In a cowardly attempt to save his own skin, the surviving commander pins the blame right on the traitor without blinking. Whining doesn't work as a shield. The toll for treason is charged on autopay, tearing the problem out by its root. The bald grandpa puts the pieces together and warns that having a walking bullet magnet in their backyard will only bring disaster to the camp. The warrior embraces his destiny and puts on his cloak, walking alone down his bloody road in search of revenge. Meanwhile, Alphonse receives a mysterious note out of nowhere, pausing his cleaning slavery to try and figure it out. What he doesn't know is that a random mafia has set up a custom-made rat trap in the city's sewers, and they're watching the sucker from the front row. The trap works perfectly, and the big guy steps exactly into the hole the gang mapped out. The crew locks down the slaughterhouse with surgical precision, closing off the map before the tin boy can even process the setup. Under pressure, Alphonse confesses that he only went down there to try and uncover the macabre truth about his own metal carcass. The punks ride on that despair and use cheap bullying to provoke and kick the giant's ego. But the absurd arrogance is repaid with a punch to the face, crushing the goon in a colossal humiliation. Alphonse warns them that the small talk is over. Now the secrets are going to be ripped out by way of blunt force trauma. But instead of trading punches blindly and risking smudging his blood seal, the tin can decides to flip the strategy. He bolts out of nowhere, leaving the mercenaries frozen with dumb looks on their faces. The escape is purely calculated. The kid surfs through the rubble with an agility that fries the thugs' minds. The secret is that this dump was his old training ground. For Alphonse, racing through there is pure nostalgic tourism. The gang finally realizes their ultimate stupidity. They're running against a refrigerator with infinite stamina and 0 lungs. But before the bastards can have an asthma attack, a third gang member spawns on the map, blocking the tollway. The boys' spiritual retreat is brutally hijacked when an explosion on the roof throws the brawl into absolute panic mode. Without backing down, Alphonse uses his own metallic obesity as a steamroller, returning the attacks with brute force. The armor's mutant size crushes the useless mercenary's personal space, successfully cornering the sucker. But a random slip-up breaks the big guy's focus. The mercenary trash relishes the window of opportunity and drops a lethal leg sweep. Mid-fall, a crazy chick jumps into the arena by surprise and surfs on the crybaby's vulnerable carcass. The invader realizes the kid is nothing but air and decides to dive deep into the hollow armor in the most disgusting way possible. Completely clueless about dealing with someone invading his intimacy, Alphonse goes into shock, feeling the parasite dancing around inside him. Lodged inside the giant's hollow body, the crazy chick uses the void against him, hacking his movements through the joints of his tin plating. While Al fries his brains trying to break free, she warns him that piloting the tin can was always just a little act to distract his attention. The seconds the useless guy wasted fighting his own abdomen serve perfectly for the other goon to wind up a brutal attack. The meteor punch comes crashing down on the big guy's back, giving 0 shits about the tough armor plating and crushing any defense. Alphonse kisses the mat. The nasty combo of an internal invasion and a beatdown completely fries the poor guy's motherboard. With the fridge unplugged, the gang breathes a sigh of relief and turns the armored monster into a simple cargo shipment. The mask falls, and they admit it wasn't a coincidence. They had been hunting exactly for this tin can's head since the very beginning of the plan. Completely neutered, the metallic junk is bagged by the mafia and shipped straight into the lap of the real master who funded this circus. The disappearance of our teenage tin can finally becomes the talk of the town. Taking this long for a simple errand sets off panic alarms among the crew. Izumi's husband cries out of worry. The master immediately figures out that the kid isn't just slacking off, but is actually in deep trouble. Her crazed maternal instinct takes the wheel. Any idiot who crossed her pupil's path just booked a VIP ticket straight to hell. Meanwhile, at the hideout, Alphonse has become a hostage inside his own shell. An insolent female mercenary sneaks inside him and uses the kid's hollow body as a hiding spot. The torture gets worse when the intruder proves she knows about his screwed-up biology. One wrong rub on that blood seal and the bucket of bolts will be deleted from existence. The kidnapper confesses her own crime with no filter. She admits she's a biological clusterfuck of human and animal, making her a damn chimera. The origin of this freak show is disgusting. The government used their own sliced-up soldiers from the border as fresh meat for a cruel lab experiment. The rest of the gang pops up to back up the story. Everyone there is the same recycled crap of soldiers chewed up by the war, but the gang burns their brain cells trying to figure out what the hell this giant prisoner is. They theorize that Alphonse is just another chaotic genetic smoothie. That's exactly when the sugar daddy of this kidnapping decides to shine. The big boss shows up surrounded by goons, making it clear who runs this crappy sewer. Giving zero craps about manners, the guy kicks the door down and goes straight to harassment. He shoves his hand into Alphonse to prove there's no meat inside the tin can. Finding out the kid is just cold metal changes the whole vibe. The leader develops a bizarre fetish for the practicality of that hollow body. The mind-blowing twist comes with a tattoo. A nasty, satanic little mark connects this crew to the most apocalyptic conspiracy in the region. For our giant paperweight, his brain short-circuits. A random street crime suddenly crosses paths directly with the maniacs cosplaying as gods behind the scenes. The fetish behind the cage is finally spat out. The mobster drools over the recipe to bond souls, seeing the immortality of that tin can as the ultimate nirvana. The boss's cold math is macabre. Sticking a mind into a metal frying pan that doesn't bleed is the ultimate hack to live forever. The ultimatum is delivered in one punch. Either he spills the secret the easy way, or the big can is getting shredded into scrap metal at the junkyard. Swallowing his panic, the armored pot decides to go into rage mode. He engineers a kamikaze counterattack using whatever he's got left in the tank. The kid hacks the environment with alchemy. He turns the floor into a brutal guillotine against the sleazy kidnapper. Except that deadly blow doesn't even tickle. The suit simply shrugs off the damage, rubbing it in his face that he hacked the rules of human biology. That escape plan evaporates right then and there. The sheer gap in power swallows the kid in an instant and humiliating domination session. Greed spits out the house rules. To have the luxury of breathing, the bucket of bolts will have to endure the colossal strength that separates a rat from a lion. The guy's cheat code leaks beautifully. He has a reset button for any lethal wound, an anomaly that fries the kid's brain. The heavy hit only served as a back massage. The monster dusts himself off and resumes dominating the room as if the strike was just a delusion. The beast signs his own diabolical label. He embodies the urban legend of the homunculus, the creature that makes old alchemy geezers crap their pants. Exuding arrogant victory, the crook drops the bill. He demands the bucket of bolts finally spit out the forbidden tutorial to resurrect corpses without a headache. The plot twist changes the criminal compass. If the dumb pot doesn't remember the spell, the obvious move is to hunt down the Blondie brother who worked the magic in the first place. While the gang drools over Blondie, the pipsqueak is on the other side of town, alive and kicking, full of swagger, and giving zero craps about the conspiracy threatening his brother. In reality, the genius's real stress is with the paperwork from hell, the unbearable and soul-crushing military bureaucracy. His plan to bail quickly implodes. The pipsqueak runs face first into the most massive show-off muscle wall in uniform in the country. That damn flex of authority puts him in a luxury cage. He's left smiling at the army god, completely clueless that his little brother is about to turn into scrap metal. Out of nowhere, a free pass drops into his lap. The government stamps the Shorty's exit with no hassle, saving his skin and his meal ticket. While Shorty shakes off the bureaucracy, the housewife Grim Reaper goes into hunt mode for the armored kid. Revenge bingo. The investigation pinpoints the exact zip code of the sewer hole where the kidnappers are hiding. Fists fly beautifully in the entrance hall. She shreds through the front desk without a drop of lube or any stealth tactics. The tough guy vibe doesn't last long for the little guards. The housewife spits in the face of danger and rubs her own massive damage output into the hides of those useless goons. The sewer's human tank turns the corner. The meathead freak pops up to plug the hole that the minions left stinking, but the smackdown hits like a tractor. A random hit and run crushes the sleazy mutant's audacity before he can even strike a pose. The Uber Eats of chaos cleared the area. With the cannon fodder turning into fertilizer, the VIP hallway is blown wide open for the real carnage with the sugar daddy. Inside the VIP room, the gang regroups. The thugs decide to dig into the bucket of Bolt's loose head to mine for the secret to immortality. The pimp loses his patience. He drops the threat that he'll dismantle the kid's armor piece by piece to extract the juice. The verbal guillotine drops beautifully. Terror crushes the canned kid's mind, since one accidental scratch on the blood seal means a total insta-kill for his account. Surprisingly, the kid puffs out his empty chest. He growls that his metal will never be used as Legos for some street corner amateur to play genetic surgeon. The beefcake's inflated ego can't tank it. The creep goes into full psycho mode, drooling to tear the pressure cooker apart with pure brute force. But out of nowhere, panic takes over the room. A heavy-hitting freak breaks through the blockade, exuding a murderous aura that makes everyone crap their pants. The visitor comes flying in like a meteor to the face. The exploding door crushes the last drop of swagger out of the thugs. The tutorial from hell has begun. Mama Bear walks in, rubbing her soles on a cold corpse. Her mocking tone violently stamps who holds the leash in this room. For Alphonse's blind bucket, the relief hits hard. Seeing his boss's grizzly bear husband confirms that the divine rescue has finally parked. Then the script pulls a handbrake turn. The lethal flying kick aims straight at the Tin Kid himself, running over the prisoner instead of the kidnappers. The rescue turns into a free educational beatdown. The housewife rips into him, saying that turning into a helpless damsel for goons is an unforgivable crime. The sugar daddy blue screens from the massive blow to his ego. Being treated like a ghost offends the immortal mobster, who demands the spotlight back on the brawl. The final counterattack crushes the criminal's sanity. The Grand Mob Empire tragically discovers they are going toe-to-toe with just a furious housewife. Playing God was never anything new for these brothers. Alchemy always dictated that creating artificial life was the ultimate taboo, a red line no sane person should cross. But science goes out the window when the biological anomaly shows up. The impossible is right there, breathing right in their faces with a sick pride. The mood in the room flips upside down when their teacher arrives. The housewife doesn't mess around, showing the extras the difference in skill with a brutal beatdown. Cutting the small talk, Izumi dominates the room. She demands the armored boy back, making it clear the kidnapping game is over. But the villain's body absorbs the impact in a bizarre way. The hit and run that would crush a human proves the guy's skin is a walking cheat code. The reality check hits the goddess of beatdowns fast. Pulling punches won't do squat against that armor, and pushing her limits will only drain her own energy. Seeing his unbeatable master struggle makes the armored boy freak out. The situation rubs the abyss of despair they've gotten into right in his face. The jerk confirms the nightmare with pure pride. Calling himself the ultimate shield, he dares anyone to try and scratch his untouchable skin. Seeing the punches do nothing, the tin can says screw it. He drops the spoiler, warning that the slick bastard isn't human, but a freaking homunculus. The revelation drops into the teacher's lap like a grand prize. She instantly realizes the size of the jackpot, seeing the freak as the cure for her students. Patience evaporates, and diplomacy goes down the drain. With a short fuse, the crazy lady assumes yelling and torture will be the best shortcut to squeeze out his secrets. Sensing the urgency, the villain proposes a deal with the devil. He wants to trade macabre secrets to feed his own supreme creator fetish. The hollow kid bites the bait in desperation. However, the boss lady tells him to go to hell on the spot, refusing to bow down to criminal trash. But to keep the brats from getting even more screwed, she swallows her pride. The woman draws a line in the sand and signs a macabre deal with the devil. Gulping hard, the teacher hits the brakes and makes a strategic retreat. She abandons the sewer, but leaves the goons traumatized after the beatdown. Meanwhile, the blonde pipsqueak hits the road. The desperation to fix his own screw-ups weighs a ton, forcing the shorty into a race against time. The secret visit plan goes down the drain. The supreme leader of the armed forces pops out of nowhere and grabs the blonde by the scruff of his neck, cutting the stealth trip short. The suffocating military pursuit vaporizes any chance chance of escape. With nowhere to run, the mousetrap snaps shut and the kid throws in the towel. The squad arrives at their destination, a harmless-looking butcher shop, but the place camouflages a volcano of trouble that the soldiers came to sniff out personally. The suit demands straight answers, but the lady of the house brilliantly blocks him. The military man is sidelined like a total nobody. The butcher shop becomes the stage for a grim stare-down. The two leaders assess in milliseconds whether the room will turn into a bloodbath or a silent peace treaty. A bizarre miracle happens right in their faces. The hatred evaporates, giving way to an unlikely mutual respect, overcoming any bureaucracy or badge. But a meteor drops right into the blonde kid's lap. Finding out the tin can disappeared right under everyone's noses makes his blood boil in a full-blown panic attack. The filthy reason for the kidnapping is laid on the table. The target on his brother's steel back was painted by the forbidden alchemy they used in the past. Trying to deny the chaos, the kid meets the boss lady's hateful glare. She punched the immortal and vouches that the monster is an impossible brick wall. The proof of the danger is in the medical bill of the clash. Seeing the goddess of beatdowns torn up proves the ridiculous caliber of the biological wall they're facing. Taking the blame, the kid doubles down on his own insanity. Sitting back isn't an option, and he decides to lead the suicide mission head-on. The stubborn brat spits on his master's protection. He demands to face the monsters himself, refusing to let anyone else pay for his screw-up. With hatred in her heart, the boss lady throws in the towel and gives in. Her vote of confidence in the kid's own 2 feet overcomes her panic of sending him to face immortal devils. Throwing all comfort in the trash, the shorty begins his solitary march. He walks straight into hell on earth, focused only on rescuing the tin can. Cowardice turns into pure murderous fury. The thought of his brother serving as a meal ticket for the villain vaporizes his fear and ignites the pipsqueak's berserker instinct. Stepping into their backyard, he ditches any stealth tactics. The kid becomes a walking siren, announcing loud and clear that payback for his mistakes has arrived. Breaking through the final barrier, he storms the center of the mess. The tense showdown that will decide the armor's future has just begun. The jerk boss smiles, feigning control of the situation. In the corner, the chained armor is dying of guilt for dragging his brother into this toxic dumpster fire. The devil's invoice is thrown in his face. Dark alchemy is demanded as the only currency accepted by the sadistic clique. The kid spits on the joke of this equivalent exchange. To him, kidnapping his brother and beating up his teacher don't pave the way for any kind of negotiation. Turning the tables beautifully, the shorty warns that his answer is a beatdown. If they want alchemy secrets, they'll have to eat punches until they crack. Not giving a crap about the tantrum, the big boss throws a grunt into the ring. The idea is to test if the blonde kid has guts, or if he's all bark and no bite. In the millisecond of the attack, the kid's experience speaks louder. He reads the strike like a children's comic book, dodging the grunt with pure swagger. To make the message clear, he transmutes his arm into a deadly blade. The tutorial is over, and the next one to try their luck will end up spitting blood. Feeling the heat, the slick bastard changes tactics, but the dirtiest blow comes as an order. The villain's command to dismantle his tin brother like a Lego set throws the pipsqueak's mind into a torturous meltdown. The boy's desperate, reckless attack is parried with pure boredom. The reality check proves that edgy attitude doesn't faze the big boss. The villain flaunts his ultimate cheat code. He hacks his own skin, turning his body into a steel bunker shielded against any impact. The kid's punch of justice fails pathetically. The force is completely absorbed by the bizarre armor, without making the villain sweat a single drop. Even the rocks generated by alchemy turn into styrofoam. The immortal wall grinds the elemental attacks like they're bottom-tier garbage. Attempts at cheap tricks meet the same humiliating end. The freak's body has a genetic failsafe that blocks any opening in an instant. Cornered, the blonde bets all his chips. He prepares a massive, hardcore attack to try and grind the guy down once and for all. Using his own stone storm as bait, he slips into the blind spot. The brat lands a brutal hook right into the boss's guts. Except the celebration lasts 0 seconds. The trash freak mocks the Grim Reaper, coming out completely unscathed from a hit that would kill anyone else. The brat's mental wall crumbles completely. While the villain laughs, the boy realizes he's out of energy and trapped in an unwinnable nightmare. The sadist rubs the bizarre truth of his body in his face. This armor heals automatically, crushing the shorty's effort like recycled trash. With the lesson in humiliation over, the boss resumes the blackmail. Signing the demonic contract becomes the only way out to avoid winding up dead. The bastard bastard rubs salt in the wound. He knows that threatening to destroy his little metal brother is the fastest way to break the kid's spirit. But the kid's insanity screams louder. Flipping the board, he decides the only way out is to beat the crap out of him until the end, whatever it takes. Tired of the useless tantrum, the villain throws his civilized appearance in the trash. The shield gives way to the immortal's true, bizarre, and monstrous form. The complete mutation unleashes a colossal nightmare. The fake diplomat is now a bloodthirsty monster ready to crush the useless invader's pride. But while the circus is on fire, the suits find an opening. The military stealthily infiltrates the base through the back door. The impenetrable sewer turns into Swiss cheese. The army advances, taking out the guards and revealing that the kid's tantrum was the perfect distraction. The goons' trouble radar goes crazy. Their collective stupidity evaporates when their animal instincts warn them that the magical cave has been brutally invaded. The military steamroller sweeps the sewer with precision. The uniformed squad doesn't ask for permission, working in a murderous rhythm to crush any resistance. Their tactical aim is terrifying. The government's plan is to pack the immortal boss to go and extract the brothers alive from that blazing hell. Leading the charge, the president himself spearheads the carnage. The shorty's drama is overshadowed by the pure, unadulterated military annihilation steamrolling the underworld. The military extermination order goes into full madness mode. The invasion squad doesn't think twice, starting to clean house with murderous intent and an unstoppable advance. The efficiency of the Amestris crew is insane. The ceiling of the enemy's defense crumbles in the blink of an eye under the coordinated violent beatdown of these dogs of the military. But guerrilla trickery works best in the dark. The army's unshakable morale melts out of nowhere when they clash with bizarre biological aberrations. Because the military's meat grinder doesn't hit the brakes. The reinforcement spam is relentless, and the squad comes charging in to punish any slip-up with instant death. Squeezed by the foot soldiers, the guard dogs need to make a call. Their blind faith that their leader is immortal makes the idiots accept the ridiculous risk of holding the line. They embrace the famous dirt nap. The goal is to become living punching bags and spill blood, just to buy time at any cost. And while all hell breaks loose in the hallways, the main ring boils over. The ridiculous gap in size and strategy between the two is rubbed in everyone's face. The pipsqueak's massive brain power hits a reinforced concrete wall. The attack completely fizzles out, proving that sweat and duct tape tactics are useless against god-tier armor. The big brute villain couldn't care less about the kid's drama. He smells the fear and decides to treat this brawl like a totally sadistic stand-up comedy routine. The payback is heavy and merciless. The pint-sized alchemist loses his edge and gets absolutely hammered by a totally overwhelming avalanche of power. The punch reboots the kid's brain. His body locks up, and for one desperate second, his will to live is simply deleted from existence. But while swallowing his own teeth, the gears start turning in the short stack's head. The trauma brings the missing spark, making room for a dangerous and extremely cheeky plan. The most hilarious part is that the enemy's own massive ego handed him the gold on a silver platter. The pipsqueak absorbs this clue and starts drafting how to turn the fight around. Playing defense is over, and the price is high. He throws his own life on the back of the metal scrap that's now part of his little body. The hit lands with the subtlety of a freight train. He strikes deep into the flaw he just calculated, forcing the giant system to deliciously explode from the inside out. Going through this embarrassment fries the big guy's last neuron. The killer decrees instant death, gathering all his hatred to cancel the kid's subscription to life with a passion. But plot armor shines, and a surprise beefcake crashes the kill zone. The game over is blocked at the very last millisecond, snatching the pipsqueak from the jaws of death. The reinforcement's absurd physique silences the room instantly. The muscle hacks wonderfully flip the script on this sadistic little game. The brawl turns into a pure measuring contest, and the mission goes out the window. The two meatheads agree that the only way out is popping their own veins from flexing so hard. The killer completely turns off his human safety switch. He throws everything he has into the crushing brutality of this bizarre mutation. The first smack tests the theory in practice. The sheer ignorance of the blow crushes the hero into a humiliating defense, proving the freak's strength. But the overly emotional monster trips over its own ego. The crafty soldier reads its moves and uses the creature's own behemoth weight to screw it over. Except the creature refuses to stay down. Fueled by pure hatred, the psycho completely ignores the damage and turns the brawl into a totally savage bar fight. The insane beatdown fries both of their limits. Neither can hold the line, and the clash of power blasts the brutes away in a colossal explosion. For the state dog, playtime just got serious. He runs into into a monster that demands max level and flashes that wonderful psycho smile until some ugly gossip slips out. The PTSD from the country's worst bloodbath ties both opponents into a dark, depressing flashback. Drowning in guilt, the soldier tries to stop the tragic replay. He throws out a tearful peace offering to avoid turning another veteran into a corpse, but the white flag gets spit right back in his face. For someone who was treated like government trash, begging for mercy now is a total waste of time. And before the therapist talk can gain traction, the military squad ruins the mood. The foot soldier spam shuts down the dialogue and shoves everyone right back into the slaughter. Except a new arrival flips the table immediately. The Supreme Demon Incarnate just took the elevator straight down to their filthy basement. The boss's steamroller crushes everything. The army shreds the witnesses with volleys of hot lead, deleting any leaks. The boss of it all dominates the stage. A perfect slash sends the resistance sky high and shreds the little group with pure, disgusting coldness. The collective panic drowns the rebellion. It becomes dead obvious that stepping to the boss guarantees a death certificate with zero room for crying. With the extras dead, the dictator decides to humiliate his own team. He points a finger right in the soldier's face to show who's really in charge. Showing pity and having a soft heart become fatal flaws here. In the bloody arena he controls, playing the goody two-shoes hero earns you a one-way ticket to the grave. But the scolding gets cut short. An insane earthquake wrecks the room, showing that the other big dog fight is tearing the place apart. The federal nerd seizes the chaotic opening. He dumps all his chips into a slick counterattack so as not to waste the free pass. The glitch blue screens and fries the monster. Seeing his own defense crumble leaves the sadist completely dizzy in an absolute meltdown. But the enemy's dumb dive was exactly what the blonde wanted. He uses the impact to spark a tactical C4 using the villain's own skin. The payback is a beast. The big monster's armored pose melts away for good, drowning the fool in wonderful humiliation. The pipsqueak realizes there's no magic in alchemy. If that invincible shield exists, the biological receipt is hiding in there somewhere. The word search is over and the nerd figures out the chemistry. He turns the enemy's god-tier magic into a mere pathetic biological hack. With his super nerd diploma shining, he kicks the wheel and takes control. The short stack now has the exact formula to break the divine protection. Without blinking, the pipsqueak exploits the critical flaw. He ignores the giant's strength and drives his strike right into the system's blind spot. Taking a massive beating, the beast realizes he's screwed up. He gives up on the brawl and dives headfirst into the nearest open manhole, making an emergency escape. That's when the useless squad charges in, guns blazing. The military's accidental smokescreen is all the hulking freak needed to drop off the map. The kid's blood boils with rage. Thanks to the army getting in the way, the valuable clue to healing his little brother simply slipped down the drain. But the escape plan quickly evaporates in the sewer. A surprise guest busts through the passage and crushes the hopes of the washed-up henchman. Instead of shooting, the suit turns on the psychological sadism. He drowns the crew in terror, cementing his dominance over his prey. But the monster's blind arrogance speaks louder. Believing in his own immortality, he mocks the old man, thinking regenerative Botox can beat death. The punishment drops in a bizarre millisecond. The villain's neurons don't even process the pain before his carcass gets sliced into biological puree. The murderous goal is to poke little holes faster than the system can patch them. The beast drinks the juice of lethal exhaustion under the blade. The old man's deadly math dominates the scene. He obliterates the creature's biological limit, slicing the fool up with psychopathic speed. The leader crushes the arrogance using his own war history. That boss badge was forged in the sickest slaughters on the planet, and the dirty secret is puked out for everyone. The suit running the whole damn show also carries the same trash genetics as those freaks. The sadistic joke reveals the ultimate eye. The beast's divine shield is utterly useless against the hacked vision of this monster playing royalty. The sadistic bullying meets its quota. The dictator squeezes out the beast's last drop of immortality, treating his life like an irrelevant bug. Meanwhile, miles away from the massacre, the scene flips. The toll of a transfer dumps a depressed soldier right in the middle of the capital's rich snobs. The depression came with a cuck's reputation. His heartache only worsened when the painful breakup became the cheapest gossip at the barracks. Dedicating his life to the uniform shattered his love life. All that's left is a loser's trophy and a lot of sulking in the corners. To cheer the poor guy up, his rich boss pulls a rabbit out of his hat. He uses his influence to set up a blind date with an elite high society girl. But there's a catch in the contract. The secret date is an inside job to marry off the sister of the most unhinged meathead in the battalion. The soldier's mental short circuit is instant. He's already picturing the most bizarre mutations this grotesque family must be hiding in their DNA. He tries to bail, but the boss pulls rank hard. The romantic mission turns into a military duty under threat of being fired, all because of his boss's trolling. On the day of the date, the promised girl is a no-show. He freezes up, getting bombarded by a family interrogation like a mere punching bag. The doomsday siren rings when the damsel finally walks into the room. The poor guy freezes, expecting to come face to face with a female King Kong. The plot twist is glorious. The bride-to-be is a stunning little angel who 100% dodged that bloodline's cursed bulldozer genetics. Love at first sight swallows a bit of weirdness. The old folks keep forcing awkward comparisons between the girl and her brick outhouse of a brother. Given the green light, the country boy recharges his swagger. He turns on the charm and focuses all his energy on locking down this romantic miracle. Her response is music to his needy ears. The flirting flows perfectly, guaranteeing in the sucker's mind that the yes is already scheduled. But the script hits him in the face with a broom. Right in the middle of the cuteness, the girl's sleeping monster leaks out and her porcelain facade crumbles, and the backstab comes flying in. The princess's hidden fetish is bizarre. She shoots down the scrawny guy because her romantic thesis only accepts the chiseled glutes of a meathead. The romantic crater shatters his dignity. Taking this tumble fries the poor guy's brain in an ocean of pathetic mourning back at the military branch. And the boss who set up the circus doesn't even flinch. He spits out some cheap bar philosophy, filing away the grunt's pain like it's an unimportant piece of scrap paper. The final damage is apocalyptic. The tough trench soldier ends up crying on the bed over romantic rejection, sinking into the VIP suite of absolute rock bottom. The military operation spills out into the streets. Pure panic kicks down the door. The rebels' neurons fire up as they realize they've become targets of a ruthless slaughter. The underground gets a harsh reality check. The trail of destruction crushes the resistance against the state's disproportionate fury. The sheer scale of the bloodbath shakes everyone up. Watching this psychopathic annihilation weighs heavily on the conscience of even the most highly trained soldier. It's time to say screw it. Fueled by adrenaline, a rebel snaps in a fit of rage with a plan to drag as many grunts as possible to the grave, and that's when a deadly trap springs from the blind spots. The military squad falls into an incredibly lethal open-air slaughterhouse. With no way out, the surviving duo makes an extreme decision. They embrace Russian roulette, throwing their own bodies into the fire to farm for time. Meanwhile, isolated from the mess, Alphonse realizes he got separated from his brother. The tin boy stews in his own uselessness in the dark. Boxed up in the pitch black, he is completely lost. Unable to see anything outside, the pressure rises, and the bitter taste of helplessness chokes his throat. Out of nowhere, the noise stops, and the graveyard peace evaporates. The nightmare starts sneaking right into his blind spot. The resistance big shot gets cornered. He's shoved into this hole, having it rubbed in his face that his team's mission didn't even tickle the enemy. The heavy blow is fatal, pulling the plug before any reaction. The massive power gap shatters the last drop of hope for fighting back. The slaughter turns into a sadism show. The uniformed villain rubs it in that he doesn't just want to give them a game over, but to drain everyone's life energy. The truckload of regret hits head on. Realizing that running away only led to senseless deaths shatters the defeated leader's arrogant pride. With no way out, the rest of the team sets the heroic script on fire. They tear up their escape ticket and throw themselves into a useless, suicidal frenzy. All beaten up, Alphonse tries to play the metal shield. Sensing the bloodbath outside, he cries for the rebel intruder to run away immediately, but he puts his foot down and refuses to open the door. The tin can swallows his tears and accepts taking a beating from the inside to stop the girl from basically committing suicide by going out. The collective delusion of salvation evaporates with a click. The dictator presses the exact button that sends this amateur rebellion straight to the grave. The bill for the suicide pact comes tearing through. The resistance server suffers a total wipe, leaving behind nothing but a silent pile of corpses. Except the slaughterhouse attracts revenge. The former boss pops out of the sewer, seething with rage at seeing his entire crew turn into mincemeat. He tells it straight that he's not crying out of love. It's pure sick jealousy from someone who had his lackeys and territory stolen. The revolution goes down the drain. The suit smashes his opponent's face into the asphalt, throwing a definitive game over screen at the resistance. Seeing the massacre, the tin boy tries to make a run for it, but the monster's combat radar locks the door on his very first misstep. Psychological terrorism takes the stage. The executioner scans the kid, sniffing out any drop of an alliance with the corpses on the ground. The hiding girl snaps and kicks the door open. In a vengeful dive, she throws herself straight at the general, crying for the failures who died. The clean hit lands dead on her chest. The crazy chick gets one-shot killed because of her own tantrum in a completely brutal downfall. Destiny's joke is a heavy one. Her blood drips right onto the blood seal that holds Alphonse's life, staining his only anchor to Earth. Trying to process the gore staining his own inner wall gives the kid a blue screen of death. The tin processor crashes and he completely blacks out. Passed out, his soul plunges into his personal hell. The trauma digs up the bizarre memory of when he and his brother paid the price for their sheer stupidity. Respawning in the real world, his pipsqueak brother blows a fuse in despair. He punches and curses the steel brick, trying to wake the tin can up. The mental jolt works. The boy's soul clings to the familiar crying, and his brain is towed back to the chaotic dumpster fire of reality. But the smell of corpses bursts the bubble of denial. It hits him that his stomach turned into a murder motel, crushing his mental health. The brawl ends with the rebels decimated. The military bulldozer stamps their victory, forcing the brothers to silently swallow the uniformed oppression. The pipsqueak brother shelves his tears. Playing the adult, he turns on motivational speaker mode to try and shield the duo from this depressive episode. The life jacket works. Alphonse kicks the grief aside and decides to move forward, realizing that crying won't undo the deaths. But the uniformed dictator wedges his foot in the door, making it clear that their free pass has been revoked. He pulls the surprise interrogation card. The chat turns into a horror movie. The big boss plays the firing squad card, laying down the law that any betrayal guarantees a one-way ticket to the graveyard. The pressure mounts and the dictator goes all out. He digs right into the bizarre origin of that tin shell, sticking his finger into their worst wound. Spotting the landmines, the brother has to act. The torture forces the kid to pull off a masterclass bluff before the cold sweat triggers the worst. The departure alarm rings and cuts the chat short, but before bailing, the big boss drops a rotten warning that the government loves to spy on the tin boy. In the safe bunker, reality crushes the duo. Alphonse isn't just suffering over the massacre. A sea of old information is blowing up his wires. Crying, the rusty giant tries to explain. He spits out the spoilers from his psychedelic trip and the wisdom download he got from the beyond. But the depression hits fast. The memory didn't come with any tutorial on how to get their bodies back, drowning out any spark of hope. Dodging the sob fest, the pipsqueak connects the dots. He realizes that the murder festival wasn't just military sadism. The psychopath had a script. The breadcrumbs trace back to the shadowy boss. They understand that those hacked villains are completely tied to the army's carnage. The bogus military math falls apart. Gunning down witnesses proves the mess wasn't a mistake, but rather a scheduled VIP hit to tie up loose ends. With the corruption map in hand, the duo turns the tables. Grief turns into premium fuel for their hatred, and hacking into the government's dirty secrets becomes their new suicide quest. Far from there, the night shift hides the worst. The peaceful vibe in the metropolis only covers up the predators prowling on the loose. The proof of the conspiracy clocks in after dark. Lab-made boogeymen jog through the alleys, hunting with a set trap. The predator sets its sights on a lone blonde. The corner monster is dead set that this defenseless lady is gonna be an easy dinner. But it messed with a battle-hardened tank. Without any hysterical screaming, she keeps the ice-cold posture of someone who controls the situation down to the millimeter. The harmless prey illusion snaps in half. The blonde shows the dumbass that she walks around with sharp claws ready for any brawl. The attack turns into a VIP beatdown, firing round after round without giving the bastard even a second to breathe. The beast's grossness lays the truth bare. The blonde connects the dots and realizes it uses the same cheat code as the tin can the government is keeping. The goal of the kill changes on the spot. She grabs the leash and turns the beatdown into an interrogation to uncover the state's bootlegging. Far from the sidewalk, the phone rings in the director's office. An unexpected call warns the big boss that the mess on the streets demands action. Having zero patience for bullshit, the blonde drops the sitrep. She lets the boss know she tamed the monster and demands an armored extraction ASAP. The terror of the streets turns into pure bureaucracy. The lady just wants to ship this trash bag off to her superior's lap, clock out, and get some peaceful sleep. The military runs an insane test to prove they've captured a real serial killer. To do this, they demand macabre details of old victims that no one else would remember. The psychopathic prisoner not only confirms the murders, but also spews his sadistic motives to everyone. This moron takes a sick pride in his own maniacal resume. He tries to attack to show off, but the mistake is pathetic. The psychopath quickly realizes he's surrounded by bloodthirsty military dogs of war. With the villain subdued, Mustang goes for the jugular. The colonel demands to know how a piece of trash the government swore they executed is still alive, stuffed inside a hollow suit of metal armor. Cornered, the killer stupidly drops the name of an evil secret base. Mustang instantly realizes he just stuck his hand into a chaotic, rotten hornet's nest within the government itself. With a rope around his neck, the tin can sees a golden opportunity to keep from being wiped off the map. He promises to stab his own creators in the back in exchange for VIP military protection. The shit hits the fan, revealing that the government uses humans as a magical energy farm, and the evidence of the atrocity was wiped out by the complete implosion of the laboratory. Not giving a damn about the bizarre shit, Mustang locks his radar on what really matters. He desperately needs to wring out the names of the untouchable top brass running this sick chessboard. The prisoner reveals that the scientists who created the magic stones were also chopped up and turned into energy, a brutal system created purely to shut people up. Mustang plays his final card, hunting the ghost that's eating at his stomach. The colonel boils with hatred, needing to confirm if the useless tin can has General Hughes' blood on his hands. But the bomb fizzles out in a gross anticlimax. The useless killer knows nothing, and the bastard who took out Hughes is still a little ghost running around out there. With the little confession show over, Mustang tries to play the lone hero. He orders his men to fake amnesia about the macabre gossip, deciding to carry this heavy traitor's cross entirely on his own shoulders. But the loyal puppy syndrome speaks louder. The soldier gives a flat-out no and decides to stick with his commander, consciously embracing the mission to poke the evil state in the eye. Mustang finally swallows his team's fanaticism. Realizing he has decent pawns to use against the country's tyrants, the invisible war shifts into first gear straight toward chaos. Meanwhile, Gene Havoc is handed the bomb of playing babysitter. To avoid becoming government dead meat, the idiots are going to have to put the tin can threat on a leash and work hand in hand. Far from the civilians, the supreme corruption remains shielded in a bizarre bunker. It's in this stinking cavern of military suits that the sadistic bosses manufacture the country's mass carnage. The dictator himself checks which cannon fodder he's going to use for the final barbecue. The old man knows that the Elric brothers' traumas make them too premium of a battery to turn to dust anytime soon. But the immediate target of these psychopaths is someone else. A mutinous prisoner is placed on a cross, utterly humiliated and ridiculed. The rotten cream of the villain crop shows up just to point fingers in the runaway's face. This bizarre troop only sees a piece of trash ex-Ally who got dragged by a leash back into the box. Skipping the cowardly crying, the prisoner spits sarcasm right in the troop's face. The wannabe tough guy embraces his arrogance like a bulletproof vest, blocking the sadistic humiliation. The bickering makes the runaway notice an absurd detail that blows up the government's house of cards. He blatantly calls out that the country's dictator isn't human, revealing that the nation marches like a lapdog for an anomaly. But the useless runaway finds a hilarious plot hole in this dictatorial little script. He mocks the big guy's biology, yelling that seeing an old, wrinkled big brother takes a dump all over their whole concept of immortality. The mockery crosses the line, and the rival swallows the bait, hook, line, and sinker. Blind with pure rage, the monster decrees that smashing that rebel trash's face in is the only civilized solution. Before the floor is painted red, the dictator kills everyone's buzz with an icy bark. He warns them that the country's invisible architect wants that defective trash brought straight to his sacred throne. The useless prisoner falls at the feet of the evil mastermind who scripted the entire dictatorship of Amestris. The master of anomalies stares down the rebel with the coldness of someone dealing with spoiled, hysterical children. Karma's bill comes due on the table, and the creator collects the rebel's debt. The heavy atmosphere boils over into a metaphysical clash focused on the pathetic reason that made the useless guy bail a century ago. The caged guy spits in his master's face that dropping off the map was exactly his bizarre factory software. Embracing libertarian madness was just the rebel being true to his own hyperbolic essence of wanting it all. The alien Big Daddy doesn't give a crap about the philosophy podcast and spits out a glacial ultimatum. It's a free pass to wipe his criminal record clean, costing him only to go back to quietly licking the boss's boots. The fuck you is spat out at the speed of light. The rebel trash tears up the contract right in his face, preferring to get roasted alive over going back to the master's little theater of submissive puppets. The evil trapdoor opens and the macabre finish line is revealed. The runaway is tossed into a hellish pressure cooker surgically designed to chew up and fry immortal monsters. The tough guy act evaporates the second the demonic soup touches his skin, tearing apart the guy's sanity on an agonizing level. The worst poison is turning into pate under the dead, bored gaze of his suit-wearing buddies. But hanging on to his last shred of brain power, the creature nails his supreme disdain. He embraces the flames, flipping the ultimate middle finger to everyone, forcing his psychopathy to fly out of this hell undefeated. The untouchable Big Daddy brings down the gavel, deleting the useless rebellion. The punishment ensures that the idiot's soul and essence are completely chewed up and reintegrated into the monstrous entity that puked him out. The bizarre boss drinks his own kid's energy through a straw. The arrogant trash is completely swallowed, further buffing the hidden aberration that controls this nation of puppets. Leaving the macabre underground sludge in the past, the show returns to the normal world. The hulking dictator puts his perfect little human costume back on, shielding his murderous identity. The cruel dictator bathes in the utopia of a picture-perfect family. It's this absurd smokescreen that blinds even the most brilliantly hiding the giant aberration in control of everything. The suit-wearing robot levels up the acting with ridiculous hugs and affection, promising paternal love while piloting a holocaust. The country's nuclear bomb survives, smiling peacefully on the living room couch. The naivety of the little boy who idolizes his evil daddy hurts the soul. The monster leader continues his flawless role, ensuring that the dollhouse keeps covering up the radioactive key to the country's destruction. Far from the capital, life in the mining boonies of Ishval continues its miserable blue-collar routine. But the delivery route of a brat named Kyle goes horribly wrong when he trips over an invisible obstacle on the ground. Panic hits when he realizes he ran over a girl, but the victim is so out of it that she ignores the pain, demanding to know where she ended up. For this weird foreigner, confirming she finally made it to a mistress proves her suicidal travel tactics worked perfectly, but her adrenaline hits zero, and her body gets the blue screen of death, passing out from exhaustion right in the middle of the asphalt. With nowhere to run, the kid sacrifices his own dad's lunchbox, using the food to pull the weirdo back from the devil's lap. Revived and arrogant, the girl flexes and introduces herself as Mei Chang, a princess from that distant backcountry called Xing. The crazy girl drops a bombshell. She crossed the damn desert purely to hunt down the immortality hack hidden by the state military. Before the country boy can even process this madness, a hell of an explosion shakes the entire town of Ishval. The shit hits the fan in the worst possible way, with a colossal cave-in happening inside the mining sector. Kyle's despair goes through the roof, since his useless dad was down there working and probably got turned into rock pate. The brat tries crying and digging through the rocks, but the functional adults try to hold him back, warning him that playing mole right there is a death speed run. It's during this crisis that the magical Loli decides to shut down the crying and rub her obstacle-breaking hacks in everyone's faces without even touching the rock. Ignoring the redneck shock, she scatters some throwing knives on the ground, activating an exotic science this hick town has never seen. In the blink of an eye, the massive rubble gives way and vanishes, opening a sturdy, wide hole as if the mountain hadn't even collapsed. The witchcraft show pays off when the traumatized old geezers, including the kid's wimpy dad, pop out of the ground alive and kicking. The little brat becomes the absolute idol of the village, with the workers hugging the girl and showering her with food as a reward. In the middle of the grateful binge drinking, the old dudes gossip about the local legend of another short military alchemist hero who once saved the place. In May's airhead mind, this guy's image turns into a towering soap opera hunk, putting together a bizarre fanfic of the blonde hero. With her sights set and knowing the guy has access to the military, the pint-sized stalker decides to hunt down this damn genius at all costs. She ditches the banquet right then and there and marches off toward the center of the country, entirely guided by her insane delusions about the target. Way the hell out there. The scene cuts to the cyborg capital, where the manual labor in these workshops doesn't give you 10 seconds of rest. But the blonde mechanic's peace and quiet is violently crushed by an unearthly scream, making it clear that peace has gone down the drain. The reason for the scream is the dreadful state of Edward's prosthetic, rubbing in her face the insane brutality the brothers faced. Watching her metal baby get massacred like this activates Winry's psycho mode, and the idiots take a merciless beating. With his busted little arm, the picture of humiliation gets worse when they bump into the street pickpocket Paninia in the middle of the road. She makes a point of rubbing it in the Elric's faces that she left a life of crime to sweat it out at a construction company, finding a peace she never dreamed of having. But the conversation brings the focus back to their drama, making it obvious that Edward's speedrun to fix his body is going to be a hell of a tough time. With the anger swallowed, the little club goes back to their usual clowning around, ready to endure the boring phase of physical repairs at the workshop. Winry tosses out the idea of invading the capital along with them, motivated by homesickness and the desire to visit the Hughes family. Scoring a vacation pass from her boss, the trio of idiots seals the pact to hop on this bus together to their next destination. But the bureaucratic hell of ordering screws via mail forces the brothers to enjoy a useless holiday weekend before they can bounce. Rotting in the shop turns into torture, so the jobless duo goes wandering through the tin streets trying to cure their colossal boredom. The stroll fries their brains until the pipsqueak abruptly pulls the handbrake, smelling some cosmic bullshit coming from an alley. The doom radar hits the bullseye. Finding a lukewarm corpse on the ground slams them with the burden of babysitting a passed-out deadbeat. The guy's bizarre look makes it glaringly obvious that he's not a local street vendor, but someone who crossed the planet illegally until he blue-screened right there. Playing the rescue team, the food paid for by the idiots resurrects the dead guy, who devours everything with the cynical gratitude of someone who almost ended up in a pine box. With a stuffed belly, his weird accent confirms where he came from. The guy crossed an entire continent to spawn directly from the Qing Empire. The foreigner reveals that the masochism of almost dying in the desert was calculated just to complete a side quest in the ancient ruins of Xerxes. He admits he isn't doing useless tourism. The goal of the invasion is an investigative speedrun to unearth the secrets of Western science. His real kick is comparing Qing's voodoo, called alkahestry, and purely focused on healing, with the powers of a mistress. Hearing about an Asian hack focused on fixing flesh shoots the pipsqueak's hopes to the moon, dreaming of getting his lost parts back. At that moment, Ling Yao drops the act. Running into the famous dogs of the military right off the bat was the golden jackpot he needed for his scheme. But the hype crashes straight to hell when the scoundrel shamelessly confesses that he's useless and doesn't know how to conjure the Eastern medical alchemy. His charisma falls flat. Ling rubs it in that sticking to the blondes was pure calculation, with absolute certainty that the duo holds what he's hunting. The goal that made him cross the desert is ambitious and dark. The bum wants to steal the legendary philosopher's stone and its absolute power. Smelling a colossal problem coming from this wannabe king, Edward activates coward mode, turning his back to bail as fast as possible. But the escape plan crashes and burns. The environment closes in when the Elrics realize they've been surrounded by schizo ninja henchmen the whole time. Peace goes straight to the trash. With weapons drawn, the brutes promise an immediate bloodbath if the duo refuses to cooperate. With the hero's necks under his blade, the foreigner declares his egocentric plan to leech their power to conquer death and become a god. The Elric brothers' rest in Rush Valley is short-lived. The illusion of peace shatters the moment they let their guard down. A surgical ambush demands answers about the secrets of eternal life. Reality knocks at their door with a lethal and unexpected strike. The mastermind behind the attack, a foreign prince, tries to justify his extremism. He uses his subordinates as bargaining chips to blackmail the brothers. But the tactic is met with Edward's indignation. The alchemist refuses to cave to the pressure and won't accept being held hostage in his own territory. Reacting quickly, Ed turns his supposed disadvantage into an asset. The brute force of his mechanical anatomy comes into play to open a breach in the enemy attack. The conflict spirals out of control and explodes into a direct clash. The Elric's reflexes proved they are much harder targets than the royalty had calculated. Alphonse is sucked into the front lines amidst unpredictable chaos. The foreign fighting technique breaks military logic, catching the duo off guard. Alphonse's attempt to force a dialogue costs him dearly. The adversary exploits the armored giant's moment's hesitation to execute a brutal domination maneuver, it becomes evident that physical superiority and a wall of metal don't guarantee victory. The fluid and lethal doctrine of the invaders sets off a red alert in the duo's minds. A moment of clarity hits the alchemists. Grasping the scale of the problem, they realize they need to completely rewrite their tactical approach to survive. A surreal epiphany changes everything, weighing the pressure of these assassins against the horrors of their own past. Knowing they have endured worse punishments, their fear evaporates and their self-confidence resurfaces. The destruction reaches absurd proportions. The confrontation escalates violently, threatening to swallow the city in unpredictable collateral damage. Trying to regain control, Edward seeks to corner his opponent. He forces the fight into terrain that restricts the enemy's agility, but the veteran plays dirty to destabilize the brothers' rhythmic advantage. Edward's offensive capability is completely neutralized in an instant of lethal confusion. Blinded by frustration, Ed makes a rookie mistake while advancing. The enemy instantly isolates his arm to shatter his chances of victory. In this forced pause, Edward's brain kicks back into gear. He notices a critical flaw in their aggression. Their true intention is capture and attrition, not extermination. Cornered, Edward finally understands the rhythm of this martial dance. He deciphers the patterns of the enemy's crucial strikes and finds the clarity needed to fight back. Amidst the urban destruction, an unforeseen event occurs. Paninia, a local resident trying to deal with the damages, ends up sucked right into the center of the battlefield. Edward spots a breach in the confusion. He turns Paninia's civilian presence into the pivot for a new, improvised strategy. The bait works perfectly. The Eastern veteran abandons his tactical advantage to pursue the targets, falling right into the trap designed by Ed. The strategy shifts to pure psychological warfare. Ed identifies the veteran's fanatical loyalty and attacks the honor of the Prince of Xing to provoke him. The trigger works better than expected. The provocation shatters the warrior's discipline, leading him to abandon his defense in favor of blind, irrational aggression. Believing he has found an obvious weakness, the veteran falls straight into a trap. Ed uses the intentional contact with his automail to activate his trump card against the enemy. The response is brutal and definitive. The opponent's confidence crumbles instantly along with his defense, proving that the boy's reckless strategy worked to perfection. But the victory is short-lived. The invader's partner senses the danger and decides to intervene, completely shifting the dynamic of the fight to prevent a disaster for her master. The battlefield turns into absolute chaos. Paninia's civilian support comes into play as she decides to exact payback, firing heavy artillery at the invaders. Alphonse takes advantage of the enemy's shock caused by the explosions. He goes on the offensive, forcing the veteran from Xing to retreat in absolute desperation. Alphonse's tactical brilliance shines as he uses the environment to his advantage. He cuts off all escape routes and ends the pursuit, neutralizing the threat once and for all. On the other side of the battle, the Xingisi warrior runs desperately through the dust. Terrified that she has failed, she tries to assess the scale of what she believes to be a lethal tragedy. But the bait worked, and the tables turn. The target she thought she had eliminated resurfaces in total control, turning the predator into prey amidst the rubble. Even so, the lesson came at a massive cost. The tactical advantage required the violent mutilation of his automail, a reminder of the price Ed pays to survive without killing anyone. Ed reveals the coldness behind his tactics by sacrificing his own mechanical arm. It was the only way he found to deceive someone who tracks opponents solely by their presence. Right on cue, the architect of all this mess reappears. The Prince of Xing completely ignores his captured henchmen, acting cynically as if it were a reunion among friends. To crown his audacity, the foreign leader changes tactics. Seeing the Elric's raw power, he actively tries to recruit them, an offer Ed rejects, seething with anger. The argument takes a back seat when the locals catch up to the group. They couldn't care less about royalty and fiercely demand to know who is going to pay the bill for the damages to the town. Xingese royalty shows why they are so slippery. In the blink of an eye, the prince plays dumb and vanishes in smoke, rescuing his men in a coordinated and cowardly move. Penniless and physically unable to transmute, Ed is left helpless. The colossal responsibility of fixing the damage to the entire block falls squarely into his younger brother's lap. As the town watches, Alphonse demonstrates the impossible. The realization that the giant alters matter without a transmutation circle publicly exposes the dark weight of the brothers' journey. The restoration of the street calms the population and ends the financial chaos. but the real tension remains. The Elrics now know they have become targets of a lethal foreign power. Far away, the invaders confirm their suspicions through Eastern sensory arts. The Armored Brothers' existence is an anomaly that simply doesn't emit a single trace of vital energy. The true goal of the Eastern expedition comes to light. The secret behind the legend of immortality seems incredibly tangible in the hands of these two teenage alchemists. Meanwhile, the humiliation weighs heavier than metal for the Elrics. Edward has to swallow his pride and seek help from his mechanic to fix his shattered body from the fight, but the idea of a safe haven quickly evaporates. The dangerous enemy prince is found perfectly settled in the place, indulging in their hospitality in a terrifying way. Edward's true terror finally manifests. Winry's fury upon seeing the pitiful state of his automail proves that the real punishment for his mistakes in battle has only just begun. Taking advantage of the domestic chaos, Ling decrees that he will use the brothers as his ticket into the capital. Ed violently refuses, unwilling to drag along a loudmouth outsider and lose his stealth. In another forgotten corner of civilization, the pace dictates isolation. A clandestine journey drags on through the desert routes, paying the price for traveling in the shadows. The true leader of this twisted alliance rules the situation through dread. The ruthless indifference of his personal crusade is the perfect tool to keep his partner submissive. Disappointed with his pathetic position, Yoki tries to scrape back a shred of dignity. He asks his captor's name, seeking any personal information to feel less humiliated. But the question strikes a deep, invisible wound. To the scarred survivor, carrying a name would mean divine recognition of belonging to the natural order, demanding a pure and righteous life. By confessing he has forsaken that right, he fully embraces the darkness of his path. Choosing revenge, he intimately understands that the salvation of his soul is no longer possible. With this resignation, all hope for peace is left behind. What remains is an absolute commitment to bloodshed, marching straight into the heart of his oppressors. The useless repair mechanic decides to add his special touch, completely ignoring that the stealth assassin needs discretion, not loud and flashy gear. The freakout is cut short when an absurdly more decent alternative pops up. Common sense finally beats ridiculous artistic vanity, bringing a functional solution to the table that doesn't scream for attention. Unexpected kindness comes from the giant hollow armor. Alphonse puts on his useless diplomat pants, trying to keep everyone on a short leash and force a bridge of respect between these two daycares of psycho rivals. A pathetic silent truce sprouts in the workshop. The air reeks of forced formality, but at least the urge to kill gives way to a respect chewed on with hatred. To calm the momentary tantrum, the prince decides to lay out how his defenses actually work. He blurts out that the relationship with these assassins is a bizarre blood contract spanning entire generations of pure slavery. Smelling weakness, Edward steamrolls the royal ego. He decides to humiliate the so-called prince, shamelessly mocking the fact that someone so cocky needs a lethal babysitter to hold the line. The payback hits hard with the truth spat onto the table. The little prince vaporizes the assumptions of the Amestris crew, revealing a real age that totally clashes with the malicious coldness he had been showing off. The realization hits like a freight train. The alchemist's cockiness melts away when he finds out that the insufferable manipulator who screwed up his life is, bizarrely, an embryo younger than him. Frustration boils the shorty's brain. Getting roasted in the age department sparks a pathetic and irrational rage that deletes any miserable shred of composure he still dreamed of having. The little moral lesson sinks in the worst way possible. The Shingi's guard dog makes it painfully clear that one more little joke mocking the little king will end in a gratuitous bloodbath right then and there. Meanwhile, Mustang's secret little crew crawls through the shadows. Without the luxury of their arrogant uniforms, the gig requires sneaking through potholed alleys and rotting back streets just to avoid catching the eye of any military snoops. The sheer terror of the isolated mission is already melting the escort's brains. Mustang's favorite lackey was dumped on this maximum security babysitting duty to see if the lab rats are still alive and holding it together, especially since the damn prisoner isn't just some nobody, but a freaking serial killer nailed to an old tin can. The lethal assassin finds the dumbest little games on the planet to kill time, forcing a monk-like calmness. But the military trickery behind this delivered lunchbox soon hits the table. Hidden in the meat is a gun, flashing in neon that this campfire piece is fake and they might need to blow heads off at any millisecond. To break the graveyard vibe in the room, the visitor drops a 100% selfish piece of gossip. In the middle of all that drama, his only idiotic trophy to show off is managing to stick his tongue in someone's mouth. Far from there, Sheska bends over backwards to stop any snoops. She plays the card that the room has turned into a pigsty, and tries to physically body block the woman to protect the confidential file at all costs. Her uncontrollable phobia wasn't out of fear of dust. This Roy Mustang guy invaded the little rat room to play the silent detective, but simply passed out on the ground, drained by his own exhaustion. Upon waking up, his #1 panic is checking his pocket watch. When the bookworm drops that he drooled for a ridiculous 10 minutes, it becomes grotesquely clear that Mustang is walking the tightrope of insanity, working like a slave. He bolts out of there flying, leaving the librarian planted in a weird morning state. It's blatantly obvious that the little colonel is dragging an absurdly radioactive anvil on his back, suffering in a dangerously lonely way. Before the weird nerd can lock the doors, a sergeant pops up like a wandering ghost. Fuhrer pressures the bookworm to figure out what the hell a big shot in uniform was looking for in that dump, chilling the blood in her spine. Wearing the good Boy Scout costume, the sergeant's teddy bear friendliness is a blatant cheap shot. Taking advantage of the poor girl letting her guard completely down, the scumbag throws the masturbate to extract what the hell the colonel's research was about. Blinded by dumb gratitude, the useless girl vomits up the treasure. She hands over the entire secret dossier on a silver platter, gossiping about everything from the prison slaughters to the rotten mysteries clogging up the 5th laboratory. The sergeant swallows the gossip and connects the dirt, finding the sneaky puzzle piece. The cynic nails it, with a masked serial killer's coldness, that all this digging by Mustang reeks of Hughes's recent corpse. The wretched imposter immediately spots the opening, leaving the informant alive knowing everything is an invitation to disaster, so the lunatic instantly triggers cleanup mode to silently incinerate this rotten trail. But all hell breaks loose in milliseconds. The smoker havoc pops up in the hallway dragging his feet, forcing the cornered imposter to choke down his coldness so he doesn't drown the charade in a pit of suspicion. His killer instinct takes a monumental hit with civilians roaming around. Ripping out guts right there would cause a deafening freakout that would blow his cover instantly, forcing the villain to swallow his pure rage and bail. At headquarters, Mustang snatches a miserable solitary breath to keep from losing his mind. The damn guilt of throwing his pack of loyal dogs into a giant meat grinder punches him in the ribs, fully aware that one wrong step will fry his crew's brains. The loose chatter that sparks with his superior reeks of cheap diplomacy, but in reality, it's deadly chess. That smooth talk serves to dig deep and find out who's an ally and who's a Judas in this uniform circus. The oxygen completely drops in this damn room. The nightmare tears at their faces, warning them. Either the little crew of subordinates pulls off a miracle, or the military meat grinder swallows everyone's head without mercy. Just the thought of a blood-soaked playground vomits back the dark genocide exploding in Ishval. It was this lethal, sick little game that crushed the fragile soul of this entire clique. But the boss kicks any whining into the trash with hatred. The cold statue of the dictatorship dictates that, having signed the army paperwork, they all became garbage and cannon fodder ready to overhaul the country's filthy abyss. The realization drops on his head like a dumb apple. Anyone who's splashed in the filthy mud of hell knows by heart that, to spit on the rats and burn down the military game, the soulless disguise has to hold strong until it crushes the throne. The damn riddle crashes into the worst possible tragedy of their memories. Snooping through those forgotten drawers signed a guaranteed coffin diploma for the poor, bespectacled champion, weighing heavily on the survivors' minds. Swallowing the pathetic uniform demands cold sweat on the back of the neck. Walking through the general's den is walking a tightrope without a net, dodging disgusting snakes wearing that very same uniform and devilish smiles. Far from there, the evil little club completely loses its shit. The convict rotting in the cage isn't just a random lackey, and the hunt to squeeze intel out of him has turned into a massive headache for the cult. The thorn stuck in their throat has the fancy name of Colonel Mustang. This guy's snooping rubbed its nose in the cesspool of truth, upgrading his status from an annoying mosquito to a steamroller crushing the cult. The devil's key turns perfectly. The bizarre cult flips into offensive serial killer mode, setting up a filthy little scheme to vaporize every useless lackey in Mustang's crew in one fell swoop. The ambush becomes a reality when the suits bust down the door weighing a ton. Disguising a bizarre inquisition with the official government seal, the rotten rope is choking everyone by their military necks. The disgusting power play slams the table screaming homicide. They're pinning the stinking corpse on the poor bastards in a sick quick checkmate to cement the lie and bury the investigation for good. While disaster unfolds, Simp Havoc swears he's peaked in his love life, drooling uncontrollably over the plastic babe. He's totally blind to the disguised serial killer he just dragged into bed, falling right into the cult's golden trap. Disguising her thirst for gossip with lust, the disgusting leech milks every golden breadcrumb from the tight-knit little squad. With this whole troop running blindly into the same black hole, their souls step beautifully onto the villain's giant sick web. The brothers storm Central with the mechanic in tow. The shorty's plan is to barge into headquarters to demand information from Hughes. In his head, his buddy is still breathing and working hard on their case. Logistics turn into chaos when Ling Yao's guards realize the little king has evaporated again. The idiot managed to vanish like smoke in the middle of a foreign country. Far from there, the damn Ling falls, knocked out by his own empty stomach. His pathetic addiction to food completely paralyzed the bum on the curb. Undocumented and delirious from hunger, the bureaucracy swallows him whole. In a paranoid military government, taking a stroll without ID is a VIP passport straight to the slammer. The all-powerful prince is handcuffed like a common street rat. His epic hunt for eternal life trips into the trash because he couldn't control his own belly. Returning to the main focus, the brothers storm the bureaucratic headquarters thinking it's a walk in the park. The goal is to wring out the gossip and hit the road. The lethal Lieutenant Hawkeye appears in the lobby. This reunion completely shatters the aggressive, sweaty vibe of that headquarters. Right after, the arrogant Mustang shows up on the scene. The pest the kid despises the most appears shining right in front of him. The brat kicks the office door open and demands the classified files on the magic stone. The vibe was already a total funeral, and poking this hornet's nest injects more acid into their relationship. With the innocence of a slaughterhouse animal, the kid announces he's going to barge into Hughes's office to catch up. The weight of that sentence crashes down, tearing through the silence of that bureaucratic room. The asshole boss processes the situation in a split second. He needs to master the art of knowing the exact moment to hit the kid with the harsh, ugly truth. Leaving no room for crying, the suit raises a gigantic wall of ice. He focuses purely on shielding the tiny drop of innocence still left in these idiots. The dirty trick appeals to family, spitting out the fairy tale that Hughes retired to the countryside to protect his wife. This blatant lie becomes a sedative that neuters any suspicion. The kids eat the bait right out of his hand. The Colonel's psychological massage works perfectly, leaving the idiots sad only about the cancelled meetup. While the suckers march happily away, the military clique swallows dry the cursed mission. They carry the burden of dragging the invisible coffin of this macabre lie through the sewers of the headquarters. The gossip about Hughes's death hits the colonel in the jugular. The uniforms have already pinned the blame on an officer who eats from the same government tray as them. The state fascist tractor acts fast, throwing Lieutenant Maria Ross into a filthy solitary confinement cell. The goal is to twist her soul and wring out a forced confession without any meddlers. The vibe is pure psychological terrorism. Maria Ross shrinks like a rat on the verge of turning to mush from the hysteria of this bizarre crime that fucked the system. The paperwork sticks like gum to the caliber of her weapon, adding extra cartridges that tattoo a target on the suspect. Her alibi sinks for good, sabotaged by the depressing bureaucracy. The trap snaps shut tight when cheap actors are shoved into the courtroom swearing that the sucker was at the crime scene. It's a criminal and lethal circus. It's a closed casket for the poor girl. The big bosses rub it in her face that her noose has already been tied behind the scenes, and her legal whining means nothing. Outside, the brat's brain finally processes the blow of the conviction. He realizes the trial is a circus, and the rotten brass has already stamped her forehead as the villain of the month. Hiding in his dump, the lackey Fallman tries to keep his sanity, but the butcher psychopath only gets his news from the printed trash the military spews daily. The little note in the paper fires up the sicko's neurons. He spots Ross's name shining as a murderer, and vividly remembers sniffing the blonde during the insane night at the smashed laboratory. The lunatic hits the jackpot by catching the plot hole in their little play. He pulls out his lighter to fry the whole circus, dropping the cheat code right into the colonel's lap to vaporize the bullshit. The puppet show evaporates like spit on asphalt for the brothers. The bloodthirsty karma completely shatters that cute little bubble the army had knitted to anesthetize the brats. The anvil of reality crushes the shorty's brains with no lube. Discovering that the big guy was turned into a corpse hits the kid like a dropkick, and the tumor of guilt quickly sprouts, venomous. Grief turns into nuclear fuel, the shorty snaps, going rogue in the investigation and ditching the poor blonde slack-jawed in the middle of total chaos. In the sewer of the prison, the royal badge ain't worth shit. The foreign prince got chewed up by the bureaucracy and handcuffed with the same disgust as a useless street rat. The boredom of the cell is vaporized when a mutant tears through maximum security. While the military guard shits his pants, the caged madman rubs it in his face that he's been playing with grenades since he was a kid. Tearing the laws of physics apart flushes the troop's ego down the drain. With the soldiers crying on the floor, the caged foreigner turns off the beggar chip to focus on the forces running this dump. Popping standard bullets into the tin can ghost is pure comedy. The panic of seeing the rust bucket tank the lead with an open chest shatters the troop's psyche in a millisecond. The chopper maniac is in a blood-soaked Disney paradise. His VIP immortal skin only injects steroids into his bizarre fetish of dicing up every useless security guard. In the epicenter of this mess, the foreigner Ling Yao sniffs out the chaos from a mile away. He surfs on someone else's catastrophe, seeing a free Uber to escape the embarrassment of getting kicked out of the country. The foreigner's mark flips the board instantly. The Eastern medicinal mumbo-jumbo becomes a winning lottery ticket for the robot piece of shit, spitting out a purely selfish blood pact. Swimming in the confiscated arsenal, the foreigner kicks the military lead to the curb. His armor cries out for the piece of steel that fits perfectly into his combat obsession. The rust bucket also recovers the knife that spices up his own fetish. That blade injects a dose of tactical crack that turns the escape into a high-level slaughterhouse. In the solitary pit, the rescue pops up looking like the devil himself. The lifeline to climb out of the military's hellhole is thrown by a macabre mutant, forcing the girl to pray at the ghost's altar. Stuck in the cage with the lunatic, she puffs out her chest with morals. The sucker barks frantically to convince the deaf tin can that her lethal rap sheet is a cheap fabrication. To crush her illusion, the printed trash is thrown right in her face. The media circus has already rubbed the murderer's crown on her head with pure, humiliating cruelty. The Russian roulette cocks right at her ear. The chick needs to decide whether to quietly embrace her fame at the gallows or toss her military badge in the trash just to draw breath tomorrow. The macabre hand is dealt, tearing down her windpipe. She kicks her ethics to the curb and embraces the human sewer label, fully aware that this freak show is sinking her life. The fascist tractor shifts into gear, hunting the useless uniform. The prison break becomes the perfect excuse to lock down the zip code in a giant bloodbath of a government manhunt. The hysterical marathon fries the asphalt. The asylum squad runs, gasping for air before the web of uniformed roaches seals the exit in the capital for good. Life's dropkick sinks the stomach. The jacked shorty blows a fuse trying to make sense of bumping into the crime's cover girl, strolling without a leash on the asphalt. As if that weren't enough, the foreign little king pops up in the package. Seeing this duo brutally crushes the shorty's last thread of lucidity as he tries to balance this schizophrenic juggling act. Not giving a shit about the armed serial killer's Russian roulette, the lowrider Pitbull barks at max volume. He demands the bitter juice of truth from the female elected as the butcher of his late bro. The little soldier chooses not to become a human sieve. She embraces the dirty runaway crown and keeps running, leaving the shorty's emotional massage completely in the dust. Hate chews through the midget's brains. The VIP witness to his worst tragedy evaporates on the asphalt, pushing the frustrated short stack into the pit of feeling like a powerless clown. The tin brute grasps the size of the disaster. He realizes this hysterical marathon through the streets is the receipt that the government meat grinder decided to shred the useless lackey. Logistics throw the abyss wide open. The base's asshole little boss put his own ass on the line out in the streets, solemnly not giving a shit about any official military escort. The sadistic suit pops into the scene and locks his thirsty eyes on the marked sucker. He checks the victim's chassis just to have the target locked in before cocking the trigger of doom. The jacked brute goes into bouncer mode. He tries to sledgehammer the sicko to hammer a pin of order into this uncontrolled chaotic clusterfuck in the middle of the street. The smokescreen rolls out beautifully. Not giving a damn about the ambush, the walking fridge scoops up the rich tourist and evaporates, sweeping two schizophrenic pests out of the equation in one fell swoop. The marathon hits a flaming concrete wall. An absurd explosion kicks the scenery, stamping that the suit finally smashed his finger on the annihilation button. The bath of flames tears away the fantasy with no lube. The diplomatic rescue turns to ashes, transformed into an unscrupulous, one-sided massacre led by the colonel. The morgue stamp batters their minds like a brick. The crispy little corpse proves the cannon fodder was fried just so the militia system could sleep in peace. The crying session takes steroids and turns into nuclear hate. When their idol tears off his costume to play the state devil, the shorty's roar shatters the asphalt, pushing him into a violent meltdown. Our protagonist tries to figure out when his life went down the drain, realizing that trusted allies are hiding dirty and dangerous secrets. Out on the street, the blondie completely snaps and throws hierarchy out the window, flat out refusing to swallow the cold-blooded psychopathic actions of his superiors. Far away, the princess decides to play maid in the room, innocently stumbling upon something that will beautifully ruin her day. The brutal shock comes flying in the form of a trashy newspaper, blatantly exposing the violent death of a beloved character without the slightest warning. Back in the alley, playing vigilante is punished with instant humiliation. The colonel crushes the kid's tantrum on the spot, rubbing in his face who runs the show. But his teenage brain shuts down in the face of such military coldness, throwing the idiot into a suicidal rage-fueled dive to try and rip his boss's face off. The bucket of bolts has to step in and play the adult in the room, holding his brother back before he punches the officer and turns into instant scrap metal. In the middle of this tense bear hug, the penny drops for the tin giant. Grasping the absurd horrors, the suits commit to sweep the dirt under the rug. Lowering his guard for a second, the firemaster drops the sadistic act and bluntly takes the blame for lying, realizing it ruined their trust. With their stealth completely ruined by Snoops, the only move left for the prodigies is to run away through the streets like absolute cowards. But the escape fails bizarrely fast, and they become hostages to the police themselves, crying out of rage for being useless trash, unable to make a single peep. Behind the scenes at headquarters, the cynical interrogation show is laid out on the table, trying to disguise a brutal homicide as just following the manual. The military goons bag the grotesque evidence of the supposed circus. The charcoal from the human barbecue serves perfectly to validate the fake news ordered by headquarters. Far from the suits, the shock shatters the kid like a swift kick to the gut as he realizes his investigation put a gun directly to the head of an innocent family man. The sadistic official bureaucracy rolls on, with the morgue vulture showing his face to botch the autopsy report of the worst and heaviest barbecue of all. Trampling on those praying for a miracle, the corporation simply signs off on the paperwork and puts the case on ice, smiling with an absurd cynicism. The armored bastard in charge replies with a sociopath-level sneer, justifying the insane bloodbath as a mere pathetic little accident by a useless amateur. In the tearful military theater, the pain of losing the only cool guy completely breaks the spirit of the few who caught on to the bloody farce behind the death. The system's response is swift and disgusting. A dismissal disguised as advice kicks this inconvenient morning right under the rug. The bomb ignites, sparking an absurdly aggressive tantrum. The toxic cocktail of manipulation and an inferiority complex blows the fuse for good. Karma strikes at the speed of light with a brutal invasion into the supposedly safe hideout, rubbing an instant death certificate in the faces of the idiots. Fleeing this slaughterhouse, the boys pop back up at the hotel dragging the worst gossip of the year, sweating cold knowing the terror that awaits them with their friend. The chronic stupidity of having left the base unlocked hits them in the gut. They desperately hunt for tracks, praying on their knees that the girl didn't vanish into the system. But finding the damn trashy newspaper tossed aside gives it all away. The fools realize in shock that shit hit the fan, and the blonde swallowed the violent grief in a grotesque way. On the freezing streets, a masochistic instinct guides the poor girl straight to the source of her own funeral nightmare, spitting on the tabloid to face the real truth. The steamroller of reality crushes her when the little spokesperson answers with that childish cuteness, sticking a knife in the back of the one who already saw the bloody headline. Seeing the child's little smile melt into disappointment becomes the emotional fatality for the mechanic. The cynical confirmation tears her soul apart, attesting to the massacre. Facing the hurricane, the widow scans the other's misery in the blink of an eye, sniffing out the despair and figuring out the exact reason for that mournful invasion. Clinging fiercely to that filthy newspaper like a castaway, the girl swallows her own tears, fighting desperately to explain the tragedy she ran away from. Far from this therapeutic drama, regret ties the idiots to the hotel couch. They finally face the guilt of having indirectly murdered a family man. A tragic call ties up the loose ends of misery. They get confirmation on the line that their friend's sanity took a hard nosedive and she completely broke down in front of the depressed widow. With the shit hitting the fan, the pipsqueak triggers an absurd kamikaze decision. He ditches the ostrich tactic, refusing to hide with his tail between his legs while others pay his tab. Embracing their own suicidal stupidity, the brothers seal the grim pact and muster up fake courage to face the heaviest therapy session of all once and for all. Arriving at the crime scene, the purely welcoming reception from the princess acts like brass knuckles straight to the gut of the architects of this giant disaster. The shorty refuses to procrastinate and throws omission out the window, slicing through that gloomy mood by bluntly announcing he's going to spit out his rotten confession. They spit the truth about how playing the nice dad with the homework crossed the lethal military line, sending the guy straight to the gutter in a body bag. The moral fatality lands, smashing the table. It's the blind confession that this macabre storm would never have trampled their happy little home if the dumbasses hadn't snooped too much. With zero lame excuses up their sleeves, the idiot duo voluntarily caves before the widow's jury, taking full responsibility for this disgusting nuclear-level mess. The tin giant reaches his limit and hits the panic button, warning that he'd rather throw his crusade to get his body back into the trash than let more innocents die. But the widow's counterattack crushes the victimhood. Zero tantrums or vengeful crying, just a warm hug making it crystal clear that the heroic and fatal decision was purely her own husband's blind choice. She ignores their trashy surrender and tosses the grenade back into their laps, telling them to swallow their tears and bust their asses, blazing a new trail with blood in their eyes. However, the millisecond the freeloaders clear the doorway, her titanium mask melts away and the widow throws herself into her own mental meat grinder, crumbling in tears alone. Outside, the avalanche of military barbecues detonates the kid's ethical compass, forcing the dwarf to violently defrag his busted brain and hunt for a direction. Stamina drops the guillotine of exhaustion and beautifully knocks out the fatigued blondie, laying him in the thick dust of this suffocating karmic nightmare. Back at square one, he tests the waters with the blonde and finds the girl locked in blind bubble mode, drained out and depressedly denying the bizarre grief. The Boy Scout dodges, poking the mournful radioactive bomb, focusing his ninja sluggishness directly on the practical appeal of the survivalist grub handed to him by her. She spits the painful culinary irony in their faces. While the divas cried over their selfish, empty holes, she swallowed the grim fatality by making a comforting little dinner at the widow's house. And the camouflage dam finally blue screens right in the room. The colossal, cruel weight of the grave shatters the cute culinary therapy and mercilessly triggers the poor girl's tears. Crushing his pathetic, trashy pride by sheer force, the blind shorty just silently swallows the horror show, devouring her slop, desperate to have some miserable use by just being there. While the wake depresses everyone, in the filthy circle of suits, the radar beeps sadistically. The narrative of the witness turning to ashes perfectly flipped, ruining the coward's alibi. A mental heart attack consumes the committee as they read the security screen. A corpse that the incinerator should have shredded is still prancing around alive through the rotten alleys, not giving a single shit about cardboard bureaucracies. The suited scum rip the apocalypse button off the emergency wall to violently exterminate that phantom nightmare. The remedy rests in a macabre black hole freezer where they collect caged guinea pigs and zombie carnages like expired missiles in a bizarre market. In the ultimate mockery of sadistic irony, the brass unleashes the collar and drops the original meat carcass onto the asphalt, the definitive mutant hound taking off at full speed to gun down its own ghost. The maniac tries to justify his usefulness to the underground squad hiding him, but without the original scientists alive, the grand promise of handing over the secrets of immortality just evaporates into thin air. Putting two and two together, the useless hostage sergeant connects the psycho's delusions to Alphonse's armor. This hands the desperate foreigners their next move on a silver platter. With a shiny new target, the little prince dumps the armor like recyclable trash. His interest in this pathetic alliance dies on the spot as he rushes off to hunt down the Pipsqueak brothers. Fallman just accepts his trashy, isolated life. His humiliating routine boils down to babysitting a tin-can psychopathic freak who just won't shut up. Meanwhile, the hot-headed colonel taps into his intel network using cringe romantic sweet talk. He knows damn well the top brass geezers are bugging everything at headquarters. The trick is annoyingly brilliant. Using his reputation as a sleazy womanizer, he covers up his intel gathering, letting the rebellion's inner circle operate right under the noses of those uniformed idiots. Not giving a crap about his trash reputation, the colonel plants the seed for the next phase. By throwing out that he needs a vacation, he scores a free pass to snoop around for clues without spooking the bigwigs. Far away from there, focusing on rubbing grease into the gears is the only cure for depression. It's the only thing holding this little group's fractured sanity together after so much tragedy. The boy genius swagger went right down the drain. The colossal guilt of dragging Hughes into the crossfire completely freezes Ed's will to play treasure hunter, until the walking fridge decides to spit facts. The tin can little brother finally snaps and vomits all his pathetic fears right into the gang's lap. Al's real terror isn't being a permanent junkyard cosplay, but getting left behind. The logic is a punch to the gut. He'd rather rot without a body than see his brother bite the dust. Before the pity party turns into a sea of tears, Ed kicks the bad vibes away. In a super rare glitch of maturity, he strokes the mechanic's ego, swallowing his pride to validate the team's cute little meltdown. But the bill for playing Rebel comes kicking down the door. The military's meatheads invade the room, completely throwing civil etiquette out the window. The beefed-up giant invents some hysterical drama on the spot. It's a foolproof bluff to mask a preemptive kidnapping right under everyone's noses. The 4D chess behind the screaming is crystal clear. Ripping the brothers away and dragging them off becomes the perfect kamikaze move to make sure nobody wakes up dead in Central City. The shorty's attempt at some peace on the train goes straight to the trash. The foreign little prince invades the train car and drops a massive headache right in his lap. The stalker confesses to being a diplomatic pickpocket. He reveals without breaking a sweat that he hacked the group's route by bending the ear of the capital's slicing psychopath. Mustang's playboy smirk drops when the little riddle on the phone screams danger. The intel demands he get his lazy ass out of the chair in a split second. Without blinking, the boss summons his henchman. He hits the panic button and orders his agents to move before the shit hits the fan. At the military safe house, the stakes scale up to the absurd. The Shingi's ninja acrobatics humiliate the uniforms, exposing the defense's weak point with ridiculous ease. But the ghost of the past comes knocking. That old piece of meat sniffs out its own butchered soul, plunging the hideout into a grotesque nightmare against a bloodthirsty freak. Glitching the script, the tin can convict becomes the team's tank. The armor dishes out a beatdown on its own rotting flesh zombie version. The brawl between Barry's ghost version and his carcass kicks insanity into overdrive. The zombie crushes the armor's patience and plating in an aggressive, humiliating steamroll. Suddenly, the only wall shielding the gang gives way. Tactical goons breach the fence, turning the safe house into a dead-end trap. But the stench of cigarette smoke kills the murder vibe and exposes the fraud. The fake tactical squad is actually Mustang's underground clique in a cheap cosplay. Mustang's intel was grotesquely spot on. The sneaky bastards rotted nearby in their fake little outfits, drooling on the sidewalk until the suckers fell right into the mousetrap they set. Not giving a crap about the existential whining, the fake SWAT drags the whole freak show straight onto the asphalt. They pull the beef into the street, begging for space to finally spring the trap. The cheese in the mousetrap works perfectly. The brainless animal drools so hard to slice up the armor that it charges like a rabid dog right at the military guys in the middle of the street. With no brakes, the drooling monster launches itself for the final attack. The cowardly soldier freezes in the blink of an eye, about to lose his head and make the obituaries. The real excuse for moving out to the street shows its badass face. A holy gunshot drops from the roof, surgically canceling out the monster's aggressive scythe. The glorious Hawkeye kicks down the door, dominating the joint from above. Cold and overpowered, this armed goddess sweeps the threat from the roof to back up her boss's scheme. In the dark, the sly Mustang manages everything over the phone. He sighs in relief, knowing that playing Russian roulette with the untouchable suits is yielding absurd success. The bombshell finally drops on the asphalt. That rabid beast that gave them so much trouble isn't some random little monster, but Barry's own glorious original carcass. The joke is just pure disgusting. The moron looks at his own carcass not as salvation, but as the ultimate fetish in his bizarre meat-slicing collection. But the organic trash can gives out. Without the little ghost to maintain it, the useless little body deleted its chance at regeneration and turned into a walking time bomb of decomposition. Until the real boss fight finally finds these clowns. Screwing around on the asphalt was the perfect invitation to attract an absurdly unhinged villain. The welcoming party tries to blow the threat's head off with pure ballistic ignorance. But the big monster beautifully ignores every rule of biology and eats the badass attack like it's nothing. The collective heart attack in the team is palpable. Watching a hail of deadly gunfire get completely ignored tanks the group's morale, proving that mere lead won't even scratch the final boss. the secret line dies out of nowhere. The deafening silence cements the support team's worst nightmare, screaming that their tactical circus just went completely down the drain. Except, right in the middle of this bloodbath, the foreigners from Xing strike gold. The big monster that terrified everyone becomes the winning ticket to hijack the cheat code for eternal life. The bodyguard's eyes widen in panic as she scans the mutant. The puzzle pieces fit together. They're not facing off against some random scrub, but a bizarre traffic jam of crammed-together souls. The sightseeing tour shifts into apocalypse gear. Sweeping these witnesses to the graveyard becomes priority number 1, completely tearing up the rulebook on good manners. The disaster meter bursts into the red. Trading punches with beefed-up mutants forces the gang to rip up the ninja silence rule and beg for backup. The panic button wonderfully beeps on the radio. It's the ultimate Hail Mary to try and avoid turning into ground beef in this makeshift slaughterhouse. The colonel catches the warning perfectly. That panic beep nails down the ultimate nightmare. His boys in uniform just collided with an OP villain that bullets can't pierce. The sprint of despair shifts into 5th gear. The heavy-duty guilt of pushing those useless guys into a meat grinder melts the sharp-dressed colonel, who runs with his sanity hanging by a thread. The crazy Lin Yao doesn't waste a second and invites Alphonse to join this completely suicidal and insane hunt. Alphonse is down for it, realizing with his metal neurons that this is the only way to expose the bizarre conspiracy within the military. The ridiculous deal is struck. The Tin Boy seals a dangerous alliance, swearing not to die at the hands of this crazy foreign royalty. In the dark backstage, the homunculi bosses aren't fooling around and are already planning to use the military's own hunt as lethal bait. This macabre strategy bets everything on the magnetic attraction between the chopper's pathetic soul and his rotting flesh to drag the soldiers into the abyss. Down in the urban sewers, Havoc realizes the only tactic left for his team to not die for nothing is to attempt a sneaky and cowardly ambush. But their arrogance crumbles badly when the stealth attack turns into an instant nightmare. The gigantic monster never dropped its guard. Reality hits like a truck. Physical damage and bullets don't even tickle this freak that treats human life like trash. Survival instinct tells them to shoot like lunatics. They empty their clips in the blind hope of just breathing without dying. But the illusion of control melts away. The beast resorts to its regeneration hack, healing everything and rubbing it in their faces that bullets are useless. Out of nowhere, in the final millisecond before a collective funeral, an insane flash breaks the tension and cuts through the darkness of the scene. The pants-soiling panic turns into comic relief for the losers when they see that the flame-pretty boy finally showed up to play hero. The explosive plan doesn't fail, but the creature's ruined makeup awakens a disproportionate fury. The beast's skin takes the burn with a laugh. The freak tries to escape, but it becomes obvious that cheap camouflage is useless against OP fighters who can read villainous life energy. The lethal strike tears the costume to shreds. The collapsing skin forces out the monster's secret identity, crushing the poor guy's ego. Absurdly, confirming that these devils have an infinite life cheat becomes the ultimate golden prize unboxing for the rich prince of Xing. With the threat exposed, military intelligence turns the tables. They let the clowns escape to serve as a free GPS straight to the conspiracy's nest. The team shifts into pursuit mode, using the armor freak and his lust for his own flesh as a bloodhound. Everyone tails them closely towards the enemy base. The pyromaniac behind the wheel gets the message. The hatred for a dead friend has become the perfect fuel to ignite this insane pursuit through the streets. Reading the route, the squad realizes the gravity of the situation. The magnet is dragging them right to the corrupt political heart of the military capital. Inside the ride, Alphonse delivers the cruel verdict. Hearing that the monsters have perfect human skins melts the colonel's brains. The blonde lays bare the nightmare, swearing she saw the devil transform. Mustang's jaw drops as he realizes the killer could be any idiot. The mental blow is massive for the leader. He finally realizes the army of freaks has simply torn up and spat out the traditional military manual. The ambush Uber breaks exactly at the third laboratory. The rotten pot of gold points directly to a military nursery commanded by the president. But the canned serial killer plays hide-and-seek in the sewers. Dominated by the lust for his flesh, he charges in, breaking everything without mercy. The flame boss is too sly. Instead of crying over the public break-in, he turns this circus into a brilliant tactical stepping stone. Selling the lie of a lethal mortal crisis, the colonel puts a chokehold on the system and hypnotizes the entire security force to eat out of the palm of his hand. With the street blocked and the invasion masked, the troop officially dives into the dark manhole of the military complex filled with deadly secrets. The surprise underground hits hard. The vibe of the place reeks of a macabre slaughterhouse meticulously designed designed to devour any intruder. The gang activates master-level horror movie stupidity and decides to split up in this dark slaughterhouse just to sniff out the damn target faster. Deep in the sewers, the duo runs into a gigantic armored wall. The bizarre barrier proves the military kept their dead guinea pigs there. Panic sounds the alarm mercilessly. The intruders freeze upon noticing that the real boogeyman was already there, sitting and waiting for them in the dark. The emotional gut punch is brutal. The sadistic she-devil in front of them isn't some generic monster, but the little partner who hacked into Havoc's private life. The humiliation spits venom. The hard-earned romance was cheap theater for the villain to dig through the squad's secrets right from the goofy soldier's couch. By some damn divine miracle, the lieutenant's bound loyalty prevailed. The military lock in Havoc's brain prevented the human flash drive from leaking, ruining the monster's scheme. Without the romantic act, the pest tears away her cute identity. The freak embraces her sadistic hunger and dives headfirst into the deadly brawl with a lethal smile. The monster manipulates the pain of grief, beautifully mocking the hero's sorrow. She rubs salt in the wound by warning them that the execution was carried out by another diabolical colleague. The mockery tears up the peaceful protocol once and for all. The colonel summons a cowardly, fiery execution to fry the alien cockroach and send her to the grave. Except the fire doesn't break her immortal skin. The villain's OP biology humiliates the attack, leaving her completely intact in the exact same arrogant killer doll pose. The freak's sliced chest spits the big secret out to the world. The engine funding this rotten alchemy is a glorious philosopher's stone stuck deep inside. In the middle of the brawl, the demoness opens her mouth and reveals that all the devils serve a macabre dictator leader. They're just lapdogs in a much larger infernal scheme. The monster also blatantly reveals that a barbecue of state secrets is rotting behind those doors. Making phony deals is no longer an option in the room of death. Politeness ends the instant the beast attacks again, turning the little dark room into a literal, inescapable meat grinder. In an extremely dirty move, the creature tears the weapon right out of the pretty boy's hand. The destruction of his glove turns the pyromaniac into a useless target on the spot, but the arrogance of destroying random pipes spewed out divine ammunition for the leader. The villain's blind attack tossed the perfect explosive ingredient into the air. Mastering the invisible sludge, the colonel completely turns the tables, using a simple spark to roast this devil's face in style. The lighter pulverizes the freak without holding back. The stupidly brutal chain reaction swallows the entire set, turning the cursed lair into a mega explosion. After the damage, the suspicious inspector steps closer. Looking at the massive destruction, it becomes almost obvious that the boogeyman roasted in the hell of this bizarre deep fryer. The death certificate hits their lungs hard. The stench of smoked bacon in the dark room serves as the golden receipt for the barbecue, but paranoia strikes the colonel's spine. He knows that counting his chickens before they hatch against a cheater is basically inviting death to sit on the couch. And Mother Nature collects the bill in a cowardly way. The ninja counterattack pierces all defenses, slashing the chest of the absurdly unprepared smoker. The manual is thrown out the window. In tremendous despair, Mustang begs his brother to hang in there. The pain of seeing his friend sliced open summons a pure tantrum freakout. Tactics turn into uncontrolled hatred to butcher and skin the damn monster. The leader turns on his psycho switch in pure ignorance. Unable to shoot, he decides to rip the infinite battery from the beast's chest with a literal monkey leap. The blind charge melts the villain's magic skeleton on the spot. Her skin drips like spoiled slime due to the destruction of her OP energy center. Holding the precious stone with blood-sweaty hands, the military mule plays God. He gambles on a desperate leap to revive his slashed colleague, but the dirty trap swallows the flying fool. The pudding body reconnects around his fingers, trapping and humiliating the human's hope beneath a macabre smirk. While absolute hell fries the underground, the surface of this military base continues living in complete ignorance. The pathetic silence of those on guard bizarrely contrasts with the insane bloodbath going on down below. The calm is broken when the country's supreme leader decides to show up in the middle of the night. He gets his hands dirty personally to ensure the dirty little secrets of the lab stay buried. Thinking they are helping the motherland, the guards hand over the intruder's location on a silver platter. Without knowing it, they guide the smiling figure straight for the main target's neck. With a calm, solitary step, the highest authority descends into the abyss. The mousetrap snaps shut hard, sealing off any escape route for anyone still breathing in the depths of the place. Far from there, the combat senses scream loudly for the duo scavenging the corridors. A bizarre noise shatters their calm, delivering the first warning that the main mission has gone off the rails. On the lower level, the bill for the invasion is already extremely high. Roy eats a direct attack that pierces through any defense, being brought to the ground quickly and brutally by the enemy. For the monster, the main course isn't killing Roy Mustang right now, but stripping away his weapon. The alchemist has his glove and source of power brutally destroyed, becoming easy prey. The villain's sadistic idea is to leave the colonel immobilized on the ground so he can watch his own partner agonize. The beating leaves him broken, choking on the useless agony of not having the strength to fight back. But the thought of seeing another partner head to the grave makes Roy boil with anger amidst the blood. Even on the ground, he refuses to throw in the towel, focused on turning the tables no matter what. Meanwhile, Risa and Alphonse stumble upon the icing on the cake of this gloomy place. They come face to face with a terrifying wall, proving that the laboratory conspiracy was much more real than they imagined. The revelation hits the duo in the face with disgust. A grotesque sight of experiments flies in their faces, pulling a trigger of terror by exposing the true face of the military's research. It becomes obvious that the science maintaining those abominations is a corrupted joke. The biological freak show fails before their eyes, showing that playing God comes at an incredibly high price. For Alphonse, seeing those souls rejecting the bodies destroys his existential sanity. The strong armor pose turns to dust at the thought that his own soul could detach from the tin can at any second. As if the pit wasn't crazy enough, on the surface, the fight kicks into gear. The fearsome copycat tears through the shadows with sheer brute force, crushing the barriers and the plans of the Asian invaders. The deadly mousetrap catches the bodyguard head-on. Lan Fan hesitates in her dodge and dives face first into the enemy's web, losing her advantage and paying dearly for the tactical mistake. Trying to save his ninja who's being beaten like a dog, Prince Ling becomes the main course of the fight. He has to go head-to-head against a humanoid tank that never tires of attacking. Frustration drowns the young man as he realizes that wasting punches there is extreme stupidity. His breath fades as the opponents use bizarre instant healing to undo any damage taken in hand-to-hand combat. The monsters find a dirty tactic involving the people on the street to cripple the boy. A bunch of strolling civilians turn into hostages in their eyes, transforming the prince's heroism into a dangerous burden. The assassins make it blatantly clear that their policy is to leave no witnesses alive. The cold promise is to shred everyone present, turning the neighborhood into a merciless cemetery if he tries to retreat. But before disaster strikes, the big boss appears in the alley to put the house in order. The big fish puts the little circle of psychopaths in line with just his presence, stopping the bloodbath on the spot. The deep voice prunes any rebellious instinct from the monsters in an instant. Completely tamed, the henchmen swallow their hunger and turn their backs, disgruntled but obedient to the orders to retreat. Even with his neck saved, Ling's tactical little machine of a mind keeps processing the madness. Their organized escape only exposes the giant filth that the rulers hide in the shadows of this nation. Back in the filthy tunnels, the chaotic scenario gets another round when the traitorous armor switches sides. The big guy goes on the offensive, acting tough right in the face of the psychopath who enslaved him. Laughing at the rebellion, the villain reveals that these heroes are merely untouchable tools. She rubs it in the armored boy's face that their lives are property of the higher-ups, scheduled for sacrifice. Losing patience with the traitor, the goddess of carnage shows what she's made of. She wipes the walking scrap off the map with a violent strike that shatters any hopes of a melee confrontation. Thirsty to grind their minds before their bodies, she drops the bloody spoiler right in the laps of the cornered heroes. The villain announces with a smile that she has already buried their leader, Roy Mustang, on the floor below. The news crushes the lieutenant's sanity in an instant. The military manual is thrown out the window to make way for a deafening breakdown, focusing all her pain on the trigger that spits fire non-stop. Suffocating the freak with bullets became the only goal in her universe. Crying and shooting, the blonde unloads the weight of her grief into every fired shell, destroying the structure in front of her in a suicidal frenzy. But her revenge gameplay freezes when the gun finally runs dry. The dry, empty click rubs in her face the cruel abyss of dealing 0 damage to the biological phantom that cheats the rules. The sniper's wall crumbles and tears swallow everything. The untouchable soldier sits exhausted and destroyed on the floor, accepting that her bullets were useless and embracing the cold defeat that awaits her with open arms. When death aims at the defenseless soldier, the tin can steps in and takes the front. Alphonse puts up his own metal carcass as the ultimate human shield to stop the lethal advance. The boy doesn't back down from the claws. He engages in a nervous pressure against the sadistic villain, forcing the creature to calculate her steps against the blows trying to expel her from that narrow room. The overwhelming strength soon silences his heroic effort. She pins the boy easily and reminds him that, as a luxury sacrifice of the government, killing him for good would be a waste of their official agenda. The motivation to fight screams from his armored face. He throws his hands in front of his broken partner on the ground and vehemently refuses to accept that resignation, forbidding her game over today. The protective instinct stems from the brutal fear of continuing to lose the ones he loves. Already carrying the pain of destroyed lives on his back, he would rather tear apart his own bodywork than sign another obituary. The psychopath laughs at this cute stubbornness and slices the poor guy with her lethal claws. She dismantles pieces of the metal body to prove that this heroic speech is toilet paper against her immortality. When the humiliation was complete, a grown man's voice fills the air. The surprise presence invades the scene, approving of the time the boy endured the beating to keep everyone safe. A stone pillar explodes in the middle of the room, brutally dividing the fight's chessboard. The surprise attack breaks the hot villain's arrogance and blinds the eyes of those expecting the worst. Stepping out of the shadows, Roy Mustang exudes a bizarre, murderous focus. The colonel ignored the grave, dragged his own half-dead body up there, and swapped the victim pose for that of an absolute executioner. The freak is left speechless upon noticing how he escaped death on the floor below. The bloody makeshift fix shows that he used fire to cauterize his own stomach wound, surpassing any sadistic healing. To avoid giving eternal creatures any leeway, he chains together non-stop devastation. The flames castrate the opponent's mobility in massive explosions, totally nullifying that untouchable smile from the start. The infinite life talk signs the freak's death certificate right there. Roy appropriates the concept of killing 1,000 times, snapping his fingers repeatedly in a spectacle of insane flames without a pause to breathe. The flames sweep the floor in a tortuous and oppressive loop. Every flash and blast sucks away the pest's regeneration pixels, while Mustang's calculated rage turns her invincibility into a show of humiliation. In a final bout of despair, the divine energy scrapes the bottom of the barrel. The lethal monster chokes, reduced to nothing, swallowing dry the disgrace of being nullified by that little military monkey she underestimated so much. The sadistic body falls apart and blows away as dust in the wind. The monstrous threat suffers a permanent deletion from that space, poetically closing the battle of nerves that terrified that team. The blonde lieutenant throws her back pain in the trash upon seeing her leader's face. Mustang cracks a crooked smile, breathing in the numbing peace of seeing the sniper alive on the floor of this ruined hell. Neither victory nor hemorrhage disables his sense of leadership. Ignoring his own near-death state, Roy orders the emergency rescue of his partner Havoc, who had been left fallen, settling the score and keeping the team alive. Nearby, the traitorous armor's pose meets the asphalt. Fallen in the trash within a collapsing container, the cruel assassin becomes a crying insect at the feet of the one who wants to wipe him from this world. And the garbage man who appears is none other than the empty shell of the executioner himself. The corrupted host, empty of brain but with an alluring and blind strength, slowly approaches the lost soul on the ground. The irony severs the connection right before their eyes. The rotting body attacks the tin can's blood seal, breaking the magic mark and permanently deleting the butcher's existence from that gloomy floor. Outside the fetid hideout, the night ends in the hands of the big boss, dressed for the occasion. The farce of the perfect ruler shines beautifully as he holds the reins of all the blood that has just spilled beneath the city. The facility's silence reigns heavy once again. The haunted lab now holds only echoes of the beatdown, signaling that the secrets kept by men in suits will still bring a lot of war ahead. Far from that cursed base, the little blonde mechanic fights insomnia in bed. She embraces the agony of the hours, punishing herself by imagining that a nap is a pure offense to her partners on the battlefield. The hollow knock on the door tears through her early morning calm. Facing the figure is the cruel Russian roulette of receiving saved friends, or the cold announcement of boxed corpses delivered straight to her home. But the anguish goes down the drain when Alphonse's tin can breaches the doorway. The friendly presence instantly ends the mechanic's mental hell, confirming that the boys dodged the grave. The warm embrace quickly pulls the lever of protective fury. She kicks away the tears and unloads her entire frustration of anxiety in aggressive mode, screaming about the pitiful state in which they returned. The boys' biological limits crash down. Their legs give up, and the exhaustion of the pandemonium hits the floor head-on, revealing the exorbitant toll that the bruises and wounds have racked up. The comfort of home marks the drastic end of the stage. The early morning of nightmares has given way, but the widespread fainting makes it clear that this victory took a heavy toll on the sanity of those who went through that labyrinth of horrors. Urgency screams in Edward's face. He knows that rotting away in useless bureaucracy is asking to get screwed over, so he simply decides to take action. The goal now is to cross the entire continent like ghosts. They need to move in the shadows without letting Amestris's guard dogs sniff out their trail. His brain finally processes the rule breaking. The military's lapdog is about to commit an absurd federal crime by crossing borders illegally. Cutting the crap, he takes the lead on this risky plan. Since he's going rogue, this escape route needs to be thought out coldly. Their final destination points straight east. It's well off the Fuhrer's radar, making it the perfect little corner to vanish into thin air and plot their next move. Meanwhile, in the underworld, the fallout from the last fight crushes the monsters. Their seal of immortality was torn apart, and the air is heavy with the feeling of defeat. But the one calling the shots is the big boss, who shows up furious. The leader demands to know how an absurdly dangerous enemy walked away alive and kicking. Hidden in the country's gutter, the boss cuts his henchman's sentimental crap. He focuses solely on the bloodbath of the ultimate sacrifice and orders everyone to stand by. The big guy knows exactly who he's playing with. He focuses his attention on Colonel Roy Mustang, whose heroic loyalty makes him a perfect target for manipulation. The villain team's military mastermind is playing advanced chess. He decides to cripple the colonel's power by activating absolute isolation mode, leaving him completely without backup. On the surface, the ragtag gang gathers to assess the damage. Military duty speaks louder as these survivors check to see who's still in one piece. The mood gets heavy when the leader dictates the ultimate rule of survival to his subordinate. Shielding one's mind is essential, and hitting the give-up button on their own lives has just been strictly forbidden. Suddenly, a light bulb goes off in the colonel's head right in his hospital bed. He realizes that if no one attacked them, it's because staying alive is a vital part of the villain's Machiavellian plan. The secret meeting takes place to pass along obscure investigative intel. Fresh off the press documents fall into the right hands to change the game. Playing architects, they analyze the map's routes in the dark. The crew is shocked to see that the enemy's underground anthill is massive and perfectly planned. The final slide reveals the worst disaster of all. The heart of the enemy labyrinth sits right underneath the country's central command, proving that the devil has always worn a uniform. The macabre conspiracy theory sprouts with full force. The nation's untouchable Big Daddy has a huge chance of being the true final boss controlling the whole damn thing. Mustang pulls the handbrake on the impulsive shootouts. He decides the only way to stay alive and clean up this mess is by usurping the nation's political control. Even facing a game of Russian roulette, the little club signs the treason contract. They agree to become a terrorist cell living right inside their own government. The sad reality cuts through the team. The wheelchair seals the definitive paralysis, making tears and guilt mark the end of the line on the front lines for one of them. Mustang's true tactic goes into action. The brass paints a giant target on his own ego, playing the heartless leader just to emotionally shield the poor souls who follow him. Far away, Alphonse plays the philosopher and rethinks his own mistakes. The Tin Boy draws a line in the sand, determined to never again break the laws of physics with macabre resurrections. But the clandestine route takes a heavy toll behind their backs. Crawling through the continent's worst giant oven drains the crew's souls with every step on the scorching sand. The finish line finally appears out of nowhere in the dust. They bump into the imposing skeleton of a dead civilization that separates the corners of the map. The exploration yields an unexpected encounter with the folks from Xing. The protagonist's nerdy brain catches the connection. He understands that Amestris's military alchemy and the Asian healing arts were born from the exact same archaeological nightmare. The folklore rumors of both nations crossed paths in the middle of those ruins. This pile of destroyed rocks is the true magical origin of the entire world. The absurd size of the walls shuts the crew up. The place's design spits in their faces that Xerxes was a colossal empire packed with impressive advancements. The brutal reality smashes the kid in the face. He deduces that this gigantic empire was deleted in a single night by a calculated slaughter executed by someone way too OP. Dread turns to shock when the face of a VIP refugee appears. That person's relaxed vibe kicks reality aside, rubbing in the protagonist's face, someone who should already be dead. The kid's hatred goes into outer space upon noticing the theatrical act. He connects the dots and realizes that the bastard Mustang set up this whole circus and messed with their heads. The supposedly dead soldier is fresh and in perfect shape right in front of him. faking her own death was the only decent escape tactic against the government's corrupt inner circle. The Colonel's juggling act seals the genius and the danger of the plan. While the dust settles in the east, the record flips on the other side of the world. The blonde backpacker arrives in a rural backwater, warming up the engines for a family reunion decades overdue. The runaway dad finally steps into the old backyard. The bearded old man beautifully masks his psychological wear and tear behind a gentle stroll. The grim hit of reality awaits at the end of the street. Where his cute little house should be, there is only an empty hole rubbing in his face that the past is gone. The silent funeral vibe clicks in the old man's head. He understands that the bonfire was the work of his own rebellious sons, sending a clear message that the cute little backstory has been trashed. Nearby, the mechanic granny smokes her pipe, buried in the calmness of her home. She doesn't even dream that the ghost responsible for all this drama is marching toward her gate. The biological security alarm suddenly freaks out. The family dog belts out intense growls against a rotten, sinister aura that has just invaded the yard. The blonde deadbeat shows up, breaking decades of silence. The toxic past resurfaces alive at the door of the old woman who swore it was sealed in a tomb. The psychological dropkick is insane and paralyzes the old lady. Suddenly bumping into the ghost of the absent father completely short-circuits her retired brain. The traveler embraces the canine hatred with a deflated expression. He brilliantly figures out why nature feels a murderous repulsion toward the immortal abomination that his vessel hides. The hard slap of the final truth crushes everyone. The cursed toll proves that while mortals age and wither, the useless immortal remains stagnant, acting like a VIP abomination isolated from the natural flow of life. The entire media is swallowing the trash gossip that Lieutenant Maria Ross offed Hughes. The army suits swear they've created the perfect scapegoat, but Mustang refuses to chew on this bedtime story. The guy is already frying his brain to expose high command. In the midst of corporate boredom, Roy picks up a routine call, but his radar goes off that there's something bizarre on the other end of the line. It's not some stiff grunt on the call, but the psycho Barry the Chopper, tossing all military protocol aside just to have a little chat. Roy sees an absolute goldmine in this call. A monster who doesn't give a crap about the laws is the perfect tool for him to get his hands dirty. The colonel lays it down and hires the lunatic for the most kamikaze mission of all, breaking into the military prison and kidnapping Ross. But Mustang demands a tight leash on the operation. The killer is forbidden from slicing up innocents, since the escape only needs to look violent for the cameras. To seal the deal, Roy tells his team he won't just play the hero. He's going to cook up a grotesque biological fraud to fool the coroners. During the prison mess, the lieutenant bumps into some illegal tourists from Xing. This bizarre encounter turns into the perfect Uber for the getaway. In the dark alley, the drama runs wild. Ross swears her goose is totally cooked and closes her eyes, accepting the end. But Roy reveals a pre-planned barbecue dummy. The fake corpse was stashed right in the blind spot of those incompetent grunts. With the audience of gatecrashers arriving, the colonel torches everything scandalously. The absurd explosion cements the lie once and for all for the whole army to drool over. Watching the set piece of her own crackling death, the lieutenant freezes in shock. She finally understands she's gone up in smoke to the system. Zero time for therapy. The team puts the pedal to the metal and drags Ross through a back door that leads straight into the guts of the sewers. To carve the deception in stone, they ditch her metal dog tags on the asphalt. This irrefutable trophy will make the forensics team swallow the farce dry. The plan takes a swift kick when the meddler Edward pops out of the asphalt. The kid becomes a nightmare that makes the sewer squad sweat cold. Ross finally wakes up to the new game, dropping the crybaby act. She dives headfirst into the criminal ring and signs her new resume as a ghost. The whole crew notices that the conspiracy rabbit hole goes all the way to the center of the earth. They're not just dealing with suits, but with terrifying freaks of nature. The reality check hits the lieutenant hard. She processes that her life almost turned to dust just for being the scapegoat in a sick game of chess played by suits. The colonel's psychopathic coldness shows its face. He reveals that the cute rescue was a lethal loyalty test that could have guaranteed her a grave right then. Hearing it all, the pipsqueak realizes his childhood slip-up manufactured a radioactive web. His mess dragged in a ton of innocents ready to bite the dust for them. The kid completely flips out and updates his own mission. He swears to tank all the damage on the front line so he doesn't sacrifice any more innocent NPCs for nothing. Now the escape bill has to be paid. The final route requires Ross to dive into an alien country, flushing Amestras's jurisdiction down the drain. To calm the panic of exile, the foreign crew drops the VIP pass. They offer her full protection under the wings of a Shingisi mafia clan. The hammer drops, swallowing her her tears so she doesn't leak Mustang's fanfic. Ross agrees to wear the permanent ghost costume, dead even to her family. The goodbye happens without runaway tears. The soldier leaves the solid message that, when the war breaks out, she'll pop out of the ground dishing out lead. The geographic divorce hits the table, and Ross slides off Amestress's radar. She's a prey the army vampires will never touch again. Mid-sprint, the kid detours to the Dead Stones of Xerxes. The place became an Airbnb for fugitives, but it also hides dark secrets. The Pipsqueak's hard drive fries to the max. He tries to scan the ruins on the fly, crazy to download that ancient knowledge patch before anyone misses him. The scribbles he finds simply don't give a crap about Amestress's physics. It's the exact OP power the government sweats blood to sweep under the rug. But suddenly, the gank comes in dry and ruthless. Anyone who smells like a state badge becomes a quick target to catch an instant ban in that desert. The shorty's survival cheat beeps. He lands an absurd parry in milliseconds and grinds the threat's face into the dirt before the brawl gets worse. The badass pose goes to the trash when the refugee gang pops out of the ground. They realize right away that the useless kid is an army lapdog. Reading the war manual, the militia throws their gore plan in his face. They want to slit the kid's throat live to do some dirty marketing against the homeland that destroyed them. Before the apocalypse rolls out, the camp's sage appears hitting the brakes on everything. With everyone seated, the old geezer plays hardball. He makes it very clear that amnesty is cancelled and the Ishvalan genocide promoted by the military still bleeds heavily. But a bizarre confession drops. During the carnage, they were healed by guardian angels, who ironically wore the exact same colors as the enemy country. The right legend in the tribe idolizes an Amestrian doctor couple, who bought a ticket straight to the slaughterhouse on purpose just to heal the wounded. Edward's brain pops like stale popcorn. Crunching the data, he catches the ID instantly. They're talking about Winry Rockbell's parents. For the cocky alchemist, the sarcasm completely melts away. It's heavy to confirm that his little friend's parents' charity truck still beats alive in the hearts of these exiles. Intrigued to the bone, Ed rips off the scab. He pries into the ulcer to find out how this doctor's hero theater really ended. The chat turns into a bitter wake. The cruel gossip reveals that the gods in lab coats were completely backstabbed and massacred by one of the very Ishvalan patients they healed. The anvil of shame crushes the rebel crew. They swallow the humiliation of crossing their arms while the heroes took this unbelievable friendly fire. Putting the macabre puzzle together, Edward connects the dots. The psycho's calling card rubbed into the scene flashes in neon that the killer was the man with the scar. The killer detonated everything, hit Alt F4 on the carnage, and evaporated off the map, dropping this radioactive bomb on the backs of all the pathetic sufferers left behind. Stuck in the desert, the refugees drop their final despair on the kid's lap. Since they can't cross the border, they force the shorty into being the FedEx of grief who'll bring flowers to the healers. The anvil crushes the air, and the pipsqueak embraces the burden. This message turns into a blood pact that ties the heavy mourning of that guilt-sick crew to his backpack. The squad shifts their focus to the capital, where the high command is already sharpening their claws in the dark. But the clique splits the route, so he doesn't get wiped out tanking suits with busted hardware. The kid needs to pull a solo drift to Resembool to get his arm fixed. The simple trip to Winry's body shop gains a Way of the Cross vibe. The clock is ticking and there's no running away from dumping that emotional graveyard drama at the girl's house. Stepping onto the village asphalt, his spine turns to ice. At the exact moment to deliver the tense message, he runs face to face with the ghost who dynamited his family. The flashback crushes his head instantly. He remembers his dad clocking in at home and then bailing out of nowhere, planting the magic bean of abandonment. This human-shaped haunt was the backstab that sickened the poor kid's mother, literally being the cornerstone for all the brothers' misery. The mental brawl explodes on the worst map possible. The architect of the apocalypse spawns right in the graveyard of the kid's own screw-ups in a supreme fatality. Decades of hatred collide. On one side, the son who deep-fried his own soul. On the other, the runaway dad hiding a mental flash drive capable of detonating all of Amestress. The bizarre reunion our shorty protagonist has spent his whole life dreading finally happens. The sheer weight of years of daddy issues turns this moment into a suffocating, chaotic tension. All that angsty teenage rage bursts through the dam at once. That bearded old man isn't some lovely father figure, but the damn root of all the tragedies that shattered the Elric family. Trying to break the ice in the worst possible way, the useless old man tries to make small talk about the kid's military ID. He has no clue how to talk to the pint-sized midget inside that uniform. And then, he drops the biggest nuke. Out of nowhere, he spits right in the kid's face, the most macabre secret the brothers have been hiding from the entire universe: alchemy's ultimate taboo. The rotten wound is exposed, and the depression turns into a manslaughter accusation. The blame for their mother's death falls squarely on this coward who went out for milk and caused absolute chaos. Any chance of family therapy is brutally crushed. Our midget makes it clear that he played the pyromaniac himself, burning down their entire past just to obliterate any bridge back. For our protagonist, torching his own house was this super badass heroic move, a radical pact to force the brothers to keep leveling up with no chance of rage quitting. But the old man throws the truth into the fan and destroys the charade. This whole at-home BBQ was never about determination, but just a pathetic way to sweep their life's biggest fiasco under the rug. The hammer blow exposes a tear-your-hair-out level of hypocrisy. The edgy teen who spent his life cursing his dad for walking out pulled the exact same crap just so he wouldn't have to face the garbage he created himself. The biggest irony is that this angsty teen drama screams a horrifying truth. This explosive little show perfectly proves that the midget is a spitting image of the exact same idiotic old man he wants to exterminate. In the dead of night, he trips face first into the trash left over from his kid's biggest noob mistake. It's his 3D contact with the tragedy, the glaring proof of the disgusting price they paid because he forgot how to act like a dad. The realization of his miserable failure drops mercilessly. The old man is crushed by the emotional nuke that his wife died holding onto a blind, idiotic hope in him right up until she kicked the bucket. The truth steps on his neck and crushes everything. Being a runaway left the kids in such dark despair that they tried to play God and craft a Play-Doh human to cure their irreversible trauma. The awkwardness gets even worse when he backs old lady Pinocchio into a corner. Hohenheim drops a bizarre suspicion, doubting if the slimy Frankenstein they spawned was really their late mommy. The flashback to this pure nightmare crashes the gossip. The memory of that disgusting meatball and the screaming that deleted Alphonse's little body and swallowed Edward's leg as a bonus. Their brains short-circuit over a mere forgotten detail. The bizarre chance that the brats botched the respawn and didn't actually revive their own mother throws their entire sorrow in the trash. The revelation is soul-sickening. If the old man is right, the noobs paid the idiot tax, losing arms and legs for nothing, just to miss the target entirely in a double dose of sadistic, pathetic failure. The snooping midget heard everything. The kid who carried this depressive guilt now has to swallow the absurd shock that the biggest drama in his life might be a total lie. The next day, the clock strikes and the old man does what he does best: disappear from the world. The alchemist hits the road, leaving behind all this emotional baggage he has zero competence to fix. Before dipping, the chat scales to mass extinction levels in the blink of an eye. The old man drops the apocalyptic spoiler and begs the granny to get off the map while the country's servers are still online. But the Iron Lady is the pure essence of stubbornness. Hardened by years of heavy fire, she doesn't give a crap about the magnitude of the prophecy and trashes her chance to flee all over some old man's riddles. With that, he deletes his browsing history with his family yet again. This ghosting seals the depressing end of his visit, leaving the cursed country to get screwed in the hands of God. Far away from this impending apocalypse shitshow, the rest of the party gets a bizarre jump scare. Their peaceful road trip goes to hell when their family's past trauma decides to kick the door down. The chat reveals that their minds are a literal scrapyard, reducing their own father to a mere cheat code flash drive to fix their messed up bodies shows just how much that abandonment shredded their sanity. Piggybacking off the depressed little play, the foreign playboy drops his own demons on the table. This whole coldness is far from just another divorced parents drama, involving the pure, insane elitism of his nation. The nuke drops, and the party takes an AoE stun. They suddenly find out that the freeloader mooching all their food is literally the ultimate royalty of the neighboring nation, confirming he's the king of hustlers. The heir turns the gossip into pure marketing. The freeloader pulls his VIP card, offering government jobs in exchange for loyalty, farming simps for his pyramid scheme. The neighboring emperor's bloodline is a massive powder keg. The big boss only rules the whole mafia by forcing arranged marriages into every tribe, setting up a diplomatic cockfight. The prince drops the reason for his chaotic rushing. The old man running the show is on death's door, and when he kicks the bucket, all the gangs are gonna turn the country into a total bloodbath. Flexing his sewer rat level IQ, the kid plans to use useless alchemy as a bribe. Bribing the dying crown at the 11th hour with immortality would make his clan unbeatable. The prince's brain shreds morality, fully embracing logical sadism. To this lunatic, a kid trapped in a tin can isn't a trauma, but rather the premium prototype of the spell he wants to steal. Except the armor fires back, throwing the foreigner's expectations out the window. Being praised as immortal hits like a spit to the face for someone who had their biology biology reset and lost even the luxury of sleep, hiding his psychotic breakdown under lock and key. The youngest bro knows exactly the nightmare he's living. He perfectly understands that his soul's Bluetooth connection to that metal is lagging hard and about to disconnect him forever. Cutting the feed on this beef, the scene shifts to the pyromaniac colonel in the hospital. The guy's playing the ultimate two-faced snake, acting like a civilian rich boy while pulling strings under the table. Gossiping in verbal Morse code, the hospital turns into the perfect VIP lounge. That's where they plan out the suicide missions running behind the backs of the country's council of douchebag bosses. But the medical examiner has more than 2 brain cells and sniffed out the bait. He knows the human barbecue was completely fake and backs Mustang into a corner, wanting to know what game over he just stuck his neck into. The suit activates psycho mode and flips the board on the spot. If the lab coat knew about the bluff the whole time, he knowingly rubber-stamped the lie and just became a partner in this disgusting treason. The only ridiculous detail that kept Mustang away from the gallows and maintained this funeral cosplay was the little DNA test. That alone guaranteed the runaway girl could log off the server unharmed. The psychopathy of the plan scares even the medical examiner. Farming dead NPCs from a disaster to cover up his bestie's escape perfectly proves the level of sadism this pyromaniac can swallow without crying. Mustang doesn't even try to play dumb against the scolding. He knows damn well they're tied up in the same dirt, so he puts on his silent criminal jersey, cutting the therapy session short before the beef escalates. The squad's mastermind soon has to tank a nasty physical ban right inside the base. The report brings down the hammer, and official science gives up on the physical crater that paralyzed the poor soldier's body. The game over is a devastating punch. The uniform, the legs, and the will to exist all went into the trash together in the colonel's sick chess game, leaving behind passive damage that no potion can cure. To the crippled guy, the macabre notification sounds just like the end credits rolling. With the quest failed, the idiot swears he scored the perfect doctor's note to Alt F4 and vanish from military life. But the party refuses to accept his rage quit. They lay down a harsh scolding, proving that the squad's fanaticism strictly forbids dropping a useless brother on the side of the road. Diving deep into the dark web of secret files, the boss changes the game. He hunts down the ID of a fugitive rat who knows the exact witchcraft to wipe this cursed debuff. The whole crew catches the scent of salvation instantly. The group's minimap updates on the spot, ready to break every law in the book to hunt down this ancient doctor's ass and heal their bro. Far away from there, the prize of this rat hunt is playing Stardew Valley. Hidden deep in the sticks, the old man tries to wipe his rotten slate clean by prescribing aspirin to farmers. But karma smashes the runaway bastard's door down. Upon turning the knob, an intruder kicks his anxiety into overdrive and throws right in his face that his crib in the middle of nowhere has been exposed to the vultures. The cheap theatrical play breaks in the blink of an eye. The smug intruder shreds his Alzheimer's patient bluff and spits right in his face the bloody proof of the alchemy the coward thought he had erased. The aggression kicks the little story to the curb for good. The home invasion oozes sadism, making it clear that the apocalyptic demons of his past were using soldier cosplays purely for sadistic trolling. The freak deletes the fake military skin and reverts to his bizarre original form. Envy savors every millisecond of pure pants-shitting terror dripping from the face of his totally cornered old pawn. The walking slime bag cracks up and runs a full scan on the crib. Playing detective, the two freaks finally sniff out the tracks left behind by their busty colleague who's already a corpse. The decree drops, tearing through any bullshit small talk. The old guy is brutally summoned to be dragged back to the government sewer to clock in for the voodoo that crafts the bloodstones. The game over is forced down his throat with no room to cry. The cute little love the old man felt for the countryside NPCs turns into a cannon aimed at his head, ready to spawn a pure bloodbath if he throws a tantrum. The slime steps on his head, proving the VIP vacation is over forever. The mutants cooked up a scheme of pure exploitation, and trying to stick his head in a noose to glitch the server isn't an option anymore. Realizing that playing the rebel would put bullets in his harmless neighbors' chests, he swallows his tears. The leash goes right back around his neck through pure, cowardly, sadistic psychological terror. The roach tries one last desperate juke before the end. Totally humiliated and turned into a mafia hostage, the old man farms a millisecond of lag to hide a crucial tactical Easter egg on the map. And right after this funeral of sanity, Mustang's desperate party kicks the wooden door down. They crawl to the checkpoint, hunting for the last HP potion to fix their broken avatar back at base. The ship fully sinks when a gossiping NPC drops the exposed truth in their faces. Finding out the military had already spawned and stolen the loot is a massive punch to the gut for everyone. The tourist act takes a swift kick to the nuts right then and there. Their harmless cosplay becomes useless when paranoia forces the crew to draw their weapons and go try-hard mode for damage control. But their trembling trigger fingers deflate like a flat tire. The macabre void exposes the messed up crime scene where the chaos already went down and vanished ages before the suckers arrived. The trash dump throws 6 feet of dirt over their pathetic idea of healing their crippled bro. The bosses didn't just swipe the vital human potion, they utterly humiliated the Colonel's lagging guild. The bombshell about Alphonse's secret drops. There's no magic keeping him alive, just a tragedy with a ticking clock. Anxiety tortures the boy, since his soul in a suit of armor could collapse at any moment. He's waltzing over an invisible abyss, not knowing when he'll plummet. Ignoring the tension, the Prince of Xing tries to find a logical hack amidst the chaos. He suggests an insane workaround, treating the human soul exactly like a flash drive you plug into a new PC. Hearing a stranger trivialize the daily hell of the family she loves is the trigger. An uncontrollable, murderous rage takes over Winry in an instant. With her brain frying from anger and sorrow, she flees the room. This rage quit leaves the squad choking on a sickening silence of guilt and tension. Noticing the radioactive mood, the Tin Boy himself takes on the burden of fixing the mess. Ironically, the one who needed comforting the most is the one playing the group's therapist. Alphonse drops a brutal truth about their dynamic. His brother's self-hatred and his friend's overprotectiveness serve as an outsourced escape valve, tethering his sanity to this metal body. Later, with Edward passed out from sheer physical exhaustion, the mechanic automatically slips into the nurse role. But while Ed has the luxury of passing out in bed, Al continues his bizarre, endless, wide-awake vigil. The deadly clash between normal biology and cursed armor has never felt so suffocating. It's at this exact second that she hits her breaking point. In a frustrated human lapse, she bursts into tears, confessing that watching this tragic little play of constant pain tears her up inside. At the same time, sinking into a feverish nightmare, Edward loses control of his own mind. The heavy trauma of that forbidden alchemy simply kicks the coffin lid wide open. The cosmic entity laughs in his face in the dream. The otherworldly force rubs it in the kid's face that the absolute truth of the universe hates the hot tears of a loser. The mental fatality tears into the boy. Any illusion turns to dust, forcing the poor kid to swallow 100% of the blame for cursing his little brother. A violent imaginary pinch rips him from the delirium. Edward crashes back into the real world gasping, with bitter dread soaking his soul. But this bitter self-hatred turns into pure fuel. He gets up and channels the nightmare's rage straight into a speedrun of his mission to fix things. The memories of that dream start frying his neurons. A sickly, twisted suspicion about what really happened in the past hits the pipsqueak like a truck. The puzzle piece clicks into place. What if the disgusting creature they created wasn't their own mother? If the foundation of this depression is a lie, it's a whole new ballgame. Before playing Gravedigger to check it out, he checks his own hardware. Ed realizes the hardware upgrade forged by his mechanic is perfectly armored to take whatever reality throws at it. With his gear in top shape, his focus locks in. He realizes he'll need to drag accomplices into the bizarre and gross plan he just cooked up. Since the kid can't tank this radioactive mess alone, he summons Pinako. The grumpy old woman was the only eyewitness who had a front row seat to the day everything blew up. The duo steps onto the damn ground zero of the tragedy. The bleak lot where their childhood evaporated still gives off a dense, sickening atmosphere. Standing there, the shotgun of trauma blasts the pipsqueak right in the face. The flashback to the worst mistake of his life crushes any remaining shred of sanity. Ignoring the biological panic screaming at him to run, he cements his feet in the mud. The burning desire to unearth the brutal truth vastly overpowers his inner coward. The combo of psychological terror and physical exertion takes a heavy toll. His system suffers a bizarre overkill, and the kid passes out miserably, face-planting in the dirt from exhaustion. However, an internal snap pulls his brain out of the blue screen of death. An absurd buff of lucidity cuts through the despair and resets our hero's sad puppy dog face. He throws the backpack of responsibility over his shoulders and picks the shovel back up. Backing down isn't an option. He needs to hack the past if he wants to get control of this happy ending back. The stress bomb finally goes off. The sound of the shovel hitting something signals they've hit rock bottom, striking the remains of the nightmare they tried to bury years ago. The mental shock tears through the limits of his mind. Facing the gross leftovers of that failed alchemy demands a stomach of steel that the shorty can barely maintain. Flexing her cold veteran vibes, Pinako takes the lead. She meticulously scans the corpse to cross-reference the anatomy of this abomination with the records of the woman they knew. The old woman's verdict hits the boy like buckshot. The bizarre mishmash that destroyed their bodies was never their mother, but just some entirely generic lab zombie. A sickly relief throws the kid into momentary insanity. The delirious, macabre piece of confirming they didn't commit the ultimate sin against their own mother pulls nervous laughter from his throat. This new perspective breaks the system. The corpse becomes the cosmic receipt that Alphonse's soul never disintegrated. The door to a miracle to save the brothers is real. The mental hell turns into an absurd, unstoppable motivation. Fixing the tin body stopped being a phony belief and became an alchemical fact with a real shot at victory. Far away from there, in some random alley, street thuggery runs wild. Stumbling upon a passed-out little girl only triggers the disgusting greed of this human trash looking to pick her pockets. But the universe doesn't sleep on the job and hands back some karma. The mugging is violently aborted when the tiny mascot spawns in to smash this cowardly opportunist's face. By destiny's biggest joke, the foreign girl wakes up at the end of this humiliation. Missing the context of the robbery, she crowns this busted-up con man on the ground as her shining knight in armor. With her guard down, she spills the target of her innocent journey. The name that comes out of her mouth punches the rat in the gut, rubbing in the trauma of the one who stole all his employment and dignity. While the girl fantasizes, the crook's face contorts. His brain fries, remembering the pipsqueak alchemist who mercilessly sank his entire bourgeois life. The walking wallet just got a massive upgrade on the spot. In his eyes, this little foreign princess just became the central pawn in his pathetic little plan for personal revenge. But the capital harbors infinitely worse threats. The night terror resurges from the shadows, with the scarred hunter taking fatal aim at yet another unsuspecting state alchemist. The new target is cornered on the sidewalk unceremoniously. The old man senses the extreme danger, but puts up a tough front, staring down the killer with his chest puffed out. When the brawl breaks out, the geezer unleashes his arsenal. Using the weight of his experience and pure fury, he attacks, trying to shred the maniac like Swiss cheese. However, Scar scans the area and recycles the floor in an instant. In a super dirty move, he goes for the hunter's leg, trying to take the guy out right then and there. But physics pulls off an epic prank. The monstrous damage barely left a scratch, pushing the fight into another round. Despite the arrogant military man claiming victory by mocking the villain's technique, the monster of Ishval doesn't blink. Scar swallows the provocation, keeping his cool to finish the job. The geezer's arrogance costs him dearly. The secret combo of the crumbling floor kicks in, taking out the old man's footing and canceling any chance of escape on the spot. The hunter decrees a brutal sentence mid-air. His blind fury sends another military dog to hell, proving it's impossible to stop this runaway train with weak blockades. The maniacal revenge show pushes through the cold streets. Another bloody message is left for the nation, rubbing it in that the bill for that radioactive war has arrived, and no bunker will save the sinners. Despite his revulsion, Ed decides to give the creature a proper burial. It is a way to bury his own mistake along with the trauma. He confesses to carrying the double burden of having created a life and being responsible for its death. In his mind, that was a fleeting human being. Ed's morality is so shaped by tragedy that he takes on an almost divine guilt. He suffers for something the universe might not even consider real, but a terrifying realization emerges. If the transmutation didn't bring back their mother's soul, the entire theory was wrong from the very first second. The great epiphany hits, proving there was no miscalculation in the past. Bringing the dead back isn't just difficult, it's forbidden by the universe itself. With this theory in mind, he contacts his former teacher, completely unaware of the storm about to break. She holds the only missing piece of proof. Without mincing words, Ed touches Izumi's deepest wound. He asks about the day she tried to revive her own baby. He then drops the bomb, revealing that the creature he and his brother created was never their mother. The rule that destroyed their bodies was based on a lie. The teacher's mind collapses. All the guilt she carried for years becomes completely meaningless, faced with the possibility of that transmutation being fake. The psychological blow is so violent that Izumi cuts off contact immediately. She flees the conversation, conversation, unable to process this massive doubt. Back at the cemetery, the focus shifts to Ed's father. Hohenheim was there recently, leaving riddles and frustration in the air. The old mechanic interrupts the boy's fury by revealing a pending mission. There is a loose end that Hohenheim absolutely needs to hear if he shows up. The mood changes drastically to serious. It's the final verbal legacy left by Ed's mother before passing, meant for the man her son hates the most. Her final will holds no grudge for his abandonment, just a profound apology for passing away first. It is a proof of love that messes with Ed's vengeful mind. Ed makes his irreversible decision. If fate crosses their paths again, he will deliver his mother's words. But first, he'll make him pay for everything the family went through. With this wound reopened, he focuses on what matters now. The clock is ticking, and he needs to return to the capital immediately to face his brother. Meanwhile, far away from there, Winry has become a hostage to her own expenses. Without Ed's financial support, she finds herself stuck and unable to move on with her life. As if the universe had a sense of humor, the cause of this stress appears at the door, completely oblivious to the financial chaos he caused. The gravity of the problem goes far beyond tools and oil. Winry refuses apologies and demands that he go solve a colossal crisis involving Alphonse. The reunion confirms Ed's worst fears. His brother's body suffered severe damage in his absence, a terrifying level of destruction. Ed is forced to do an improvised emergency repair. The quick fix works, but compromises the integrity of Al's body for the future. The younger brother's silence breaks into anguish. He vents about the nightmare of being an artificial soul and the terrifying fear of what truly binds him to the metal. But reality crushes the existential crisis. Ed warns that their time is running out. The soul's relentless rejection has already begun behind the scenes. The brutal conclusion is laid on the table to shatter his brother's fears. The creature born from the taboo wasn't family. Their trauma was over something fake. The realization hits, and hope resurges overwhelmingly. The terrible failure proves the theory was right all along. The original body still exists and can be rescued. To prove this once and for all, Ed breaks the heavy tension by bringing up an embarrassing secret. A typical immature childhood rivalry is thrown out into the open. Even with the humiliating knockout to his own ego, Ed swallows his pride. All this embarrassment served to extract a unique piece of information. With the memory confirmed, Ed structures his logic. If the armor carries memories that he himself doesn't know, the theory that he created a fake soul falls apart. The greatest revelation comes to light. Alphonse's original flesh was never destroyed. It's still alive out there, acting as a remote server for his brother's mind. The equation finally adds up perfectly. The ritual didn't disintegrate Alphonse, it just relocated him, and it's that body that sustains the armor's consciousness. Following the logic of equivalent exchange, Ed understands that his arm was the exact toll exacted to buy back his brother's soul and anchor it to reality. Ed dives into his deepest memories of that day. He recalls the blind despair and the tactile sensation of reaching his arm out into nothingness. The certainty is now unshakable. What he grabbed in the darkness was Alphonse's true flesh, proving there is a way to bring it back. Alphonse's brutal memory resurfaces, confirming the perspective. He experienced Ed's despair through the perception of that agonizing monster. Scientific logic finally explains the creature's collapse. Being a fake vessel, the intruding soul caused an immediate rejection, destroying the structure. Remorse consumes Edward intensely. He takes responsibility for having tortured Al's existence in a chaotic process that was about to collapse. The heavy atmosphere is cut by absolute shock. Their teacher Izumi decides to break her maintained silence and contact them again. It turns out Ed's words planted a seed of investigation. Izumi used the distance to confront the biology of her own failed transmutation. The data irrefutably proved the theory. The biology didn't match her DNA. Human resurrection reveals itself to be a complete fraud. Surrendering to the law of the universe brings a great victory to the brothers. If the dead don't come back, Al's existence beyond the gate is a feasible possibility. Izumi realizes the truth about her own exact toll. However, instead of resentment, her response is one of pure gratitude, surprising the boys. Being thankful to know the sacrifice was in vain sounds absurd, but that painful certainty was the only thing necessary to move forward. Defenses drop and the trauma returns. The sick conviction that they murdered their mother a second time was destroying Ed's mind from the inside. This revelation turns scientific data into true absolution. Knowing they didn't commit the unforgivable crime ends a long spiritual torment. The same relief takes over Izumi. Discovering that the created target was nothing more than a husk removes the nightmare of having tortured her own baby. However, truth remains surgical and sadistic in its punishments. The maternal instinct costs fertility. Human warmth steals bodies, and being a pillar of support takes a leg. The world's system takes its toll without mercy, but seeing that other victims kept fighting proves that this heavy condemnation is no excuse to give up. The ultimate goal resurges with full force. The determination is to challenge the cosmic entity itself and snatch back everything that was lost. But Alphonse reverses the dynamic on the spot, refusing to be a victim. He won't accept his brother destroying himself from the inside, trying to carry all the guilt alone. Threatened by his own soul's rejection, Al reframes the risk. Instead of a curse, he understands that this is just his new version of mortality. He breaks his mask and admits his greatest suffering. The sensory deprivation and the lonely silence of the early hours exact a maddening hell daily. The raw need hits Ed hard. What was abstract guilt converts into an immediate thirst to give back to his younger brother his human right to exist. Both get on the same wavelength of principles and make an oath. The impossible challenge will be achieved without stepping on the life of any other innocent. Grief and pity evaporate, turning into war fuel. A true declaration of war is made against truth to begin the hunt for the body. Winry silently observes the change in posture. The boy she fixes has embraced the weight of the world and shows no signs that he will break under the pressure. In the capital, Mustang's faction puts together the pieces of their strategic failure. The realization of an enemy shapeshifter turns every allied face into a trigger for deadly paranoia. The Colonel's realization sets in faced with the system's bureaucracy. With his command tied up, the clandestine mission to avenge Hughes is squeezed into a dangerous dead end. The real impact of the hidden war knocks on the squad's door. Havoc's medical discharge process suddenly seals the end of his combat days. Mustang firmly tries to reject the imposed diagnosis, but Havoc himself shows that his body's lack of physical response invalidates all of his superior's hope. The subordinate's pride succumbs to pure despair. Havoc demands to be summarily discarded so he doesn't act as an anchor that would sink the squad. He draws the memory of their dead friend as a psychological weapon. In an act of sacrifice, he demands that Mustang step over him to keep climbing to the top. Mustang repels the martyrdom attempt with tactical coldness. He accepts the soldier's temporary leave but decides to set his own terms before the team. The military ultimatum falls entirely in the lap of the invalid. Refusing to abandon him, the colonel establishes the new order. Havoc's only duty now is to fight for his rehabilitation. Frustration collapses and makes way for deep relief. Faced with the admirable insanity of the commander who won't discard him, the instinct to live and return is rekindled. Out of reach of his subordinates, the facade of invincibility crumbles. The colonel's own body violently reflects the severe damage from recent clashes. With the danger of exposing weakness in the capital, he imposes his authority, ignoring limits. Risa understands she must protect this sacrifice to reap victories in the long run. An urgent military memo arrives, cutting off any remnant of calm. It's a lethal and direct warning to all who bear the federal government's title. The danger forces the military to tear up all previous secrecy. The entire metropolis is dragged into a state of maximum alert, sweeping the capital with an atmosphere of suspicion. The Ishvalan executioner not only survived the official reports, but he also brought his bloodbath straight to the central streets of the country's leadership. Armed with full force, he reactivates the surgical tactics of the past. His sacred journey to erase those he judges as sinners restarts without any hesitation. The swift trail of destruction sets off maximum alerts in crisis meetings. Having the military heart demoralized in broad daylight demands desperate governmental solutions. At the epicenter of dictatorial power, the danger sounds completely different. That rebel loose in the city becomes the unforeseen variable capable of crumbling crucial plans in the shadows. Scar tries to lay low in the capital's sewers, minding his own business. But his peace goes down the drain when unwanted guests crash his hideout. Playing the Good Samaritan, Yoki rescued a passed-out little girl from the curb. The idiot is just leeching off Scar's serial killer rep to stroke his own fragile ego. The little interloper, Mei Chang, wakes up and locks eyes with him. Something weird completely killed the vibe and hooked her attention in a sinister way. The brat swears the mojo on the brute's arm is a technique exclusive to Xing. Scar's out here carrying a whole country's mystical contraband right on his skin. Happy as a clam about alchemy, the kid steps right on the killer's emotional toes. She innocently asks about the whereabouts of his nerdy older brother. Pure, unadulterated hatred takes over the room. Scar spells out exactly what fuels his bloodbath, a psychotic revenge against the military that wiped out his family. Far away from there, Alphonse completely panics from a reality check. The tin can thinks his original body is stuck in the beyond, turning into a rotting, abandoned zombie. The freakout escalates when basic biology dropkicks the duo. Some random nobody doesn't just survive for years stranded in a bizarre void, making this miracle reek of a heavy curse. Edward completely zones out, knowing alchemy exacts a heavy toll. If that body hasn't withered away, some seriously messed up shit has been secretly feeding the carcass this whole time. The key to this whole mess goes back to the day they were sucked into Truth's crib together. The idiots had their spiritual signatures glued together in the same black hole at the exact same split second. The plot drops an atomic bomb. Ed is literally acting as a power bank for his brother. The gate taps into the connection to nourish Alphonse's carcass every time the pipsqueak eats or sleeps. The truth is, the kid isn't a shrimp just from a lack of calcium. He's turned into a living juice box, getting sipped dry all day just so his brother doesn't kick the bucket in that limbo. Piecing these clues together reveals something even crazier. The meat bag on the other side hasn't turned into dry jerky, it's actually growing and aging just like in the real world. This realization triggers some messed up flashbacks for the shorty. That old man fatigue and passing out in the middle of the street were proof that his metabolism's toll was charging double on his tab. The biological glitch that used to be a curse turns into the duo's golden ticket, confirming that Al's body is alive and waiting for rescue is the ultimate cheat code to beat the game. This whole circus hits Winry with a major reality check as she watches from the sidelines. It's blatantly obvious she needs to level up as a mechanic to carry her weight as support against the upcoming boss fights. Their little comfort bubble pops in seconds. The crew has to go their separate ways, so the plan to get their bodies back actually yields some solid results down the line. That annoying equivalent exchange logic keeps messing with their heads. To cross the turnstile of the beyond and crack open the extra-dimensional vault, the universe demands a hefty toll. The brothers connect the dots of a macabre mystery and swallow a hard pill. They're only still breathing because they're nothing but pawns in a sick, sadistic little game. The monster's fetish isn't just blowing up mountains. They want to use a few lucky idiots as a living keychain to bust open the gate of truth for their own benefit. With this insane realization, it's obvious the whole government is absolute garbage. If these freaks are wreaking havoc in broad daylight, the suits at the top are definitely in on the dirty work. It leaves a sour taste of vomit in his mouth. The pipsqueak realizes he could have unraveled this satanic conspiracy way sooner if it weren't for his stubborn teenage pride. The worst theory in the universe takes shape in their heads. If the nation's leader is providing security for a bunch of freaks, the obvious math is that the Fuhrer himself is also a monster. To play detective at the base, our genius decides to pull rank with his silver pocket watch. Flashing the State Alchemist badge leaves the guards dumbfounded, scoring him a VIP pass to snoop through the military's files. Suddenly, military gossip comes crashing down and ruins the peace. The scar-faced maniac addicted to blowing alchemists' brains out is back on the streets wreaking havoc. The military report slammed on the table just confirms their nightmare. Cold sweat drips down their necks as they realize it's no copycat fan club, but the exact same meat-grinding psychopath as before. The sadistic scriptwriter rears his head with the most toxic plot twist possible. This very same lunatic brute roaming the streets is the bastard who sent Winry's parents to the grave. Bro code overrides everything in a massive wave of protective simp instinct. The brothers decide to spin a massive lie, hiding the ugly truth so they don't drive the girl they care about completely insane. The pipsqueak's big brain concocts an insane plan. He decides to use Scar's juicy hatred as a hamster wheel for his own revenge machine to bait out the untouchable villains. Prince Ling Yao sniffs out the drama and decides to crash the party. Our little shrimp becomes the live bait to take a beating, while the Xingqi's crew powers up their mystic radar to catch themselves in Immortal. The alliance with the foreigners is forged, but the warlike tension quickly devolves into cheap freeloading. Bizarrely, their team-up relies entirely on shamelessly extorting free meals to fund the operation. Right in the middle of this dumpster fire, the one blonde who definitely shouldn't be stepping on this landmine shows up. Her visit violently hits the brakes on the turf war, forcing the squad to paste fake smiles on their faces. To keep Winry safely tucked away in the capital without dropping any spoilers about the incoming bloodbath, Ed pulls the perfect excuse. He embraces his reputation for being reckless, pretending he just busted his automail again. The shorty activates suicide bait mode in the city streets. His tactic is to scream into a megaphone and flaunt his State Alchemist title, turning himself into an irresistible piece of meat for their enemies. The charity stunt draws the spotlight from the whole herd. The fan club shows up in full force, setting up the juiciest possible stage for a sudden bloodbath to pop off. With the circus tent pitched, the duo freezes pauses in the middle of the empty plaza. They leave themselves wide open as sitting ducks, just praying the psychopath swallows the bait hook, line, and sinker. Their kamikaze theater gets abruptly cancelled by their uniformed babysitters. It becomes painfully obvious that slicing through this mafia requires welding military lead with the boys' witchcraft in a forced alliance. The pipsqueak ties up the loose ends for the soldiers. The nationwide slaughter is basically just a sadistic little farm set up to harvest energy from human meat, all for the immortal villains to feast on. This nihilistic truth bomb shatters the jaws of the military men. Finding out they've spent their entire careers acting as doormats for the boogeymen to play house is a brutally painful punch to the gut. The military's tactical shootout pops off in the streets. Their goal isn't even to blow Scar's face off, but to unleash a storm of bullets to clip his wings and herd him like cattle. The sheer genius of this suicide plan blows the suit's minds. Using Ed's divine body as a human shield forces the freaks to pop out of their holes just to save their lunch. The colonel sees right through the pipsqueak's sheer audacity. He fully embraces the hustle, secretly stamping a dangerous alliance with these delinquents to screw over the corrupt brass. While the official military force responds to the fire, the support squad gets the green light. They pull a macabre rug out from under their own colleagues to screw over the entire system from the inside out. With the metropolis descending into total chaos, the self-serving foreigners just chill in the bleachers. They're saving all their stamina just to bash the immortal monster's face in the second he pops out in the VIP box. The massive power gap forces the brothers to drop their tough guy act entirely. Scar is a ridiculously OP bulldozer, forcing the shorty and the tin can to take a severe beating in pure reactive desperation. The impending shit show blows up when the useless cops show up way too early. Instead of saving their own skin, the brothers have to become human shields just to keep these background extras from turning into mincemeat. Cold sweat drips as their gas tank hits empty. Relying on the Shingi's crew's ninja charity and praying for the satanic fan club to finally show up becomes suffocating psychological torture. Far away from the brawl, the fake news factory is giving the generals a massive blue screen. Military radios spew out orchestrated delusions, sending the squad cars on wild goose chases and leaving the boxing ring totally clear. The pipsqueak's mousetrap worked on a terrifying level. The Fuhrer president himself rolls up his sleeves to handle the mess personally, activating genocide mode to purge the capital. The roided-out Rottweiler jumps right for the jugular, completely ignoring traffic. Guided by a macabre scent, the freak takes a shortcut across the map, downgrading their genius master plan to a mere afternoon snack. Back on center stage, Scar completely ignores the mousetrap and goes on the offensive. Our little pipsqueak is forced to burn his entire dodge stamina bar in the first second, just so he doesn't become a sliced pancake. The reality check hits the tin can like a falling anvil. Realizing that Scar's OP attacks can pierce any armor, Alphonse throws the mission script out the window and jumps into the fray to save his brother's skin. In a bizarre kamikaze leap, the seemingly useless pipsqueak exploits a glitch in the brute system. He redirects the assassin's blind fury, exposing a massive gap in his defense and leaving him completely open for the kill. The tables turn in the blink of an eye. Using some random trash from the scenery, the arrogant shorty rubs it right in the psycho's face. That brain power can put even the biggest meat grinder on a tight leash. In that wide-open moment of vulnerability, an emotional dropkick hits the duo hard. Catching a full glimpse of the crazy tattoos on his arm, they confirm that this is the exact same butcher who slaughtered Winry's parents. Giving zero shits about the boys' drama, the real mafia goes to work ice cold. The Fuhrer tosses his jacket aside, strutting in with the swagger of a great white shark, ready to decapitate the party crashers. The bloody showdown between the Shingi's squad and the state's mascot finally kicks off. Prince Ling Yao throws out some mocking bait just to poke at the murderous freak's paper-thin patience. The head suit connects the dots, finally figuring out how this mystical Shingi's Wi-Fi tracked down their address. Recognizing the threat to his master plan, the old man hands down the death sentence right on the spot. The harmless old man act gets violently tossed right out the window. The head honcho puts on his executioner's hood, making it crystal clear to the brats that the government VIP club takes no prisoners when it comes to gatecrashers. The bodyguard Lan Fan makes a fatal blunder purely out of pride. She completely underestimates the supreme suit, swearing that some random old geezer could never even scratch their squad's armor. Reality hits them like a freight train, completely defying physics. The head honcho absolutely shatters the Shingi's arrogance, proving that human limits are an absolute joke to a heavily armed, cheating boogeyman like him. Sheer terror gags the prince before he can even pull back. A bizarre, brutal slash heavily stains the sidewalk with blood, mercilessly sending these wannabe apex predators straight to the back of the slaughterhouse line. The desert is the perfect hideout for anyone trying to erase their own past, just like you. Inside the train, Hohenheim is drowning in his own teenage angst, dwelling on the irreparable shit he's done. The stranger's innocence clashes with the truth. She talks about a happy little home, completely unaware that the old man literally ran away from his duties as a father. To keep from crying like a baby on the train, the old man puts on a mask of mockery and cuts the conversation short, until reality drop-kicks the door open, trading the depression for pure survival instinct in an emergency. The pressure cooker explodes with the terrorists' ultimatum, demanding the cash and total submission of the locked-up passengers. But Hohenheim goes completely unhinged, turning himself into a human shield to protect random people who don't even know how to defend themselves. The gunshot blast blows out their eardrums, signaling that the peaceful negotiation button has been permanently deleted. Except the headshot failed, breaking the laws of physics. The immortal old man refuses to die, treating the execution as just an annoying headache. Game over. Brute force cuts the joke short, knocking the clown to the ground once and for all. After chewing on lead like it's nothing, the old man's only relief is confirming that the crappy little photo of his family is still intact in his pocket. Far away from there, the oppressive pressure is crushing. The boss dictates the rhythm of the beatdown from a pedestal of pure cowardly advantage. The impact crumbles the ninja girl's styrofoam armor, leaving the poor thing sprawled on the ground like a sacrificial offering. But the little prince throws caution to the wind and risks his own soft skin in the fire to cancel the bizarre feast of his fallen partner. With no chicken switch in sight, the kid throws the dead weight of his injured ally on his back and gets ready to face off against the overpowered boss. The boy's suicidal attempt flops right at the finish line. The dictator sniffs out the rat trap and shuts down the attack instantly. The sadist drops a disgusting bargain, offering easy salvation in exchange for the absolute moral sacrifice of leaving the ninja behind. To the dictator, playing the hero is sheer stupidity. Winning requires throwing useless trash straight into the meat grinder without even blinking. The fear evaporates into suicidal stubbornness. The kid would rather embrace the grave than abandon his own principles of leadership. A dirty smoke bomb trick short-circuits the enemy's minds, blowing wide open a lucky little crack for them to escape. The frantic sprint for survival begins. He wrecks his own physique, carrying the dead weight until they're almost kissing the exit. But the illusion falls apart. The final boss reveals his overpowered eye patch, with the GPS and his premonition hack running perfectly. The exit is mercilessly crushed. He rubs salt deep into the wound, warning that Disney fairy tales always lose to pure slaughter. Back in the depressing capital, the body count keeps ticking hard, crushing anyone left behind in the sob fest. The scar reopens for the little blonde mechanic. She swallows back the flashbacks of her warrior parents who disappeared forever in the military war. Out of nowhere, the word of mouth of an absurd brawl sweeps the sidewalk and triggers the imminent disaster radar in her ear. Seeing the useless police patrol cowering in fear, she doesn't think twice, ditches her vacation, and flies into the streets hoping to help. The brutal realization gets caught in her chest. The madman attacking the street isn't an amateur, but a human tank addicted to assassinating the military. With panic frying her mind, she throws her own body toward the destruction, praying to God her friends are still breathing. At the epicenter, the circus is on fire. The jacked butcher dominates the macabre dance using his hacks to vaporize matter. The massive monster turns the dwarf alchemist's wall to mush with unparalleled brutality, pushing the kid to the edge of the abyss. In that miraculous millisecond, the giant tin can hacks physics from afar and pulls the little dwarf back from the meat grinder. Doom stalks the crew. Out of options, the little blonde throws his own bones into the grinder as a meat shield to save his useless little friend. The riot squad shows up late but gets disgustingly wiped out. The boogeyman kicks the tin can right into the middle of the huddle, declaring his absolute sovereignty. Pissed off by the bloodbath, the dwarf combusts. He vents his frustrations and calls out the psychopath for piling up corpses like trash. but the brute tanks the lecture with the arrogance of a pope. He sells the illusion that his cleansing is pure decree and the justice of a higher god. The tragedy cuts deep like a razor blade. The little dwarf finally connects the dots that this so-called messiah is the one who wiped out the little girl fused with her dog. The killer flips the argument, spitting on the arrogance of the two who played creator of life and only birthed the depressive freak. The false prophet lays the blame on the table. To him, erasing the creature wasn't murder, it was a humanitarian donation to save the poor thing from military prison. The sadistic math grinds the brothers' brains. The penny drops hard, proving that sucking up to the sham government was exactly what screwed the little girl over. Outside the eye of the hurricane, the little blonde sends the guard's protocol straight to hell, forcefully breaking through the protections to track down her boys. But Destiny's GPS cashes the check. The dumb little mechanic turns the corner exactly in time to swallow an atomic bombshell of a revelation. Down in the arena, the little blonde throws his final venomous wildcard right in the face of their pet enemy's murderous religion. He pulls the moral trigger, asking how this supposed mission from God validated him chopping off the heads of the good-hearted doctors from the Civil War. The cursed surname echoes cleanly down the alley. The massive parental trauma suddenly parks on the corner with a first name, a last name, and a scar. The barrel of gasoline ignites her soul. The little blonde hears at the back of her neck the sick revelation that her parents' executioner is breathing the very same fresh air. Her entire body rejects the shock. Her mind curses the sound and blue screens, fleeing into denial before the true pain can even pierce her skin. Seeing the colossal screw-up, the shorty freezes. He tries to draw the psychopath's eyes, begging for any kind of bullshit excuse to hit the brakes on the girl's insanity. But the fanatic breathes in the oxygen without spilling a word. Owning up to the massacre is on his cursed resume, and backing down was never an option. The lack of an answer shatters her childish bubble. With no escape button, the sob fest violently evolves into the cruelest murderous hatred. In the middle of the generalized screaming, a diabolical detail shines with its own light. The perfect weapon dropped by a dead guy right at her trembling feet. Surrendering to the pitch black inside her, the mechanic picks up the deadly tool. The craving to blow a hole in the bastard's face infects her locked fingers. Her partners freak out, screaming at the top of their lungs. They know that spitting lead right now will delete and infect this girl's core essence for all eternity. The sadist watches with professional disgust as the epidemic of chaos sucks all the judgment out of the last useless angel in that stinking alleyway. The brawl stops time in this supreme disaster. On the opposite side, the unshakable demon, staring down the blind barrel, the girl deciding on her suicidal one-way ticket to hell. Monotonous life goes on through the streets of Amestris, with a bunch of clueless NPCs blind to the insane bloodbath happening 2 inches from their faces. The chaotic brawl between the Prince of Xing and the dictator finally explodes. The clash swallows the whole city, sending everyone surrounding straight down the drain of destruction. Ling realizes a frontal assault is a bad idea. He bolts at lightning speed, surfing through the hysterical panic to keep his vassal from ending up as dead meat. But the dictator is no fool. With the coldness of a calculating psychopath, the old man instantly figures out the cheap trick the duo used to escape. But the forced escape yields a massive bonus. They break the monstrous henchman's legs, freezing the lethal pursuit for a few glorious seconds. The hunt, however, turns into pure tension. The lackey starts playing the invisible predator to corner the duo back into the VIP slaughterhouse. Far from there, the atmosphere is just as unbearable. An armed girl is swallowed by a sickening moral conflict between shooting for revenge or keeping her purity intact. Ed completely loses his shit at the scene. The shorty desperately tries to play the rational one to pull his friend's mind back down to earth before she gets her hands dirty. On the other end of the barrel, the assassin shatters her resolve completely. He blatantly admits to the girl's face that he's the one to blame for massacring her family in the past. Cold as a corpse, the maniac gives an ultimatum. If she pulls the trigger, her immunity ends right there, and she becomes just another free target he'd gladly dispose of. This absurd threat makes the blonde shorty lose it. He throws pacifism in the trash, ready to become the devil himself and beat the crap out of him to protect his friend. The weight of all this chaos fries the girl's brain. The pain boils at max volume, deeply rooted in the sick injustice of having her parents wiped out so disgustingly. With that, her body simply glitches out. The poor girl freezes in absolute terror, trapped in a loop where bloodlust chews her sanity alive. The assassin, however, gets tired of playing statues. He tosses the useless girl aside and shifts his sights back to the Pipsqueak Alchemist, turning the map into a deadly hell, until a flashback breaks the tension completely. Instantly, the maniac's brain short-circuits hard, unearthing an unhealed war trauma right at the exact moment of the punch. The aggression fizzles out instantly. The villain blue screens, seeing the boy's ridiculous excess of kindness, wanting to act as a human shield for the girl, which cools his bloodlust. The walking tin can takes advantage of the blue screen. In a suicidal snap, he tears up the ground between the psychopath and the group, bringing the house down before the villain can snap out of it. Downstairs, the conflict turns psychiatric. Ed needs to exorcise his friend from this killer breakdown before the cold metal destroys her purity forever. The shorty rushes to play grief counselor. He tries to validate her backing down, proving that crying over not shooting is 1,000 times better than carrying a murder on her shoulders. To completely delete her breakdown, the blondie drops another truth bomb. He rubs in her face the absurd talent those healing hands have for saving lives. The waterworks then flow without breaks. The revenge card gets tossed in the trash and the bubble closes, proving the real prize was saving the pure soul of the mechanic. Ed quickly snatches the gun out of her hands. The hero outsources the crybaby's protection to the useless army that arrived, so he can focus on his brother who's soloing the assassin. Enough with the cute pep talks. The shorty turns off his emotional brain and dives headfirst straight into the dark hole to sink back into the brawl. Upstairs, the army's war machine kicks into overdrive. They decide to flood the street with an ocean of armed extras to suffocate the target quickly. Stealth mode dictates the troops' rules. With disguises to mask themselves from prying eyes, the operation sets up a nasty barricade around the entire block. Miles away from that zone, the escape falls apart. The prince's marathon crashes hard when he discovers a nasty pursuit force has popped up, blocking the roof. It becomes blatantly obvious they fell into a trap. Without the shield of the street NPCs, the two are being corralled like cattle for the villain to play Shredder with. The dictator masterfully plants his ass at the exit. He turns the escape into a firing squad, gripping the life or death joystick of these idiots in his wrinkled hand. The crippled vassal then connects the dots of their doom. Realizing she's become useless dead weight, the poor girl offers herself as dead meat to shield her boss's escape. But the boss kicks that logic into the trash. His ego doesn't give a crap about his own safety and demands he play the protector until the roof caves in on their heads. Seeing her boss's stupidity, her blind devotion hits an insane level. The girl hits the fuck it button and severs her own arm, elevating self-mutilation to a survival tactic. The psychopathic gamble works too well. The bloody distraction dismantles the perfect siege and buys the miraculous second for the clowns to bail for real. Back on the battlefield, the scarred assassin attacks, but physics completely flip when a massive hit exposes that the old tin can's shell doesn't hide a single ounce of flesh. The maniac's penny finally drops, hard. Discovering his opponent is just a hollow lab dummy forces him to face the exact scientific filth he promised to delete. And it soon becomes obvious that the tin can cosplay isn't folding to an existential crisis. His firm stance proves the kid has embraced the misery and is loving playing the tank. The canned boy refuses to spit on his own chassis. Defending that trash armor means shielding his pride for the friendship and sacrifice of the brother who bound him to it. The little motivational show leaves a bitter taste in the serial killer's mouth. Tired of the talk, he launches a brutal attack perfectly aimed to wipe him out and dent the old tin can. But karma strikes back instantly. The blonde brother pops up behind him, kicking the villain in the face and collecting the toll with interest for his audacity. Despite landing the hit, the pipsqueak crashes internally. He carries the garbage guilt of frying his friend's brain with this carnage, crushing his own conscience. The little drama, however, quickly goes in the trash. With zero distractions, the duo teams up and charges, turning on assault mode to shred the assassin. The entire fight pauses when the map totally cracks open. A disgusting monster spawns from hell, completely flipping the rules of the brawl in an absolute snap. The beast locks its nasty sights on a single target. The serial killer instantly realizes he's lost the title of hunter and just became the freak's snack. The brother duo pieces the info together. Facing this monstrous breath connects all the filth and the dirty government plot they had been hunting. The tattooed freak isn't playing around. He pushes all his chips of desperation into a nasty attack, begging to burn the monster in a single strike. The blow is swallowed like a joke. The overpowered carcass tanks the damage with a smile, proving that punching this demon with normal force is signing up for an express funeral. The alchemy plunges the whole place further down. Down in the shadows, it rains a surprise delivery. The foreign boy comes crashing through the ceiling, bumping right into the heroes in front of the starving monster. The foreigner bets everything he has in his pockets. Ignoring the magic armor, he shoves a lit stick of dynamite straight down the bizarre creature's throat. The beast's infinite hunger becomes its own doom. The monster simply swallows the lethal explosive with an open mouth without realizing the colossal screw-up it just ate. The bang hits with a vengeance. The fire explodes from the inside out, shredding the demon's guts and mangling the carcass that thought it was indestructible. The juicy pieces fly everywhere. The overpowered chassis couldn't tank the terrorist bomb, and the beast turns into a jigsaw puzzle of rotten remains. Except the beast cheats hard at the game. The bizarre alchemy enters respawn mode, draining a cursed battery to pull the pieces together and glue the whole anomaly back. The trolling becomes epic at the grate. Trying to swell back up, the monster's own flesh wraps around the cast iron and hangs the idiot right there. Checkmate in the cage. The royal playboy grabs the leash. For him, kidnapping the hacked-out live freak is the profit of the day, putting the hunter in the place of a pet. Meanwhile, on the surface, the dictator savors his hunt. He follows a fresh trail of blood, blindly believing he's nipping at the heels of the very escape. Arrogance hits a brick wall. The old man's shock of humiliation is massive when he sees his GPS led him to a stray mutt carrying the bait arm. With the soldiers caught slipping chasing a ghost, the ninja tactic shines. The route opened up a clean escape right under the feet of the army that was caught sleeping on the job. Hidden in the pitch-black sewer, the girl crushes her own pain. She swallows the grief of losing an arm to enjoy the blatant tactical victory she just orchestrated. The day's outcome crowns the emotional bullying on them. The bloody toll was worth every drop, saving the crown and proving that making an arrogant bigwig eat pavement is priceless. The dust settles, and the Prince of Xing's insane plan pays off. The kid finally manages to capture the immortal freak, securing a valuable prize through sheer brute force. Alphonse's tin brain practically melts at the sight of it. The impossible just happened right in front of them, turning the ultimate killing machine into a mere humiliated prisoner. Suddenly, the order to retreat is shoved in their faces with the arrival of their motorized getaway. The script flips, trading the open brawl for a forced extraction of that bizarre cargo. The heavy freak is dragged into the car fueled purely by spite. Brute physical force becomes the only acceptable tool to get the hell out of there as fast as possible. The sniper's threatening glare seals a silent contract of absolute secrecy. Snitching on the military's involvement in this rescue would bring the entire conspiratorial web crashing down heavily on everyone's heads. The group's speedy getaway leaves the Elric brothers behind with a monumental mess on their hands. The VIP prize escaped unharmed, leaving the two idiots with a completely blown-up crime scene to clean up. With the kidnapping sorted and covered up, the useless duo focuses on the real headache right in front of them. It's the perfect window to confront the lunatic who's been wiping out the country's alchemists. The frantic attack resumes relentlessly. Both know that a single millisecond of stupidity against this elite assassin will send them straight to a body bag. But, popping up out of absolute nowhere, a meddling little creature crosses the ring. The mysterious intruder simply hits pause on the carnage and completely wrecks the pacing of this deadly reckoning. The shit hits the fan instantly when the military steps in. The uniformed soldiers aim their weapons, ready to mercilessly gun down the little girl who dares to interrupt their siege. In a pinch, the brat throws a chaotic sabotage tactic into the mix. A bizarre alchemy swallows the area in an explosion, turning the soldiers' tactical formation into a massive joke. It's through this gigantic loophole of incompetence that the assassin strikes. The Ishvalan hitches a ride on the escape, vanishing in perfect sync with the chaos caused by his new foreign ally. Far from there, the Xing group plunges into the grimy underworld with their bizarre tied-up trophy. That's where they plan to make the immortal prisoner sing, far away from the military's morality. Meanwhile, the supreme dictator leaves no loose ends on the surface. With his terrifyingly keen eye, he figures out the identity of the getaway driver, shredding the operation's disguise on the spot. In another corner of the city, life turns into a living hell for the fugitives of the armed siege. Crawling through the disgusting sewers, the scarred guy and the brat try to escape the relentless martial law. Knowing his wound can't wait, the little girl from Xing springs into action. She resorts to an illegal Eastern medical technique just to make sure he doesn't bleed to death right then and there. While bandaging him up, the little monster reveals that her magic channels the invisible energy of the environment. But she gives him a blunt warning. If the damage takes too much flesh, there's no cheat code that can bring him back to life. Staring at his own tattooed arm, guilt hits the Ishvalan like a freight train. Hypocrisy gnaws at the assassin's mind as he remembers all the victims he himself has sliced to pieces. In the middle of this alleyway, the brat freaks out when she notices an absence. She realizes her precious furry pet was left behind like trash in the chaos on the surface. Unexpectedly, the tiny pet crossed paths with the giant armor and made its choice. In its little head, that comical tin can had become an untouchable deity to cling to. Completely oblivious to the little animal, the brother duo is taken straight into the bowels of Central Command. In their theory, it's the perfect safe haven from the madness running wild outside. When they open the door, their souls return to their bodies in relief. The blonde mechanic is sitting on the chair in one piece, seemingly having survived this whole disastrous day unscathed. But their peace is instantly killed when they notice her company. It's King Bradley himself sipping tea with the cynical aura of the grand mafia boss, manipulating this entire board. Reading between the lines of the soft-spoken conversation, the threat tears right through their brains. The dictator discreetly warns them that the brats are his pawns, and every breath taken by the ones they love is at risk. The slap of reality crushes the shorty when their host walks away. The poor girl is completely clueless to the conspiratorial web, having no idea she's just become the government's official human shield. Oblivious to the political game, Winry loses it and ruthlessly confronts Ed. She demands to know outright since when the useless idiot has been hiding the fact that her parents were brutally murdered on the battlefield. The mood drops violently into an unbearable funeral vibe. The dust from all this trauma builds an awkward wall between the lovebirds, who stand there swallowing their pride in silence. For the blonde, the punch of reality freezes all her hopes. The damn agonizing guilt that she can't rewrite history or bring her parents back to life comes brutally crashing back into her soul. To clear their minds, the brothers find a gloomy corner to rest. Becoming gagged puppets turns any empty room into a relaxing suite to process the colossal shitstorm they've gotten themselves into. This macabre depression gets abruptly cut off when the phone starts screaming. The girl answers it in blind innocence, completely out of tune with the military asylum surrounding her. Hearing the racket of Rush Valley's customers over the phone flips the brat's breakers back on. The ego boost numbs her pain and proves she still has a home where her tools make a difference. Renewed by the call, the blonde signs the paperwork to get the hell out of there. Focusing on her shop chases away some of the bizarrely suffocating and heavy atmosphere that had infected her entire stay. Before turning her back, the mechanic decides to spill out all the gratitude built up in her chest. She confesses that if the shorty hadn't held her back in the alley, she would have stained her own hands with blood. As the trio makes their move, the uniformed corps suffers its own casualties from the operation. The fatality comes written in a sad resignation letter from one of the colonel's most dedicated lackeys. The rest of the team steps on the gas of forced denial. His barracks partners stubbornly freak out, refusing to admit that the injured blonde guy will be permanently incapacitated. But for the victim himself in the hospital bed, the shock doesn't sugarcoat anything. The penny has already dropped hard, and he perfectly understands that he's become a useless sack of bricks that's only hindering his boss's ambition. Swallowing his own pride and sorrow, he signs his farewell letter. It's his final silent play to avoid dragging the whole rebel group down with him into this point of no return political pit. Back to the main plot, the getaway clock ticks down and the time comes. The shallow chat about screwdrivers creates the perfect nerd camouflage so nobody freaks out over this tense farewell on the platform. But the seconds way too much, and the shorty's courage melts away. The sheer panic of having a deep conversation catches in his throat, and he shuts up before it turns into some embarrassing romantic soap opera. However, remorse mercilessly punches his brains before she boards for good. The dread of sending his partner off with all this hidden dirty laundry forcefully cancels out the runaway kid's cowardly attitude. At the very last second, the kid's main quest gets a beautiful screaming reboot. He raises his voice and swears at the top of his lungs that he'll fix all this pain and bring the trophy back to her hands. The idiot's shout hits her brain like a spell, curing her depressing slump. Finding out that the delinquent actually freaks out worrying about her instantly erases the colossal burden of crazy loneliness from that week. Inside and taking the seat, her neurons finally face reality. Her heart unravels all that veiled childhood sacrifice. forcing the blonde to embarrassingly embrace her glaringly obvious crush on her friend. Numb to the recent soap opera romance, the tin clowns march stiffly right back into hell. The clock starts ticking again with the slick, bloodthirsty mafia out for their hides. But before they can let their guard down and get filled with lead on the corner, the clandestine van screeches to a halt. The slick shadow squad pops up, kidnapping the brother duo before the government even notices they're gone. Behind the wheel with his foot to the floor, the colonel immediately hits them with the official kidnapping scoop. The guy proudly spits out that he stashed the chubby prize in his gang's secret hideout. The disguise maneuver highlights the bizarre bankruptcy of the Pretty Boys' tactical roster. Without the partners the government swept away, the officer shamelessly resorted to recruiting brats to sweep up his heavy dirty work. The car hunts down an extra victim through the upscale suburbs in the dead of night. A grumpy doctor is the glorious NPC selected to pay the price, completely clueless about the massive political chaos surrounding him. With uniformed ruthlessness, the colonel smashes the reject button and grabs the man by surprise. It's a violent, mandatory emergency invitation where friendship is completely absent from the tactical choices. Shoved into the back seat with his nerves on edge, the suicidal anvil crushes the doctor's mind. It doesn't take long for the poor guy to realize he's become the go-to errand boy for a bunch of comedic state traitors. Surprisingly, the old man embraces the mess. Instead of running for the hills at the first break, the doctor stubbornly holds his ground and dives headfirst into this bizarre pirate paramedic mission. What fuels this stupid bravery is his own dusty military tragedy. The old man sinks into the dirty chance of scrubbing his own atrocities from his record by dragging mangled bodies back into the light. And lethal material to heal is exactly what's not lacking in their dark hideout. The Eastern bodyguard's mangled body is melting with fever on the cheap couch, brutally paying the ticket for her savage escape. Ignoring the dirty rags, the makeshift doctor dives into her monstrous wound. The terrifying level of medical torture makes the whole gang squirm, sweating and praying that the amputated stump stops gushing. Sitting in the safe zone, the weight of tactical failure crushes the buff prince's neck, chewing on the damn certainty that his loyal lapdog was chopped to pieces purely because of his ego causes him physical pain. For the metallic duo watching, the sheer bizarreness is terrifying. The colossal difference between playing good guy alchemist and cleanly amputating chunks of flesh for immortality is an insane shock slapped right on their foreheads. Knowing she took the blade to herself and tossed her own flesh to the crows throws their childish heroism straight into the trash. The lackey bled before the foreigner could cry, proving that the ride only moves forward through a brutal meat grinder. However, the foreigners are clueless about the gang's Western robotic voodoo. The blonde kid suggests plugging some shiny scrap metal into the girl's mangled vein, offering a direct reload with a war-ready, bullet-spitting prosthesis. The ninja, blinded by her master, embraces the idea without hesitation. Accepting the iron jammed into her stump guarantees her return to the suicidal daily grind, cutting through the soft drama with a cold pact to grind her bones for Xing. The pact fixes her absurd paranoia on the spot. The mechanical hope injects a sleeping dose of relief into the shattered warrior, who drops the tough act and resets her stress, snoring happily on a depressing piece of cardboard. Behind the patched-up group, the shady leadership of the suited-up scheme finally assesses their acquisitions from the clandestine sewer. The unlikely crossover of these marginal cells finally rubs elbows uncensored. The kidnapped meat sack, acquired at the cost of arms and blood, rests alive in the ground. Contemplating the immortal carcass bound by chains sparks some hype, camouflaging the incredibly dangerous stupidity exuding from it. The brat in the red coat blows the suspense by reading the freak's biological battery. The gossip that he's an infinite printer fueled by a horde of souls gloriously shatters the glass ceilings of the unsuspecting bystanders. Just as delirious as compressed souls is the political accusation triggered next. The ripped emperor from the east doesn't back down, head-on accusing the all-powerful military king of steering this bizarre nest right under his own rug. The mental brick of knowing that their beloved golden homeland salutes a demonic robot crushes the force's brains. The usefulness of their ranks melts into a ridiculous abyss when they finally notice the leash. The doctor pulls out the yellowed certificate proving the glitch. Adopting a kid from the outside perfectly matches the species' clinical record, closing the case and mercilessly confirming that these freaks lack any reproductive hardware. Armed with hot gossip from the region's elite, the Easterner sinks his teeth into the bag trash. The buff guy only sees immortality shining right there in those dark guts, guts, dreaming of squeezing out that elixir using sheer foreign force. Taking the reins of the property sparks a heavy brawl in the room. The local owners furiously scream, demanding the biological answers from the fetid flesh to rebuild their own useless chassis before exporting it to the east. With so many loudmouths yapping in this useless racket, claustrophobia chokes the old man in white. The old geezer pulls his hair out in pure dread, seeing that this babbling has exposed high treason crimes worthy of a permanent ban in a prison cell. But the loud gossip dumps radioactive waste right into the ignored creature's twisted head. In the shrinking blink of its bizarre eyeball, the dormant amnesia gets a destructive kickstart straight from their small talk. Echoing the official moniker of the troop's arsonist, completely crushes its snooze. The flames of memory tear through the longing for its fried female colleague, turning the cannon squarely against the blind audacity of these uniformed idiots. Pulling the trigger on that name became today's insane final nail in the coffin. The fat beast ignites in the purest maniacal, bloodthirsty stress upon sniffing out its girlfriend's butcher, brutally and bloodily obliterating any scientific arrogance in the room. Away from the military panic, the dark alleys of Central City hide a far deadlier villainous exchange. The high-ranking suits are dealing with their own incompetence behind closed doors. The dictator the people idolize as an untouchable hero swallows hard. In the shadows, a terrifying voice demands that the sin of wrath swallow his pride and be a good, obedient puppy. But the suit's response is utterly unhinged. Instead of crying over the failed plan, he confesses with a grin that he's actually loving watching the house of cards collapse on his own head. The old man rubs it in his own kind's face that these stubborn humans are infinitely more interesting than they seem. It's a blind rebellion that's sadistically satisfying to watch from the front row. Swallowing their pride, the villains shift their focus back to the problem of the day. They desperately need to recover the little monster they lost and shut up Mustang's meddlesome squad. Meanwhile, Dr. Marco is enjoying his maximum security resort. Completely isolated like a caged rat, the pathetic old man hasn't got an inch of room to escape this mess. The harsh brick of reality hits the locked-up doctor right in the face. He finally grasps the monstrosity of it all. The entire nation is just a giant pasture full of cattle, ready to be cooked into a family-sized philosopher's stone. Playing the desperate detective, Marco uses the historical bloodbaths on the map to predict the next attack. He connects the dots and pinpoints the new military target. The folks up north are going down, but the villains have the perfect trump card to break his spirit. By holding the doctor's little village at gunpoint, they make sure the cowardly old man's leash is kept tight. That lizard Envy loves to rub his own toxic genius in the prisoner's face. The freak gets a psychopathic kick out of explaining how he exploits people's disgusting kindness to farm free victims. But the psychological torture show is cut short by a frantic telegram. The hot-headed Mustang actually managed to leash one of their monsters, completely ruining their perfect scheme in the most bizarre way. Genuine panic sets in among the suits because the captured prisoner has zero mental stability. If the little freak loses its temper during interrogation, it could easily obliterate the entire city block. At the Resistance's secret hideout, the bomb finally goes off. Their defenses turn into papier-mâché against an unhinged invader who crashes through the ceiling and sends the bunker straight to hell. The sharpshooter Hawkeye responds to the apocalypse by turning into an armed block of ice. Without blinking, she readies her guns to fire, accepting that the capture mission is busted and it's purely about survival now. The caged monster has the exact psychotic meltdown everyone feared. This bizarre fury rips open a hungry black hole right in his belly, proving the freak is a literal matter-erasing machine. The desperate hail of bullets buys them a few golden seconds until backup emerges from the dust. But playtime ends right there, leaving everyone backed against the wall facing an invincible demon. The situation gets drastically worse because the freak has a locked target. The beast aims its hate radar straight at the colonel who had the nerve to turn his hot partner into ashes. Realizing that running a marathon isn't getting them anywhere, the colonel mans up. He flips the psycho switch and decides to turn the monster into a well-done barbecue with his own two hands. The massive blast of flames hits the enemy head-on. In the arrogant military man's head, this absurd firepower was going to send that tactical freak straight to hell in a split second. But the hero's little fire fizzles out instantly. The brutal blaze is mercilessly swallowed whole by that cosmic fridge in the beast's chest, which is just looking to snack on the entire universe. The harsh reality check absolutely crushes the suit's swagger. Discovering that his best alchemy is pure recyclable trash against this freak throws the guy's self-esteem into the gutter and wipes out any chance of winning. Fresh out of ideas, the famous every man for himself protocol is activated. The brilliant strategy to glitch out the freak's mind is to have everyone scatter and run around like headless chickens. Except the tactic fails spectacularly because the beast completely ignores the extras. He locks his evil eye purely on the hothead, turning the chase into a terrifyingly personal vendetta. Seeing that the monster is about to run over her boss, the armed blonde pulls out the heavy artillery once again. She fires just to mess with him psychologically and draw the aggro away from the fleeing target. To buy some breathing room, a classic trickster move comes into play. What looked like the colonel's corpse was actually just a decoy dummy, tailor-made to troll the enraged creature's room temperature IQ. With a moment to breathe, the sharpshooter slaps her own boss with the harsh truth. She mercilessly reminds him that against this bizarre monster, his little firecrackers are completely useless. The gang remembers the real bureaucratic nightmare. The country's leader is a homunculus. The pretty boy's job right now isn't to trade punches, but to survive so he can topple the government from the shadows. With the escape plan set, the Fullmetal shorty decides to anchor himself in hell. He intentionally draws the aggro to himself, taking the heat to ensure the adults can bail out of the slaughterhouse in one piece. The tourist prince backs up the kamikaze plan by pointing out the ultimate prize: extracting information. That lunatic is the only living flash drive they have to hack into the conspiracy, making the brawl totally worth it. Swallowing his ego, the colonel accepts that he'll be forever in the kid's debt. He finally agrees to fall back and leave the stage of this chaotic mess entirely in their hands. Before bouncing, the sharpshooter decides to gear up the kids. Fully aware of the sheer danger, she hands the pipsqueak an incredibly lethal piece of hardware to level the playing field. This burden throws the kids' pacifist values right into the meat grinder. Holding a real gun causes a massive short circuit in the head of a guy who dreamed of solving everything with clean alchemy. The blonde doesn't hold back and lays down the law on how to use the weapon. Her warning is crystal clear. He's not supposed to play the trigger-happy psycho. He's just using it to make sure he lives to see another day. Obsessed with the need to make it back home in one piece, the pipsqueak swallows his ethical dilemma and grips the gun. It's a bitter pill to swallow, but absolutely essential to tank the insanity right in front of him. With the deal settled, the adult squad speeds off in the getaway car. As they make it out alive, the bitter guilt of throwing the kids into this deadly shitshow absolutely crushes the military team's sanity. Mid-escape, the sheer shock forces everyone in the car to mentally reboot. The puzzle pieces come together in a macabre way, proving that the entire military has always been nothing but pawns in the monster's chess game. Deep in the woods, the threat is still hot on the trail of the kids who stayed behind. Gluttony has completely uninstalled his self-control button, turning into a blind, walking black hole, trying to bulldoze the trio. Staring down this immortal juggernaut, their survival instincts are screaming. Trading blows is straight-up suicide now, forcing the boys into a tense game of hide-and-seek through the pitch-black woods. And out of nowhere, a hellish new development sucks the air right out of the forest. A crushing aura emerges from the darkness, radiating the exact same foul stench as those psychopathic suits. A mysterious gatecrasher shows up and, bizarrely enough, tells him to firmly shut his mouth. The stranger's verbal command completely paralyzes the infinite hunger that was about to devour the entire forest. The warning works like instant magic. Gluttony's apocalyptic temper tantrum gets switched off in a second, making it blatantly obvious that the brainwashing in this monster hierarchy is absolutely unbreakable. But the intruder's snobby tone triggers the Fullmetal boys' battle memories. The pipsqueak quickly puts two and two together and realizes that this newly arrived freak is an old, unbearable enemy. Tired of the whole theatrical act, the beast fires up his macabre 3D printer. The freak's base form starts shedding its fake human skin, revealing a disgusting level of mutation that defies all biology. The nightmare finishes its horrifying makeover, leaving its useless old carcass behind in the dirt. The real Abomination strikes a villainous pose, exuding the toxic swagger of a predator that has finally cornered its midnight snack. Envy finally reveals his ugly, mocking true face. The parasite confirms that the government has unleashed its worst tool to put them back on a leash, ensuring that diplomacy has failed and a brutal bloodbath is about to kick off. Envy tries to smooth things over to avoid a brawl, but the idiot makes the diplomatic mistake of poking right at the Edward-sized wound, and sanity goes straight in the trash. Ed throws any strategy out the window and charges in, foaming at the mouth with pure homicidal rage. Envy instantly realizes he offended a whiny brat. The apocalyptic clash magically downgraded to a crybaby 5th grade playground fight. Realizing the short stack is a ticking time bomb, Envy tries to weaponize their trauma, throwing the hate right back in the face of the one who screwed up their lives. The Wheel of Misfortune picks a new target. The foreign prince just became the daily special to save the skin of the one who really matters. It's in that millisecond that the little king's swagger goes down the drain. He realizes he just became a snack for this psychopathic entity, and nobody there is gonna lift a finger for him. In a display of cosmic stupidity, Edward claps his hands at the fake calm. The idiot thinks he's winning, completely ignoring that the Scythe of Death just got redirected at his ally. The scene turns into a blender of carnage. Everyone scatters in a free-for-all, leaving the prince stranded in a lethal 1v1 against the immortal monster. But the little king marks his territory with pure psychopathic coldness. He forces a sweaty 1v1 where only the absolute peak of military technique saves him from the coffin. Surfing on the monster's obvious stupidity, the human unleashes a combo with pure murderous intent. The guy goes all in to delete this threat from the face of the earth. Only the bait works perfectly. The beast purposely sacrifices its own flesh, swallowing the whole blade just to trap the dumb human. Instead of wetting his pants, the human goes absolutely feral with the most suicidal tactic possible. He throws his little sword away, acting like he's begging for death. And here comes the most humiliating Uno reverse card of the year. Tossing the weapon was just a scummy bait to land a vital beatdown, proving that intelligence is the real weapon. For a freak that beats its chest thinking it's divine, getting completely clapped by basic little punches shatters the ego way worse than any gash in the gut. With the puppy pinned down, the real tea is spilled. The beatdown spectacle was just a circus to force the trash to vomit up his immortal secrets. Meanwhile, the parallel carnage turns into a horror movie. The other monster pukes out its normal appearance and puts on a bizarre, flashy, carnivorous cosplay. The shock throws the boys' morale straight into the trash. The beef now isn't against a beast, but against an overpowered, starving black hole. The cavalry pops up to hold the line by force. The double block tries to crush the beast in a bear hug fueled by pure, desperate brawn, but reality flips the chessboard. With a monstrous jolt that spits in the face of physics, the human wall gets crushed like toothpicks. Back to the 1v1, there's zero crying. The little king flushes any chance of the target's revenge down the toilet, taking the sucker apart like Legos with the coldness of a professional psychopath, until a cold sweat runs down the prince's spine. The Giga Chad hunter brutally realizes he just became the main course for the other freak. The starving beast tears through the scene. The black hole couldn't care less who's friend or foe, driven solely by the psychopathic urge to avenge his little buddy. Pure suicidal sacrifice juice. The shorty throws his own life in the trash in a millisecond, kicking the big foreigner out of the obliteration radius. The map suffers a nasty wipe. You can't tank a bizarre glitch that literally hits delete on all physical matter. Total destructive absurdity. The dust settles, and the answer is a swift kick to the balls. Where a trio was sweating blood 3 seconds ago, now there's only the freak posing in a bizarre crater. Alphonse breaks down from pure shock. Mixing blind panic and a meltdown, the armor corners the anomaly, screaming at him to spit the gang out of that macabre drain. But the monster crushes any hope. The beast swears on his own uselessness that he has no idea how to puke up what he already swallowed on this one-way trip. And then the house of cards comes crashing down. The stab of grief tears through the steel soul, and all the sweat of the journey turns to forgotten dust in that useless pit. Far from the slaughter, a warrior picks up the pieces. The kamikaze ninja tanked cutting her own arm off to avoid dying and tries to patch herself up in a makeshift underground clinic. Her otaku heroin trip gets ruthlessly yeeted to the afterlife. The harsh club of reason rubs in that going back to war in this mangled state is just signing up to be dead weight. The reality check crushes her lungs. Throwing her own arm in the trash meant completely screwing over any ability to defend the little boss she idolizes. To keep her from drowning in her own puddle of tears, the reins of logic are pulled. Accepting she's become dead weight and laying on the stretcher is her only chance of surviving tomorrow. The mess finally reaches the capital. The Giga Chad colonel realizes that playing hide and seek with his own life is over and decides decides to take heavy action. His crazy plan relies on leaking rotten gossip to the military group chat. Throwing the conspiracy shit at the fan, he bets it'll force the suits into a rebellion. But trying to bench his sniper stirs up trouble. His comrade's stubbornness spits on his rank, deleting any chance of her bailing to save herself. The blood pact happens in silence. He drops the martyr cosplay and promises not to go to the coffin alone, embracing the tactical stubbornness of taking his sniper as a bodyguard. The suit's little party sounds the alarms. The whole old boys club is gathered, and the colonel realizes the size of his screw-up when he sees he's the only one playing without a map. Mustang tightly hugs the idiot badge to throw the scum off. The madman pretends to be just an innocent rookie lost in the capital to lower the mob's guard. And then he truly goes all out. In a psychopathic and suicidal bet, he spits out the biggest bloody secret about immortality right in the middle of the boss's circle. But the rotten truth is received like a circus joke. Roy rides the clown show and laughs along, hiding the actual waterfall of cold sweat frying his veins. Out of nowhere, the switch flips. He gets tossed into the VIP room, watching his own deadly dossier get rubbed in his face as a high-ranking prank. That's when the bucket of shit hits the playboy hard. The gossip didn't choke anyone because all the suits in the room already knew it was the absolute cosmic truth. The wall of conspiracy grinds the heroic plan to dust. It becomes painfully obvious that every big shot supposed to protect the people is up to their necks in the same bucket of blood. The top boss spits facts with absurd swagger. Tearing up the script of any disguise, the beast parades his lethal black magic just to rub the human's insignificance in his face. The very foundation of the command room is the sewer. Swallowing this bizarre pill permanently deletes the foolish illusion that the uniform was meant to defend humanity. Far from there, reality barfs up the apocalypse of the battlefield. The game over screen parts the way for the gloomy void, where any trace of logic and light simply evaporate. Thrown to the wolves in the dark, the kid sinks into a deep coma. Locked inside the belly of this bizarre anomaly, the chance of heroic cavalry dropping down to rescue him is zero. The blackout ends and survival mode cranks to the max. The short stack wakes up and does a frantic visual inspection of his own meat sack to make sure he didn't lose another little arm in the fall. But the relief fades on the first breath. The heavy air punches his nose, proving this cave is a radioactive dump covered in pure, rotting organic mush. The brick of truth hits him right in the forehead, piecing together the memories. The trashy conclusion lights up in his head, confirming the dodge failed, and he sank into the worst nightmare in the world. Terror strikes and throws all rationality out the window. The kid throws a desperate fit, groping around in the dark, frantically hunting for his own brother's tin can. The walk in the pitch black just crushes his optimism. Macabre treats scattered on the floor spit in his face that the place is a closed slaughterhouse where time just grinds up the victim. The anvil of doom wraps up the stroll by flattening the short stack's last shred of faith. Tossed into this endless graveyard of pure blood, the guy realizes that hitting the exit button on this shit is impossible. Our short protagonist desperately searches for signs of life in this bizarre pitch black darkness. The absolute loneliness crushes any hope of rescue, leaving despair plastered all over his face. His brain melts with a cruel and agonizing doubt. The alchemist's greatest fear right now isn't even his own imprisonment, but the terrible chance of having dragged his own little brother into this dimensional grave. Doing literally anything to escape this deadly boredom, he starts screaming. The kid shouts for the prince at the top of his lungs, praying hard he isn't the only sucker trapped at the bottom of this magical intestine. Out of nowhere, a puny little light cuts through the absolute darkness of that infinite pitch black. It's a clear sign rubbed in his face that he isn't alone in the middle of nowhere. The miracle happens, and Ling Yao pops up alive and kicking, carrying a little fire. He maintains that same arrogant and untouchable posture as always, proving he hasn't let his brain fry in this hellhole. But trusting someone right off the bat in a place like this is a death wish. The traumatized pipsqueak demands an undeniable proof of identity to ensure it isn't a shapeshifter trying to mess with his mind. The prince lays out the only thing impossible to copy, a humiliating unpaid tab. The paper is the perfect proof of life, since only the real Ling would be a big enough deadbeat to carry it around in a dump like this. With the duo reunited, the diagnosis of their prison is tense. It hits them hard that this damn cell isn't just a dirty little room, but a literal infinite drain sucking everything to kingdom come. To make matters worse, the light from the makeshift campfire reveals a detail worthy of a horror movie. The fire uses the remains of corpses as firewood, making it clear that this dimension's moral compass has already gone down the drain. The duo duo's neurons finally connect the dots about the macabre scenario. All this junk didn't fall from a magical sky. It's pure garbage accumulated every time the fat monster swallowed everything on the surface. Catching a glimpse of some scrap in the dark, the shorty runs like crazy, a chill running down his spine. He finds an unmistakable piece of metal in the trash, his brother's tin can. But a quick peek under the tarp turns the game around and relieves the pipsqueak's soul. Missing the rest of the metallic body reveals that the giant Alphonse escaped this sucking hole and is safe on the surface. Even relief for his brother, the shorty refuses to become a fossil in this ridiculous museum. He puts his foot down with all the attitude in the world, promising he won't die rotting in this trash. His 2 brain cells spark when he realizes the obvious. The perfect magical material to try and dig their salvation was already literally smashed right under his little boots. Getting down to the floor to work, the disgust hits with full force. The ground isn't concrete, but a foul ocean of pure clotted blood and ground meat on an absolutely insane level of grossness. Swallowing his nausea, he smashes his hands into the goop to force the alchemy. The scientific magic runs smoothly through the flesh, rubbing in the universe's face that the laws of physics still apply in this sewer. The strike opens a bizarre drain in the sea of blood, and the duo focuses on checking if the escape route is real. The poor guys hold their breath, watching a little light plummet all the way down to measure the size of the abyss. The reality check runs over the fools when the spark vanishes without hitting solid ground. Jumping down there is certain death, stamping that the improvised downward escape tunnel has been brutally and successfully cancelled. With the ground sabotaged, they try running straight and slam into an absurd invisible wall. Physical exhaustion shoots through their minds when it dawns on them that they're running a marathon on an endless treadmill of absolute nothingness. Back on the surface of the real world, the drama of the moment is different and focuses on the crybaby little girl. Hunting down the missing panda hijacks Mei Chang's mind, completely ignoring the dust and the apocalypse of the destroyed street. A dumb comment from the giant in armor about the panda's death instantly crushes the girl's mind. The theory shatters her strength, proving that gentle excuses don't cover up the pain of losing her pet. The weeping has deep roots in their dark past. The ridiculous little panda was also a useless reject in the trash, thrown away by her family for being a pure factory defect, just like her owner. This emotional baggage turned the 2 rejects into a real family. The girl's uncontrollable bawling is from losing the only being in the universe who could stand her, tearing open a black hole impossible to patch up. The Jacked Avenger refuses to start a depression fan club in the middle of the chaos. Knowing that crying won't resurrect a panda, the brute takes the wheel of the team, laying down the law to drag the gang out of there. The big guy looks at the brats crying and watches his own horror movie replay in his head. The trauma and the dread of seeing his own race decimated stop the assassin from leaving the poor thing behind on the dirty sidewalk. The mental funeral ends and the bald meathead takes charge silently. The shorty clings to him without asking for permission, founding the most chaotic and improbable little squad possible to keep trekking through this war zone. Back in the cosmic intestine, the deafening silence seals the apocalypse for the lost ones. The pipsqueak realizes they're floating in a drain so gigantic that it perfectly destroys any foolish dream of finding a corner or an exit. With zero light on the horizon, biology waves the white flag at the bottom of the puddle. The toll of exhaustion comes due brutally, knocking his partner down on the cursed treadmill to the abyss. The Singace prince pulls the emergency brake and throws in the towel big time. The guy literally lays down on the invisible highway asking for euthanasia, begging his partner to ditch his carcass in the pitch black and run away. The gnome resorts to chaos to reboot the slacker's mind. He threatens to let the spoiled brat turn into a lonely corpse right then and there, firing a brutal psychological warning shot to try and force his survival instinct back online. With the bluff ignored, the blondie stomps hard on the heir's most painful wound. He rubs it in his face that dying from whining in the dark is spitting on everyone back on the surface who bet their lives on his throne. The mental cannonball hits the mark and rips the playboy out of his dark depression. The cheeky mockery he spits back guarantees that the suicidal laziness is gone and the will to live has said hello again. But hunger takes the wheel of misery and detonates their physical sanity. With no grub, the duo realizes they need to hunt for carbs and water in the cesspit if they want to keep trading punches with the rules of this broken dimension. The bizarre MacGyvering saves the day using the extreme limits of grossness. The nerd magic distills a purely miraculous cup of water, flipping the biological switch that stops the idiots from dying dried up like raisins on the floor. With their bellies warm, their brains turn on the tactical Wi-Fi at max power. The surrender sign is smashed, and the duo shifts into high gear to hunt for a bug in the rules of this dirty game to try and escape. But the endless treadmill suddenly stops when the prince's biological radar goes off. The vibe changes brutally, indicating that the VIP lounge of their isolation has just been invaded by an invisible threat. Unboxing this ghost in the dark skins the duo's hope alive. The foolish illusion of a rescue evaporates in a second, revealing that the surprise visit is the worst possible abomination in the universe lurking in the shadows. The final sledgehammer blow comes when the psychopathic villain announces he didn't spawn there to give anyone a ride. Reality hits hard. The cheeky monster confesses he's exactly as screwed and locked up as the two fools. Their brains process the level of total apocalypse they've gotten themselves into. The ridiculous magical drain theory gains undeniable strength, making the clowns finally feel the grotesque and insane size of this flesh-solitary confinement. Connecting the dots of the horrific scenery, the pipsqueak scientist hacks the math of that sewer. He discovers the dumpster is a pirated, corrupted copy of the VIP domain of alchemy, that sacred place full of divine secrets. The cosmic gossip drops a bizarre spoiler. The villain hands over on a silver platter that their dark overlord tried playing God and pirated the divine room, turning the obese monster into an arrogant creator's crash course that flopped hard. The weirdo admits with a straight face that even the boss makes mistakes and cries in the shower. The pirated knockoff failed miserably, proving the hard way that the universe will never accept a cheap, buggy shortcut like this trash can. The silence of doom swallows everyone's pride. Mortal rivals have been brutally demoted to cellmates, sitting around twiddling their thumbs in the cosmic pitch black as they silently wait for the grave together. Amidst the depressing boredom, the creature slips up and leaks some dangerous gossip about the boss. He exposes the organization's schizophrenic hard-on for recruiting and collecting sacrificial pawns straight from the top brass of the military. The conspiracy Tetris clears the board in the kid's mind with brutal violence. The harsh realization hits that his nation's historic, bloody war was just a custom-ordered meat grinder, a slaughterhouse purely designed to recycle souls. The Abomination skins the wound, twisting the knife in their psychological state. He polishes the gossip with maximum sadism to spit out in the sickest way possible the main detail behind this blood-soaked government scheme. The sadism reaches its peak when he confesses the spark of the slaughter right in the shorty's face. The monster proudly tells how he pulled the trigger disguised as an official soldier, activating the death machines against innocents in a purely surgical strike. The shorty's emotional cup overflows right then. Finding out that this garbage not only destroyed a country but mercilessly shredded the families of the few people he respects completely shatters the kid's sanity. His mind's circuit breaker trips for good, and he focuses blindly on aggression. The kid charges and vomits every drop of hate and disgust into a single brutal punch, smashing the smug face of the ridiculous architect who caused this sea of death. But the aggressive tantrum doesn't have the expected effect on the immortal Abomination. The monster simply gets tired of messing with his meat toys, turns on the fuck it mode, and triggers the real beatdown session against the suckers. The weirdo gets sick of the useless human shell and vomits it out in a full-blown horror show. He lays his pure, original ugliness on the table to shut them up and slaughter the attitude of the two fools once and for all. The weight of his true form is terrifying, cementing that the monster is a colossal physical juggernaut. He is purely the bottled ooze of infinite corpses crushed in this cosmic trash can, elevating the group's sheer terror to absurd levels. The monstrous disaster struts down the runway, rubbing the bloody tab in the terrified duo's faces. The beast proves live and in color that he's a walking mountain of suffering, entirely sculpted from the dead of this ridiculous war. The creature's lethal scumbaggery screams in every fiber of skin on its carcass. That disgusting flesh is purely sponsored by the eternal crying of those who were chewed up, turning this piece of trash into an intolerable abomination even for the dirtiest science. Proving that the terror isn't just visual, the Abomination swings this colossal mass at the speed of sound, destroying the duo's reflexes. Blinking seals a strike violent enough to stamp the wall with the two idiots. The heroic rescue fails bizarrely as a kickback unplugs the kid's lights. The suicidal attack tanks hard, dragging the two run-over clowns down to the muddy and relentless bottom of this alien solitary confinement. Up on the surface, the rainy scenery also reeks of an absolute defeat. The reality of the tragedy hits hard, and the little brother's brutal disappearance into the hole shreds any crumb of logic left inside that giant metal tank. Meanwhile, even the gluttonous monster breaks out in a cold sweat, terrified of his own stupidity. The obese villain finally processes that he swallowed valuable, forbidden pieces and shakes in in his boots, anticipating the violent scolding from the boss. Dropping the spoiler about the boss in the middle of a panic attack works like a perfect defibrillator on the armor's chest. The giant's deadweight mode is brutally cancelled by two neurons frying an overclock to come up with a rescue plan. The walking tank perfectly deduces the math of this crappy video game. To shut off the slaughter and retrieve his brother from the hole, the only logical way out requires knocking on the door and punching the jaw of the supreme manager of this freak show franchise. Stubbornness hits hard, and he refuses to stamp his brother's death certificate this early. The boy firmly adopts the theory that this fat guy's weird belly is just a flash drive to hoard live hostages, not a lethal incinerator for his family. The bullying scales tip, and the metal giant plays the big boss on the spot. He uses his authority to crush the rest of the immortal creature's attitude just by yelling, cornering the Abomination with pure lethal intimidation. The plan reads like pure schizophrenia, but is incredibly genius and functional. He straps a leash onto the obese monster's panic attack, using the trash's blind fear of his boss to extort an Uber ride straight to the Mafia headquarters. Far from this bloody underground fight club, the military rescue van operates, burning gas on the cold street. The guys roll over the asphalt in the rain, perfectly ignorant of the alien slaughterhouse that sliced up the rest of their squad just a moment ago. The completely dead comms radio nails the ghost status into the mission's chest. The violent vacuum in the perimeter skins their hope alive, making it obvious that the team arrived too late to a minefield of pure terror. The dread of parking straight into a silent morgue crushes the team's morale, but the lieutenant nips this whining in the bud, giving zero room for cowardly tantrums. The blonde pulls the squad's military leash to ensure the deadly invasion continues, fueled solely by duty. Alphonse decides to go completely reckless. Knowing his brother is trapped in an empty dimension, he throws a bizarre proposal at the enemy to use him as transport. The unexpected offer makes the homunculus's brain blue screen, freezing while it tries to process the idea. Al argues that if the fake gateway opened before, the route is clear to be crossed again. Exploiting the beast's blind obsession with its own master, Alphonse offers his metal armor as a prize in a completely suicidal gamble. The enemy swallows the bait whole. With this, Alphonse secures a VIP pass to the heart of the conspiracy, risking a one-way ticket to hell. Meanwhile, at the center of Amestris Military Central Command, the top brass's dirty work runs rampant right in everyone's faces. The higher-ups couldn't care less about casualties. To them, dead officers are just sacrificed pawns used to restructure power. The psychopaths finally drop the mask. They are actively fishing for human sacrifices for a colossal ritual. In another room, Roy Mustang faces the boss who ruined his life and wiped out his best friend, realizing he is completely on a leash. The dictator King Bradley spared the colonel just to rub his helplessness in his face, crushing any dream of revolution. The truth kicks Roy in the gut. The country was never corrupted. It was born as a giant meat grinder. When Mustang tries to squeeze out some empathy, the slap in the face is chilling. The leader compares an orphaned child's crying to a damn car alarm. The colonel feels sick to his stomach. He wakes up to reality. You can't reason with a walking icebox in power. In a sadistic little game, the dictator brings his adopted son into the conversation, testing if Mustang would resort to playing dirty. Bradley crushes the poor guy's hopes, warning him that perfect family tales would never work as blackmail. The tables turn ruthlessly. The Fuhrer shoots a dry threat, making it blatantly clear that the colonel is the one with the noose around his neck. Mustang swallows hard, realizing that a frontal attack was stupid and that the system's retaliation has already begun, and the boss's revenge is already quietly at work. Sergeant Fury finds it weird when the entire team vanishes from the map. Before he can even think, Fury himself is dragged away by the suits to deal with a mysterious internal problem. Outside, Riza Hawkeye spits out the bad news. The group's leader got chewed up by paperwork and locked away. The lieutenant reveals her own ticket to brutal isolation, effectively severing Roy Mustang's right hand. The purge turned into a free-for-all. The big shots brought the hammer down on the group, banishing loyal allies like Breda to the hellhole of the West. Falman also draws his cursed lottery ticket, kicked out to turn into a popsicle in the north, far from the capital. Riza finally wakes up to the nightmare. The team they spent a lifetime building is being ground down piece by piece. To make matters worse, the dictator King Bradley's own pen signed off on the whole circus, screaming who controls the board. The mental punch is brutal. Riza realizes this little scheme doesn't give a crap about standard reassignment. It's pure psychological torture. The sadistic joke goes down bitter. Bradley ties the poor woman right in the eye of the hurricane, turning her into an official hostage sitting pretty in the villain's headquarters. A helpless Mustang feels the anvil of the checkmate. Any heroic outburst would slit the throat of the only person he cherishes. Far from the paperwork, in the streets of the capital, the hunt for a runaway pet becomes a code of honor for an unexpected little gang. Gossip squeezes the locals and confirms that the plushie anomaly was kidnapped by the alchemist duo. Protective instincts and fury justify a violent break-in, with the subtlety of a sledgehammer, straight into a suspicious hideout. The kidnapping theory falls apart when they find the creature perched on Alphonse's armor shoulder, but the place hides far greater darkness. They realize they've landed right in the lap of one of the government's cancers. The hot-headed Scar smells the apocalypse and tries to warn the brat, but her pet mom freak-out screams louder and she doesn't back down. The beefcake's brain fries putting the pieces together. He wonders if this is just a random mess or an official slaughterhouse. Kicking caution aside, the group dives straight into that potholed sewer towards the sick abyss. The descent kicks the pet shop plot away, throwing the poor bastards into the tunnel, where a mistress's disgrace drinks its own toxic sludge. The pharaonic structure reveals the filth. A corrupt monster of these proportions wouldn't exist without the stamp of approval from the dictatorial leaders. The cosmic shit truly hits the fan. Their radar picks up that the supreme leader operates like an evil hacker, controlling the lives of all the freaks inside. In the infinite drain, the monster finally gets tired of playing around. It trashes the cosplay and unleashes its terrifying original carnivorous form. The knockout hits hard when they realize the enemy isn't a pet, but a disgusting soup of thousands of agonizing souls. Despite the terror, the bizarre wasteland suggests a nerdy solution. The energy of the dead there is perfect for forcing a risky alchemy. But Edward's hard drive fries as he processes the human faces clustered on the Abomination. His fighting instinct gives way to a paralyzing moral crisis. The monster drinks in the boy's useless hesitation, positioning the dead in front as a cowardly and foolproof moral shield. The ethical block jams Ed's mind. His silly rule of not killing innocents clashes head-on with the cruel need to destroy in order to survive. Smelling the fear, the beast twists the knife. The villain swallows the boy's pity and dishes out some merciless cosmic bullying. The impotence syndrome wins. The hero melts, collapsing in pure shock down a completely humiliating waterslide of sadness. That teenage fire vanishes completely. In an act of historic failure, the alchemist lies down and admits that his life subscription has expired. But Ling bans the others slacking from existing. Shaking the wimpy short stack, the badass forcefully injects some focus to ignore certain death. But playing bodyguard comes at a steep price. Protecting his little friend completely opens Ling's guard, exposing the guy face first to the apocalypse. Drowning in the toxic sludge, a light bulb goes off in Ed's head. He finally cracks the dark riddle about the organic battery powering this dump. The puzzle clicks. He realizes that using the exact same profane science that fried those souls is the only key to transmuting his own way out of there. The induced coma is trashed instantly. Lucidity tears through the cheap depression, and the kid takes back the steering wheel of his own survival. Chest puffed out, Ed spits an explosive reaction right in its face. He eats the Abomination's arrogance for breakfast with a pure, brutal strike. Even battered, his classic petulance surfaces. Standing there mocking the devil proves he's stolen the director's chair of this massacre. Being played for a fool boils the beast's blood. The creature drops the gourmet torture and charges in, drooling for an instant. Lethal slaughter. In that millisecond, Ed breaks the script. He swallows his pride, calls a bizarre truce with the villain, and bets his salvation on a joint mathematical madness. Meanwhile, Scar's group takes a surprise gank. A biological firewall rains down on their necks from all angles. The oh crap meter blares red. To avoid becoming dog food, the only way out is to rev up their legs and dance around the rushing freaks. No more battery saving mode. The duo trashes any mercy and burns their ultimate attacks to the max to bring the hammer down without pity. Desperation forges an instinctive teamwork. While one scans the brawl for openings, the other implodes the enemies bare-handed. Smashing the zombie meat stamps something dark. The macabre punch confirms they are invading the tomb of the government's worst fetishes. The last monster finally hits the mat, but the smell of corpses and the morgue-like silence hint that the real threat hasn't even woken up yet. Reality chews up the false sense of peace. The true infinite army takes the kid gloves off, proving the previous massacre was just an appetizer. The terror goes from physical to grabbing the soul. Their radar sniffs out an absurdly disgusting radioactive distortion tearing through the wind. Seeing the final boss's face fries their motherboard. The horror hits as they feel the density of the impossible cancer spitting all this toxic rot into the country. That government hole hides a macabre organ pulsating right at the nation's roots, a mystical tumor fed for generations. The doom alarm blares at max volume. The shadowy father opens his eye, locking the fate of all invaders under the sadistic spotlight of his absolute power. The legend of the most OP guy in the country doesn't start with luxury, but with pure parental abandonment. Kidnapped from his crib before he could even speak, he becomes silly putty for a sick government project. Academic brainwashing runs wild. The military regurgitates every possible strategic tutorial onto them, molding mental little robots programmed to lead without questioning the orders from the shadows. The prize for all that sweat is getting minced. The final entrance exam tosses the weaklings in the trash as soon as their little bodies break mid-test, with a mortality rate bordering on the absurd, until the evil sugar daddy decides to step down from his high horse. The creepy monster behind this whole circus appears from the shadows to check up close if this guinea pig has the ideal build for the experiment. The mental beatdown begins by force. The perfect physique he sweats so much to build is forced to swallow a bizarre red goo straight into the veins in a macabre and painful process. A mental cockfight explodes in his stomach. His original DNA throws hands against the parasite stone to avoid being chewed up and deleted from existence altogether. The nobody tosses out his lab rat ID card and wins the struggle. The beast levels up, breaking the barrier that separates an ordinary human from an absolute monster. He embraces the fake name tag and the OP buff on his back without complaining. The scared crybaby disappears for good, making way for a ruthless military bulldozer molded to rule the nation. Cut to the present, with this head of state dropping a dark piece of gossip right in Mustang's lap. The old man coldly reveals that he's just a pirated ghost in a human body. This plot twist turns the game inside out. The cocky dictator that Mustang wants to cancel with his fists is, actually, the biggest bizarre puppet of the evil corporation controlling the country. The Fireboy tries to cash in on this confession and makes a lame plea for free will. Mustang eggs the mustached man on to backstab his creators and choose to save the day with a little empathy. But the friendship is nipped in the bud by the old man. The boss spits on this phony idea, calling humans mere pathetic insects who aren't worth the pity of a superior being. Right then, the dictator plays the moral Uno reverse card. He warns that he ate his monstrous race for breakfast and flaunts with a puffed-out chest the armored plague he has become. Roy gets the threat beautifully, and the mood gets heavy. The tea party is over. The colonel accepts he's dealing with a killing bulldozer with no moral filter, and that a war in the dark is inevitable. Meanwhile, in the enemy sewer, the kidnapping Uber finishes its ride. Alphonse is thrown onto the layer's rug like the coveted nuclear battery missing from the villain's apocalyptic scrapbook. The master of the dark stages rises from his throne. The big boss's mere presence alone imposes a brutal terror, but the gears in the Tin Boy's brain start glitching out like crazy. The heavy blow pierces the kid's forehead like a shotgun blast. The Lord of Freaks, the wretched plague running everything, wears the exact same face as the ghosts from his own home. The blue screen in Alphonse's mind is absolute. Humanity's evil big boss has the exact same skin as the scumbag father who abandoned his family, frying the poor guy's circuits. Over in the dimensional timeout corner, the search for an exit turns into a frantic detective mode. That endless, empty-looking void hides the remains of an entire civilization that got perma-banned from the server. The kid's Einstein brain enters the chat. While scavenging the wreckage, he decodes a bizarre family-sized project, finding sketches of a heavily karmic plan. The pieces of this cursed Lego align in the worst way possible. The universe's energy manual drawn there is set up in a bootleg way that completely corrupts any basic law of physics. The ultimate sin levels up to apocalypse in his head. The whole thing is a macabre, calculating blueprint to hack the very life essence of an entire nation and bypass the laws of God. The verdict chills his soul. The price tag to fund this colossal event demands the blood of innocents as plentiful firewood, going for the platinum trophy in a slaughter of simply absurd proportions. The pipsqueak finally connects the neural dots right there in the dark. A little light at the end of the tunnel sprouts in his mind in the form of the craziest plan possible to clip out of this timeout. The master hack focuses on the right target. Throwing that alchemical voodoo at his own body, he plans to bypass the afterlife security check and become his own suicidal lab rat. The kid is surgical with his logic. If that useless setting is just a fake dimension, forcing the true gate of alchemy to open will drop a VIP bridge straight to the real world. Without understanding a single word of that suicidal sorcery, the prince tosses his last extra life right in the shorty's lap. It's the pure essence of blind trust rolling out in the middle of the slaughterhouse. Before starting the engine, the blondie throws the truth right in Envy's face. He figures out that the magical Philosopher's Stone was siphoned from the macabre barbecue of the entire population of that extinct kingdom. Then the hellish combo is served by the villain. Envy throws his own soul battery on the table as fuel, shamelessly testing if the kid's morality will swallow the offer. A bolt of guilt shatters the hero. He swallows hard at the fact that the magical battery glowing in his lap is stuffed with innocent ghosts, sliced up from the worst historical genocide. That's when the most disgusting gut punch hits the hero. The villain rubs his poor little brother's rusty tin can in his face as the worst emotional torture leverage of the night. Right then, the shorty bangs the gavel under pressure. He swallows his tears, embraces the psychological trauma, and hits the fuck it button, accepting to use the cosmic barbecue as a battery. Even while gulping down this juice of atrocity, the kid apologizes for the crime he's triggering. It's the seal of guarantee that he hasn't thrown his ethical filter in the trash for good. The afterlife Wi-Fi connects, brutally violating local physics. The alchemy gets ripped away without the slightest bit of ceremony, triggering an absurd flash to bulldoze the copyright laws of the universe itself. The pipsqueak's mental router gets kicked to another dimension. He falls face first into the worst nightmare of his life, staring down that gigantic forbidden server door once again. It's time for a blind bungee jump into the voodoo. Ignoring the massive chances of becoming dog meat, the prince dives into the hole, betting all his chips on the kid's crazy rigged setup. The universe's toll is instantly deducted. The Jurassic ghosts, who tanked millennia of torture inside the little stone, finally Alt F4 out of this eternal hell and fly free. The elephant of guilt on the nerd's back finally evaporates. He chews on the sweet relief of confirming that pressing the red button was a move that actually freed those souls. The shorty's VIP door finally spawns right in the middle of the white void. It's the exact lifeline he needed to come back in one piece and not turn into cosmic dust. Then the Matrix violently glitches out on him. That little room of truth was always off limits for visitors, but out of nowhere, the radar pings a heavy intruder right in the middle of the sacred space. The cosmic receipt hits hard. His little bro's human chassis was left there in one piece, twiddling its thumbs in the damn darkness, surviving out of pure stubbornness, waiting for a rescue. Berserk mode shuts off all reason. He kicks away the fatigue, ignores the spatial abyss, and charges like a madman with the sole goal of hijacking his brother's body from that 3D trash heap. The stubborn kid flips out at the thought of leaving empty-handed. He bumps into the legendary loot and tries to brute force the issue, reaching out to grab the pale boy by sheer force. But the banhammer strikes with the coldness of an algorithm. That pale chassis only accepts logins from the original user, and the firewall rejects the shorty, ruthlessly deleting the touch. Being dragged back by the vacuum, the madman signs the final cosmic contract. He screams an ironclad promise of return, forcefully stamping an order for his little bro to sit tight and wait. The yelling pierces the existential barrier in style. Where there was only depressing loneliness, a smile of pure hype and hope shines on the pale chassis' face right before the goodbye. The space Uber finishes the ride, tearing through the scenery. Hacking the fabric of reality spits the losers back into the server of the living in a phenomenal burst of energy. For the mafia boss, the script flips hard. The foolproof trap he set up eats asphalt, and seeing these scumbags pop out of an impossible portal totally crushes his arrogance. Kicking physics in the teeth exacts its toll right on the walking trash can. The brutal force of puking the targets back into the real world trips Gluttony's breaker instantly. The chaotic respawn is official. After almost catching a permaban from the server of life, the shorty falls onto the stone, gasping for air, pulled back by the miracle of his spatial hack. Terror swallows the poor tin can standing there. Alphonse, who spent hours agonizing over the paranoia of being useless, takes a massive hit seeing the ragged figure of his fallen brother. The tin armor cries freely in emotion. Bottled up terror and cancelled grief turn into a desperate outburst from the youngest, who grabs his brother to confirm if the miracle is real. The karmic bill crushes the pipsqueak. The kid returns the brutal hug, swallowing the deep relief of not having blown up the only family he has left in the cosmic abyss. That ridiculous emotional breather goes down the drain fast. The psychopathic architect of the whole slaughter steps into the light, interrupting the family vibe to say hi to the guests. The script spits in the face of the idiot duo. The devil's supreme engineer, the mastermind behind global chaos, appears strolling around, wearing the exact exact same ugly mug as the old father who abandoned them both in childhood. The gang drops straight out of the dimension from beyond and lands right in front of the homunculized sugar daddy. No one expected this bizarre and premature encounter with the Jurassic freak. The villain instantly picks up on the epic screw-up of human transmutation. The sheer stench of alchemy's greatest taboo exposes the kid's criminal record before they can even say hi, but the creature's cloned skin totally fries Edward's brain. His will to fight freezes when he sees the exact same mug of the man who screwed over his entire family. The slap in the face from reality chills them to the bone. The Supreme Leader just bumped into his former friend's secret family project in the most ridiculous way possible. The sheer gap in power becomes embarrassingly obvious. The brothers turn into completely paralyzed lab rats, with zero chance of stopping the brute from prodding and poking at them. Priorities shift faster than anything. The brats become recycled trash, while the monster's fossilized brain focuses on using its mental GPS to hunt down the runaway friend. The silent treatment ends with the pipsqueak screaming and demanding answers to break the lecture. Figuring out why he copied their dad's face is their only hope of measuring the true scale of this mess. But the creator of the freaks crushes their doubts and advances mercilessly. He flexes an arrogance that proves mortal limitations mean absolutely nothing to him. For the big boss, that doesn't even count as a warm-up. He treats fixing the soul stitched to a rusty piece of metal with the utmost ease and mockery in the world. In a split second, all internal damage vanishes. Edward's little arm goes back to working perfectly, completely deleting the damage from the pathetic previous fight. A dead silence swallows the fools. They swallow the terror pill as they realize they're facing a hack that completely tears apart the rules of reality. The final blow of terror comes from the tin can tapping his own restored chest. He realizes the annoying rule of equivalent exchange was just flushed down the toilet. Fighting a server admin has become impossible. The cheater bluntly warns them that the duo isn't just common trash. They got a VIP badge for his master plan, and keeping them alive is an indispensable leash for a much worse ride. Except the foreign prince doesn't buy this fairy godmother crap. His radar goes off the charts, warning him that the thing standing there is an absurd threat and slipping up means certain death. With the tables turning, the spotlight falls on the meddling foreigner. The monster stares at him, curious to know how a regular human figured out his true rotten nature. The mask falls completely, and the mental guillotine is triggered against the gringo, who's useless for the ritual. In the blink of an eye, the brothers throw their own repaired carcasses in front of him to act as human shields. The bizarre puzzle finally clicks in their heads. The filthy corruption and the freaks all converge on the suit in the middle of the room, the Mastermind posing as the final boss. The sheer difference in level cruelly humiliates the boys. The old man warns them that rivaling humans is like declaring war on an anthill, reducing humanity to microscopic trash that doesn't even deserve hatred. But before the divine talk turns into a live execution, a surprise invasion wrecks everything. The terrifying tension is run over, throwing a chaotic spark of hope into the slaughterhouse. The unwanted guest is a giant jealous monster rubbing it in that their little club is fractured. He's foaming with rage because the boss adopted the brothers as his favorites, leaving him drooling with envy. The Gringo Prince, however, warns them that ignoring the monster is pure stupidity. In chaotic desperation, he tries to focus on slicing up the giant henchman first. The toll of pride is paid with quick interest. Being ignored like trash completely melts the monster's sanity, and he charges in pissed off, wanting to tear everyone apart for being sidelined. Since dying out of spite isn't an option, Ed summons Pipes to defend himself. The shield isolates the attention-starved attacker and tries to secure a safe corner for the battered allies, but the giant monster takes the bait perfectly. The pathetic defensive wall reveals itself as a rigged contraption, aggressively and dirtily turning the tables on the henchmen. Wasting time with a dumb henchman was never the plan. The strategy resets perfectly, and the duo aims a crushing laser focus 100% at the immortal sugar daddy. The master plan hits its glorious and swift peak. The untouchable god now looks completely trapped and shackled, providing the golden opening the team needed to kick oppression in the teeth. But the magic little box miserably cracks and malfunctions. The forgotten henchman comes back seeking payback, mixing both deadly freaks into the same square and tripling the chaos. With the evil squad sparking chaos, the heroes surf the opening. They spend their last chip on an all-or-nothing move move, launching a desperate charge toward the untouchable Supreme Boss. But their synchronized assault fails pathetically. The entire combo is blocked with the laziness of someone swatting a fly, proving that teamwork doesn't beat a massive power gap. The Pipsqueak's brain simply paralyzes with fear. The ceiling of the laws of physics brutally collapses on his face upon seeing the anomaly that vomits on the very rules of existence. The game over is instant and humiliating. Any heroic delusions are crushed like a roach in the blink of an eye, sweeping away all of the gang's dignity. The monster locks the fools down for good. The gang is physically immobilized, completely killing any chance of them making it out of the lair alive. Far away from this mess, a mystical radar beeps loudly. The otherworldly Wi-Fi buzzes in an old man's ear, connecting the living relic straight to the chaos that just imploded. Urgency speaks louder and the old man shifts into fifth gear. He charts a direct course to collide with his own past demons to resolve the crisis. Back at the underground asylum, the boss unleashes a haunting hack that spits on the laws of physics. He throws a bizarre and inexplicable glitch right into the alchemy server. Gripped by total panic, the shorty throws a tantrum against the obvious. He tries to force a magic spark and boss physics around by sheer screaming, with zero success. Except the universe leaves the alchemist in a complete power vacuum. The nerdy math and his entire ability to use alchemy were flushed straight down the toilet. The crew's brains melt as despair kicks down the door. Years of swallowing books turned into recyclable trash with a simple snap of the villain's fingers. The only extra who actually knew how to fight gets overpowered. The weight of gluttony bears down on him, guaranteeing a humiliating game over with the gang fully held hostage by their torturers. The humiliation goes completely downhill. The brute gladly stomps on the gringo's head, shattering whatever little dignity the defenseless humans had left, until the villain gives the defeated foreigner a VIP scan. Spotting a perfect new battery, the prince's timer starts a countdown to obliteration. Since the gringo was already doomed, the villain decides that tossing away such a premium carcass would be a crime. The bizarre verdict is to format the kid like a newly found flash drive. The dirty work begins with the plan of applying a lethal update patch. The invader is going to lose his own identity to become the villain's new action figure. The radioactive juice of thousands of corpses is vacuum extracted into a bizarre sludge. It's pure raw energy ready to parasitize the mind of the day's unlucky bastard. The irony hits its peak. The very same mystical toy the foreigner crossed the map to find is now licking its lips, ready to swallow his soul. The circus never stops. The bizarre radioactive juice is forcefully injected into the gringo's veins, kicking off a spiritual cockfight against the hatred of millions of dead. The Pipsqueak boils with rage at the atrocity. Neutered of any alchemy, he tries to charge in with improvised brawling, unable to just stand by and watch someone else get shredded by their sadism. Out of nowhere, Edward, treated like trash, pulls a hidden gun. He makes the monsters pay dearly for their arrogance, showing off the beautiful damage that old-school steel can do to their soft flesh. But the mutant strikes back by playing dirty with psychological terror. He uses the despair and the moaning of innocent souls as a human shield, freezing the minds of anyone who still has a heart. With the paralysis complete, the prince fully embraces psycho mode. Unable to use his muscles, he dives headfirst into the spiritual Russian roulette and smiles at the risk of being possessed. The mystical enema totally trashes his biology. The smoke and radioactive juice bust through the boy's flesh, with a brutal update designed to delete his original mind. The pain explodes instantly. The gringo's brain takes a colossal hit from the screaming of the clinging souls, caught in a psychological meat grinder built to annihilate his sanity. Amidst all this insane agony, the Big Daddy simply watches. He observes the human's destruction with the icy apathy of someone playing God with disposable guinea pigs. The heavy bullying and the suffering of the embittered souls try to split the prince's brain in half. He clutches his own head and squeezes his mind so he doesn't lose control of his body. It's in this dark mental sewer that the mystical parasite shows its face. Greed's very essence fully awakens in the shadows, drooling to hijack the host's biological steering wheel. But the prince's response completely breaks the parasite. The ambition and lust for power of that monarch swallow the energy whole, reducing the great monster to a mere stepping stone for him to claim the crown. The final contract is sealed in the darkness of greed. The gringo smiles as he agrees to throw his own soul into the fire and makes the trade, knowing that this overpowered hack is what will save his nation. The macabre pact reaches its climax in the mental underworld. The collision of egos closes the cycle of destruction, permanently stamping that poor bastard's passport in his fusion with evil. The experiment stops, and the body sways, The brain, fresh out of the trance, wakes up stumbling, searching for motor control after the brutal spiritual beatdown it just suffered. His mocking glare crushes the illusion of those watching. The cynical swagger and the red eye confirm the clear wake. The gringo's spirit was silenced inside the hijacked skull. The parasite finally celebrates his imposing return to the physical world. Ignoring the sadness of the loser duo, he gloriously brags about the infinite power of his fresh new carcass. The newest macabre lackey clocks in and bows to the master. The stolen body lowers its head to the creator of everything, ending the tragedy and bringing a ruthless villain to life right in front of his former allies. But Greed finds out that taking over the prince's mind won't be easy. Ling's stubbornness takes the parasite by surprise, stalling the spiritual download right out of the gate. Instead of fighting the invasion, Ling takes control and opens his mind willingly. This completely short-circuits the monster's brain, as he was used to dominating his victims by force. The process turns into a mental freak show, but the prince keeps his eyes on the prize, the certainty that accepting this lethal goo is his one-way ticket to gaining power and immortality. The naked truth is that it's not just a thirst for power, but pure guilt. Going back home as a broken loser after his bodyguard was mutilated would be unacceptable. The invisible contract is signed without breaking a sweat. The kid agrees to become a freak of nature for the rest of his life, if it guarantees the magical muscle he so desperately wants. The complete fusion is a matter of seconds. The prince's brain almost fries entirely as he swallows all the chaotic energy of that philosopher's stone. Cut to the real world, and the parasite finally takes the wheel. Even while driving a brand new body, Greed's jerk attitude overflows, taking total control. The new lackey finally runs rampant, securing the trophy for the boss of the macabre surgery. Greed goes back on his creator's leash, while Ling's consciousness sleeps deep inside. Edward's brain short-circuits for a second as he recognizes who is standing in front of him. Seeing his friend's face possessed by the homunculus he watched die earlier is like seeing a ghost coming to collect a debt. The intel reveals what really happened in the toxic dump the royal's head turned into. Ed finds out that Ling wasn't forcefully possessed, but handed his sanity over on a silver platter in exchange for power. Even with the bucket of cold water dumped on him, the kid's faith leans on a blind guess. Ed firmly believes that Ling's spirit would never be wiped out without a massive spiritual war raging deep inside. Out of nowhere, the front door gets busted down, tearing through the funeral-like tension of the place. It's an unforeseen dropkick none of those immortal bosses were programmed to handle. The faces of the suicidal idiots are finally revealed. Intruders driven by pure, spiteful hatred find the perfect breach to invade the villain's core of power without an ounce of mercy. The realization about the big boss finally dawns on anyone with an ounce of cosmic common sense. The old creator is a walking anomaly, an absurd glitch in reality wearing human skin. Their radar pings that running is the only logical option. A beatdown is inevitable against ridiculous freaks that mercilessly break every basic rule of nature and physics. Until the base's firewall takes an epic hit, the strange power of one of the intruders simply ignores the server's rules, proving that their alchemy works against the boss's block. The penny finally drops for everyone there. This foreign alchemy, not giving a crap about the old man's rules, kicks into high gear and brings hope back to the cornered heroes. The senior architect of the whole operation chokes on his own surprise. The calculating old man is shaking in his boots, frying his neurons trying to understand how this foreign power just ruined his absolute defense project. Panic sets in when reality is rubbed in Ed and Al's faces. Their regular alchemy has been completely gagged by the boss, turning them into useless deadweight in combat. The resident nerd brain catches the detail in the blink of an eye. It becomes obvious that the enemy's block only affects local alchemy, meaning Scar and May's powers are the only viable weapons. The serial killer's track record finally finds the right culprits. Scar discovers that his people's tragedy and genocide were meticulously orchestrated by these villains to bathe the country in blood. Scar's hate GPS completely flips over. The vengeful cannon that once spread terror is aimed straight at the forehead of the big boss who pulled the pin on this grotesque tragedy. Scar's explosive force wrecks the scenery like a demented volcano, proving that his destructive alchemy works wonders against the villain's absolute defenses. The boss goes ballistic over the mess and decides to wipe the floor with the whole lot. He sends Greed, his newest pet lackey, to crush the crashers without mercy. Greed's psycho radar locks onto the tin pipsqueak. What was a generic deathmatch turns into a bizarre brawl against the guy who, up until 2 seconds ago, was sharing meals with Ed. The shit really hits the fan for Edward. The homunculus turns on Ling's martial arts hacks and uses a lethal superpower, shredding any fantasy of an easy bloodthirsty rescue. In the middle of the bloody hide-and-seek, little May glitches out. She recognizes the body of the prince from her homeland serving as a shell for a monster, and this distraction attracts death. Far from there, Scar goes for an absurd kamikaze all-in, swearing that his destructive power is the key to wiping out the lair. His plan is to turn the old man into cosmic dust, but the reality check hits like a flying kick. The destructive ultimate move that didn't give a crap about the rules evaporates like the wind, and the ridiculous gap in strength is rubbed in the fighter's face. The boss of the joint spits in the face of the laws of physics, unleashing alchemy and neutralizing the attack without spending a single brain cell on prep. If Scar breathed wrong, he'd already be fertilizer. The monstrous aberration sets its sights on May. One of the monsters sees no danger in the poor girl, viewing the paralyzed kid merely as its next easy snack in the dark of the sewer. But the walking scrap metal bulldozes through, smashing everything. Alphonse rescues the girl at the last second, rubbing in the monster's faces that his empty armor is perfect for tanking physical hits. Their escape slams face first into a wall of flesh. The exit is locked down in the blink of an eye, showing that this mousetrap was designed to stop anyone from leaving their breathing. The plot twist truce unites absurd opposites. Scar pops up in the brawl and hits the brakes on the apocalypse, taking a bullet for the team as a temporary tactical partner to the Elric brothers. Trapped in despair, Ed goes wild and plays human bait. He outsources the rescue and protection of the knocked-out little girl straight into the hands of the Ishvalan terrorist maniac himself. The walking tin can swallow his pride. Sharing space with Scar makes him sick, but rescuing May becomes priority number one as the sheer panic of becoming mincemeat forges this bizarre alliance. Al's quick thinking solves the riddle. He realizes the bosses can't kill him or his brother because they are essential sacrifices for their global mystical plan. Scar rips up the script with violent style. Giving up the run out of pure exhaustion, he hands the heavy girl over to Alphonse's armored body and decides to stay behind to cover their escape. Scar hits the turbo and goes all in to turn the hallway into an unstable jackhammer. The idea is to collapse the structure to brutally stop the convoy of bloodthirsty zombies. The crazy plan demands that Scar get Alphonse out of the impact zone. He forces a bizarre exit and hurls the metal boy through the air, away from the approaching carnage. Abusing his destructive alchemy that bypasses local rules, Scar pushes the button on an apocalyptic chain reaction engineered purely to scorch that entire tunnel. The damage is absurdly beautiful and monstrous. The explosion completely swallows the leading henchman, melting away the bad guy's advantage in pure destructive ignorance. But the sigh of relief from the explosion fades way too fast. The enemy's infinite regeneration hack kicks in, and the monsters are reborn from the fire intact to rub terror right in their faces. The smoke hasn't even cleared and the monsters charge forward furiously. Alphonse takes the hit for playing bodyguard and gets brutally smashed, being caged by the villains before he can even strike back. The marathon of beatdowns turns into a bloody hunt. The supreme boss accepts no crying or excuses, turning on bloodhound mode to hunt down the rest of the fugitives on pure, relentless instinct. The brawl upstairs goes down. Ed punches Greed in the face over and over, under the pure illusion that a physical beatdown will magically wake up the prince's dormant mind inside him. The Goo's response is pure mockery. Greed rubs it in Ed's face that Ling has been erased, chewing up the alchemist's hopes with the cynical arrogance of someone who owns it all. Since muscle isn't working, Ed resorts to a mental brawl. He takes the heavy guilt Ling was carrying and uses it like a knife to try and tear through the arrogant parasite's demented armor. His focus goes 100% on the recent trauma. Ed throws the name of Lan Fan, the injured bodyguard, straight at Greed's ego, just to force Ling to listen and wake up from this coma. And the scream works, breaking the armor. In a millisecond, the parasite blue screens, confirming that the prince's consciousness reacted desperately to that truth thrown right in his face. But poking the wound brings a violent payback. Greed recycles this mental glitch into pure sadistic hate juice and delivers a brutal smackdown to Edward, canceling the rescue attempt by force. With his prey subjugated, the big monster shows off the hostage as a prize. Greed hands Ed straight into the hands of his creator, proving his loyalty without wasting a single brain cell on a crisis of conscience. The ultimate defeat devours the duo. Dragged shoved on the pavement like a trash bag by the guy he wanted to cure, Ed hits rock bottom, turning into just another VIP prisoner in the boss's diabolical playground. But even while being dragged through the dirt, the kid's brain doesn't shut off. He deciphers Greed's glitch and realizes that bug wasn't a coincidence. It was the perfect proof that his emotional plan worked. The rich kid's little ghost hasn't vanished into thin air and keeps throwing punches in the dark. Ed embraces this bed of pure hope, knowing that Ling is still alive deep down, keeping the flame lit for the rescue. The sadistic father completely loses his patience with the failure and decides to shove his hand into raw flesh to suck the essence of his defeated subordinates straight from the source. The glorified battery that kept that hideous monster breathing is forcibly ripped out with sheer brutality, shutting down the useless husk forever. The lackey's crushed soul turns into a simple, glowing red flash drive in the boss's hands, pocketed and ready to be shoved into a brand new body in the future.